You're clearly the deadliest assassin in the underworld, but after being reincarnated as a weak international student, you find yourself with a gun pointed at your head by a bunch of robbers who are calling you a Jap. At that very moment when they touch the raw nerve of the Chinese nation, a bloodthirsty glint flares in your eyes. With your left hand, you press down on the barrel with your right, you clamp down on the black man's wrist like an iron vice, the sound of bones cracking echoing with your breath. In an instant, you disarm him and press the muzzle against the robber's forehead. Bang! Bang! Using the Mozambican shooting technique, blood instantly splatters across the windshield as you coldly brushed off the blood. An icy, mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Ding! Ultimate intent detected. Jade pendant space activated. Acquired SSS rank talent. God tier X-ray vision. A pale blue stream of data refreshed frantically across your retinas, and the 100 meters of steel and concrete before your eyes dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 1. You Dare Call Me a Japanese. The morning of October 22, 2018, on a highway on the outskirts of Luoshanji City, a Ford F-250 pickup truck was forced to pull over to the side of the road. Four black men stormed out of the vehicle and pointed their guns at Victoria Hayes inside the cab. Kid, get the hell out of the car. Hand over all your cash and valuables now. The three other black men nearby were also shouting as they tried to pull open the car door. Haha, this is a yellow-skinned monkey. Asians are the biggest cowards, and they're all loaded. The black men were extremely hyped up, perhaps they'd just done drugs. They were now in a bizarre state you simply couldn't judge their behavior by normal standards. Seeing that the car door wouldn't open, one of the black men smashed the window with the pistol in his hand. He opened the door from the inside, dragged the driver out of the car, and kicked him to the side of the road. Then he got into the car to search for valuables and found a backpack on the passenger seat. He pulled out over $10,000 in cash from the backpack. Haha, we've struck it rich. Haha, this guy actually had over $10,000 on him. The robber who snatched the money grew even more excited, his greedy eyes fixed on the bills in his hand. The other two robbers gathered around as well, pulling out a few bills and taking a deep sniff of them. Then they kissed the bills, sharing in the joy of their success. The leader, a black man, was burly. His muscles seemed as if they were cast from concrete. With his imposing frame, he stood to one side like an iron tower. Watching the three black men beside him fall into a frenzy of celebration, he spoke up. Stop dawdling. Search him for everything of value. If he has any bank cards, make him write down the pins. We can't waste any time. The man in charge was named Johnson, the leader of this group, a notorious Los Angeles gang. He was a minor lieutenant in the Lame Gang and the mastermind behind this robbery. Johnson turned his gaze back to the car owner, looking at the Asian man standing beside him who had been staring blankly the whole time, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Sure enough, Asians were as timid as mice and afraid of trouble. He'd been forced to pull over with ease. Just a quick threat with a gun, and he stood there frozen like an idiot, unable to even speak. Looking at the US dollars in his henchman's hands, he couldn't help but marvel. Asians really are rich. To think he was carrying that much cash on him. Looks like we'll have to rob more Asian people from now on, their way richer than blacks, Latinos, or whites. Watching his henchmen still celebrating wildly, Johnson lost his temper. You idiots, stop celebrating. Hurry up and strip him of his phone, watch, and anything else of value. If he has a bank card, make him give up the PIN. You'll have plenty of time to celebrate once we're back. The three reveling robbers immediately turned their attention to the Asian car owner, who was still in a daze. The Asian man stood tall with chiseled features. He was quite handsome, though it was unclear what he was thinking. One of the black men turned his head and grinned at Johnson. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee he'll spill the PIN. I'll have a nice little chat with him. You know I love these fair-skinned, cute guys the most. Hearing this, the whole group burst into laughter. Don't worry, boss. I'll go through the car right now and find everything of value. I guarantee I won't miss a thing. Don't worry, boss. These yellow-skinned monkeys are the most cowardly. Just scare him a little, and he'll spill everything right away. Victoria Hayes ignored the glances from the robbers, paying no attention to their words at all. His mind was a complete mess right now, and he was in a state of utter bewilderment. His name was Victoria Hayes, but he wasn't really Victoria Hayes. In his past life, he had been a highly skilled assassin and had even worked as a mercenary for a while. His mission completion rate was quite high, and his professional skills were formidable. As long as the assignments weren't too outlandish, he could successfully complete most of them, earning him a solid reputation in the field. However, things went wrong during one of those missions. After taking out the target, he was spotted by the target's bodyguards while retreating, leading to a series of chases and firefights. In the end, outnumbered, he was riddled with bullets. When he woke up again, he had become this Victoria Hayes, perhaps because he'd just been transported to another world. Victoria Hayes's mind was now a jumbled mess of memories, making him feel extremely queasy. He kept feeling like he was going to throw up. How the hell did I end up here? Does dying mean I get to restart the game? God must be smiling on me. What a wonderful life. Here I come. But just then, there was a loud smack. A black man slapped Victoria Hayes across the face. What are you spacing out for? Hand over anything valuable you've got on you, or I'll show you exactly why the flowers are so red. At the same time, the wireless Bluetooth earbuds hanging from Victoria Hayes' ears kept blaring voice announcements. America is way too dangerous, and armed robbery right on the street in broad daylight. Free America, shootings every day. Does anyone know where this is happening? Hurry up and help the streamer call the police. I'm in Los Angeles right now. I think I know where it is. I've already called the police for the streamer. The number of viewers in the livestream skyrocketed as Victoria Hayes was being robbed. The stream, which had originally had just over 1,000 viewers, quickly surged to more than 50,000. Victoria Hayes, who had just been slapped, came to her senses and looked at the black man standing before her who had struck her. Her eyes were devoid of any emotion, empty as if she were looking at a dead dog. By now, the black man had grown impatient as well. He raised the Glock G17 in his hand and pressed it against Victoria Hayes' forehead. Hey, did you hear what I said? Hand over anything valuable, give me your bank card and the PIN. Did you hear me? You Japanese bastard. Coming to her senses, Victoria Hayes touched the side of her face where she'd been slapped and offered a gentle smile. You just called me a Japs? No sooner had the words left her mouth than her hands moved with lightning speed. With her left hand slightly behind her, she grabbed the muzzle pressed against her forehead, while her right hand reached forward to pin down the robber's right wrist holding the gun. She crossed her hands and pushed hard, simultaneously tilting her head to the left to prevent an accidental discharge from hitting her handsome face. In that split second, she had disarmed him with her bare hands. The entire livestream went wild. Before the robber could react, Victoria Hayes, having seized the gun, didn't stop. She aimed it at the head of the black robber standing before her. 2 gunshots rang out, bang, bang, and blood spattered instantly as 2 bullets entered his skull through his forehead. The immense force of the bullets knocked him down, and he fell stiffly to the ground. The other 3 robbers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared at the Asian man in front of them in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the timid and cowardly Asian they underestimated had dared to disarm the robber unarmed, and they certainly couldn't believe he dared to shoot and kill someone. Whoa, what the hell did I just see? Disarming him and killing him in return. That's fucking awesome. Bro, show you on, you're the man. Haha. This robber crossed Drew Rowan's line. He used the most vile language to insult him, calling Drew Rowan, the streamer, a Jap. The robber's insults were just too vile. As a fellow Drew Rowan, I want to put a few bullets in his head myself. As everyone knows, you should never insult a Drew Rowan by calling him a Japanese, otherwise, even the most even-tempered Drew Rowan will roll up his sleeves and take you down. Chapter 2, Retaliation. One of my classmates made that exact mistake, and he got beaten up by another Chinese classmate of mine. Afterward, he told me the hospital's Wi-Fi signal was better than the school's. The Japanese guy in the livestream wasn't having it. What's wrong with being Japanese? What did the Japanese ever do to you? You're overreacting just because someone called you a Japs. Someone in the live chat immediately fired back. Japs are a huge problem, but calling the streamer Japs is an even bigger problem because the streamer is Drew Rowan. At that moment, viewers watching the live stream on YouTube and Douyin went completely wild. Everyone was glued to the screen while engaging in frenzied discussion. At the same time, some viewers with weaker stomachs began retching and even vomiting. Before the other 3 robbers could react, Victoria Hayes raised her gun and fired at them. 2 shots rang out, striking the gang leader, Johnson, in the chest. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He'd grown up in the slums and had to take out countless rivals along the way to become a small-time kingpin. Today, he'd just brought his henchmen out for a casual heist to rob an Asian man he saw as timid and cowardly, only to meet his end in such a humiliating way. Before he could even draw his last breath, he heard, bang, 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 bang. Bang, 6 gunshots rang out, and he knew his remaining 2 henchmen had also been taken out, leaving them completely helpless. Victoria Hayes didn't hesitate for a moment. She took out the remaining 2 robbers in quick succession, then aimed her gun at the ringleader. Bang! Johnson's head took a bullet as well. The bullet entered his skull and exited through the back of his head. A chunk of his skull was blown off, and he was finally returned to God's embrace. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream on YouTube and Douyin were all left speechless with shock. They couldn't believe that this sunny, handsome young man had actually disarmed the robbers with his bare hands and killed 4 of them. Some people in front of their screens were vomiting uncontrollably. It was simply too terrifying and disgusting. Seeing this bloody scene, some trembled with fear, while others covered their mouths and wept uncontrollably. But there were also those who frantically gave Victoria Hayes thumbs up. This streamer is so awesome. I love it. That's the Mozambique method. Forget doctors. Even God would shake his head at that. The streamer is ruthless. Just call a tow truck to haul the body away. No need for first aid. Those thieving scum deserve to die. I just hope that every time they go out to rob, steal, or do evil deeds, they run into a tough person like the streamer who send them straight to meet God. Although viewers' reactions varied, no one chose to disconnect. After all, a live stream featuring a real-time robbery, shooting, and a disarmed fighter turning the tables to kill the assailants is just too graphic. Videos like this are bound to be completely deleted. Before anyone could say a word, the Douyin livestream in China was immediately shut down. Livestream has been banned. Streaming is prohibited for a set duration. The Chinese viewers immediately erupted in outrage. Even though I was scared, what gives you the right to stop me from watching? How is this a violation? The streamer is so patriotic. You dare to ban a patriotic streamer? He is risking his life for his country. You dog of a moderator, come out here and give us an explanation. Complaints and expressions of dissatisfaction poured in like rain, flooding the entire live stream chat. Viewer numbers on both YouTube and Douyin exploded, surging past 5 million as everyone was drawn to the scene. Meanwhile, Victoria Hayes remained completely calm as she placed the gun on the hood of the car, retrieved her phone from the robber's dead hand, and called the police. A few minutes later, several police cars screeched to a halt with their sirens blaring. Victoria Hayes instinctively dropped to the ground, lying face down. The work of American police officers is dangerous. They face immense pressure and constant stress in their daily duties. Victoria Hayes feared that any action might be misinterpreted, leading them to empty their magazines at her, which would be disastrous. Several officers walked over, staring in disbelief at the gruesome scene. They had received a call from a citizen long before the robbery took place. They were also aware of Victoria Hayes' heroic act of killing all the assailants in self-defense, as well as the full context of the incident, so they did not use force against her. Good morning, officers. I think I'm in big trouble. I was robbed. Then they fired at me. I acted in lawful self-defense. I was live streaming the whole thing. I have video evidence to prove it, Victoria Hayes explained to the officers as she lay on the ground. The arriving officers wore complex expressions. We're already aware of the full story. After someone called the police, we watched the live stream. You're a brave young man. It's just that you were a bit too ruthless. They had absolutely no chance of survival. One officer asked curiously, why didn't you fight back when they were robbing you? They slapped you in the face, and you still didn't fight back. But then, when they called you a Jap, you fought back and killed them. I'm Drew Rowan, a student studying in the US. As long as we're of pure blood. Not a single sane Drew Rowan likes the Japanese or Japan as a country. For thousands of years, we've been their teachers, but over the last 100 years or so, when we were weak, this filthy country invaded our homeland, plundered us, and nearly wiped us out as a nation and race. After their defeat, they still refused to apologize. They won't apologize or admit they invaded our country. Do you understand? This hatred, accumulated over more than a century and across generations, cannot be resolved. To call someone Drew Rowan is Japanese means that, on behalf of the nation, they deny your nationality, and on behalf of your family, they deny your very existence. Although there doesn't seem to be a single vulgar word in it, when these words are put together, in our country, this is the filthiest insult imaginable. It's even more vicious than cursing someone's entire family to death. With so many of my compatriots watching my live stream, if I don't fight back, am I still Drew Rowan? Let me die then. I'm afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of suddenly becoming a Japanese person and then having 1.4 billion familiar voices cursing me. Victoria Hayes explained earnestly. The police officers around her immediately looked at Victoria Hayes with deep respect. They couldn't help but respect someone so patriotic. They admired from the bottom of their hearts someone who dared to risk her life for her country. After all, many in their police force had served in the military, and some had even been to battlefields in Afghanistan or Iraq. On YouTube, the view count was skyrocketing, and viewers who heard Victoria Hayes' words paid their respects one after another. This is why China is so powerful. This is why China has become the world's second largest economy in just 20 years. Drew Rowan is world-renowned for his patriotism. Many have given their lives for this country. For someone like Victoria Hayes who loves her country so deeply and is so brave, the police naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her. They didn't handcuff her but took her directly to the police station. After all, she was a party to the incident and needed to give her statement. Although there was video footage online, they already knew the details of what happened. Chapter 3. Playing the Black Lives Matter card on me? When Victoria Hayes was brought to the Los Angeles Police Department in a police car, embassy staff were already there waiting with a lawyer in tow. Since the incident was live-streamed, there was video evidence of the entire event, and countless people online could corroborate it. Victoria Hayes' actions were indisputably self-defense. There was no evidence of any wrongdoing. The police couldn't find any reasonable grounds to detain him, especially with officials from the Chinese embassy and a lawyer present. There was no way they would blatantly lie just for the sake of a few criminals. So, after taking Victoria Hayes' statement, they let him leave the police station. Here's the statement. Sign it and you can go, young man. Is your name Alex Wong? That's right, officer. Alex is my English name since I'm studying abroad here. Everyone calls me Jack Everett. I'll need my lawyer to review the statement. With that, he handed the statement to the lawyer standing beside him. The lawyer dutifully reviewed the statement, took a photo of it after confirming there were no issues, and then signaled to Victoria Hayes that it was okay to sign. The car window had been smashed by the robber, and it, along with over $10,000 in cash from his bag, was seized by the police as evidence. He wouldn't be able to get it back until the prosecution completed the indictment process, which was expected to take several months. After signing the document, Victoria Hayes followed the police to the lobby, where officials from the embassy were not the only ones present. The Los Angeles Chinese Chamber of Commerce had also sent representatives. An embassy official stepped forward and shook hands with Victoria Hayes. We're delighted by your love for your homeland, but we still hope you'll prioritize your own safety in the future. That was far too dangerous, the embassy official said to Victoria Hayes. Thank you for your concern. That kind of action was indeed very dangerous. Even now, thinking back on it gives me goosebumps. I don't know what made me act on impulse like that, haha. Instinctive reactions are the most genuine. You truly love your country. Victoria Hayes replied with a serious expression. There are many passionate people out there. I think you should issue a public announcement. Not everyone has my skills, and otherwise, others could end up in danger. We will. If you have any problems in the future, just call the embassy. By the way, there's a group of people waiting for you outside, along with some reporters. Be careful not to say the wrong thing. With that, he handed her a business card. Just then, representatives from the Los Angeles Chinese Chamber of Commerce approached. Hello, I'm from the local Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Here's my business card. If you have any problems in the future, you can also call us. When we're away from home, we Chinese need to stick together. The black men you killed today were members of the notorious Lame Gang here. So you need to be careful. No one knows if they'll seek revenge on you. Also, your car has been impounded. We've arranged a replacement vehicle for you. It's been modified to be bulletproof. Use it for now. Don't feel obligated to thank us. It never hurts to be cautious. After saying this, he handed Victoria Hayes a business card and the car keys, thinking to himself, who says Chinese people aren't united? Every ethnic group has its good and bad people. I've just happened to run into a good one. As they walked out of the police station, a crowd of protesting black people and reporters swarmed around them. Black Lives Matter. Even though he was robbing you, you had no right to kill him. Severely punish the murderer who killed a black man. A yellow-skinned monkey killed our black brother on our soil. He must pay the price. Seeing this, Victoria Hayes laughed. What a bunch of freaks. America's happy education sure is happy. It's produced a whole bunch of brain-dead idiots. He stepped forward and spoke up. I heard someone call me a yellow monkey. Which asshole said that racist remark? Come the hell out here and say it to my face. Let us see if I dare to beat you up right in front of the cops and reporters. You black people have always been the loudest about racial discrimination. So what, now you're having fun discriminating against Asians who are even fewer in number than you. So it turns out what you guys care about isn't racism at all, it's just that you don't want to be the ones being discriminated against. That's why you're now discriminating against Asians, calling an Asian a yellow monkey. You spouted those racist remarks so fluently just now, you must say stuff like that all the time. Black lives matter, but do Asian lives not matter? What about Latino lives? Those 4 bastards were committing an armed robbery. Do you even know what an armed robbery is? Go check out how hyped up they were at the time. I bet they were high on drugs. There's live footage of it, go watch it yourselves. Was I supposed to just let them rob me and then shoot me dead? They were just like you are now during the robbery. They called me a yellow monkey. And those racist scumbags even pointed a gun at my head. American law tells me that when my property and my life are threatened, I can use any means necessary to protect my life and property from harm. To everyone here, please tell me, on American soil, do you acknowledge American law? The police didn't detain me, I was released immediately without even having to post bail. My lawyer told me this was unquestionably self-defense. Victoria Hayes fired back at everyone present with such force that the room fell completely silent. If you're not happy, you have only 2 options. First, sue me in court, the court will deliver a fair verdict. At the very least, those 4 thugs who robbed me are undoubtedly guilty of multiple charges, including racial discrimination, armed robbery, and reckless driving. Second, if you've got the guts, come and take me out, let us see who is tougher. As soon as I leave here, I'm going to buy a gun and a bulletproof vest. Let any of you dare to lay a finger on me. Killing 1 breaks even, killing 2 is a killing deal. I've already killed 4, I've definitely come out way ahead. I'd love to see which one of you dares to come after me. With that, without giving anyone present a chance to speak, he pushed through the crowd, found his car in the parking lot, and drove straight back to his residence. It was a private residence, a 3-story wooden villa with a total of 6 bedrooms. The landlord had sublet each room to different tenants. Sitting on a single sofa in his room, he began to read and assimilate the memories of the original host. The original host shared his name, but had adopted the English name Jack Everett for communication purposes while studying abroad. Both his parents were from Magic City, where they ran a business. The family was well off. That's why they could afford to send him abroad to study right after high school graduation, rent a luxury apartment, and even buy him a car for getting around. The original host had always maintained good grades and was currently a senior majoring in finance at the University of Southern California, set to graduate next June. With no classes right now, he was live streaming on Douyin and YouTube from China, traveling around and having fun. Since his streams consistently featured fresh, engaging content, he had built up a solid following, with hundreds or even thousands of viewers tuning in every time he went live. Today, he had originally planned to go to the warehouse district to live stream a treasure hunt, but ended up getting caught in a robbery, which caused him to be transported here. After integrating the memories, Victoria Hayes couldn't help but grumble to herself. Damn it. If I had parents in my past life and a family background like this, would I really have had to become a mercenary or an assassin? Chapter 4. The Anomaly. Her past life was truly miserable. In this life, she could finally be a good person and wouldn't have to eke out a living in a hail of bullets. Suddenly, she reached for her neck. Having fused with the original host's memories, she discovered that she and the original host wore jade pendants that were strikingly similar. The original host's pendant was a family heirloom, while hers had been hanging around her neck for as long as she could remember. When his hand touched the pendant, he was stunned. There were actually 2 jade pendants around his neck. He took them off and placed them in the palm of his hand. The material and size were identical, and the backs of the pendants were flat. When he pressed the 2 pendants together, back to back, a flash of light shot across the seam between them, and then the seam vanished as they fused into a single piece. Now, the jade pendant no longer felt like the cold piece of jade it had been before. He could sense that it was now warm. It seemed to provide him with energy, nourishing his body. As he marveled at the pendant's wonder, he couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't yet uncovered its true secret. He picked up the fruit knife from the coffee table, pricked his finger, and fresh blood immediately welled up from the wound. Victoria Hayes quickly let the blood drip onto the jade pendant. Something miraculous happened. The blood that fell onto the jade pendant flashed with a dazzling purple light before vanishing, and then a vast space appeared in his mind. Victoria Hayes froze in place, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He looked at the jade pendant in his hand and seemed to realize something. The vast space was a cube, roughly 100 meters on each side, that is 1 million cubic meters. With such an enormous space, He could make a fortune using it for smuggling in the future. Inside the jade pendant S-space were two small round stones. With a mere thought, the two stones appeared in his hand. Coincidentally, they were also stained with the blood on his hand before he had time to examine them closely. They vanished from his grasp. Immediately, he felt a wave of warmth spreading from his eyes, and throughout his body a pleasant sensation enveloped him, lasting for several minutes before subsiding. His body was noticeably stronger than before, and his physique had improved significantly. He hurried to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. His broader shoulders, broader chest, and stronger waist were hidden beneath his clothes, but the changes in his physique were still clearly visible. The change in his eyes was even more striking. They shone like stars twinkling in the night sky, bright and clear. Surely anyone who saw them would never forget this stunning pair of eyes. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, very satisfied with the changes. Suddenly, the mirror before his eyes began to fade into a haze. He saw the wall behind it, and then the wall itself began to fade as well, until he could see the buildings nearby. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had gained a new ability, so he began to explore what his eyes could do. After repeated attempts, his eyes could now clearly make out the small print on a newspaper 100 meters away. X-ray vision varied depending on the situation. He could see through walls up to 3 meters deep and through the ground up to 10 meters. Moreover, he could see very clearly in the dark, suggesting he possessed night vision. After taking in the changes in his body, he opened his phone and logged into 2 live streaming apps. The number of viewers in his live streams was skyrocketing at this point. His YouTube channel had already surpassed 12 million subscribers. His Douyin account had even broken through 20 million followers. The robbery incident had brought him massive traffic, and he had now become a celebrity. Hello, everyone in the live stream. I'm Victoria Hayes, also known as Alex. I'm back from the Las Vegas Police Department. I'm sorry I had you all worried. At that moment, the combined viewership across both streams had surpassed 2 million, and the screen was flooded with all kinds of comments. Host, go out and have some fun. Find a robber to play with and let him rob you. I want to see the host wrestle a gun away with her bare hands. Hurry up and go out there. Bang, bang, bang. Come on, host, go out and kill a few robbers for me. I'll send you gifts. Get lost. Guy above, I've already sent my gifts. Streamer, go out now and kill a few robbers to liven things up. Looking at the outrageous comments in the chat, Victoria Hayes felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. If murder weren't illegal, she'd turn these loudmouths into Swiss cheese with a gun. Still, she forced a smile. I mainly came on to let my viewers know I'm safe. I want to be able to stream today's warehouse treasure hunt. It's almost time to clock out. I'll check tonight to see if there are any warehouse auctions nearby. If there are, I'll stream it for you guys tomorrow. I'm crying my eyes out. He got robbed today but still remembered us. Love him, love him. I'm following him from now on. I'm crying my eyes out too. He killed a few people but still remembered to check in with us. I'm crying my eyes out too. He killed a few robbers and still thought of me. Do I really look that much like a criminal? I have to say, there are so many talented people online. Even though everyone can be pretty harsh with their words, they're kind at heart. Gifts poured in like rain, warming Victoria Hayes' heart. After chatting with her viewers for over an hour, she ended the live stream. As soon as she stepped outside, she ran into a stunning beauty, her roommate, Christiana Yi. A white beauty and a senior in the Performing Arts Department at the University of Southern California. She has already appeared in 2 movies. Although both were supporting roles, she has already gained some fame. She is the undisputed goddess in the eyes of every man at USC, with her delicate features and tall, sultry figure. Standing at 1.72 meters tall and wearing a pair of 10-centimeter pointed stilettos, she was only slightly shorter than Victoria Hayes at that moment. Most importantly, her stunning eyes were incredibly captivating and absolutely unforgettable. As it turns out, some beauties truly can appeal to everyone's sense of aesthetics across the globe, and the woman standing before him was clearly one of them. The moment she appeared, she captured everyone's attention. Some bold guys in the distance even whistled at her. Seeing this, Victoria Hayes chuckled softly and shook her head. The beauty spotted him at that moment and walked toward him. Looking at the beauty before him, he joked, "Although their behavior is a bit forward, I have to admit their taste is definitely spot on." Christiana laughed happily. "Really, Alex? What about you? Have you been captivated by my beauty and fallen in love with me?" He replied playfully, "I fell in love with you a long time ago, okay? The first time I saw you 3 years ago, I fell deeply in love with you. In the adult world, there aren't that many jokes. There's only the use of a playful tone to express one's truest inner thoughts. It's true the original host, Victoria Hayes, did indeed like the beautiful woman standing before her, but she understood that they weren't from the same world. Although they were fairly familiar with each other, that was as far as it went. Stop joking around. If you'd fallen for me that long ago, why haven't you ever tried to win me over or ask me out? I was afraid you'd reject me. I couldn't handle that blow. Haha. How do you know I'd definitely reject you if you hadn't even tried? She looked at Victoria Hayes with a smile. I heard you did something earth-shattering today? That's right. On my way to the warehouse auction today, I got mugged by a few black guys, so I fought back and killed them. Victoria Hayes pursed her lips and said nonchalantly, "Oh my gosh. I can't believe it, you actually did something so brave. I realize I didn't know you very well before. I need to get to know you all over again." Christiana was completely taken aback now that the rumors had been confirmed. Haha. It's not too late to get to know me now. Hopefully you'll fall for me, that way I'll have someone to love. I've liked you for a long time, you're just too timid. With that, she headed back to her apartment. Staring after the departing beauty, Victoria Hayes fell deep in thought. Just how much of that was a joke? Chapter 5, Warehouse Auction. After finishing breakfast, Victoria Hayes logged into her 2 live streaming accounts. Good morning, everyone. I'm Victoria Hayes. My friends in Europe and the US can call me Alex. Today, I'll be taking you all to a warehouse auction. I'll be live streaming the whole thing, so you can see what great finds I can snag. Victoria Hayes told her viewers. Get lost, it's nighttime here in China right now. Haha. Good morning, USC thug, student spy, Chinese James Bond. How many robbers are you going to kill today? I want to watch you kill robbers. But soon, both live stream accounts were flooded with comments reading, USC thug. Victoria Hayes asked in confusion, USC thug? What the heck is that? You're on the front page. You killed 4 robbers in self-defense yesterday, and some media outlets have nicknamed you the USC thug. We really like that nickname. He hurriedly opened the news app. There were reports about yesterday's incident both domestically and internationally. He had suddenly become a sensation. No wonder millions of people had flooded into his live stream first thing in the morning. Forget it. I'm a good student at the University of Southern California, the kind with top grades. I don't want anything to do with violence or anything like that. Enough said. Let us head out now and take everyone on a warehouse treasure hunt to see if we can find some good stuff. He pulled out a backpack he'd prepared in advance, containing over 10,000 in cash, and kept an additional 50,000 in cash on standby inside his jade pendant storage space. In addition, he was fully equipped with tools such as a high-intensity flashlight, padlocks, gloves, and safety goggles. I prepared all this in advance. There's an old Chinese saying, a craftsman who wants to do his work well must first sharpen his tools. It means that if you want to do something well, you have to learn the relevant skills beforehand. By preparing the right tools, you can do the job to the best of your ability. After saying that, he set off in the car provided by the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the high-powered flashlight was just to throw others off since the change in his eyes yesterday. He no longer needed it. He could see everything inside the warehouse clearly through his X-ray vision. Just before 10 a.m., Victoria Hayes arrived at Wilson Warehouse Company. By then, a large crowd had already gathered in front of the warehouse, with familiar faces clustering together in small groups to chat. Among those present were professional warehouse treasure hunters, ordinary people who had come to join the fun, and tourists looking to experience the thrill of digging for treasure in a warehouse. There were also waste removal workers helping to clear out the trash and secondhand goods dealers. Once a treasure hunter wins the bid for a warehouse, everything inside becomes their property and is protected by law. The treasure hunter has 24 hours to sort through and claim all items in the warehouse. Conversely, the treasure hunters must also clear out any waste or trash with no practical value from the warehouse, returning a clean, empty space to the storage company. Some treasure hunters who don't have time to deal with the trash or simply don't want to can pay the waste removal workers to handle it for them. Valuable items they don't need or have no way to dispose of can be sold on the spot to secondhand goods dealers. Generally speaking, tourists and ordinary people coming to experience self-storage auctions need these 2 services the most. Simply put, where there's a market, there will be people providing the corresponding services. I found out online yesterday that 13 storage units would be up for auction here today. It's an open auction. The management will open the storage unit doors to let everyone take a look for a while. It's all about your eye for value. Of course, There's also a closed auction, the blind box type, where the doors don't open, which is all about luck. Before long, a bearded old man wearing a cowboy hat emerged from the container office. Hello everyone. I'm today's auctioneer, Iris Mitchell. Today we have 13 warehouses ready, and we guarantee that every single one is in pristine condition. We have absolutely never opened them. The winning bidder has 24 hours to clear out their belongings and must take all trash with them. The warehouse auction accepts cash only, so keep track of how much money you have on hand at all times. Does anyone have any questions? If not, those participating in the auction, please follow me. Even the ordinary people who came to the warehouse auction generally understood the rules. No one spoke up, and everyone followed auctioneer Iris Mitchell to the warehouses up for auction. This is the first warehouse. After we open the door, each group will have 30 seconds to inspect it. No items are allowed to be taken beyond the warehouse door, and under no circumstances are you permitted to touch or rummage through the items inside. Inspection begins now in groups of 5. After speaking, she stepped aside, and the treasure hunters present moved forward in an orderly fashion to inspect the warehouse. It was Alex's turn to step up. With a single glance through his right eye's X-ray vision, he could see the entire contents of the warehouse clearly. It was all just odds and ends, such as old clothes and tools. There was nothing of real value, but for others it was a decent warehouse. The old clothes could be washed and dried to be sold as second-hand clothing, and the used tools could be refurbished or sold directly to second-hand stores. As long as the price was right, this warehouse could certainly turn a small profit, but what he needed were valuable items. Besides, he didn't have time to deal with all this stuff. She found nothing to her liking in 4 warehouses in a row, but she still went through the motions of inspecting each one. Sometimes she even called out bids to make it seem like she was actively participating. But she only raised the price slightly above the current bid, stopping short of going all the way. Otherwise, actually winning the auction would be a hassle for her. When she reached the 5th warehouse, Victoria Hayes perked up. This warehouse was about 7 or 8 square meters, and the interior was a mess. It was crammed with all sorts of old boxes. Peering through the gaps in a few of the unsealed ones revealed clutter or old clothes. There was also a box full of old toys. The heads of the plastic action figures had mysteriously vanished. To most people, this was nothing more than a junk-filled warehouse in the US. Disposing of trash incurs steep collection fees. Items like unwanted old furniture, old appliances, and miscellaneous clutter can be a real financial burden to dispose of. So, after replacing their furniture and appliances with new ones, many families store the old items in their garages or on the side of the road. They'll then put up a sign that reads, "If you happen to need this, please feel free to take it. Thank you." Of course, if the items are in good condition and easy to sell, they'll take them to weekend flea markets. However, since many people can't get rid of these items for a long time and are unwilling to pay to have them disposed of, they choose to rent a storage unit. A 10 square meter storage unit costs only a few dozen yuan a month, so they pile all their unwanted old stuff inside. They use a single unit for several years. Once it's full, they don't renew the lease, and the storage provider seizes it and auctions it off. These storage units still have some recycling value, but people generally aren't willing to pay a high price for them. It's too much of a gamble. However, what others see as a warehouse full of old junk is, in Victoria Hayes' eyes, a treasure trove. It seems my luck isn't great. I haven't found anything that interests me yet, and many of these second-hand items are unfamiliar to me. I have absolutely no idea what they're worth, so I can't bid on them. After all, this is a live stream, and I don't want to lose too much money. You know how it is. But I can't come here for nothing, so I have to win the next one. Bidding begins now. Starting price, $200. Bids in increments of $20. Any bids at $200. Auctioneer Iris Mitchell kicked off the auction. Chapter 6. The Arms Depot. Victoria Hayes raised her hand to signal her bid. Iris Mitchell saw this and immediately announced the new bid. This handsome young man has bid $200. The current bid is $220. Any bids? $220. Immediately, a heavy-set, bald white man wearing glasses raised his hand. $300. Iris Mitchell. Royce has bid $300. The current price is $320. Is there a bid at $320? No sooner had she finished speaking than someone immediately called out $350. As the crowd around them kept raising the bid, the price for this warehouse kept climbing, eventually reaching $1,100. Most people had already given up, with only 2 still bidding on the warehouse, and the increments were getting smaller and smaller. Victoria Hayes felt the price was nearing their psychological limit. There was no need to watch them dither any longer. $1,300. Iris Mitchell. This handsome guy is bidding $1,300. $1,300. The current price is $1,320. Any higher bids? Iris Mitchell shouted excitedly. Originally, $1,100 had already been very close to their anticipated price limit. As soon as Alex's $1,300 bid was called out, the remaining two bidders shook their heads or made a throat-slitting gesture to signal they were dropping out. They seemed resigned to this unexpectedly high bid after all. They'd come to the auction to make money, not to let their emotions get in the way. Sold for $1,300. This warehouse is yours. Immediately, a staff member walked over to Alex and handed him a document to sign. After signing, he counted out $1,300 in cash from his backpack and handed it to the staff member, then took a padlock from his backpack and locked the warehouse. He then followed the group to the next warehouse up for auction. Do you know why I jumped straight from $1,100 to $1,300? Because at that point, the remaining two bidders were raising their bids by smaller and smaller amounts, and at a slower and slower pace. So I raised the bid by $200 all at once to crush their will to win right then and there, to keep the price from spiraling out of control. At that point, $1,300 might not even have been enough to win it. Aren't I clever? Victoria Hayes said shrewdly. After speaking, she gave the screen a mischievous wink. A flurry of comments flew across the screen. Wow, the streamer is so smart. There aren't many guys who are both handsome and smart like this. I'm falling for him already. Streamer 666. Just then, one of the bidders who had been competing until the very end spoke up. Kid, my bottom line is $1,150. If the price goes over that, I definitely want to keep bidding. I'm a professional treasure hunter. My goal is to make money, not to bid out of spite. Do you understand? You've already lost $150. Another person chimed in. You smart Alec. I'll bid one more time, at most $1,300 for this warehouse? That's just crazy. Victoria Hayes looked completely dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. But the comment section exploded. The streameress speechless. I sentishi. You thought you were the smartest. But now you've lost $150. The host is 666. She's hit a 6. Ha 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 ha. It's a wild ride. Seeing the mockery in the comments, Victoria Hayes forced out an explanation. They're deliberately trying to bring me down so I'll lose confidence and stop competing with them. Just wait and see. I'm definitely going to make a huge profit on this warehouse I just won. The next few warehouses didn't contain anything that interested him, so he didn't get very involved. But when they reached the 12th warehouse, Alex was stunned. The contents were simply outrageous. This was bound to trend. He was sure that within a few days, news outlets across Europe would be reporting on today's warehouse. The contents of the warehouse were completely covered by a layer of colorful plastic sheeting. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss, but in Alex's eyes, this was a major problem. He quietly stepped back. The next group of people stepped forward to take a look, and complaints immediately began to rise. Damn it! How are we supposed to inspect this? A single sheet of plastic covers everything so tightly. How are we supposed to assess the value? Although the items inside the warehouse were tightly covered, experienced warehouse treasure hunters could still gauge the possibilities beneath based on the height of the items and the shape of the plastic sheeting. I get the feeling there are barrels under that plastic sheeting, maybe large oak barrels, filled to the brim with wine, or perhaps sealed barrels containing chemical raw materials. An experienced warehouse treasure hunter said with conviction. I also think they're plastic barrels, but it's hard to say what's inside. Maybe they're empty. It could just be a pile of empty barrels. Even if they're empty, barrels this size can still fetch over $100 each. There are probably a dozen or so here worth over $1,000. If they're filled with unopened chemical raw materials, we strike it rich. The man said excitedly. He had the makings of a compulsive gambler. I think we should give it a shot. Our price cap is $1,200, no higher than that. We can't take too big a risk. Victoria Hayes was hesitating at that moment, wondering whether to bid on this warehouse. If she won it, she'd definitely make the news again, and her live stream would surely go wild. What a huge buzz that would create. The auction officially began. At the signal from auctioneer Iris Mitchell, the price gradually climbed. In the end, Victoria Hayes secured the warehouse for $1,600. She couldn't help but think to herself, I'm doing this for everyone else's sake. If they bought this warehouse, they probably be traumatized for life. Back at the first warehouse I won, I opened the roll-up door and began hauling out the boxes of junk blocking the entrance, one by one. I couldn't be bothered with this trash. The front was cluttered with old clothes, toys, and miscellaneous odds and ends. The top layer was no different. The real treasure was piled up inside. After clearing away the clutter, the first thing that caught my eye was 30 metal crates, all filled with 5.56mm bullets. Each metal crate held 2,000 rounds, so there were 60,000 rounds of ammunition alone. Whoa, everyone, check this out. What is this? Bullets. 5.56mm bullets. Brand new and unopened. A full 30 boxes, each box sells for $180. So that's a total of $5,400. I've made a killing just on these bullets alone, Victoria Hayes said excitedly to her live stream audience. Watching the streamer make money is even more painful than me losing money. Damn, did the streamer grab the wrong script today? Wasn't she supposed to lose a fortune? She'll go broke sooner or later. It'll happen in the next warehouse. Lucky as hell, no explanation needed. Everyone start tipping. Lucky as hell, no explanation needed. Everyone start tipping. Right next to the ammo crate were 2 wooden crates. When pried open, they revealed 10 brand new Scar L assault rifles. The other crate contained a pile of accessories, including numerous rifle barrels of varying lengths. There were also some spare magazines, tactical flashlights for the rifles, laser sights, and other accessories. Chapter 7. The warehouse that'll get me on the news. Check this out. Guys, Lady Luck has always been on my side.
Scar et l'assaut rifle.
10 brand new ones. $2,000 each, that's $20,000 total, and they come with a full set of accessories, including barrels of all different lengths. I'm rolling in it, folks. The Scar assault rifle is a modular assault rifle designed by Belgium SFN Herstal based on the requirements of the U.S. Special Operations Command. It is also a third-generation AR series assault rifle. The design addresses issues found in older models, such as overheating and fouling, and features high parts commonality and excellent ergonomics. Not only can it swap between barrels of various lengths including close quarters, standard, and extended, but it can also switch between 5.56mm and 7.62mm calibers. The Scar Assault Rifle's modular design is primarily reflected in its 4-rail system's top, bottom, left, and right for mounting tactical accessories. The top rail runs the entire length of the rifle. It can accommodate various optical sights, while the 2 side rails, one on each side, can mount tactical flashlights and lasers. The lower rail can be fitted with a grip or an underbarrel enhanced grenade launcher module, making it difficult for enemies hiding behind cover to escape. Victoria Hayes was giving the live stream viewers a detailed introduction to this assault rifle. Next to it was a waist-high safe, a bulletproof vest fitted with heavy-duty ballistic inserts in the front and back, and an ammunition pouch containing 10 magazines arranged in 2 rows. There was also a gun case and a box of ammunition. The gun case held a Chaytak M200 sniper rifle. The Chaytak M200 sniper rifle is a manually operated bolt-action sniper rifle. It features a manually operated bolt action and a telescoping stock equipped with a folding bipod and cheek rest. Its primary purpose is to engage soft targets at long range, and it is fed by a 7-round, detachable single-stack magazine. It fires .408 Chaytak or .375 Chaytak rounds. The rifle boasts exceptional accuracy, capable of hitting a target smaller than a 1.5cm coin at distances of up to 2,286 meters. It also holds the record for the longest effective range among all modern sniper rifles. The M200 sniper rifle possesses tremendous kinetic energy. The rounds it fires can still travel at supersonic speeds beyond 2,000 meters. While Victoria Hayes pointed the rifle at the audience to demonstrate it, she simultaneously turned the combination dial on the safe out of the audience's view. Using her X-ray vision to see through the safe's lock mechanism, she opened the mechanical lock in just over 10 seconds. With her X-ray vision, picking the mechanical lock was no more difficult than simply using a key. She loaded the weapons into the car. Who knows if they were registered or not, but at least she have some illegal guns to use later. Guys, the safe looks really secure. It's gonna take us a while to crack it open. As Victoria Hayes spoke, she pretended to try pressing down on the safe's handle, and the safe popped open. What kind of divine luck is this? The safe wasn't even locked. I wish I had that kind of luck so I could go buy a lottery ticket. Oh my God. Please let a bolt of lightning from heaven strike this trash streamer dead. The safe contained over $500,000 in cash. There were no other items inside. However, the comments section exploded.
Die Trash-Streamer.
He stumbled upon this massive windfall. Jealousy, envy, and hatred. I'm so jealous I'm crying. You scumbag streamer, this is my warehouse, give it back to me right now. Victoria Hayes gloated to her audience. Look at this, my dear viewers, I've struck it rich. Over $500,000 in cash. Aren't you jealous? Isn't this amazing? You guys absolutely must not send me gifts. No yachts, sports cars, planes, rockets, or carnivals, don't send any of that. That trash streamer struck it rich and still wants me to send gifts? Get lost. Is she hinting at us? Is this a hint or a direct statement? That idiot streamer needs no explanation. Listen to him, don't send anything. Although quite a few people were cursing him out, there were still plenty of viewers sending gifts they just wouldn't stop. There really are a lot of good people among the viewers. With so much weaponry and cash stashed away in that warehouse, and since the owner never renewed the lease or picked it up even after it expired, it looks like something probably happened to the owner. After storing the cash in her jade pendant as storage space, Victoria Hayes went straight to a Mexican-American junk removal worker and said, "The stuff left in the storage unit has no value to me. I don't want it, it's all yours, but you have to clean the place out completely." The young man, of course, happily agreed. With a little tidying up, the old clothes, used tools, and other items could still fetch a decent price. Arriving at the second storage unit, she bid on, "Guys, let us see how much money this place can make me," Victoria Hayes said to her viewers. She pulled back the colorful plastic tarp covering the warehouse, revealing 13 large plastic drums. These drums were specially designed containers for storing chemical raw materials, each measuring 1.2 meters tall and half a meter in diameter. These plastic drums are clearly no ordinary containers, they're not just for holding water. They're designed for chemical raw materials, specialized plastic drums. One of the treasure hunters was right earlier. Since these containers are designed to store chemicals, they're extremely airtight. Let us open one up and see what treasures are inside. Victoria Hayes, of course, knew exactly what was inside, but she still filmed the warehouse just to scare her viewers and see how they'd react. As she opened the lid of the plastic drum, a foul odor of chemical agents hit her face, causing her to instinctively take a few steps back. When the camera panned inside the barrel, both live streams exploded with reactions. Holy shit! There's a corpse in there, a dismembered corpse. A severed head. So scary. So gross. I'm gonna throw up. I'm freaking out, move the camera away. Quick! Call the police. Fast. I want my mom. I'm so scared. Many people actually threw up right in front of their screens. The scene was truly disgusting and terrifying. Under the colored plastic sheeting in this warehouse were 13 large plastic barrels, each containing a corpse soaking in liquid. These barrels were huge, they could easily hold an adult man. The lids were designed to be airtight, fitted with rubber gaskets to ensure no air could enter. This design maintains a low oxygen environment inside the containers, thereby slowing down the decomposition process of the bodies. The plastic barrels were filled with a clear liquid that likely served as a preservative due to the lack of oxygen. The rate of decomposition was significantly slowed, and bacteria could not multiply inside the containers, resulting in the absence of a noticeable putrid odor. Instead, as time passed, the bodies began to turn pale. A faint waxy sheen appeared on the skin, as if the bodies were encased in some substance. Victoria Hayes stepped out of the warehouse, grabbed her phone to call the police, and summoned the warehouse manager. After reporting the incident, when she looked at her live stream, the TikTok stream had, as expected, been blocked again. The message "live stream has been blocked. Exceeded allowed streaming duration" appeared on the screen. Since 13 bodies had been discovered inside the warehouse, everyone in the entire warehouse complex had rushed over. Most of those who had seen the contents of the barrels were now crouched outside the warehouse, retching it was truly too terrifying and disgusting. This is so disgusting. I can't take it anymore. I have to get out of here right away if I stay any longer. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares. A woman said this and left the scene. Chapter 8. The lottery jackpot in my memory. 13 barrels. If there's a body in each one, that's 13 lives lost. What kind of monster could do something this terrifying? I have a feeling this is definitely going to make the headlines. Soon, officers from the Los Angeles Police Department arrived at the scene and cordoned off the area. At the same time, Victoria Hayes and the warehouse manager were taken to the police station. This time, the police did not ask her to stop the live stream while taking her statement. All I know is about the 13 barrels and the bodies. I participated in the warehouse auction and live streamed the entire thing. You can find the related content on my YouTube channel. Soon, accompanied by her lawyer, Victoria Hayes finished giving her statement. As she was about to leave, she asked the officer, "Officer, when can I get those 13 plastic barrels?" "What?" The officer looked completely taken aback. "I mean, when can you give me the barrels containing the bodies? I bought that warehouse. The buckets inside are mine too. They're not cheap, I can sell them for money." The police officer was at a loss for words. "If you think you can still sell those buckets, you can come pick them up after the case is closed. You made about $600,000 today, are you really going to quibble over a little over $1,000? "Well, officer, in Chinese families, we teach our children to be thrifty and not to waste anything. That's truly a wonderful educational philosophy. I'll teach my children that way too," the officer remarked. In the live stream chat, "Oh my God, is this guy crazy about money? He even wants to sell the barrels that held corpses. Isn't he afraid? Those barrels have held corpses for so long they're practically coffins by now. Is he really going to sell coffins for money? Is this okay? Selling other people's coffins for money? I definitely couldn't bring myself to do that. This habit of frugality is great, please keep it up. Guys, I have a feeling I'm going to make the headlines again today. What do you think?" Victoria Hayes said to her viewers. "No kidding, it'd be weird if this didn't make the headlines. Isn't it great to make the headlines? I want to make the headlines too, give me a chance." Glancing at the live comments, "But this kind of headline isn't good. Don't you think it's a little scary? That kind of unbelievable luck, no way. I've got to go buy a lottery ticket." After saying that, Victoria Hayes got in her car and drove to the lottery store. Inside the space of Victoria Hayes' jade pendant was a card with a string of numbers written on it. 17, 24, 29, 56, 69 plus 19. It was a set of lottery numbers. This set of numbers was worth $1.83 billion US, and Victoria Hayes remembered it clearly on this very day in her past life. Some lucky person in South Carolina had won the Mega Millions jackpot and would now live a happy, carefree life for the rest of their days. In her past life, Victoria Hayes had been so envious when she saw the news that she remembered it exceptionally well, sighing and wondering what it would be like if she won that jackpot herself. "Guys, we're at the lottery store. I'm going in to buy a ticket now." With a loud bang, Victoria Hayes forcefully pushed open the door to the lottery outlet. "You jerk! Push more gently, don't break the door. You can't afford to pay for the damage," the security guard at the lottery outlet said angrily. Victoria Hayes, who was live streaming at the time, immediately realized her mistake and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. I was live streaming and may not have paid attention to how hard I was pushing, so I hope you don't mind." Looking at Victoria Hayes, who was still live on air, the security guard said, "Never mind. It's already happened, and you didn't cause any damage. Is there anything we can help you with? We sell lottery tickets here if you want to buy one. Please get in line over there." The security guard seemed a bit impatient. "Of course, that's exactly why I'm here," Alex said, then walked toward the line forming at the sales window. A sign by the window read, "Mega Millions is drawn twice a week, with drawings held every Tuesday and Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. The deadline for ticket purchases is 9 p.m. Eastern Time every Tuesday and Friday, and the drawing is broadcast live on television. If there is no jackpot winner for a given draw, all remaining funds in the prize pool automatically roll over to the next draw until someone claims the jackpot." There were 4 sales windows, and each had a line of over a dozen people, with familiar faces chatting among themselves. There were white people, black people, and people who looked very much like Latinos, though their skin tones varied. But this group had one thing in common. They were all wearing inexpensive clothes. At a glance, there were clearly no members of the American elite in the line. Presumably, the American elite were busy attending banquets or having a good time at some party right now. Behind me, people kept coming in to join the line to buy lottery tickets. Interestingly, there was even a police car parked out front. The police officer also joined the crowd buying lottery tickets. It seems the temptation of the massive jackpot is truly extraordinary. The Mega Millions jackpot has gone unclaimed for 31 consecutive draws. The total amount in the jackpot pool has accumulated to $1.8 billion. Anyone who wins the jackpot would instantly become wealthy and join the ranks of America's wealthy elite. As the line slowly moved forward, it was finally almost Alex's turn. Ahead of him stood a white middle-aged man. His obese figure looked quite bulky, and he was holding a newspaper, chattering away non-stop. The typewriter inside the sales window was also clacking away non-stop. Clearly, like most lottery players back home, This man was planning to cast a wide net. In the line to the right, the Latino guy at the front kept it simple. He handed $100 to the clerk and said, "Hey, lady, give me 50 random tickets." The African-American man at the front of the line to the left was just as efficient. He quickly rattled off a string of numbers, handed over $200 and said, "Give me 100 times that." The guy standing next to the lottery booth, who had just finished buying his ticket, could tell it was his friend speaking up. "You can win with just one ticket. Why are you buying so many? Are you crazy? I've studied this for a long time. I have a strong hunch these numbers are going to hit the jackpot. That bastard Eisenhower is planning to buy the exact same numbers as me. What if he wins? Am I supposed to split it with him? Just wait and see if I don't win. I'll go live and lick your dick." The black man replied confidently. His friend looked utterly speechless. "You're a real genius. Can you cut me some slack? I've got nothing against your kind, but I'm into beautiful women with big boobs and long legs." As they spoke, the two walked out the door. Live stream. Haha. This black guy is really funny. When are you going to stream yourself licking a dick for us to see? I want to see that too. Finally, it was Victoria Hayes' turn. "Hello, sir. Please tell me the numbers you'd like to buy." The ticket clerk at the window asked Alex gently. Since Victoria Hayes was a real heartthrob, the kind of handsome that Western standards find attractive, the clerk wouldn't have been so gentle otherwise. Chapter 9. Thank goodness this world hasn't changed. "Hello. Please give me 100 tickets for this number," Victoria Hayes said as he handed over $200 and a card with the numbers written on it. The clatter of the typewriter echoed as the clerk checked the numbers to make sure they were correct, then printed out the tickets. Holding the tickets and confirming they were correct, Alex was about to leave when a thought suddenly struck him. Someone in South Carolina would be winning the jackpot too. $300 million for 18 tickets, that's $18.3 million per ticket. Even in 2018, in the 21st century, how many people would never earn even a fraction of $8 million in their entire lives? 18 million that could buy an exceptionally luxurious mansion or many, many luxury cars. A Lamborghini Aventador SV or a Ferrari F12 costs only a little over $200,000. With 18 million, you could buy 80 or 90 of them. "I have to place an additional bet," Victoria Hayes said, immediately pulling her wallet from her pocket and counting out $2,000. Amid the astonished and amazed stares of those around her, she handed the lottery ticket and the money to the clerk. "Same numbers," she told the clerk. "Another 1,000 times." The clerk stared at her in disbelief. "Are you sure, sir?" "I'm absolutely certain. Even a small win would make me rich. The jackpot is huge right now." Hearing this, the crowd behind him erupted in a chorus of "FCK. That's enough." Turned out there was a whole new way to play the lottery, and everyone felt like they discovered a path to riches. The live stream was also filled with astonishment. "Who knew you could play the lottery like that? I've learned something new." "I've learned something too." "What's the point of learning that? You need enough money to begin with. Have you ever seen anyone lose money at a casino? It's true, as long as you buy enough tickets, even a small prize can net you a little profit. But that's only if you have enough capital to buy them in the first place. And with so many numbers, how many could you possibly pick correctly? 5 numbers from 1 to 70, plus 1 number from 1 to 25. Those odds are worse than taking your money to Las Vegas. Soon, the clerk printed out the tickets and handed them over. Each ticket could be purchased for a maximum of 100 times, totaling 11 tickets. After double-checking that the tickets were in order, she carefully tucked them into her wallet. Victoria Hayes encouraged the viewers in the live stream. "Guys, my brothers and sisters in America, go buy a lottery ticket right away. There hasn't been a jackpot winner in dozens of draws. Go buy one. Give yourself some hope. What if you win? Look at my luck these past few days. You guys watching the live stream are bound to have good luck too. Spend $2 and go for it. You've got nothing to lose. For $2 if you win, you'll turn your life around in an instant and live it up." Ha ha ha. Victoria Hayes is using our words to trick foreigners into buying lottery tickets, saying, "You've got nothing to lose." She's practically singing the song of the emancipated serfs. Tricking foreigners, I love it. Let us see more of this kind of trickery in the future. After finishing the live stream and returning to her apartment, Victoria Hayes quickly pan-fried a steak for herself. Once she finished eating, she turned on the TV and tuned it to NBC. At the same time, she set her alarm for 10:59 p.m. and waited for the drawing. Ring, 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 the alarm went off. Alex pulled herself together. "I hope nothing goes wrong," she thought. After all, sales closed at 9 p.m., but the drawing wasn't until 11 p.m. God only knows how that guy from South Carolina who claimed his prize anonymously after winning actually won. Who knows if it was all rigged from the inside? Or what if my arrival triggered a butterfly effect, changing the winning numbers for this draw? As the lottery machine spun, Alex's heart leapt into her throat, and she screamed silently inside her head. I have to win. 17, 24, 29, 56, 69, and the Powerball number 19. We won! Victoria Hayes jumped up in excitement, her heart screaming inside. She held back from shouting out loud and double-checked the numbers on the screen again and again. No mistake, it was the winning combination. 18 points for $300 million. She bought 1,100 tickets, subtracting the one from South Carolina. She walk away with $1.828 billion. Of course, she have to pay an astronomical amount in taxes in America. Only death and taxes are inevitable. Lottery winnings of $600 or more are subject to a 25% federal tax. States also impose varying rates of state tax, and then their personal income tax, in short, taxes upon taxes. Of course, 8 states including California, Texas, and Florida do not levy state taxes on lottery winnings. There are also a few states where lottery winnings are exempt from personal income tax. California is one of those states that exempts lottery winnings from both state and personal income taxes. Alex couldn't help but smile with joy after all the calculations. Even after paying taxes, he still have $1.372 billion. This was real money that would actually end up in his hands for him to spend as he pleased. Could spending his parents' money ever feel the same as spending his own? On TV, a host was jumping up and down, shouting, "Oh my God! Oh my God! We've got a jackpot winner, $1.83 billion. That's $1.83 billion. The biggest lottery jackpot in history has been won. But this one is a bit special." There were a total of 1,101 winning tickets, one from South Carolina and the other 1,100 from Los Angeles, California. That's right, a massive jackpot. But it looks like the 1,100 tickets from Los Angeles were all bought by a single person. I really feel sorry for that person in South Carolina who only bought one ticket, who finally won the jackpot only to end up with $1.7 million. I can't wait to see these 2 lucky jackpot winners. The other host chimed in. Even in the middle of the night, news of the $1.83 billion jackpot made headlines on major media websites. Victoria Hayes, of course, was too excited to sleep and didn't doze off until just before dawn. She woke up early the next morning, hailed a cab, and rushed to the Lottery Redemption Center. Last night, 1,100 Super Million jackpot tickets were won in Los Angeles, and it was highly likely that the winners would come to claim their prizes today. The entrance to the Lottery Redemption Center was packed with media from all over, all hoping to be the first to interview the winners. Victoria Hayes wasn't a fool. Of course, she had taken every precaution to disguise herself before leaving the house. She wore loose-fitting clothes, a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, and carried a backpack with a change of clothes in case she needed to switch outfits. Victoria Hayes didn't drive today. She was afraid someone might recognize her car, especially with so many people watching the live broadcast. Thoroughly disguised, Victoria Hayes finally made it safely into the Lottery Redemption Center and walked straight up to a staff member. "Hello, my name is Alex. I'm here to claim my prize," Victoria Hayes said, pulling out a lottery ticket and handing it to the clerk. The clerk took the ticket, glanced at it, and immediately called an executive in the back. Before long, several executives hurried over. After verifying that the ticket was valid, they inquired about the whereabouts of the remaining 1,000 winning tickets. They then escorted Victoria Hayes to the VIP room and explained the 2 rules for claiming the prize. Chapter 10. Claiming the prize. Mr. Alex, according to the rules, there are 2 ways to claim your prize. The first is to receive the entire prize in a lump sum, but 25% will be withheld in advance for federal taxes. Do you have a Social Security number? If not, the federal tax rate will be 30%. The second option is to receive the entire prize in installments over 30 years. The advantage is that you won't have to pay a single penny in taxes. Victoria Hayes, of course, understood the advantages of each option. However, as someone who had been reborn from the year 2024, she knew there had been some excellent investment opportunities over the past 6 years, opportunities she simply couldn't pass up. This was a huge windfall. I worked part-time jobs throughout my studies, and since I paid taxes, I have a Social Security number. I'll choose the first option, a lump sum payment of the entire prize. Please process the paperwork for me as soon as possible. I have urgent matters to attend to. Here's my driver's license, Victoria Hayes replied. Certainly, Mr. Alex. I'll go process your paperwork right away. The Lottery Redemption Center manager said this, then left with a happy smile. Victoria Hayes naturally understood why this person was so happy. The tax interest generated from the one-time withdrawal of the lottery jackpot. Of that, 70% goes to the federal government and 30% to the Gaming Commission. Within the 30% allocated to the Gaming Commission, 10% is awarded as a bonus to the individual, in this case, the manager of the Lottery Redemption Center standing before her. Soon, the manager had completed the paperwork and placed a cashier's check for $1.3725 billion in front of him. Mr. Alex, here is your prize money. We've already deducted the applicable taxes. You can cash the remaining $1.3725 billion at any branch of the Big Four banks at your convenience. Okay. Thank you for your help. Victoria Hayes tucked the check away and said to him, I know that if I withdraw the entire prize in one lump sum, both the Gaming Commission and you personally will stand to gain a substantial benefit. I'm not asking you for that portion, but I hope you'll wait a little longer before announcing my win. I understand, Mr. Alex. I know what to do. We'll wait until tomorrow night to release your personal information. But if I may be frank, I watched your live stream yesterday, and barring any surprises, the whole world has figured out it's you. Besides, you could easily claim the prize anonymously, set up a company, and have a lawyer collect it on your behalf. As long as you don't say anything and I don't admit it, it's not me for the time being, so I can have some peace for a while. And as you said, I bought 1,100 tickets yesterday. With so many netizens seeing that, people are bound to be suspicious. Let us just go public with it. At least give me 2 days, so I can make arrangements in advance. Immediately, Victoria Hayes got up, walked out the back door, and hailed a cab to the Los Angeles branch of J.P. Morgan Chase. The car radio was still playing the news about yesterday's Mega Millions jackpot of $300 million at 6 p.m., an interview with the winning man from South Carolina. Wow, I really envy that guy who won the jackpot. Apparently, some mysterious person here in Los Angeles won 1,100 tickets. I wish I could win the jackpot too. What do you think the winner is like? The white driver said, his face full of envy. Victoria Hayes smiled and said, he is definitely a total hunk. Don't be so envious. Countless people envy you for being able to drive a taxi in Los Angeles. If you know how to be content, life will be happier. Haha. Yeah, my income from driving a taxi isn't bad. Either at least it lets my family live a decent life. They soon arrived at the Los Angeles branch of J.P. Morgan Chase. Upon entering the bank, Alex walked straight up to the lobby manager and handed him the cashier's check. I'm here to make a transfer. The bank manager took the check, glanced at it, and immediately became friendly. May I ask your name, sir? Alex Wong. You can call me Alex, Victoria Hayes replied. Certainly, Mr. Alex. This way, please. With that, he led Victoria Hayes to the VIP lounge on the second floor. Here's my driver's license. I'd like to open an account. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. In less than 10 minutes, the bank manager returned with a middle-aged white man in his 30s. Mr. Alex, the paperwork is all set. We've issued you a Centurion Black Gold card, and the funds have already been transferred to your account. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Let me introduce you to Mr. Andrew Morgan, the manager of our Los Angeles branch. He heard you'd chosen our bank and made a special trip to meet you. Of course, the branch manager had to rush over. After all, it was over $1 billion in cash. They definitely needed to find a way to keep that money in the bank account, or perhaps get him to entrust them with investing it on his behalf, so they could achieve better performance results. If Victoria Hayes were to transfer the money out immediately afterward, the entire branch management team would be in trouble. Andrew Morgan extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Alex. Congratulations, you're truly lucky. Now that you've suddenly come into this enormous fortune, do you have any investment ideas? J.P. Morgan Chase is the largest commercial bank in the United States. We have the most professional asset management team at your service to ensure the stability and security of your assets. And we'll also assign a dedicated representative to assist you, Morgan said. Victoria Hayes thought for a moment. Having a professional team manage her finances would be a good idea after all. Her own expertise was limited to murder. It would be absurd to try managing over $1 billion in assets with the limited financial knowledge the original host had accumulated during college. Maybe that's exactly what I need. Trust me, you'll receive the most professional and attentive service. We at J.P. Morgan Chase won't let you down, Morgan said confidently. Just then, The bank manager called out from the doorway, and a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. Morgan introduced him. This is DeSantis, an outstanding financial advisor whose performance has consistently ranked among the top 3 at our bank over the past few years. You can have complete confidence in him. Well then, please take your time discussing this. With that, Morgan led the bank's lobby manager out. Hello, Mr. Alex. Mr. Morgan just gave me a brief overview of your situation. Based on current market conditions, I've put together 2 brief investment proposals to present to you. After listening attentively to the proposals, Victoria Hayes couldn't help but admire. It's no wonder this is a world-class bank. Their professionalism is second to none. Her assessment of the economic outlook for the coming years was essentially the same as in my previous life. She is a reliable financial advisor. No wonder she is consistently ranked among the top 3 at a bank like JP Morgan Chase. I majored in finance at USC, so I certainly can't match your expertise in this field just yet. But based on my understanding, I fully agree with your assessment. However, I do have some different ideas. Chapter 11. Investing in real estate. NVIDIA's prospects are indeed very promising, but if you invest all your assets in NVIDIA, your portfolio will be too concentrated, leaving it highly vulnerable to risk. I suggest you give this some serious thought. DeSantis clearly had some reservations about Alex's suggestion. At that time, in 2018, NVIDIA's total market capitalization stood at $81.4 billion, but following a series of sanctions imposed by Trump on China, including the implementation of chip export bans, NVIDIA's stock price soared, and by 2024, the company had become the world's number 1. The company's total market capitalization reached $3.43 trillion. That's a 42-fold increase. In less than 6 years, Victoria Hayes amassed a fortune of $50.4 billion simply by living the high life. While shares of other companies would see significant gains in the coming years, they still paled in comparison to NVIDIA. No need. I'm very confident I'll invest everything in NVIDIA stock, Victoria Hayes said with absolute confidence. I need you to help me set up offshore companies to make the purchases so that Jack Everett can avoid taxes. No problem, sir. I'll register a company for you in the Cayman Islands, followed by several others in tax havens such as the Virgin Islands, Norway, and Luxembourg, and establish a holding structure to ensure security and confidentiality. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll be waiting for your good news. Certainly. Once the formalities are complete, I'll send you the original documents. Just as Victoria Hayes was about to get up and leave, she suddenly remembered something. I'd like to buy a house and a car. Do you offer those services here? Of course. As our VIP client, you have a dedicated account manager. Your account manager will contact you shortly. In high spirits, Victoria Hayes walked with a light step, watching the crowds and traffic around her and marveling at the beauty of the world. She found a Chinese restaurant, and shortly after finishing her meal, she received a call from her account manager. She explained her requirements for a house and a car in detail. The bank informed her that they currently had several suitable properties for her to choose from and scheduled a time for her to view them in person. Alex couldn't help but marvel at just how impressive the resources of a top-tier American bank really were. Indeed, in America, as long as you have money, you can enjoy all the best things the world has to offer. By the time he took a taxi to Beverly Hills, real estate agent Violet Crawford was already waiting at the intersection. He got into her car to go view the properties. Several luxury villas in a row were all quite impressive, but something always felt missing until they arrived at a villa on the mountaintop, and he finally realized what was missing. This was a villa perched on a mountaintop, with the nearest neighboring homes more than 200 meters away. 3 sides of the villa were shielded by towering living walls and trees, ensuring complete privacy. The side facing the hillside was quite steep, offering a direct view of downtown Los Angeles. Standing atop the mountain, one could look down upon the entire city. That feeling of looking down on everything from above, only then did he realize that this was the true meaning of success. This is a modern-style villa. Upon entering through the main gate, you're greeted by a spacious courtyard. The courtyard gate is crafted from red copper infused with titanium alloy, exquisite, elegant, and secure. Inside the villa, the floors are entirely paved with snow-white natural Greek marble. The entrance features a spacious foyer, where a marble statue of a warrior standing with a sword in hand stands tall. Inside, the large floor-to-ceiling windows are all made of high-strength bulletproof glass, flooding the space with natural light. The entire villa has a floor area of over 1,900 square meters, featuring 8 bedrooms and 15 bathrooms with showers, spread across 3 above-ground floors and 1 basement level. Why do Americans often say they have fewer bedrooms than bathrooms? Because as soon as they hear how many more bathrooms you have than bedrooms, they immediately know how many specialty rooms you've included. The villa features a luxuriously finished garage that can accommodate nearly 30 vehicles. It also includes a luxurious study, a gym, a home theater, a cigar room, a wine cellar, a safe deposit vault, and other specialty rooms. Every detail has been meticulously designed, showcasing unparalleled craftsmanship. Paired with thoughtfully arranged furnishings, it offers true luxury without sacrificing warmth. From the spacious and grand living room to the fully equipped kitchen and dining room, every aspect of the villa exudes luxury. Standing by the outdoor infinity pool and looking down at downtown Los Angeles, she nodded in satisfaction. "This is the one." "How much is it?" Victoria Hayes asked. $46 million. "This house is exceptional both in terms of functionality and views. I'm confident you'll love it." The previous owner was an antique and art dealer who passed away suddenly from a heart attack. His children face hefty estate taxes, and since they're good-for-nothings, they quickly ran the business into the ground after taking over. Now, burdened by debt, they need to sell urgently. The entire villa has been completely renovated, and all the furniture and appliances have been replaced, explained real estate agent Violet Crawford. After taking another look around to confirm she truly loved it, Victoria Hayes spoke up. "A top-tier luxury home like this isn't easy to sell. My offer is $40 million, paid in full in cash. You can work out the details with the seller." "Certainly, Mr. Alex," Violet Crawford replied before heading off to make a call. A short while later, Violet Crawford returned and announced that the contract was ready to be signed. Victoria Hayes summoned her lawyer and a home inspector, and both parties proceeded to finalize the paperwork right there in the house. Meanwhile, a salesperson from the car dealership arrived and, after asking a few questions, in the end, Alex chose a bulletproof Cadillac Escalade. His professional experiences from his past life still deeply influenced him. Otherwise, it would have made perfect sense for a young man about to graduate from college who had suddenly come into money to buy a supercar and enjoy himself. Moreover, he now needed a secure, bulletproof vehicle. He had just killed 4 gang members the day before. In case they sought revenge on the street, this car would offer greater protection. Before long, the car salesman handed him the paperwork. "Sir, the car is already parked in the driveway of your house. Here are the keys, and the temporary license plates have been issued. The official plates will be mailed to you within 3 days." Meanwhile, the real estate transaction had also been finalized. "Mr. Alex, your paperwork is all set. Once the transfer is complete, we'll deliver the documents to you. You can move in today," said Violet Crawford, the real estate agent, to Alex. "Thank you all for your help." After seeing everyone off, he wandered around the villa, taking in the entire property with a keen eye, and discovered that the basement held a whole other world. He made his way to the vault in the basement. The entire vault was roughly 150 square meters, with the walls, ceiling, and floor all encased in 20-centimeter thick alloy. Chapter 12. A famous painting included with the purchase. There were many shelves inside the vault, but they were all empty. Presumably, the collection had been sold off by the previous owner's good-for-nothing wasteful son. Walking to the rack at the very back, Victoria Hayes reached down and found a button hidden beneath the bottom shelf. When she pressed it, the sound of gears and chains turning filled the air, and a section of the metal wall beside her sank inward. Then, the recessed section slowly slid open to the side. It revealed a metal door 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. This vault door required a mechanical combination to open. This antique dealer seemed to place great trust in traditional mechanical locks, though mechanical locks are indeed more reliable than electronic ones in many cases. They won't stop working due to a power outage, nor will they cause a fire due to electrical issues. Moreover, they're, to some extent, more reliable than doors with electronic codes, since electronic systems are easily hacked by computers. Many master thieves can easily open electronic doors, but if you ask them to open a mechanical safe, they'd be at a loss. For Victoria Hayes, the combination lock before her was, of course, a piece of cake. She simply peered into the keyhole. It took her just over 10 seconds to open the door, which was 40 centimeters thick, something the average person simply couldn't break through. Once inside, a staircase appeared before her, sloping downward. That's right, this villa had a second basement level, though no one, not even the original owner's son, was aware of it. Victoria Hayes was stunned by the sight before her. The hidden vault on this second basement level was just as large as the one upstairs. It measured 150 square meters and contained 8 precious works of art, to be precise, 8 oil paintings. She approached one of the paintings, which depicted a pond with water lilies and weeds floating on its surface. She knew nothing about oil paintings, but she knew the painting was titled Water Lilies, a work by the French Impressionist painter Claude Monet. The Water Lilies series is one of Monet's most representative works from his later years, showcasing his unique understanding of light, shadow, color, and nature. This series was created between the 1880s and 1920s, after he returned to his hometown of Giverny. Water lilies were a type of flower he cultivated in the pond of his own garden, and through years of observation and exploration, he gradually developed the unique style of this series. This series is not only a celebration of nature, but also a further development of Impressionist ideals, embodying Monet's profound understanding of the fleeting changes in light and shadow. It symbolizes tranquility and the harmonious beauty of nature. The water lilies are not only a symbol of the beauty of nature, but also embody Monet's reflections on life, time, and space. By repeatedly depicting this subject, Monet draws the viewer's attention to the subtle changes and inner harmony of nature. Monet's use of color in the water lilies is exceptionally bold and expressive. He employed abundant blues, greens, and pinks, creating rich and harmonious layers of color. This use of color not only reflects the true appearance of nature, but also conveys the shifting play of light and shadow and the flow of emotion through varying tonal nuances. Monet was skilled at creating a dreamlike atmosphere through the contrast and harmony of colors, thereby enhancing the emotional depth of the paintings. Light is one of the most important elements in the Water Lilies series. Monet's sensitivity to light enabled him to capture the ever-changing play of light and shadow in nature. Through delicate brushstrokes and the layering of colors, he depicted the reflection and refraction of light on the water's surface, creating a sense of dynamic beauty. The light in his paintings is not merely a surface characteristic of objects, it is also a conveyor of emotion and atmosphere, allowing viewers to sense the passage of time and the tranquility of nature. Taken as a whole, Monet's Water Lilies series is not merely a depiction of natural landscapes, but a profound exploration of light, color, space, and emotion. Through the skillful use of these elements, Monet successfully created an artistic realm that transcends reality. This endows his works with not only visual beauty but also rich philosophical depth. For this very reason, the Water Lilies series has become a classic of Impressionist art, influencing many subsequent artists and artistic movements. Victoria Hayes, though completely unfamiliar with antique artworks, examined the oil painting through her treasure-hunting eye, and the entire painting radiated a dazzling red glow. It seemed to be true ordinary objects do not glow. Next to it was another oil painting, also featuring water lilies, though not part of the same series. Upon closer inspection, it, too, radiated a dazzling red glow. And so, Alex admired the two masterpieces before him, though he didn't understand them. That didn't prevent him from appreciating them. After all, these were paintings worth tens of millions. He knew they were incredibly valuable, and that was enough. Suddenly, a warm current surged into his eyes and body, filling him with a sense of well-being. He looked to see where it was coming from and noticed that an energy was drifting toward his body from each of the two paintings. It didn't stop until several minutes later. Without pausing to check for any changes in his body, he hurriedly inspected the two paintings' tens of millions. They were incredibly valuable. He was very worried that something might be wrong with them, so he examined them repeatedly. After confirming that the paintings were fine, he let out a long sigh of relief. His body seemed to have improved, likely because it had absorbed the energy from the paintings, so it looked like he'd have to spend more time visiting museums all over the place from now on. Looking at the two oil paintings before him, he couldn't help but smile. He knew a thing or two about Monet, such a famous painter. While other artists were still traveling around in search of inspiration, Monet, who had achieved fame at a young age, returned to his hometown to live in seclusion. Out of boredom, he planted all kinds of flowers in his garden, including water lilies in the garden pond, and then began painting the water lilies in the pond. While other painters would paint 3 or 5 oil paintings on a single subject at most, he was different. He painted roughly 250 oil paintings of the pond and water lilies, a number that even people today cannot accurately count. Even he himself didn't know the exact number, he only remembered a rough estimate. Although there are many paintings in the Water Lilies series, each one is unique, featuring different lighting and compositions. The artistic achievement is exceptionally high, so even with so many paintings on this single subject, Whenever one appears at auction and is confirmed as an authentic work, the hammer price has never fallen below 20 million since 2010. The two paintings right in front of her alone were worth well over 40 million. Victoria Hayes simply couldn't identify the remaining 6 paintings, but seeing the red glow emanating from within them was confirmation enough that they were genuine. With 2 Monet paintings here, she assumed the other 6 must be of the same caliber. Suppressing her joy, she stored the 8 priceless paintings into the space within her jade pendant. Back in the living room, Victoria Hayes pondered her future plans. Now that she was no longer short on money, what kind of career should she pursue, and what kind of person should she become? With such magical eyes, it would be a shame not to make the most of them. Yes, she would become an outstanding treasure hunter, a renowned expert in the appraisal of antiques and fine art. Victoria Hayes didn't spend the night in his newly purchased luxury villa. Instead, he returned to the shared apartment. The villa still needed to be professionally cleaned. He wouldn't move in until he was certain everything was in order. Chapter 13. Donating to the police department. Early in the morning, Victoria Hayes drove to the Los Angeles Police Department and approached the officer on duty at the front desk. "Hello. I'm here to make a donation." "Okay. Thank you very much for your support of the Los Angeles Police Department. Here is the form. How much would you like to donate?" The officer asked with a smile. $5 million. The officer on duty perked up the moment he heard this, his smile growing even brighter. "All right, please follow me." Looking at the officer in front of him, he felt a surge of emotion. So they weren't just capable of emptying a magazine at someone, they could also smile so beautifully. Funding for any government agency in the United States is never enough. Many rely on various donations just to function properly. That's why they're extremely enthusiastic toward anyone willing to donate to them, and will go out of their way to accommodate such donors within the scope of their duties. If you get into a dispute with someone else and the police in the United States side with the other person, it means that person has donated significantly more to the police department than you have. Agencies like the FBI and the CIA, which receive no donations, have no choice but to find their own ways to raise money. Where do the thousands of metric tons of drugs consumed annually in the US come from? Isn't it the CIA that brings them in? The FBI has also been exposed numerous times for openly collecting protection money from various domestic gangs and drug trafficking organizations. Why do so many drug cultivation bases exist in Colombia, Mexico, and throughout South America? If they really wanted to, satellites in orbit could see them clearly and wipe out these drug cultivation bases at any time. After all, South America is the United States' own backyard. It's all about money. Without it, they can't function properly. As the officers in the reception area were processing his paperwork, Los Angeles Police Department Chief Wright walked in. Shaking his hand, he thanked him. "Thank you for your support. How do you intend for your donation to be used?" "For the post-operative recovery of injured officers, living allowances for disabled officers, and financial support for the widows of officers killed in the line of duty. Police work is far too dangerous, especially for those who are injured or killed in the line of duty. Their families are already suffering enough. We can't let their lives fall into hardship." The officers around him looked at him with respect. There weren't many people who understood and respected their work like this. In the eyes of Americans, when the streets are safe, police officers are the biggest danger, so people keep their distance. Although this money is intended for injured and fallen officers, who knows if they might need it themselves someday. Having this safety net provides an extra layer of protection for themselves and their families. On behalf of all the officers, I thank you for your concern. I noticed you have a car registered for a license plate today. I've contacted the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they'll issue you a nice license plate. Thank you. By the way, I'd like to obtain a permit to legally own a fully automatic rifle and a concealed carry permit. I've crossed the lame gang. Having sufficient firepower gives me greater security. I can't have police officers providing me with constant close protection. That would be too selfish. I'd much rather they devote more of their energy to protecting the vulnerable. They need your protection even more." Victoria Hayes spoke with great conviction, and the chief was a man who knew when to play along. He immediately promised to have the permit for legally owning an automatic rifle delivered to her doorstep first thing tomorrow morning. The reason was that she had crossed a gang and needed powerful firepower to protect her own safety. Victoria Hayes beamed with joy. The rumors were indeed true. As long as you donate money to U.S. government agencies, you'll get the corresponding rewards. Donate a few tens of thousands of dollars to the police department, and they'll give you a sticker to put on your car. Ordinary street thugs and gang members won't dare steal your car or smash your windows to steal your belongings. They'll all stay far away from you. because this car owner is under Uncle Sam's protection. The upgraded version involves donating several $100,000 to the police department. The sheriff who receives the donation will give you a police uniform he has actually worn. If you hang it on the back of your car seat, the police will go out of their way to help you. A classmate of mine knows a guy who donated $300,000 to the police department and received a police uniform in return. One time, after drinking, this guy was driving when he was pulled over by the police. The officer, noticing the strong smell of alcohol on him and seeing the police uniform hanging on the back of his seat, asked, "Have you been drinking?" "Yes, I'm sorry. I've been drinking. Can you still drive? Do you want my colleague to drive for you?" "Where are you headed?" "I'm going home. My address is XXX Road." "No. XXX. Okay. Please follow me." And just like that, they escorted the guy all the way home. The premium version is to donate $1 million to a police department, and the department that receives the donation will issue you a special license plate. Locals know not to mess with cars bearing this series of license plates. Once you have one, you'll never be pulled over by the police again. Not to mention minor issues like theft or vandalism. The top-tier version involves donations in the millions or even tens of millions. If you live in a remote area, they'll increase the number of officers and the frequency of patrols in your neighborhood. In some small towns, the police department might even station a patrol car at the intersection closest to your home, specifically to check for suspicious vehicles passing through. Your security is taken to the absolute maximum. "Don't notify the media," Victoria Hayes told Chief Wright. "No problem. It took about 10 minutes for the police department to complete the donation paperwork. After all, who wouldn't he be efficient when it comes to collecting money?" After making the donation, he headed to the Getty Center in Los Angeles, the city's most famous museum. The Getty Center is located at the foot of the Santa Monica Mountains, offering a panoramic view of Los Angeles. The Getty Center was designed by architect Richard Meyer. With clean lines, bright colors, and natural lighting, the indoor atriums blend seamlessly with the outdoor gardens, creating an open space that embodies a harmonious beauty where refinement and rustic charm coexist. Paul Getty made his fortune in the oil industry and became a millionaire at the age of 23. His immense wealth fostered his exceptional appreciation for the arts and his passion for collecting artworks. In 1968, he selected a hillside location along the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu as the site for the museum. The Getty Center is a major cultural landmark in Los Angeles, comprising a highly modern art museum, an art research center, and a beautiful garden. Today, the Getty Center has become another major cultural landmark in Los Angeles. Alongside Universal Studios and Disneyland, it is also a destination that art lovers long to visit. The quality of the collection here is exceptionally high, featuring sketches by world-renowned masters such as Van Gogh, Ingres, and Ravel, as well as authentic works by French, Dutch, and Italian masters from the early 14th century to the late 19th century. This temple of art radiates a warm glow. 144 illuminated manuscripts from the Byzantine period of the Middle Ages, a collection of costume art spanning from the reign of Louis XIV to the Napoleonic era. It is truly unparalleled. Sculptures and glassware from the Renaissance to the late 19th century showcase the trends and transformations in artistic styles of the time. Chapter 14. Embark on a live treasure hunt. Although the Getty Center's collection comprises only about 50,000 pieces, its quality is exceptional, as it includes many important works by master artists. In particular, some of the Renaissance treasures are especially rare. Many of the modern paintings in the painting gallery, such as Impressionist works, are also masterpieces, including Van Gogh's famous irises. Another distinctive feature of the Getty Center is the harmony between its architecture and landscape design. Pools, rock formations, and plantings are scattered throughout the museum's courtyards. In the vast circular central garden, more than 400 azaleas form a botanical maze inspired by traditional European horticultural traditions. The Getty Gardens also feature over 300 different plant species, totaling more than 10,000 specimens. Among them, the most eye-catching is the city flower of Los Angeles, the Strelitzia, standing tall and in full bloom. Appreciating antique art is important, but for Victoria Hayes, it is even more important to absorb the aura of treasures, enhance her physical well-being, and sharpen her ability to spot hidden treasures. As he wandered through the Getty Center, he absorbed the treasure energy, while also observing the connection between the age of these artifacts and the light they emitted. He kept taking notes and, after touring the entire museum, reached a detailed conclusion. Items less than 100 years old emit a blue light, with each ring representing a decade. Items between 100 and 1,000 years old emit a red light, with each ring representing a century. Items over 1,000 years old are purple, with each ring representing 500 years. The higher the economic value of an item, the deeper the color, which was a good thing for Victoria Hayes, who knew absolutely nothing about antiques. Although she couldn't provide detailed information about an antique's origin, culture, or background, at least she didn't have to worry about being ripped off in antique deals for the time being. As for the long term, this was simple for her. He'd simply buy more books on the history, culture, customs, and appreciation and analysis of antique artworks from around the world, then combine that with his own observations of the actual objects. This was the quickest way, the Jack Everett way. Ordinary people, on the other hand, had to study diligently and accumulate knowledge. Slowly learning how to appraise antiques and cultural relics was very time-consuming. Moreover, it required observing and comparing actual objects, and accumulating experience took a great deal of time and resources. It looks like he'll have to visit a different museum tomorrow. Losangji has over 10 major museums, as well as hundreds of smaller museums and private collections. It's the city with the highest number of museums per capita in the world, so he'll have to find time to visit New York as well. There are over 30 major museums there, more than enough for Alex to really improve his skills. After leaving the museum, Victoria Hayes went into full shopping mode, starting with a clothing store. She bought a pile of inexpensive clothes, hats, and shoes, along with several wigs and pairs of sunglasses in different styles. Jack Everett would use them for disguises later. After all, there was plenty of space in his jade pendant. She then went to a hardware store to buy some handy tools: electric drills, hydraulic cutters, crowbars, cutting machines, surveillance cameras, and a whole host of other tools and equipment. He also bought over a dozen locks and a lock-picking kit. Now that he had the treasure hunter's eye, he planned to attend more warehouse auctions. It would be a shame not to take advantage of such a huge edge. Of course, the most important item was a gun. You can't go without one in the US. He bought a Glock G17 and 416 Hong Kong dollars, a Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, and an Ontario 3 Malawian Quatches Navy knife. He equipped each with 5 magazines and bought several boxes of matching ammunition. Someday, when he goes on a trip to Texas or Montana, he'll fit the guns with silencers and stock up on some subsonic rounds. Perfect. The Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, once fitted with a silencer and used with subsonic rounds, even at night in an open field, you wouldn't hear a sound 100 meters away after firing. The thought flashed through his mind, and he almost wanted to slap himself. He'd already struck it rich, so why was he still risking his life? His momentum was too strong. He couldn't stop himself just yet, but he still needed the guns just in case he ever needed them. Back at his place, Alex hurried to his room to inspect the dais hall. His physical abilities had improved dramatically, especially his eyesight, which had undergone a significant change yesterday. He could only see 100 meters away. He could see through walls up to 3 meters thick and through the ground up to 10 meters deep. Today, there had been a massive improvement. He could now make out the text in a book from 150 meters away. His ability to see through the ground had reached 15 meters, and through walls 5 meters. He believed that once he visited every museum in Los Angeles and New York, his physical attributes would be maxed out, reaching the limits of human capability. Early this morning, officers from the Los Angeles Police Department came to his door to deliver his credentials, and he really wanted to shout it out to everyone. Who the hell said the US was inefficient? This was fast, wasn't it? Once she was all set, Victoria Hayes logged into 2 live streaming platforms. Viewers flooded into her stream instantly. Good morning, everyone. I'm Victoria Hayes. You can also call me Alex. Just like the day before yesterday, I plan to go treasure hunting at the warehouse today. I made about $600,000 the day before yesterday, and I'm kind of falling in love with this feeling, so you know how it is. The live chat comments scrolled rapidly. Hurry up and tell us what's the deal with those 13 bodies. When will those coffins go on sale? I want to buy one. Not even a workhorse in a collective farm would take a break like that, and you didn't even stream yesterday. Someone in Los Angeles, California, won the Mega Millions jackpot with 1,100 tickets. You just happened to buy 1,100 tickets. Is that person you? Looking at the scrolling comments in the live stream, he replied, "Let us talk about those bodies first. The LAPD is still investigating. They'll announce the results once they're done. I know about as much as you do. As for the lottery, yes, I did win the jackpot. I went to claim the prize yesterday, and I'll mainly be using the winnings for investments. I'm crying my eyes out. This guy won 18 points and 300 million, and he is still here streaming. Am I even worthy of watching a billionaire's live stream? A billionaire is actually streaming for us and calling us, Sir. Hunk. Click me. Click me, I love you. Instead of enjoying his wealth, he's here streaming and begging for our measly gifts. He's totally crazy. He smiled at the comments. This money is a windfall. I know I don't have the ability to manage it properly right now. If I blindly spent it all on luxuries, I'd quickly fall into the trap of greed, and that would lead me straight into the abyss. Just look at those who won the lottery before. Most of them ended up in an even worse situation than before. Ultimately, the reason is that they failed to control their desires and squandered their newly acquired fortune without restraint. That's why it turned out this way. I know my own limits, so I've invested all the money wisely. I bought a nice house and a car. And now that I don't have to worry about making ends meet, I found that live streaming treasure hunts is actually pretty great. Victoria Hayes explained in detail to her live stream viewers her plans for the prize money and her thoughts on the future. Chapter 15. The Old Vending Machine Warehouse. I also enjoy live streaming and treasure hunting. It lets me chat with everyone every day. It makes me really happy, and since you've all stuck with me for so long, I don't want to just disappear out of the blue. So I'll keep streaming in the future, don't worry. Hearing Victoria Hayes say this, the viewers in the live stream were deeply moved. This streamer really does care about us. So will you be showing off your wealth in future streams? Since you're not going to spend the money on yourself, just give it to me, I'll enjoy it for you. Although there were quite a few goofballs among the viewers, the good-hearted ones outnumbered them, and gifts started pouring in. All right, dear viewers, let us kick off today's treasure hunt. Take a look. Everyone, this is the car I just bought. A bulletproof Cadillac Escalade. I only bought this one car. It's mainly because of that robbery the day before yesterday. I'm afraid of retaliation. You guys get it, right? I'm not trying to show off, don't get the wrong idea. After saying that, he got in the car and drove toward the warehouse complex in South Los Angeles. There are a total of 6 warehouses in this area up for auction today. Hopefully, I'll make a little profit. By the time he arrived at the warehouse complex, more than a dozen treasure hunters were already there, and they quickly recognized him as soon as he pulled up. Hey, Alex. I heard you hit the jackpot the day before yesterday. Haha. While he was hitting the jackpot, he also unearthed 13 bodies. That's an unprecedented event. He's a USC thug, a few bodies are nothing to him. Look at him now, he's here at the warehouse auction like nothing ever happened. A few of the treasure hunters present teased him. Most of them had attended another warehouse auction the day before yesterday, and Victoria Hayes recognized some of their names. He jokingly replied, "Don't make fun of me, I really didn't want to run into those 13 bodies. I thought they were oak barrels or chemical raw materials. I thought I'd strike it rich, but in the end, I didn't get a single penny back. I even thought the LAPD might return those 13 plastic barrels to me, so I could sell them and recoup the cost of that warehouse." Rodman burst out laughing. "You're really ruthless, planning to sell barrels that held corpses. Not even Wall Street capitalists are as calculating as you. You're an even bigger bloodsucker than they are." Everyone present laughed heartily. Soon, the warehouse auction began. The auctioneer was the familiar Iris Mitchell, a bearded old man who liked to wear a cowboy hat. "Hello, everyone. I'm today's auctioneer, Iris Mitchell. Today we have 6 warehouses ready for auction, and we guarantee that every single one is in perfect condition. We have absolutely never opened them. The winning bidder has 24 hours to clear out their belongings and must take the trash with them. This warehouse auction accepts cash only, so keep a close eye on how much money you have in your pockets while bidding. Does anyone have any questions? If not, those participating in the auction, please follow me. Come on, Iris Mitchell, you repeat this at every auction. We're all familiar with the routine by now." Iris Mitchell laughed. "It's my job, isn't it? I have to make the rules clear to avoid disputes caused by newcomers who aren't familiar with the process. This is the first storage unit. Once we open the door, each group will have 30 seconds to inspect it. No items are allowed to be taken beyond the unit's doorway, and under no circumstances are you permitted to touch or rummage through the contents inside. Inspection begins now, groups of 3 at a time." With that, she cut the lock on the first storage unit and swung open the door. The interior of this unit was very simple, just 4 vending machines and 2 slot machines, all looking quite old. The wheels on the bottom of 2 of the vending machines had rusted through, they were clearly out of commission. However, in Xiao Yuan's eyes, these machines were still well worth buying, since each one contained at least $400 or $500 worth of coins. Some even held over $1,000 in coins, so as long as they kept the price in check, they could make a small profit. Once the inspection was complete, Iris Mitchell spoke up. "This warehouse is straightforward, 4 vending machines and 2 slot machines. I wonder if they still work after a refurbishment. Starting bid is $100, with increments of $10. Let us begin. $100. Any bids at $100? Royce raised his hand to signal his interest, and Iris Mitchell immediately said, Royce bids $100. The current price is $110. Any bids at $110? Rodman raised his hand as well, and Iris Mitchell's mouth moved as fast as a machine gun.
Ok, Rodman bids $110 amerykańskich.
The current price is $120. Any bids at $120? A young black man raised his hand with a big smile on his face. This handsome young black guy bids $120. The current price is $130. Any bids at $130? As more people joined in, the bidding kept climbing higher and higher, reaching $450. Royce and Rodman both dropped out of the race one after another, but Royce was really annoyed by the scene unfolding before him, because some of the unfamiliar faces were clearly amateurs, just driving up the price for no reason. So he said to Victoria Hayes, Alex, aren't you live streaming this? These vending machines are most likely scrapped, and there might be a small amount of coins inside. You could buy this warehouse. Think of it as opening a blind box to see how many coins you can get out of it. But I wouldn't recommend paying too much for it. We professional treasure hunters aren't cut out for gambling, but for you, doing a live stream might be a good option. It should make for some great viewing. Victoria Hayes knew, of course she had originally planned to make her move last, but she hadn't expected Royce to misunderstand. Although Royce didn't have any ulterior motives, he simply wanted Victoria Hayes to compete with the others. That's a good idea. I think I'll go for it. After saying that, she raised her hand and called out to the auctioneer, Iris Mitchell. I'll bid $600. Iris Mitchell. Upon seeing this, Iris Mitchell immediately called out, Alex has raised the bid to $600. The current price is $610. Is there a bid at $610? Obviously, when she announced this price, which was a huge leap beyond everyone's psychological threshold, everyone backed off. I'll repeat that. Is there a bid at $610? No one responded. One last time, any bids at $610? Okay, $600. The first warehouse goes to Alex. Then Victoria Hayes deftly took a padlock out of her backpack, locked the warehouse door, found a staff member to sign the paperwork, and paid the fee. When they arrived at the fifth warehouse, the warehouse manager skillfully cut the padlock. With a clatter, the warehouse door swung open. Old Tom reiterated the auction rules once more. Same as always, take a quick look, then we'll start the auction. This was a warehouse crammed with boxes right at the entrance. 2 boxes of worthless odds and ends were immediately visible. But inside, more than 20 large cardboard boxes were stacked on top of each other, sealed with tape, making it hard to tell what was inside. Chapter 16. The Statue of Liberty with Flowing Hair. But under Victoria Hayes' discerning gaze, a wealth of surprises was revealed. These 20-plus boxes were all filled with the latest Orange XS smartphones. The latest Orange XS phones had been on the market for just over a month, and they were in such high demand that even the most basic 64 gigabytes model cost $999. There were a total of 24 boxes here, each containing 100 units, a total of 2,400 phones. They were worth at least $2,400,000, and it was unlikely that all of them were the lowest spec 64 gigabytes models. This was another chance to strike it rich. However, it was clear that others had noticed this as well. These 20-odd large cardboard boxes were the most promising items in the warehouse. Although the boxes were sealed with tape, making it impossible to see what was inside, it was easy to imagine that a fierce bidding war would soon erupt over them. Auctioneer Iris Mitchell announced, "The auction begins. The starting bid for this warehouse lot is $1,000. $1,000. Any bids?" No sooner had Iris Mitchell finished speaking than a Latin American man raised his hand. Okay, this young man has bid $1,000. The price is now $1,050. Any higher bids? $1,050. Clearly, everyone thought this warehouse was a good deal and believed the items inside were worth a shot, so they kept raising the bid. $1,100. Any higher bids? $1,200. Any higher? $1,700. Anyone else? $3,100. $3,700. Royce, are you going to bid again? $4,100. Rodman, what about you? As the price continued to climb, Victoria Hayes ultimately won the warehouse for $11,000. With the auction over, he began the cleanup. Ladies and gentlemen, Let us start clearing out the warehouse and see if we can find any treasures. First, let us dismantle these 4 vending machines and slot machines to see if there are any coins inside. After saying that, he enlisted some help to drag the 4 vending machines and 2 slot machines out to the open area by the warehouse entrance. He grabbed a crowbar and swiftly broke the locks on all 6 machines. How many coins do you think are inside these machines? Do you think I'll lose money on this? He asked his viewers. At a glance, you're going to lose your ass. Streamer, this warehouse is definitely a loss. God bless the streamer with a massive loss. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Victoria Hayes smiled. Why do I just feel like I'm going to make a killing? Let us make a bet. I bought this warehouse for $600. If I lose money on this warehouse, I'll put on a huge show for you all, one that LL definitely satisfy you. If I make a profit on this warehouse, send me some gifts. They don't have to be expensive, just a token of your appreciation. Even if you can't afford a gift, just follow me and give me a like. A flurry of "I'm in" comments floated across the screen. He gave the slot machine in front of him a vigorous shake, and a rapid-fire clatter of coins echoed from inside. He grinned cheekily at the camera. Whoa, why do I feel like I've already won? After saying that, Hai Chow winked at the camera, and an immediate chorus of curses erupted. That scumbag streamer tricked me into sending gifts. Damn it, my wallet. That scumbag streamer has no shame. Seriously, a billionaire still has to come out and scam my pocket money? Ha! I looked down on you. When the back panel of the slot machine was opened, several coins immediately fell to the floor, and dozens of $1 coins were scattered across the wooden board inside the machine. Victoria Hayes picked up a coin and began describing it to the viewers in the TikTok livestream. This is a $1 coin. The obverse features an image of the Native American woman Sacagawea carrying her young child on her back, while the reverse features a design of an eagle and a shield. Originally, the version issued in 1961 featured a portrait of President Eisenhower and had a larger diameter, 38.1 millimeters, which made it less practical for circulation. Therefore, starting in 1981, a new version of the $1 coin with a smaller diameter, 26.5 millimeters, began to be issued. Its design was changed to a portrait of American women's rights activist Susan B. Anthony. On November 18, 1999, the Philadelphia Mint introduced a gold-colored $1 coin. Known as the gold-tone dollar, this coin depicts the Native American woman Sacagawea carrying her young son, Baptiste, on her back. It was issued to honor Native American women and their contributions to the United States. In addition, there have been several historically significant coin designs. For example, the Liberty with flowing hair $1 coin issued in 1794 was inspired by ancient Roman coin designs. The obverse features Liberty with flowing hair, while the reverse depicts a soaring eagle. This coin was originally distributed as a souvenir to distinguished guests. It is now extremely rare and holds immense collectible value. Look, I happen to have 2 of them right here. Currently, the market price for a single coin like this is roughly $300,000 to $500,000. The exact value requires authentication and grading by a coin grading agency. In the world of coin collecting, certain special editions are also extremely valuable. For example, the seeded Liberty dollar coins minted between 1836 and 1839 are highly prized due to their unique design and limited mintage. Well-preserved examples can be worth over $200,000. So that means these 2 coins of mine are worth $600,000, and that's just the starting price. Ha ha ha. Victoria Hayes laughed smugly. That dog host can go to hell. Damn it. Why didn't I get these precious treasures? It's not like he's short on cash. Oh my god. Are you blind? Alright, dear viewers, I've won this bet. Isn't it time to start flooding me with follows, likes, and gifts? After continuous sorting, the 6 machines yielded over $3,200 in coins, ranging in denomination from 25 cents to $1. The clinking coins filled nearly half a bag, weighing over 50 gene. And to be honest, Victoria Hayes was pretty lucky. He managed to find an 1838 seeded Liberty dollar among the pile of coins. It was in good condition and was estimated to sell for over $200,000. He then called in the trash collectors to haul away the 6 abandoned machines and a few boxes of junk from the entrance of another warehouse. He began unpacking boxes in the next warehouse. Guys, I made a killing in the last warehouse, but I'm just hoping this one doesn't lose money. What do you think will happen? Hearing this, netizens weren't happy and began mocking him. You're already rich enough, leave the money-making opportunities to others. I just hope you find another pile of bodies. Can cardboard boxes even hold bodies? I hope this warehouse turns out to be a massive loss. Ignoring the viewer's comments, he peeled off the tape on the cardboard box. He already knew exactly what was inside. But he truly relished the process of uncovering the contents and discovering these valuable items. It gave him a real sense of satisfaction. What appeared on camera was a box filled to the brim with the latest orange XS phones, each still in its protective packaging. The live chat exploded. What kind of insane luck is this? God, do you really favor this guy that much? Streamer, open one up and see if it's a brand new phone. I'll pay extra for it. He unboxed one of them, and sure enough, it was a brand new phone. The live stream went wild. Chapter 17. A chance encounter at a coffee shop. Right in front of his live stream audience, he kept unboxing and inspecting each box, and every single one contained brand new phones. The viewers were filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. What are you planning to do with all these phones, streamer? Sell one to me. Sell one to me. Sell one to me. I'm in Los Angeles. I'll come find you. Sell me one. I want the 256 gigabytes black model. I'm in Los Angeles too. Save one for me. Victoria Hayes chuckled. Dear viewers, the latest orange phones are really hard to come by right now. People are paying a premium just to get their hands on one. Here's what we'll do. Consider this a special perk. I'll sell all 2,400 of these phones to you, my viewers, at market price with no markup. Head over right now to the main entrance of USC's main campus. We'll make the transaction there. Limit one phone per person. First come, first served. There are only 2,400 phones. After saying that, she found a truck to transport the phones to the USC main entrance. To her surprise, more than 30 people were already waiting there. Victoria Hayes exclaimed, "You guys are so fast. Do you live around here?" Ha ha ha, were USC students surprised? Unexpected. I'm a junior, just like you, and I'm in the finance department too. A tall, attractive woman spoke up. I'm a sophomore, just like you, and I'm in the performing arts department. Thank you for your interest and support. Let us get this transaction done quickly before it gets too crowded. The sale began immediately. The 64 gigabytes model sold for $999, the 256 gigabytes model for $1,149, and the 512 gigabytes model for $1,349. As for the Max models, the 64 gigabytes version went for $1,299, the 256 gigabytes version for $1,449, and the 512 gigabytes version for $1,649. As she collected the money, Victoria Hayes couldn't help but sigh. Apple really lives up to its reputation as a money squeezer. It's damn expensive. People watching the live stream kept pouring in from all over Los Angeles, causing traffic congestion on the street right outside the main entrance at one point, and campus security had to step in to maintain order. Before long, all 2,400 phones were sold out. Selling phones like this is way more profitable than selling flour. No wonder American gangsters stock up on Apple's new models whenever they're released. Every phone they resell at a markup is a huge profit, and the cops don't bother them as long as the Apple phones are a smash hit. There's no risk at all. It's just a matter of how much they make. After clearing the scene, it wasn't even 4 o'clock yet. He decided to check on the progress of the cleaning at his newly purchased villa. Driving down Beverly Boulevard, he pulled over as he passed a cafe. Parked in a spot right in front of the cafe was a car he recognized. A fiery red Audi A7. He glanced at the license plate and confirmed it was indeed Christiana's car. He activated his X-ray vision to take a closer look inside the cafe. A beautiful girl was sitting there, reading a book. His heart began to race. He knew that this feeling was called a flutter of the heart. Victoria Hayes, who had just parked her car, was sitting inside. He thought it over and over again. The two of them had been living under the same roof for more than 3 years. As graduation approached, they were seeing each other less and less. If things continued this way, he'd lose his chance completely. Seeming to have made up his mind, he got out of the car. He scanned his surroundings carefully to make sure no one was paying attention, then crouched low and moved quickly toward the Audi. After glancing around once more to confirm no one could see him, he unscrewed the valve cap on the car's left front tire and pulled out a thin metal skewer, pressing it down into the valve. Hiss! The air kept escaping from the tire until it was completely flat. Only then did he stand up and walk into the coffee shop as if nothing had happened. As soon as he walked in, he spotted Christiana sitting by the window reading a book. She was wearing a blue fitted dress. Her hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and the sunlight streaming onto her delicate face made her look even more beautiful. He walked over to greet her. "Hi, Christiana. What a coincidence you're here having coffee, too. The beautiful woman looked up, recognized Victoria Hayes, and smiled. Yeah, what a coincidence. Didn't you go live on Taobao today? I did. I made a killing today. I found a few old vending machines and slot machines in a warehouse. I found 3 rare coins inside the machines they sell for over $800,000 combined. I also found 2,400 of the latest orange phones in another warehouse, which sold for over $3 million. And now I've run into you here today has been absolutely fantastic. Victoria Hayes gushed about her day's haul with childlike excitement, and Christiana asked with interest, Really? 2,400 of the latest orange phones? Did you save one for me? I've been meaning to buy one, but the lines are always so long. Of course I saved one for you, the Max 512G version, in white. It's in my car, I'll bring it to you later. No one could possibly be unhappy upon learning that he set aside the very best phone just for her. Thanks. You're so sweet you remembered me when you got something nice. I heard you won the 18.300 million jackpot. Yeah, I just bought the ticket on a whim and won. My luck these past few days has really been off the charts. Christiana laughed happily. When you say your luck is off the charts, are you referring to the armed robbery you encountered, or the pile of bodies you found in the warehouse? Haha. I mean everything that's happened these past few days. I feel like Lady Luck and Satan himself have both set their sights on me. Lady Luck keeps showering me with money, while Satan keeps sending me corpses. Is that so? It does seem that way. Just look at how much money you've received, and with those 2 incidents involving corpses, that brings the total to 17. 4 of which you created with your own hands. If they send you another batch of corpses in the next few days, I'll believe for sure that those 2 have set their sights on you. Christiana teased. I could use more money, but I'd rather skip the corpses, they're way too scary. You're such a beautiful girl, aren't you afraid to casually talk about corpses like that? I wasn't there, and I didn't see those scary scenes, why should I be afraid? It's just like how many people can casually talk about life and death, acting all nonchalant? But when they're actually faced with life and death situations, how many people wouldn't be afraid? Said Christiana. On closer reflection, she had a point. When things aren't happening right in front of you, almost anyone can talk about them without a care, as if they were telling a story. The light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere of their conversation made him forget all about his plans to go to Beverly. As dusk fell, Victoria Hayes naturally invited Christiana to join her for dinner at the restaurant next door. This was the first time they had a meal together in the more than 3 years since they met a handsome, masculine man and an elegant, beautiful woman. The 2 strikingly attractive people dining in the restaurant frequently drew the attention of everyone inside. Victoria Hayes thoroughly enjoyed this dinner both in her stomach and in her heart. As they walked out of the restaurant together, "See you later. See you later," the 2 said cheerfully as they bid farewell under the streetlights. Anyone watching could easily tell that their smiles were filled with sweetness. Chapter 18. A little secret exposed. When Christiana went to get her car, she immediately noticed that the left front tire was flat. She stood there dumbfounded, feeling a bit at a loss. Victoria Hayes, the one behind it all, wasn't about to just drive home like a fool. He was waiting in his car, ready to act, and as soon as he saw her discover the problem, he walked over. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something wrong with the car? The tire is flat. I must have run over a nail." Victoria Hayes replied immediately, "Is there a spare tire in the car? I don't know. Maybe there's one in the trunk." Victoria Hayes opened the trunk and found the spare tire under the trunk mat. He returned to his own car, retrieved a toolbox from the space inside his jade pendant, and began preparing to change the tire. He carefully recalled the plot of a TV drama he watched in his past life. Right, first, take out the spare tire. He rolled the tire over, he couldn't lift it. Lifting a tire would be a bit of a struggle, and straining would inevitably make his posture look uncool. In fact, exerting too much force while lifting it might even make his movements look awkward. He carefully replicated the movements in his mind, making sure his movements were exceptionally elegant and cool as he rolled the tire over. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Christiana's gaze seemed to be shining as she watched him. Next, he used the jack to lift the car, kneeling on one knee with one hand pressed against the car's body to maintain balance. With one hand, he moved the jack up and down with elegant skill, making sure his posture remained cool and graceful. He expertly removed the flat tire. Now came the crucial moment. With his dust-covered hand, he rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. Yes, a white shirt. As the sleeves rolled up, black fingerprints appeared one by one on the white fabric. The whiter Victoria Hayes' shirt was, the more glaring those fingerprints appeared and the more guilty Christiana felt. The tire changed. We can go home now. He nonchalantly wiped his nose with his hand, leaving a smudge behind. Christiana smiled at the sight. You should ve looked at your hands before wiping your nose. They're covered in dust. Now your nose is covered in it too. With that, she pulled a wet wipe from her bag to wipe his nose. They were standing very close together, able to clearly feel each other's breath. Victoria Hayes gazed intently at the beauty before him, saying nothing. Christiana focused on wiping the dust from his nose, feeling his intense gaze. As if in response, Christiana met Victoria Hayes' gaze. The two stood there gazing at each other very close together. Under the dim streetlight, their shadows stretched long and slender. Neither of them spoke, but the scene was beautiful. Just then, Christiana spoke first. How long do you plan to stay silent? We're about to graduate. Are you waiting for me to speak first? Victoria Hayes froze in place, unsure how to respond. Haven't you ever wondered why I've lived here for 3 years without moving out? Even after I started making money from movies, I didn't move out. Even after buying a nice car, I didn't choose to move to a better place. Haven't you ever thought about any of that? A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Yes, perhaps she hadn't wanted to spend her family's money before. But she'd earned $2 million for her second movie. She could easily have rented a nicer place on her own. Yet she still hadn't moved out. The truth seemed to have been laid bare, and he made up his mind. Taking a deep breath, Victoria Hayes spoke. Christiana, I've liked you ever since I first met you 3 years ago. Will you be my girlfriend? There weren't many words, just simple and straightforward. Christiana smiled slightly without saying a word. She wrapped her arms around the back of Victoria Hayes' neck, stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and pressed her lips against his. Feeling the softness of her lips, he gently wrapped his arms around Christiana's slender waist, closed his eyes in bliss, and time seemed to stand still in that moment. After a long while, the two parted their lips. Christiana teased him. You were the one who let the air out of my car tires, weren't you? Caught red-handed, Victoria Hayes was a bit flustered. Looks like I was right, it was you, Christiana continued. Victoria Hayes was getting a little flustered now. Darling, let me explain. I've liked you for a long time. With graduation coming up, I saw your car parked there, and guessed you might be having coffee at the cafe or somewhere nearby. I thought of a scene from a TV show I'd seen before, so I let the air out of your tires, then fixed your car so I'd have a chance to talk to you. I'd made up my mind to pursue you. Graduation's coming up. Assented. I'm glad you've finally started pursuing me, but please don't let the air out of my tires again. The two didn't break apart, they remained embraced. It's getting late. We should head home, darling. What do you think? Of course. Whatever you say, Victoria Hayes said, kissing her on the forehead. Victoria Hayes drove right behind Christiana's car the whole way, humming along to the music in his car in high spirits. He glanced at the rearview mirror absent-mindedly and immediately sensed something was off. That same car had appeared behind him earlier that afternoon on the way from the USC gates to Beverly Hills. Now, on the way back, the car had reappeared behind him again. It was just too distinctive. There was a large scrape mark on the front right side of the car. This couldn't be a coincidence. He activated his X-ray vision to take a closer look at the car behind him. Inside sat 4 black men, their faces rugged and menacing. They were clearly no good. Most of them wore thick gold chains or metal necklaces around their necks. They wore bandanas on their heads, had handguns tucked at their waists, and carried magazines in their pockets. Music was blaring from their car, and they were bobbing their heads and swaying their bodies to the beat. Judging by their appearance and the weapons they carried, they were undoubtedly gang members in the U.S. Ordinary people wouldn't dare wear bandanas casually. Something's off. This is a big problem. While waiting at a traffic light, Victoria Hayes quickly reviewed the afternoon's dashcam footage in his car. His car was equipped with cameras all around, and he soon discovered that this vehicle had been tailing him ever since he left the USC campus that afternoon. It was confirmed. He immediately recalled what the people from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce had told him. The 4 black men who had robbed him earlier were all members of the LA's largest gang, the Lame Gang. Victoria Hayes had been studying and living in Los Angeles for over 3 years, so naturally he'd heard of the Lame Gang. It was an African-American gang founded in 1971 and was, without a doubt, the largest gang in all of California. The gang committed every conceivable crime: extortion, home invasions, drug dealing, smuggling, and all manner of illegal businesses. As long as it made money, they do it. Chapter 19. Preparing for battle. In the past, to strike against rival gangs and seize their drug trade and territory, a gunfight killed hundreds of members of the opposing gang, resulting in the deadliest massacre in California's history. Although the gang's former leader, Stanley Williams, was executed after being imprisoned, the gang has since kept a much lower profile. However, everyone in California knows that this gang is still the same ruthless, lawless, lame gang. It always was. This situation is nothing like the last robbery they encountered. Back then, although several robbers were armed, but because he was Asian and unarmed and they assumed he was incapable of fighting back, the robbers all let their guard down. This time, however, the robbers had come prepared, which was an entirely different matter. Moreover, since the exact number of them was unknown, he had to be ready in advance. Otherwise, he'd be in serious danger, especially now that he'd just struck it rich and found a girlfriend who was a total goddess. He certainly didn't want his wonderful life to be cut short by a few gangsters. He immediately called Christiana. "Honey, something's not right. It looks like we're being followed by some people with bad intentions. When we get home, make sure to drive straight into the garage. Okay? Just to be safe." "Okay, I understand. Do you know who's following us?" Christiana asked. "Maybe it's those guys from the lame gang. They were the ones who robbed me before. Maybe they're here to get back at me now." They made it back to their place without incident. The car tailing them didn't follow all the way. As soon as it saw Victoria Hayes' car pull into the garage, it drove off down the road, but he knew this wasn't over. Even if it didn't happen today, something bad was bound to happen in the coming days. After briefly explaining the situation to Christiana, he sprang into action. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no gang members lurking outside his house at the moment, he immediately pulled out the surveillance equipment he'd bought earlier and began setting it up. He had installed cameras at the front door, in the front and back gardens, and all around the house. These cameras were all wireless and could run for half a year on a single charge. Very Jack Everett. Back inside, cameras had been installed in all the common areas of the house. The living room, dining room, kitchen, stairwell, basement, as well as the upstairs hallway and balcony. He opened his phone, connected to the internet, and double-checked that there were no blind spots in the camera's fields of view. Just as he was about to speak to Christiana, suddenly the camera feed showed the car they'd been tracking pull up, stop not far from the house, turn off the engine, and dim the lights. The person inside didn't get out. The situation was self-explanatory. Victoria Hayes immediately went to knock on every bedroom door, gathering everyone in the living room. There were 6 tenants in this villa, 4 women and 2 men. One of the men hadn't returned yet. He was probably out partying at some bar again. One of the women was also missing. She must have gone to her boyfriend's place. Victoria Hayes called the 2 who hadn't returned yet and explained the dangerous situation that had arisen today. She told them not to come back tonight, to find a place to stay on their own, and that she would compensate them an extra $200. The 2 agreed readily. She then gathered the 3 of them, including Christiana, together and explained the current situation. "That's basically the situation. Do you think you should drive out somewhere to spend the night? It'll be much safer that way, and I'll cover the hotel costs," Victoria Hayes explained. A white girl asked, "Alex, are you sure they'll definitely come tonight?" "I'm pretty sure they'll come tonight. Their car is parked not far from here right now. They've been following me for most of the day." "Then why don't you call the police? Let the police deal with them," the white girl pressed. Victoria Hayes began to explain the situation to them. "First of all, we've only noticed that they're following us. They haven't actually interfered with my life yet, and they haven't caused me any trouble so far. Even if the police showed up, they could claim it was a coincidence. They could just say they were waiting for a friend here to get the police to back off. Even if the police drive them away, it'll only be temporary. We all know they'll just come back. So we have to wait until they actually make a move before calling the police. That way we'll catch them red-handed and they'll be sent straight to jail."
Bazidas, IM no pushube.
"During the confrontation, I'll definitely teach them a harsh lesson so they won't dare come back. A great figure in China once said, 'Strike once to prevent 100 strikes.' It means that if you hit someone hard enough to make a lasting impression, everyone else will be too scared to lay a finger on you." The girls nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand. Christiana spoke up first. "Darling, I can't leave you in a dangerous situation like this. I'm staying with you. I don't want this to create any rifts in our relationship, and I trust you to keep me safe. Another girl spoke up at that moment. I choose to stay here. A shootout is about to happen, it's so cool. I want to witness this battle right here. The white girl who had spoken earlier chimed in. Right, we're staying here. This is so thrilling. Witnessing this battle, I'll be bragging about this for the rest of my life. I'm sick of being a goody two-shoes. My life deserves an exciting adventure like this. Here's what we'll do. It's too dangerous for you to stay in the bedroom. Go down to the basement, block the door with large items, and take cover inside. Connect the tablet to the security cameras, that way you can also point out the enemy's location to me, giving me a better chance of winning. Sound good? Brave ladies? The girls agreed readily, then carried chairs or armchairs down to the basement. After confirming they de-barricaded the basement door, Victoria Hayes retrieved the weapons she de-bought yesterday, along with the heavy-duty bulletproof vest, ammunition belt, and bullets she de-found at the warehouse auction the day before. She then installed cameras in everyone's rooms. Once everything was set up, she had the girls in the basement open the surveillance feed. After putting on the bulletproof vest, Victoria Hayes strapped a Glock G17 pistol, 2 spare pistol magazines, and an Ontario 3 Malawian Quatches Navy knife to her right thigh. This ensured he could draw his weapons quickly and smoothly the moment combat began. At the same time, he strapped the ammunition belt holding 10 magazines across his chest, then pulled over the ammo box and began loading rounds into the empty magazines. Click, 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 click. The crisp sounds rang out continuously, while Victoria Hayes kept a close watch on the gang members' vehicles outside. The girls in the basement were all watching Victoria Hayes' movements. One of them asked, Alex looks so handsome in full gear, so manly. It makes me feel totally safe. Christiana, are you two officially together now? Chapter 20 Livestream of a home robbery. That's right. He confessed his feelings to me today. We're officially a couple now, no chance for you. Oh my gosh. We've been living together for so long, and I never realized how manly he was. If I'd known, I would gone after him first to see what he's like. Christiana let out a sarcastic laugh. Why do you think I've been living here all this time? I had my eye on him a long time ago. He's definitely mine, don't even think about it. After loading all her bullets, Victoria Hayes tucked all the magazines into the ammunition belt across her chest and the ones on her thighs. It was already past 10 o'clock, so she gradually turned off all the lights in the house in batches. About half an hour later, just before 11 o'clock, 4 more cars and a van pulled up on the road outside. Seeing them arrive, the 4 people from the vehicle that had been tailing them got out as well. Victoria Hayes counted carefully. 6 vehicles, a total of 24 people. This was going to be a real headache. Who knows how many people will make it out of this house alive today? Victoria Hayes dialed Christiana's number. Honey, they're here. Don't make a sound down in the basement. Whisper their approximate location to me over the video call. As soon as they start knocking on the door, call the police. Then log into my account and start a live stream for the whole world to see. I'm gonna go viral tonight. Christiana replied with concern. Okay, honey, you have to be careful, don't let anything go wrong. The police will be here soon. Hang in there. 24 gang members drew their weapons, some pulled Glock pistols from their holsters. Others brandished Remington shotguns, while still others held AR-15 semi-automatic rifles. Their firepower was truly formidable. When they arrived at the house, one gang member grabbed a tool and began prying open the door. Just as they got out of their cars and drew their weapons, the girls in the basement called the police, while another opened 2 live streaming apps. She gave the stream an eye-catching title, Live Coverage, Los Angeles Gang Members Storm a Home with Firearms Robbery and Murder. Victoria Hayes had recently been constantly trending on social media and making headlines due to a series of incidents. When something like this happens, there are always more onlookers than helpers. It's a timeless truth. It doesn't matter what country, ethnicity, religion, or skin color you are. Victoria Hayes, captured on camera in the live stream, looked absolutely dashing at that moment, clad in heavy body armor and with magazines strapped across his chest. Wielding an assault rifle, this 1.9-meter tall, handsome man, fully armed, exuded an immense sense of security, masculinity, and personal charm. He is so handsome, I'm completely smitten with him. A man who dares to face a large group of dangerous criminals all by himself is just so cool. I really love him. The livestream link spread like wildfire. Even at 11 p.m., it quickly took the entire internet by storm and went viral worldwide. The number of viewers in the livestream rapidly surpassed 100 million, and the massive influx of people and a snowstorm of comments caused both live streams to lag. The two major live streaming platforms had to react quickly to prevent the streams from crashing. But the viewer count kept skyrocketing, there was simply no stopping it. At the same time, the 911 emergency lines across the United States were completely overwhelmed, as people from all over the country were dialing the emergency number. The calls were routed to the local police dispatch centers at each signal station. At that moment, in the dead of night across the United States, police departments nationwide were in chaos. Staring at the tablet, she watched as the gang members gathered at the front door. A few of them circled around to the back door, and the sound of lock-picking tools being inserted into the keyhole rang out. Victoria Hayes pretended to check the situation in front of and behind the house, then locked the tablet and tossed it onto the living room sofa. Hiding behind the wall, she warned. "Hey, you damn bastards, someone is home. Don't even think about breaking in, I've got a gun. If you dare come in, I'll shoot. I've already called the cops, you pieces of trash." The gang member opening the door flinched and turned back to ask, "Does he really have a gun? I don't want to get shot." The leader angrily slapped the man picking the lock. "Do you know what he is? He's a yellow-skinned monkey. How many Asians keep guns at home? Even if he does have one, so what? It's probably just a handgun. We outnumber him and we've got more firepower, what are you afraid of? Hurry up. If you can't get the door open, I'll kill you." The black locksmith seemed somewhat intimidated by Victoria Hayes' words. His hands kept trembling, and he couldn't open the door. He warned them again. "I told you. I've already called the police. They're on their way. You'd better stay away from me or I'll shoot. It's my right. Plus, I'm live streaming this. Hundreds of millions of people are watching your stupid antics. You're done for. Some idiots didn't even bother to wear balaclavas. You're all going to jail." The leader was enraged by Victoria Hayes' words and angrily shoved the black man who was trying to pick the lock aside. He fired a shot at the door lock, bang, shattering it. The ringleader kicked the door open and stormed inside, followed by the gang members behind him. Victoria Hayes, who had been aiming her assault rifle at the doorway, had been waiting for this very moment. Her 416 Hong Kong dollars unleashed a deadly barrage of fire at the group rushing into the house. Bang, 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 a burst of gunfire rang out, and the bullets sent bright spatters of blood flying from the crowd. The leader who had charged into the house and several gang members were knocked to the ground by a barrage of bullets. Victoria Hayes' assault rifle never stopped firing. His eyes had long since activated night vision and X-ray vision. He could see everyone's positions clearly, and his bullets continued to mow down the figures at the doorway. Chapter 21. Counterattack in the Dark. Upon hearing his gunfire, the gang members outside also began to flee and take cover, but to Victoria Hayes it was all in vain. The house was made of wood. Against the powerful penetrating force of the assault rifle's bullets, it offered little more protection than a paper wall. It served only to block his line of sight, and gang members kept getting hit and dying. Click, the sound of the assault rifle's magazine emptying rang out. With the 30-round magazine spent, Victoria Hayes quickly crouched behind the wall to reload. With a light press of her left thumb on the spring at the rear of the magazine began to drop naturally under gravity. At the same time, she reached into the ammunition belt across her chest with her left hand, pulled out a full magazine, and inserted it into the assault rifle, then quickly pulled back the bolt to chamber a round. The viewers in the live stream went wild. "Holy shit! She fired. She really fired. Several criminals have been shot down. I'd say they're as good as dead. That and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, it's incredibly lethal. I saw at least 8 or 9 criminals get shot down. This is way too gory. Oh my god. Alex is so awesome, he really opened fire on these criminals. Victoria Hayes is awesome, she is a true Chinese badass. Well done. Let them see the full might of our Chinese martial spirit. Decades ago on the 38th parallel, we beat their great-grandfathers so badly they were crawling on the ground. Now, a single Chinese exchange student can make dozens of these thugs cry like babies. Long live China! Long live China! Long live China! The Douyin livestream was instantly flooded with "Long live China" comments. At that moment, the thugs outside the house began firing into the room. After reloading her magazine, Victoria Hayes quickly made her way to the back door. She didn't want to be caught in a crossfire. Just then, the back door was kicked open, and without hesitation, she fired at the thug who had kicked it down. Bang, 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 3 bullets bloomed into a vivid flower of death on the criminal's chest, and he collapsed to the ground with a glazed look in his eyes. Victoria Hayes didn't stop. He aimed his gun at the wall next to the back door. Several other criminals were still hiding behind the wall, and he could see them clearly through his X-ray vision. Bullets kept piercing through the wall, striking the criminals behind it. Click! The sound of an empty magazine ejecting rang out. Another 30-round magazine had been emptied. All 6 criminals at the back door were taken out. 10 more to go. Victoria Hayes silently counted the remaining criminals in his head. He ran toward the second floor while reloading. He stopped at the top of the stairs, crouched down, and aimed his gun straight at the first floor. By now, the gang members had gone berserk. Their leader had already met his maker, and more than a dozen of their brothers had also fallen to gunfire. What's more, their actions had reportedly been live-streamed. If the remaining members simply went back now, they'd likely be chopped to pieces by the gang boss and fed to the pigs. If that were to happen, they might as well fight to the death right here. At least they'd die heroically, and that way they wouldn't have to suffer at the boss's hands. Thinking of the boss's usual methods, they couldn't help but shudder. So the remaining 10 men charged into the house, firing relentlessly in all directions. 3 gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. A gang member near the staircase had his head blown off by a bullet from Victoria Hayes. The remaining gang members realized he was on the second floor, so they began coordinating their advance upward, rather than heading to the basement to harass the girls. A burst of gunfire rang out as a gang member hiding behind a wall fired a burst of bullets upstairs. By this point, Victoria Hayes had already taken cover far away. His eyes scanning the entire house, he had long since pinpointed the locations of the remaining 9 criminals with crystal clarity. Through his headset, Christiana quietly reported the positions of each criminal to him, sounding remarkably calm. 3 criminals are pressed up against the wall behind the right side of the first floor stairwell. There are 2 behind the left-hand wall. The others are standing directly in front of the staircase, but they shouldn't be visible from the second floor landing right now. Okay, honey, I got it. 3 criminals are pressed up against the wall on the right side of the first floor staircase. Right? Victoria Hayes confirmed again. This was merely a ploy to throw the girls and the countless viewers in the livestream off guard. He tiptoed to a spot directly above that location, aimed his gun downward, and unleashed a barrage of fire, emptying the fully loaded magazine. The 3 criminals hiding there never would have dreamed that the guy on the second floor would actually open fire right above their heads. Just like that, all 3 criminals were killed by a hail of bullets that pierced through the floor. Seeing their comrades hit, the remaining 6 criminals all aimed their guns at the second floor and opened fire. Another burst of chaotic gunfire rang out, leaving countless bullet holes in the floor near the stairwell. Meanwhile, Victoria Hayes was hiding in the middle bedroom on the second floor, leisurely reloading her magazine. Honey, how many did I hit just now? How many are left? Victoria Hayes asked. Christiana glanced at the tablet in her hand and immediately replied in a low voice. You hit all 3 of the criminals at the stairwell just now. They took multiple shots and are probably beyond saving. There are 6 left now, scattered throughout the living room and dining room. It's hard to pinpoint their exact locations. Also, I'm worried that once you fire, they all start shooting up the stairs at once, making it easy for you to get hit by stray bullets that's very dangerous. My God, who is this girl? She is so calm. This girl is definitely a powerhouse. As the gunfire ceased, the remaining gang members on the first floor were gasping for breath while reloading their weapons. They never imagined that a mission which was supposed to be a simple one, with 24 of them coming to kidnap a person of Asian descent, would end up in such a dire situation. They'd also seen the video of Victoria Hayes disarming and killing 4 of their brothers, so they were already taking this person of Asian descent very seriously. They'd arrived in 6 vehicles with 24 men, most of whom were armed with Remington shotguns and semi-automatic rifles like AR-15s. How could they have been slaughtered so brutally by just one person? After all, this was a student, a Chinese-American student, no less. Aren't Chinese people supposed to be the most law-abiding? How could she have a fully automatic assault rifle? How could she kill without mercy, even more ruthlessly than they were? Isn't this a billionaire worth over $1 billion? That's right. When their boss learned that the Chinese-American student had killed 4 of their members, he inevitably started hatching devious plans. After all, it was over $1 billion in cash. Even a whole host of super rich people on the wealth lists might not be able to come up with that much cash on hand. Most of their wealth is in stocks. If they were to dump them en masse, stock prices would crash in a matter of minutes. But this Chinese-American student had over $1 billion in cash on hand, and unlike other tycoons, he didn't hire a bunch of bodyguards. He was a prime target. Just kidnap him, apply a little pressure, and wouldn't he willingly hand over his entire fortune? All they'd have to do is transfer the money to offshore accounts, and it would vanish without a trace in no time. Then they could just dig a hole and bury him, no one would ever know. If Victoria Hayes knew what their boss was thinking, she'd definitely laugh her head off. She'd already said it on live stream. It's all in stocks. You guys are way behind the times? And kidnapping him in such a high-profile manner. Do they think the LAPD is just for show? Chapter 22. A frenzy of killing. At that moment, among the criminals on the first floor who had suffered a major setback, one man couldn't bear the immense psychological pressure. He seemed to have lost his mind, running toward the main entrance with his gun raised, perhaps having already broken down. He simply wanted to escape this terrifying place. He didn't want to die here, he still wanted to enjoy this beautiful world. Led by him, another criminal immediately followed, running toward the exit. Seeing the scene unfold, someone immediately called out, "Come back, Hill! Don't run, there's no cover outside the door, and you're as good as dead." Someone nearby also hurried to advising him, "Come back, Truzo, you want to get away, he'll shoot you in the back. It's safer here." At the same time, Christiana immediately warned, "Honey, two bandits are charging toward the main gate. I don't know what they're up to, you need to be careful." Hearing Christiana's words, he almost laughed out loud. This line allowed him to shoot the robbers who had run out of the house from behind without hesitation, using his own safety as an excuse. His girlfriend wasn't just beautiful, she was also incredibly smart. She spoke like a master of words, saving him a lot of trouble down the line. Victoria Hayes, having received the message, reacted quickly. He rushed to the window just as the two robbers had already burst through the front door and were running away with their backs to the house. Without hesitation, he raised his assault rifle and fired. Bang, 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 bang. With 6 rhythmic gunshots, the two robbers were knocked to the ground, each with 3 bullets that had pierced their chests from behind. When a bullet enters the chest from behind, it makes only a small hole, but as it passes through the chest, it leaves a hole the size of a fist. At the same time, due to the hollow point effect, the bullet shreds the internal organs along its path as it passes through the chest cavity. Generally, anyone hit in the chest by an assault rifle will bleed to death within 10 minutes in most cases. There is simply no chance of survival. YouTube and Douyin live streams went completely wild. Countless people in front of the cameras were left speechless with shock. Countless others were reduced to tears by the gruesome scenes, while just as many were so sickened by the gory imagery that they vomited uncontrollably. Yet not a single person chose to disconnect. Seeing such footage for the first time, far more realistic and far more intense than anything in the movies. No ridiculous scenes of someone still jumping around after taking a dozen shots, just the raw firepower of real firearms. Just bullets flying wildly all over the room, and even more realistic, the blood spatter when bullets hit the body, and the sight of flesh and blood flying everywhere as bullets tore through bodies. It was truly shocking. Damn, 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 this is way too intense. Holy shit, this Alex is ruthless. Looks like he doesn't want to let a single criminal get away. Even though I think he is too brutal, I still admire him. Even a highly trained cop or a Navy SEAL elite couldn't guarantee they'd walk away unscathed when facing over 20 vicious, armed criminals, but he did. Victoria Hayes is a legend forever, so awesome. That is so badass. I can't put my feelings into words right now, all I can say is, this guy is incredible. Meanwhile, the chief of the Fall Mountain Police Department was going crazy when he received the call. He just suffered a massive embarrassment in front of the whole world, and he figured everyone would be coming after him. To say the least, the mayor of Fall Mountain and the governor of California would absolutely not let him off the hook. He could see the view count on the YouTube livestream, over 300 million. What he didn't know was that, on the Douyin livestream platform, over 50 million people were currently watching this shocking livestream shootout. At that moment, our police chief felt as if his life had lost all meaning. It was as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. He had to find a way to save himself. Yes, he had to get to the scene immediately. So he immediately put on his police uniform, got in his car and set off, calling the heads of various departments along the way. Especially SWAT. The SWAT captain was the first to receive the call. At that moment, the officers at the Los Angeles Police Department were in a frenzy. In this international metropolis, a gunfight of such massive scale was actually unfolding right under the eyes of the entire world. A large number of police cars, sirens blaring, raced toward the University of Southern California. Seeing 2 of their partners knocked down by Victoria Hayes from upstairs, they all rapidly opened fire toward the room above. But they didn't expect that after firing, Victoria Hayes had already quickly moved to a new position. He wasn't going to stand there like a fool and let them shoot him. Meanwhile, he kept firing wildly downstairs to prevent them from feeling too secure as they fired upstairs. He had to disrupt their rhythm, otherwise, he'd sooner or later get hit by the bullets flying everywhere. While the 4 thugs were laying down suppressive fire upstairs, he had already quietly made his way down the stairs. Arriving at the landing on the first floor, he watched as their ammunition steadily dwindled, a mischievous smile playing on the corner of his mouth. Click, 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 click. The sounds of empty magazines echoed from the 4 guns one after another, and Victoria Hayes burst out from behind the wall. The live stream was filled with gasps. Those pig-headed robbers are as good as dead. Oh my God. These 4 robbers are out of ammo. Facing Alex with his assault rifle, they're just waiting to die. It's over. These robbers are as good as dead. Oh, this fight is over. He raised his assault rifle and pulled the trigger at one of the robbers. The robber wielding the Remington shotgun was reaching into his pocket to load a shell into the magazine. Seeing Victoria Hayes raise her gun at him, his eyes filled with despair, he knew he was done for. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and a vivid flower bloomed across the chest of the robber wielding the Remington shotgun. He didn't even have time to cry before the bullets pierced his chest, draining the warmth from his body. Without a moment's pause, Victoria Hayes aimed her gun at another robber wielding an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. The magazine had already been removed from the rifle. He was holding a fully loaded magazine in his left hand, preparing to reload. Seeing Victoria Hayes aiming her gun at him, the robber let out a wretched laugh. 3 more rhythmic bang, bang, bang gunshots echoed through the living room, and the second robber was shot and fell to the ground. But at the same time, Victoria Hayes' gun had also jammed. The gunfight had been too intense. Before she could reload, the third robber, armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle, had already finished reloading and was preparing to cycle the bolt to chamber around. There was no time to reload, so she immediately hurled her 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle at the robber in front of her. Yes, she actually threw it. The third criminal staggered from the sheer force of the blow and dropped his weapon. He immediately charged at the criminal. Just as the criminal turned around, ready to chamber around, he was kicked in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. Chapter 23, Ending the Fight. Victoria Hayes seized the opportunity to draw the Ontario 3 Malawian Quach's navy knife she had sheathed in her right thigh. With her left hand clamped around the criminal's neck, she pinned him against the wall. With her right hand holding the knife, she plunged it viciously into his chest, twisted it 90 degrees, and then yanked it out forcefully. She drove the blade into his chest again with all her might. With just 2 strikes, the third robber's hands dropped limply to his sides. She immediately let go and turned around, only to see that the fourth robber had already reloaded his AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and chambered around. However, he hadn't had time to raise the rifle and aim it at Victoria Hayes. Victoria Hayes flung her Ontario 3 Malawian Quach's navy knife with all her might at the last robber. The flying knife struck the robber squarely in the neck. The last robber was knocked down by the knife's tremendous impact and fell straight backward onto the ground. The last criminal's eyes, filled with despair, were brimming with resentment. He couldn't understand why so many people with such heavy firepower hadn't been able to take down a law-abiding Asian. He died with a heart full of resentment, returning to God's embrace. Victoria Hayes didn't pause for a moment. She first picked up her 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. She quickly reloaded the magazine and checked each of the bandits lying on the floor inside the house one by one. She kicked the guns out of their hands to make sure there were no survivors. It would be disastrous if any bandit still had the strength to shoot her in the back. She was satisfied with the results. Not a single survivor remained. After all, this was an assault rifle. If hit in the chest, the chances of surviving long enough for an ambulance to arrive were slim, especially since she had her X-ray vision activated. Each criminal had taken at least 2 or 3 shots to the chest. "Honey, it's safe now. You can come out," Victoria Hayes said to Christiana on the other end of the video call. At the same time, she began checking the situation outside the house. After finishing her inspection, she stepped out front, where she could already hear police sirens in the distance. Just like in the movies, the police always arrive late after the battle is over, and the officers from the American Police Department were no exception. He removed the magazine from his rifle and set it on the ground in front of the house, then skillfully pulled the bolt to eject the chambered round. He deftly caught the ejected round. The entire sequence was performed in one fluid motion, looking incredibly cool. Christiana emerged from the basement, carefully made her way through the living room littered with bodies, and reached Victoria Hayes' side, hugging him tightly. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Christiana asked thoughtfully, her voice full of concern and tenderness, yet completely devoid of fear. Darling, we're safe now. I'm fine, not a scratch on me, Victoria Hayes replied, wrapping her arms tightly around Christiana in return and reassuring her. The viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back any longer. Holy shit! When did he get such a gorgeous girlfriend? His girlfriend is really beautiful. I don't even envy Alex for getting rich, but seeing his girlfriend, I admit I'm jealous. Jealous as hell. Holy shit, his girlfriend is a super hot white girl, oh shit. Meanwhile, over on the Douyin live streaming platform, the moderators who had been stunned after the fight ended had now snapped out of it. Without hesitation, they cut off the stream, and the familiar 12-character message appeared in the chat. Stream has been banned. Streaming is prohibited for the following duration. The viewers were not happy. Fucking moderators, you're meddling again. The fight's already over. Is there any point in banning the stream now? Moderators, are you afraid I'll choke to death on all this couple vibe? Hurry up and unban it. Moderators, we've already seen everything, the good and the bad. There aren't going to be any adult-only scenes now. At worst, we'll just be sickened by all the sweetness, but we're not afraid. Come on, you jerk of a mod. Hurry up and unblock the stream. Come at me. The screen was flooded with comments berating the moderator. Victoria Hayes released Christiana from her embrace. Darling, I've got important business to attend to right now. I need to take off my gear quickly. We don't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings for the officers at the police station. They're under too much pressure at work, so let us not add to their troubles. Christiana obediently let go and stood to the side, her eyes brimming with love. She watched as he removed his gear piece by piece, starting with his ammunition belt, which he set on the ground. There were still several unused magazines left, but let us be honest, you can never have too many of those. Next was the Glock G17 holstered on his thigh. As he unholstered it, he remarked, I guess I don't need to hand this over to the police, right? This gun hasn't been fired once. They probably won't seize it as evidence, right? Looks like I'll have to go buy another gun tomorrow. The viewers in the livestream were truly embarrassed to hear him say that you've got enough ammo on you to fight a small-scale firefight. After unloading his gear, he immediately called his lawyer. Hey George, you're probably still up, right? I'm in a bit of trouble here. I need you to come over right away. His lawyer, George, replied immediately. Alex, I may be in my 40s, but I'm still young at heart. I'm online, you know? I've been watching the live stream. You were truly heroic. What happened over there is now known all over the world. It's really shocking. I'm so glad to see you safe and sound. I've already changed my clothes and will be there soon. After taking care of everything, Victoria Hayes took Christiana by the hand, led her to the side of the road, sat down, and held her tightly in her arms. Several police cars finally arrived, and a group of heavily armed officers poured out, all wearing heavy-duty bulletproof vests with bulletproof inserts. The officer in charge walked up to Victoria Hayes and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Alex. I'm sorry we're late. I'm truly glad to see you're unharmed. Thank you. I'm so sorry, officer. I've caused you a lot of trouble with this serious shootout here. I feel like I've really let Chief write down. These guys were undoubtedly after me. Victoria Hayes explained to the lead officer, her face full of remorse. It's all right, Mr. Alex. You didn't ask for this. It's just that these criminals were way too brazen. Just then, Chief Wright of the Luoshanji Police Department arrived in his car and ran straight toward Victoria Hayes as soon as he got out. I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Alex. I'm so glad to see you're safe and sound, he said, shaking her hand. It's great to see you, Chief Wright. I'm so sorry this happened here. Most importantly, I was live streaming, so now the whole world knows about this, he replied, his face full of remorse. It's all right, Mr. Alex, as long as no civilians were injured here. As for those thugs who stormed into a private residence with guns under American law, they deserve to die. Chapter 24. Building a reputation in the West is crucial. At that moment, Victoria Hayes spoke solemnly to the camera. I condemn the organization behind these thugs. How could you send so many armed people to break into a private residence? I'm currently sharing this place with my classmates. Even if you have a grudge against me or are out to get me, you could have chosen a different time or location. What if you'd accidentally hurt someone else? At the same time, I'd like to thank Chief Wright of the Fall Mountain Police Department for his assistance. After I was involved in an armed robbery a few days ago and killed 4 assailants in self-defense, Chief Wright was concerned for my safety. He originally planned to assign several officers to provide round-the-clock protection for me. However, given the current strain on Fall Mountain-S police resources, I declined Chief Wright's offer. Chief Wright then went out of his way to apply for a permit for me to carry a fully automatic weapon and a concealed carry permit, expediting the approval process. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to carry the fully automatic 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. Without that sustained, powerful firepower, I might have died here tonight. Here, I will once again donate $10 million to the Luoshanji Police Department. Like the $5 million I donated previously, this entire sum will be used for the post-operative recovery of injured officers, living allowances for disabled officers, and living subsidies for the widows of officers who died in the line of duty. This is to support the officers of the Luoshanji Police Department as they protect the safety of our city. Clap, clap, clap. The room erupted in applause. People never skimp on applause for those who genuinely engage in charity and make substantial donations. They also sincerely admire such individuals. But Victoria Hayes had his own ulterior motives. He won a jackpot worth over $1 billion. And if he didn't donate a single penny, the holier-than-thou types online would tear him to shreds. In the West, you can't get anywhere without a good reputation, especially as an Asian. He needs that reputation even more, and besides, donations are tax-deductible. His solemn and formal speech was nothing short of a lifeline for the entire Fall Mountain Police Department. With a security incident of this magnitude, one that shook the entire world, at least the Fall Mountain Police Department couldn't be accused of doing nothing. Moreover, the department had anticipated the potential dangers. At that moment, in Chief Wright's mind, Victoria Hayes was nothing short of a divine messenger sent to rescue him from his predicament, one radiating a golden glow, no less. Shortly afterward, his lawyer, George, arrived on the scene. After getting the basics from him, he immediately went to coordinate with the officers at the station. By this time, the live stream had been shut down. Chief Wright walked over and said to him with great sincerity, "Mr. Alex, thank you very much for your support and assistance to me and the Luoshanji Police Department. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll always remember everything you've done for us. Whenever you have time, feel free to come to the Los Angeles Police Department to give a statement. This matter is closed. As far as you're concerned, our department will handle the rest." Hearing Chief Wright's words, Victoria Hayes realized he had achieved his goal. The scene was filled with all kinds of vehicles, and all the lights inside the house had been turned on. Looking at the house riddled with bullet holes and the bodies strewn across the floor, the officers were stunned by the sight before them. It was too gruesome. One officer was taking photos non-stop with a camera, while another was slowly filming the entire scene with a video camera. Some officers simply couldn't bear the sight and crouched not far from the house, vomiting violently. The landlord must have been the happiest person after this shootout. The entire first floor was completely destroyed. The second floor was also riddled with bullet holes from the barrage of gunfire the criminals had unleashed from below. The entire house would need major repairs, but since he purchased insurance when he rented it out, the insurance company would cover the costs now that a problem had arisen. "Alex, everything here is taken care of. You won't have any trouble. Just find some time, and I'll go with you to the Mount Royal Police Station to give a statement. Then your HK assault rifle and Ontario MK naval knife will have to be held by the police for a while. They'll be returned to you once the case is closed." George walked over and said to Victoria Hayes, "No problem, George. Let us go to the police station together tomorrow afternoon to give our statements." "All right. See you tomorrow afternoon, then." The house had been shot to pieces and was uninhabitable. It wasn't suitable to stay there right now, either, as the entire place reeked of blood. He certainly couldn't let a bunch of girls sleep on the streets, so he drove them to a nearby hotel and booked rooms for them. On the way there, Victoria Hayes kept agonizing over whether to book 3 rooms or 4. Unexpectedly, she ended up having the desire but not the guts. Watching Christiana say goodnight and go into her room alone, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Ugh, what a wimp. You're no good even when you get the chance. You're still no good." Then he returned to his room alone. Little did he know, however, that once back in her room, Christiana broke into an amused smile. She could clearly sense Victoria Hayes' inner turmoil and thoughts at that moment, though she didn't let it show.
"Coward," Christiana sighed softly.
When she woke up early the next morning, as expected, the front pages and news reports across the United States were all about last night's shootout. Victoria Hayes' nickname, the USC Thug, echoed around the world. Accompanied by Christiana and her lawyer George, she went to the Los Angeles Police Department to give a statement, then donated $10 million on the spot. Afterward, He and Christiana returned to their residence to pack their bags. Honey, my new villa is all set up. We can't stay in this house anymore. Why don't you move in with me? There are plenty of empty rooms there, and you don't need to waste money on rent, do you? After all, I'm your boyfriend. It's perfectly normal for us to live together, right? Christiana smiled at the flustered Victoria Hayes and replied simply, "Sure. Come on. Help me move my stuff." He looked at the beautiful woman before him with surprise and delight, responding excitedly, "Okay, honey." The two then began packing their belongings. A woman's luggage is always so bulky, a huge pile of clothes, shoes, handbags, and cosmetics. Especially for a beautiful woman who knows how to dress well, her luggage is even more extensive. It took them nearly half a day to finish packing everything. The man's luggage, on the other hand, was much simpler. Victoria Hayes' belongings fit neatly into just 3 suitcases. One suitcase held clothes, another was filled with shoes and miscellaneous items. The third contained books and some daily necessities, which was actually quite a lot for a man's luggage, considering he lived there for over 3 years. They called a moving company to haul everything straight to Beverly Hills. Victoria Hayes quickly unpacked her modest belongings and made her way to Christiana's room. Deep down, she really wanted to say, "Honey, let us share a room." But as someone who been single her whole life, she didn't know how to bring it up. Chapter 25. Moving in and living together. Watching Christiana hang her clothes one by one in the walk-in closet, Victoria Hayes spoke up, "Darling, is there anything I can help you with?" The beautiful woman in front of him glanced back at him. "Of course. Go put my shoes in the shoe cabinet for me." "Sure, darling. I'll go right away." After saying that, he went to the entryway on the first floor. To the left of the entryway was a room about 9 square meters in size, completely filled with shoe cabinets specifically designed for storing shoes. All of Christiana's packed shoes were here. Victoria Hayes opened the packing bag. Then, one pair at a time, she unwrapped them from their individual small bags and arranged the shoes in the shoe cabinets by category. Girls really do have so many shoes. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but marvel as she looked at the shoe cabinets filled to the brim. At that moment, over 200 pairs of shoes were densely packed on the shelves, and she was puzzled as to how they ever fit in their previous rental apartment. They were sorted by heel height into high heels, medium-high heels, medium heels, low heels, and flats, and further divided into stiletto heels and chunky heels. By toe shape, they were categorized as pointed toe, round toe, and square toe, and by ankle height into low top, mid top, and high top styles. With all these different categories, Victoria Hayes was completely bewildered. Christiana, still hard at work, was now glistening with sweat on her face when he walked over. "Honey, the shoes have already been sorted and organized. Should all these clothes be hung in the closet or put in the drawers?" "Yes, just hang them all in the closet," Christiana replied. He casually opened a small suitcase, which was packed to the brim with nothing but lingerie. Looking at the colorful lingerie before her, Victoria Hayes stood frozen in place, her eyes wide. Black, white, purple, blue, all kinds of lace and cotton bras and panties were right in front of her. "What's this?" He reached in and rummaged through them. Wow, so many pairs of stockings. He loved these the most. There weren't many men who didn't. If they were worn on Christiana's long, shapely legs. "Honey, why aren't you saying anything?" Seeing that Victoria Hayes had suddenly gone quiet, Christiana asked. Victoria Hayes still didn't respond. When Christiana turned around, she saw him staring at a whole box of lingerie and stockings. She wasn't sure if he was just stunned. But Christiana's head felt like it was about to explode. She hurriedly pulled the dazed Victoria Hayes up and pushed her out of the room. "I don't need your help here. I'll clean this up myself. You go get some rest." Pushed out the door, he had now snapped out of it and was filled with regret. How could he have spaced out like that? How could he have spaced out at such a crucial moment? What a great opportunity. He could have really taken his time to admire the view. But it was too late for regrets. He was locked out. "Honey, I'll go take care of your tire then. You can't keep driving around on a spare. It's not safe," Victoria Hayes called out from inside the room. Just then, the door opened a crack, and a key flew out, landing right in his lap. Looking at the Audi S7 key in her hand, the corner of Victoria Hayes' mouth twitched. Oh, what a disaster! She had no choice but to fix the car. In the garage, Victoria Hayes huffed and puffed as she worked on Christiana's car. She swapped out the wheels for the original rims and inflated the tires. It had to be said, her car repair skills definitely needed some work. About half an hour later, Victoria Hayes stepped out into the backyard. By then, Christiana had already packed her personal belongings and was standing in the garden outside the house, admiring the view of downtown Los Angeles. Wearing a knee-length white lace dress and white stiletto heels, she stood tall and graceful, radiating beauty. A sudden breeze swept through, causing the hem of her dress and her hair to flutter in the wind. The entire scene was utterly enchanting, and Victoria Hayes' heart fluttered along with it. He walked over gently, wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, and buried his face between her neck and hair, inhaling her scent. "Is the view beautiful here?" Victoria Hayes asked. "It's beautiful. From here, you can look down on the entire Los Angeles city skyline. It's breathtaking." "A view like this is truly beautiful," Christiana said, entranced, as she wrapped one arm around his neck from behind. Victoria Hayes said tenderly, "Yes, it really is beautiful. I spent a long time looking at it before I decided to buy this place. I was drawn in by this stunning view. But no matter how beautiful the view is, it doesn't hold a candle to your beauty." Hearing his heartfelt confession, Christiana was deeply moved and turned her head. Their passionate gazes met, and Victoria Hayes pressed a deep kiss onto Christiana's red lips. How can a girl always be the one to make the first move? A man must take the initiative and seize the moment. He mustn't let it slip away. The two kissed passionately, his hands gliding across the plane to reach the highest point, feeling the softness in his grasp. He leaned down, scooped Christiana up in his arms, and carried her inside, where everything that was meant to happen unfolded naturally between them. As the sun set and night began to fall, the action inside the room was just as intense and electrifying as the battle the night before. In the end, Victoria Hayes, relying on her formidable physique enhanced and transformed by the treasure chi, secured a decisive victory. Couples in the throes of passion are always inseparable, sticking together day and night. Victoria Hayes and Christiana were no exception. For over 10 days, the two of them were constantly together, exploring every interesting spot in Luoshanji. During this time, accompanied by Christiana, Victoria Hayes plundered the spiritual energy from the collections of the 13 largest museums in Luoshanji. Her physical fitness and visual abilities had improved dramatically. By this point, she could squat 500 kilograms, read text in a book clearly from 500 meters away, see through the ground up to 50 meters, and see through hard materials like walls and rocks up to 20 meters. Today, the two of them arrived at the Rose Bowl Flea Market in Los Angeles. The Rose Bowl Flea Market in Los Angeles is one of the largest flea markets in the United States, held on the second Sunday of every month at the Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena, California. Since its inception, the market has attracted tens of thousands of tourists and local residents, making it a great destination for shopping, entertainment, and socializing. The market features goods from a wide variety of vendors, including antiques, secondhand clothing, furniture, artwork, handicrafts, home decor, jewelry, books, and toys. With as many as 3,000 vendor booths, there is a wealth of items to choose from, whether you're looking for unique collectibles or just want to score a bargain. The Rose Bowl Flea Market is not only a great place to shop, but also an excellent spot to experience local culture and community spirit. You'll meet people from different countries, ethnicities, and backgrounds at the market, and you can chat with vendors to learn their stories. There are also many stalls offering cuisine unique to various countries and cultures. With international dishes, local snacks, and desserts available, visitors can enjoy delicious food while they shop. Chapter 26. The Works of George Calder. The market is generally open on the second Sunday of every month, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Admission for adults is $10 per person, and early entry is available. But that costs extra. By the time they arrived, it was already 10 a.m., one of the busiest times of the day. He wasn't live streaming today, having gone through the battle earlier that day. He felt that live streaming while hunting for treasures would make him an easy target for people with ill intent, and the matter with the Lashanji Lame Gang hadn't been completely resolved yet. Live streaming easily reveals one's location and invites unnecessary trouble, so he decided to switch to recording, edit the footage into a video, and then post it online. This also allowed Jack Everett to keep some of the treasures he found to himself. One shouldn't flaunt one's wealth to the world. Besides, the Ansa pirates' take-it-all mentality and the Jews' take-it-all mentality were all too well known. He knew exactly what these people were really like. Having traveled back in time from 2024, he knew this all too well. After paying $20 at the entrance, Victoria Hayes led Christiana into the stadium. Christiana asked eagerly, "Darling, We've practically visited every museum in Luoshanji recently. And you've read so many books on antique and art appreciation. Are you planning to make a career out of the antique and art industry? That's right, dear. You've guessed it perfectly, replied Victoria Hayes, her eyes constantly scanning the booths. But didn't you study finance? So you brought me here today to put your education to the test? I guess I'll just have to wait and see. He smiled but said nothing. What he studied didn't matter. What mattered was making money. Besides, as long as there were hidden treasures in this market, there was no way they could escape his keen eye. The two walked arm in arm for several dozen meters, Victoria Hayes' eyes constantly darting from one item to the next. However, most weren't very valuable. The majority were surrounded by a faint blue halo. The color wasn't very deep, clearly indicating they were items from the past few decades and not worth much. Victoria Hayes pulled Christiana to a stop in front of a second-hand goods stall. His eyes were fixed intently on a clown sculpture to him. The sculpture was shrouded in 7 layers of blue light, blindingly bright. He knew he had a chance to score a major find. The stall owner, noticing someone had stopped, immediately called out, "Can I help you, sir? You seem very interested in this clown sculpture. Feel free to pick it up and take a look. Don't worry." "Thanks, I'll take a look," he said, picking up the sculpture to examine it closely. The sculpture was about 35 centimeters tall and made of metal. The limbs, torso, and head were each composed of several parts, connected by flexible joints that allowed certain sections of the clown to move or rotate. The clown's colors were very vivid, featuring bright hues such as red, blue, and yellow. These vibrant colors enhanced the piece's playfulness and appeal, making the sculpture at the stall instantly noticeable to most people. Victoria Hayes picked up the sculpture and took a look. The capital letters AC were engraved on the base. Her guess was correct. This was a work by George Calder. George Calder was an outstanding American sculptor, renowned for his innovative kinetic and static sculptures. George Calder emphasized the connection between art and life. His works often reflect an exploration of nature and the universe. They convey vivid emotions and an optimistic attitude toward life. He is considered one of the key figures in 20th century modern art, and his work has had a profound influence on many subsequent artists. This is particularly true in the fields of abstract and kinetic art. His works are exhibited in numerous renowned museums worldwide, including the Museum of Modern Art in New York and the National Gallery of Art. He has received numerous art awards and honors, solidifying his status in the art world. George Calder was one of the pioneers of kinetic sculpture. His works utilized the principles of airflow and gravity to allow the sculptures to move dynamically within space. This innovative art form transformed people's traditional understanding of sculpture, making it more vibrant and interactive. George Calder created many large-scale public sculptures, such as Big Red and Cubist. These works often become integral parts of the urban landscape, enhancing the artistic atmosphere of public spaces. In addition to kinetic sculptures, George Calder also created static sculptures, paintings, jewelry, and other art forms, demonstrating his wide-ranging talent across various media. The Clown series is part of his extensive body of work, with Clown being one of its most famous pieces. The Clown sculpture right here is one of the works from his Clown series. "Hello, sir. How much is this Clown sculpture?" "You can take it home for $3,000. Look how vibrant the colors are, and it's movable. You can adjust it to any pose you like, and it's made of metal. Works made from this material are never cheap." The shop owner explained the sculpture in detail to Victoria Hayes, but from his description, she was certain of one thing. He knew absolutely nothing about it. No, that price is outrageous. I'll pay $300 at most." "Oh my goodness. That's a ridiculous offer. It's worth at least $2,500. The shop owner was clearly very dissatisfied with her offer. Looking at the stall owner, who seemed a bit annoyed, Victoria Hayes felt a bit helpless, but isn't that just how haggling goes? She decided to start by cutting the price to 10% of the asking price. "Sir, just tell me the lowest price you're willing to sell it for. I really don't know much about these things." The owner hesitated, seemingly worried that quoting too high a price would scupper the deal. Several people had already asked about the price today, but they all walked away, finding it too expensive. "If you're serious about buying it, my lowest price is $1,500. That's too expensive, boss. Even if it's made of metal and the pose is adjustable, that doesn't change the fact that it's just a home decor piece. After all, it's not made of gold. It can't be worth that much. This sculpture is so brightly colored that passersby can spot it at a glance." I'm sure plenty of people have asked about the price. But the fact that it's still here can only mean one thing: your price is too high. You need to lower it. Something this heavy is a hassle to haul around. I'm sure you don't want to go home lugging this heavy thing around today. Do you? Judging by the shop owner's expression, Victoria Hayes knew her guess was right. So she continued, $1,000. As long as you agree, I'll pay right away in cash. Hearing Victoria Hayes' offer, the shop owner hesitated, seemingly reluctant to accept such a low price. $1,000 is too little. My cost alone is $800, and that's not counting the time, effort, and gas I spent acquiring it. At that price, I wouldn't make a profit at all. It's got to be at least $1,200. Just pay $1,200, and it's yours. Take it away. No more haggling, I've got to make a living. Chapter 27. The Antique Knife at the Flea Market. Victoria Hayes flashed a triumphant smile and held out her right hand to the stall owner. It's a deal. The stall owner was a decent guy. He wrapped the sculpture in several layers of bubble wrap and secured it with plastic tape. Then he found a sturdy paper bag for Victoria Hayes to carry the sculpture in. Throughout the entire process, Christiana didn't say a word. She just stood quietly to the side, watching him haggle with the owner. It wasn't until they left that she voiced her question. Is that sculpture really worth that much? To me, it just looks like an ordinary ornament. I'd say it's worth $200 or $300 at most, and since it's secondhand, shouldn't it be even cheaper? Looking at Christiana's face full of curiosity, Victoria Hayes felt quite pleased. A beautiful person really is so adorable when she's curious. He said cheerfully, "Should keep your voice down, dear. This is a work by George Calder, and it's worth over $1 million. Christiana was stunned. Was this a joke? Just like that, buying a sculpture from a second-hand stall that's worth $1 million? Are you kidding me? Or is God playing a joke on me?" Looking at Christiana, whose face was a mix of astonishment and skepticism, he continued, "I've verified that it's his work. There's no doubt about it. There's even his unique mark on the base of the sculpture. I've seen his work at the museum before, so I know who he is. That means we've made over $1 million today." Once she had regained her composure, Christiana quickly asked, "What are you going to do with this sculpture? Are you going to keep it for yourself or sell it?" "I plan to keep it for myself. Don't we have an underground vault at home? We can't just leave it empty, can we? This is the perfect opportunity to put it to use. Besides, the prices of antiques and art have been rising steadily over the years. It's a very solid investment. It's also something we can pass down to our children, and it helps with tax planning." Jack Everett. "Don't even think about it, dear. This market is only open 1 day a month. We've got to take advantage of this opportunity to have a good look around. Who knows? We might find even more treasures." They browsed through more than a dozen stalls in a row, but just like before, they all emitted only a faint blue glow. Occasionally, there was an item with a red glow, but the color was so faint it was almost negligible. It wasn't worth much at all. Occasionally, there were a few items with a deeper blue glow, but the vendors' asking prices were generally on the high side. Clearly, these vendors were well aware of the true value of the items in their possession. They typically came from established second-hand shops or antique stores, and most possessed varying degrees of expertise in authentication. Some were semi-professionals, while others were outright experts in specific categories of antiques. Of course, they wouldn't be so foolish as to set prices haphazardly and let others snag a bargain. In fact, most of them arrange for someone to watch their stall while they wander around other stalls, hoping to find a real bargain themselves. It seems that finding a bargain isn't that easy after all. Cases like the vendor's earlier are indeed rare. The vast majority of stall owners know their merchandise inside and out. Even for items they're unfamiliar with, they can consult various colleagues in the trade. Amid the non-stop browsing, price inquiries, and haggling, half an hour flew by in no time. Victoria Hayes, this guy can browse with more enthusiasm than a girl when he's in the mood, I have to say. It's pretty amazing. Soon he spotted a second-hand goods stall on his right, shimmering with intense purple and red lights. He loved these kinds of second-hand stalls. The owner's expertise in appraising antiques and art was, relatively speaking, far inferior to that of professional shops. They were the easiest places to find a bargain. He stopped in front of the stall. The glow was coming from weapons. On the ground next to the stall table, a bundle of Japanese katana swords was tied together with a nylon rope. The glow was emanating from within it. "Sir, may I open this bundle of katana to take a look? I'm quite interested in them," Victoria Hayes asked the stall owner. "Of course. Feel free to look around. Just be careful not to mess up the other items. It's a hassle to set them all up again." With the owner's permission, Victoria Hayes untied the rope binding the swords. Dazzling purple and red light stung her eyes upon closer inspection. She realized that more than one sword was emitting the brilliant glow. More than a dozen swords unfolded before Victoria Hayes' eyes, and about 10 of them shimmered with 8 or 9 layers of blue light. They weren't particularly dazzling clearly, they were just ordinary katana, not very valuable. But the other 3 were a different story. Among them was a striking Tang-style broadsword. When she drew it from its scabbard, she saw that the blade was rust-free and in excellent condition. The blade was straight and slender, exceptionally beautiful, and perfectly suited to her aesthetic sensibilities. At that moment, in Victoria Hayes' eyes, the blade of this Tang Dynasty horizontal sword was enveloped in a layer of dazzling purple light and 3 layers of red light. It was clearly 1,300 years old, an authentic Tang Dynasty horizontal sword, no doubt about it. The term Tang sword we commonly use is actually somewhat inaccurate. It is a general term for the 4 standard military sword types of the Tang Dynasty, including the ceremonial sword, the shield sword, the horizontal sword, and the mo sword. These blades not only played a crucial role on the battlefield but also embodied the culture and military technology of the Tang Dynasty. The craftsmanship involved in making Tang swords was complex and costly, so only the Tang imperial family and the military were permitted to use them. Designed with an emphasis on combat effectiveness and durability, and crafted with exquisite artistry and practicality, Tang swords have been hailed throughout history as legendary weapons among cold steel. It was primarily through the use of the horizontal sword and the mo dao that the glorious Tang dynasty to which all nations paid homage was established. Look closely near the guard. There is an inscription engraved here, clearly showing 8 ancient, traditional Chinese characters, made by the Ministry of the Imperial Guard in the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era. The 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era corresponds to 714 AD. Kaiyuan was the 2nd era name used by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang after his accession. This marked the 3rd year of his reign. Emperor Xuanzong, Li Longji, reigned for a total of 45 years, from his accession in 712 AD until his abdication in 756 AD, during which time he used 3 era names. The first era name was Xian Tian, which began in August of AD 712 and ended in November of AD 713, lasting a little over 1 year. The second era name was Kaiyuan, which Li Longji used for a total of 29 years. During the Kaiyuan era, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang devoted himself to governing the country with diligence, ushering in the Kaiyuan Golden Age the zenith of the Tang dynasty. The third era name was Tianbao, which Emperor Xuanzong used for a total of 15 years. It was during the Tianbao era that the Lushan Rebellion broke out, causing the Tang dynasty to decline from its peak. This was the most significant historical event of the Tianbao era. To actually have a Tang dynasty sword right before her eyes, one from the Kaiyuan era, the height of the Tang dynasty's glory, Victoria Hayes struggled to contain her excitement. It was impossible for her not to be excited. According to existing historical records and archaeological findings, the Tang horizontal sword was one of the standard issue weapons of the military. Due to the Tang dynasty's unique burial customs which prohibited weapons from being placed in tombs, almost no intact Tang swords have been unearthed in China. Chapter 28. Kiku Ikemanji and the Sword of the Japanese Marshal. Furthermore, due to the complex manufacturing process and special materials used in Tang swords, they are prone to corrosion, making preserved specimens extremely rare. Most Tang swords discovered in archaeological excavations are severely corroded and in poor condition. Consequently, it is currently difficult to determine whether any well-preserved, authentic Tang-era horizontal swords still exist in China. The few well-preserved Tang swords that remain are all housed in Japan, where they are regarded as national treasures. The horizontal sword housed in the Shoso Inn in Nara, Japan, was crafted in the 9th century AD. At that time, the Tang dynasty was already on shaky ground, teetering on the brink of collapse. The one in his hand, however, was from the early 8th century, specifically the Kaiyuan era, when the Tang dynasty was at the height of its power. It is also the only Tang-era horizontal sword that Zhu Rowan can currently hold in his hands. He sheathed the sword and turned his gaze to the other 2 katana, picking up one that glowed with 8 layers of red light and drawing it from its scabbard. It was equally well preserved, with a 16-petal chrysanthemum motif engraved on the guard. The 16-petal chrysanthemum is the emblem and family crest of the Japanese imperial family, symbolizing the unbroken lineage of the chrysanthemum dynasty. In Japan, the chrysanthemum is regarded as a symbol of the imperial family, representing the emperor's authority and purity. This 16-petal chrysanthemum motif is not only used by the imperial family but is also widely applied in various official occasions and daily life. It can be found on symbolic national treasures as well. For example, the battleship Yamato from World War II bore the 16-petal chrysanthemum motif, embodying the cultural heritage and symbolic significance of the Japanese imperial family. The chrysanthemum was introduced to Japan from China in the 8th century, and later, Emperor Go-Toba developed a deep interest in the flower. He had chrysanthemum patterns engraved on his swords, a tradition that was inherited and developed by subsequent members of the Japanese imperial family. Beneath the 16-petaled chrysanthemum on the sword tsuba, 5 traditional Chinese characters were engraved. Ikemanji Norimyun. Victoria Hayes nearly laughed out loud at that moment considering the condition of the blade. She quickly realized the sword's value. Emperor Go-Toba had established the imperial blacksmith system for his beloved swords, summoning master craftsmen from all over to forge renowned blades. Ikemanji Norimyun was personally appointed as the imperial swordsmith, tasked with forging these renowned blades. The Kiku Ikemanji holds a significant place in Japanese culture. It is not only a symbol of a samurai's status, but also represents the superb craftsmanship of Japanese swordsmiths. Its slender, elongated blade and elegant design make it a national treasure class tachi. The name Kiku Ikemanji derives from the 16-petal chrysanthemum crest engraved on its blade, symbolizing the authority and honor of the imperial family. Kiku Ikemanji consistently ranks among the top 2 in any list of Japan's 10 most famous swords. Today, Kiku Ikemanji not only enjoys a prestigious reputation in the sword-making world, but is also widely used in culinary knives. Kiku Ikemanji, located in Kyoto, Japan, is a 700-year-old sword shop that offers a variety of professional culinary knives. These include the Yanajiba knife, specifically designed for sashimi, and the Usuba knife, designed for vegetables. Renowned for their sharpness and durability, these knives are deeply loved by both professional chefs and home cooks. Another samurai sword's blade emitted neither a purple nor a red glow, but rather 7 layers of dazzling blue light. The blade measures 105 centimeters in length. It is made of steel, features a slight curve, and has a ridge running down the center. Near the ridge, there is a blood groove, and the guard is oval-shaped, crafted from openwork, gilded copper. The handle is wrapped in shark skin and secured at both ends with rivets. Japanese katana handles are typically long, allowing for a 2-handed grip. The handle features exquisite inlays, with the pommel engraved with the Japanese imperial crest, the 16-petaled 8-layered outer chrysanthemum, and the pommel ring adorned with a 3-part chrysanthemum relief. The handle is also wrapped with leather straps woven into a diamond pattern known as the menmaki, to enhance grip and prevent slipping. The scabbard is made of wood and covered with snakeskin on the outside. It features 3 reinforcing bands with rings attached, known as kokusen, through which Jack Everett hung the sword. Both ends of the scabbard are adorned with gilded copper ferrules. After careful examination, he confirmed that this was a Japanese shogun-class katana. Swords of this rank could only be bestowed by the Emperor of Japan and were known as Grand Marshal swords. The origin of this Grand Marshal sword is also quite interesting, since 1934 corresponded to the 2594th year of the Japanese imperial era. This type of military sword is also known as the Type 94 military sword. As for why they were deliberately divided into 2 types, it was likely because Emperor Hirohito felt deeply uneasy about the military's growing arrogance and used this to express his dissatisfaction. At the same time, he was reminding the army that he was the supreme commander of the Imperial Japanese Army. Just look, those little devils in Japan are particularly fond of infighting. Not only do the army and navy constantly clash, but they aren't exactly obedient to their emperor either. Looking at the sword guard, the name Juchi Tarachi is engraved, a man who committed countless atrocities on Chinese soil. During the full-scale war of aggression against China, Juchi Tarachi committed innumerable crimes. He commanded Japanese forces to invade Shandong, Shaanxi, Hunan, Inner Mongolia, and other regions, unleashing his troops to burn, kill, rape, and plunder indiscriminately. Not only did he lead Japanese forces in acts of aggression on the battlefield, but he also orchestrated large-scale burning, killing, and looting in the occupied territories, inflicting immense suffering and destruction upon the local population. Tarachi Hisaichi was also an indirect perpetrator of the Nanjing massacre, having participated in its planning. He commanded Japanese troops to carry out brutal massacres and rapes against civilians within the city of Nanjing, resulting in massive casualties among innocent civilians and the destruction of countless families. However, good and evil are ultimately repaid. After Japan's surrender, Tarachi Juchi, whose hands were stained with the blood of his victims, died of digestive tract cancer while serving his sentence in a prison in Saigon. As she sheathed the sword, Victoria Hayes couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You little Japanese devils. Now you're in trouble. It's your turn to get fleeced. Haha. One was a sword personally forged by Kiku Ikemanji Norimyun for Emperor Go-Toba, the other was the ceremonial sword of one of their Imperial Army field marshals. That would be more than enough to fleece those little devils. Putting away the 3 weapons, Victoria Hayes asked the stall owner about their origins. Sir, where did you get these swords? They look pretty good. The stall owner was packing up his wares and replied without looking up. These were left to me by my grandfather. He fought in World War II and served on the battlefields of Southeast Asia back then. He was a lieutenant colonel. After Japan surrendered in World War II, he even went on to occupy the Japanese mainland. These weapons are all war trophies from that time. They were the service swords of some junior officers. I had them appraised at an antique shop. Each one is worth about $1,000. If you like them, I'll sell them to you for $1,200 each. Take your pick, no haggling. If you offer less than that, I'd rather just sell them to those second-hand antique shops. Your grandfather was quite the hero then. As it happens, I don't like those Japs either. Alright, I won haggle, either I'll take all 3. Victoria Hayes accepted the shop owner's price without hesitation. I suspect the shop owner must have only had one of the swords appraised at the antique shop, otherwise he couldn't possibly have failed to notice how significant these 3 weapons were. After all 3 swords were engraved with inscriptions. Ordinary junior officers weren't authorized to have inscriptions engraved on their swords. Chapter 29. The Significance of the Tang Sword. She pulled $3,600 out of her bag and handed it to the shop owner, who didn't even give her a gift box. Now in possession of the priceless Tang swords, Victoria Hayes had no interest in browsing any further. Clutching the 3 swords in one arm and holding Christina's hand with the other, she headed out of the gym. Honey, what's wrong? Aren't we going to keep shopping? Victoria Hayes continued to hurriedly pull Christiana toward the exit without even turning her head, replying excitedly, Let us go home. We'll talk about whatever it is once we're home. Did something happen? Christiana asked again. Yes, something very important. We have to hurry home. Seeing this, Christiana said no more and obediently let him lead her out of the gym and into the car. Behind the wheel, Victoria Hayes gripped the steering wheel so tightly that the knuckles on her fingers had turned white. Her arms trembled slightly, and her breathing was rapid and labored. Christiana said worriedly, Honey, I don't know what's going on, but I hope you can calm down a bit right now. You're driving, and this is dangerous. Hearing Christiana's words, she made a conscious effort to steady her emotions. Honey, relax. Take a deep breath. It'll help you feel better. Victoria Hayes took several steady, deep breaths, which greatly soothed her emotions and temporarily relaxed her body. After about a half-hour drive, they finally returned to their home in Beverly Hills. Victoria Hayes, clutching the 3 knives, headed straight for the vault in the basement, with Christiana hurrying after her, afraid something might happen to her. She closed the vault door, drew the dagger from its sheath, and examined it carefully, studying every detail. Using her psychic vision to examine the blade again and again, Victoria Hayes, having confirmed once more that it was the right one, clutched the dagger tightly to her chest. At that moment, Victoria Hayes was breathing rapidly, appearing extremely tense, or perhaps it was simply excitement. Christiana watched her anxiously from the side, unsure of what was happening. All she could do was hold him tightly in her arms, running one hand gently over his back as she tried her best to calm Victoria Hayes' agitation. At the same time, she spoke to him gently. Darling, although I don't know why you're so upset, I still hope you can calm down a bit. This is really taking a toll on your health. Whatever is bothering you, can you tell me about it later? I might not be able to give you any good advice, but I'll definitely be a good listener. It'll feel much better once you get it off your chest. After a while, Victoria Hayes, her emotions slightly calmer, said excitedly to Christiana, Darling, do you know what this is? What is it? Isn't this just a Japanese katana? It seems a little different from a typical Japanese katana, though. This blade is completely straight. Christiana said puzzledly. This isn't a Japanese katana, it's a Tang sword, more precisely, a Tang horizontal sword. This sword is the predecessor of the Japanese katana. Several generations of Japanese emperors sent envoys to our country specifically to study, including how to forge weapons. The Japanese katana is one of the results of their studies. This Tang sword was the standard issue weapon during one of the most glorious periods in our nation's history. During that era, the valiant men of our nation wielded it to forge a glorious golden age, when nations from all over the world paid homage to us. At that time, Huaxia was several orders of magnitude more powerful than the United States at its peak. Back then, if a diplomatic envoy encountered an attack abroad, he would dare to go alone to another country to request military aid. Without any assistance from home, he successfully secured an army and went on to annihilate another powerful nation. That nation was located in what is now the Kingdom of White Elephant. It was truly a case of one man destroying an entire nation, just how powerful Huaxia was at its peak. The Tang sword holds a significant place in our nation's history. During the Tang dynasty, the craftsmanship and use of the Tang sword reached their zenith. It was the undisputed king of the age of cold weapons. Not only did it play a vital role on the battlefield, but it also symbolized virtues such as loyalty, honor, and courage, becoming a spiritual emblem for the soldiers and generals of that era. It is not only a key representative of ancient Chinese military weapons, but also one of the most important symbols of Chinese culture. It showcases the breadth and depth of ancient Chinese culture and the excellence of its craftsmanship. Did you know that there isn't a single well-preserved Tang sword left in our country today, not even one? Even Japan, which was once a vassal state, has several well-preserved examples on display in museums. This is the only perfectly preserved Tang sword still in Drew Rowan's possession. Victoria Hayes excitedly recounted the history of the Tang sword to Christiana. Christiana asked anxiously, "Could you have misidentified it? What if it isn't real?" She was worried about how devastated and disappointed Victoria Hayes would be if the Tang sword turned out not to be genuine. "No, it's real. I'm certain, 100% certain," he murmured, staring intently at the Tang sword in his hands. Without a word, Christiana snatched the Tang sword from Victoria Hayes' hands, placed it on the shelf, and then pulled him out of the vault. She was afraid that if she let Victoria Hayes stay there any longer, she would sooner or later die of shock from being too overwhelmed. In the back garden, the two of them snuggled together on a lounge chair. It was a long time before Christiana finally spoke up and asked, "Are you feeling better now? Your state just now really scared me." "I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry, dear, for making you worry just now." Recalling her state just moments ago, Victoria Hayes still felt a chill run down her spine. She had indeed been too agitated and had lost her composure somewhat. However, upon reflection, she could understand her reaction at the time. After all, this was the only one of its kind in present-day China. It represented one of the most glorious periods in China's history, and this sword could be called the quintessential weapon of that era. It embodied China's martial arts and metal smelting and forging techniques spanning thousands of years. In her mind, this was in a completely different league from the samurai swords of Japan. Back in the day, Japan had learned the forging methods for Tang swords from the Tang dynasty. Upon returning home, they adapted the techniques to suit their own national conditions, calling it improvement. But in reality, it was a step backward. At the time, Japan faced an iron shortage, and its metal smelting techniques were underdeveloped, so the swords they forged could not match the high strength of Tang swords. At the same time, the scale of military engagements in Japan was very small generally. A clash between a few hundred men from opposing sides was considered a major battle worthy of being recorded in history books. In their history, a battle involving over 1,000 men was considered a full-scale national war. In any case, since their metal smelting and forging capabilities were insufficient, the size of their armies naturally remained small, and the intensity of combat was low. Therefore, Japanese craftsmen decisively abandoned the idea of directly replicating Tang swords and adapted the design to suit their national circumstances. Of course, this adaptation did not involve changing the straight, horizontal shape of the Tang sword to the curved form of the modern katana. Tang swords also had curved blades, though they were relatively rare. Instead, they eliminated the steel cladding technique and thinned the blade by making the entire blade thinner. It became easier to sharpen. This is also a major characteristic of modern Japanese katana. They are exceptionally sharp. Chapter 30. The farther abroad, the greater the patriotism. Additionally, due to limited steel production, there wasn't even enough steel to forge weapons, let alone produce armor. Metal armor was rare in Japan at the time. It was all made of lacquered bamboo strips. At most, iron plates were inlaid in critical areas, so weapons did not need to be highly effective at piercing armor. A combination of these factors meant that Japanese katana were extremely fragile. On the battlefield, just a few swings or a few clashes with another weapon would cause them to shatter. When Japanese samurai went into battle, many of the wealthier ones would carry several katana on their backs. Some even brought a slave specifically to the battlefield whose sole purpose was to carry their swords. This was unlike the Tang dynasty, where China had already been waging large-scale wars for thousands of years, and the development of armor had reached an unprecedented level of sophistication. Consequently, soldiers' weapons had to meet extremely high standards for armor-piercing capability, and their durability was put to the ultimate test. If a weapon shattered after just a few swings, leading to defeat in battle, the craftsmen who forged it would all be executed, and their entire families exiled. All right, dear, I understand how valuable it is. So, how much could this Tang sword sell for? I can't give you an exact figure, but I believe Drew Rowan, who has the means to buy this weapon, would be willing to pay any price. Especially since this item holds such great significance and isn't available domestically. If it were me, I'd be willing to pay even $300 million US. Although it's very valuable and precious, I don't think that's the reason you're acting so out of character. What do you think? Christiana had clearly pinpointed the crux of the matter. That's right, even if he were willing to spend $300 million US on this Tang sword, and even if its value were exceptionally high, it shouldn't have caused him to lose his composure like this. Ultimately, the root cause was that deep-seated sense of national pride. Having traveled abroad, he observed that people there generally fell into two categories. One category consists of those who grovel, what we colloquially call Western-worshipping dogs, who fawn over the West in every way. They think everything abroad is better and turn a blind eye to the facts. If you call them out on it, they'll lose their composure right in front of you, clearly revealing themselves as puppets controlled from afar. The other type stands tall. These are the genuinely patriotic ones who have seen the true face of the West. They take pride in their motherland's remarkable developmental achievements over the years, and the longer they stay abroad, the more patriotic they become. Especially those who live or study in the West, those who spent extended periods there have all encountered racial discrimination to varying degrees, which is why they've grown increasingly patriotic. Victoria Hayes, in her previous life, was one of them. She encountered her fair share of such unpleasantness when she first came to Luoshanji to study. That's why she particularly yearned for the glorious Tang dynasty, when nations from all over the world paid homage to China. In her previous life, she worked as a mercenary and assassin, constantly on the move, so she encountered even more of these kinds of troubles. What are you planning to do with this knife? Donate it to a museum when you return to China? Asked Christiana. Victoria Hayes thought about it for a long time but still couldn't decide. He wanted to donate it to a museum for display, so that people all over China could see this artifact that bore witness to that glorious era. But he was also worried that the museum administrators might not be trustworthy after all. There had been more than a few incidents of museum artifacts being stolen and sold. They might swap the genuine article for a fake, sell the real one for profit, and who knows, it might even end up being smuggled out of the country. If that happened, that would be truly tragic. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. After all, there are museums in our country here. Christiana replied thoughtfully. It's okay. Take your time deciding. It's best to keep it in your own collection, that way you won't have to worry about all that nonsense. Besides, there are so many moral hypocrites in this world. If you donate this time, next time even more people will come forward demanding you donate. If you don't donate, you're a scumbag. It happens all the time. In the world of collecting, it's important to keep a low profile. Looking at Christiana's stunning beauty, Victoria Hayes couldn't help but marvel inwardly what a wonderful woman she was. Before, she'd simply been attracted to her because of her looks. Now she realized just how superficial she'd been. It was this beautiful girl's wisdom and inner strength that were truly priceless. Faced with a large group of gangsters who had stormed into the room armed to the teeth, she remained calm and composed, reporting her location to me. Moreover, she was airtight in her communication, sparing me a lot of trouble down the line. She remained unmoved by priceless treasures and understood the decisions I'd made. She helped me analyze the potential problems I might face. A girl like this is truly a rare find. Victoria Hayes, you've hit the jackpot. What about the other two katana? The other two are Japanese katana, right? I'm pretty sure I didn't misidentify them, Christiana continued. Hearing this question, Victoria Hayes burst out laughing. The other two swords have quite a history. One is the ceremonial sword of Emperor Go-Yuba, the last emperor in Japanese history to hold real power. The next Japanese emperor to hold real power after him wasn't until the World War II era, a gap of several hundred years. The other is the Field Marshal's sword of Field Marshal Juchi Terachi of World War II Japan. That man committed heinous crimes on Chinese soil during the war. Christiana stared at him in disbelief, seemingly unable to take it in. I carefully inspected them at the stall at the time and confirmed their authenticity. Plus, they both have inscriptions, and judging by the condition of the blades and their patina, they're definitely genuine. After saying this, he began telling Christiana about the owners and history of these two katana. Then how did these 3 swords end up at that stall? Did the stall owner's grandfather bring them back from Japan? You were there too. According to the stall owner, that's how it happened. His grandfather served in World War II and was stationed in Southeast Asia. At the time, Juchi Terachi was the commander-in-chief of the Southeast Asia Area Army, holding the rank of general and having been awarded the title of field marshal. Later, when World War II ended and Japan surrendered, he was in Southeast Asia, so he must have acquired this sword there. Moreover, American soldiers at the time weren't particularly interested in their swords because there were so many of them. Even a Japanese second lieutenant carried an officer's sword, so it wasn't unusual. But the stall owner's grandfather was clearly a collector of bladed weapons. He amassed quite a collection. He must have had to pay a significant price to acquire this field marshal's sword. Since others didn't value it highly, it probably wasn't difficult for a lieutenant colonel like him to get his hands on it. As for the Tang sword and the Kiku Ikemanji katana that once belonged to Emperor Go-Uju, they were likely collected during the American occupation of Japan after the war. However, treasures of this caliber should have been kept in the private collections of prominent families. It shouldn't have been so easy for a lieutenant colonel like him to get his hands on them. Perhaps something unexpected happened along the way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stored alongside a pile of ordinary swords. Christiana's curiosity wasn't satisfied yet. She was concerned about how Victoria Hayes would handle these 2 swords. Chapter 31. Treasure Hunting with a Beauty. By this point, he had made up his mind. He would use this Kiku Ikemanji sword, once belonging to Emperor Go-Yuba, to squeeze a hefty sum out of Japan. The other sword, belonging to Terachi Juchi, would be sent to the Nanjing Massacre Memorial Museum in Nanjing for exhibition. The mastermind behind the Nanjing Massacre deserved to be dragged out and publicly humiliated time and again. Shortly after, with Christiana's help, Victoria Hayes began editing today's video. Since the camera was mounted on his body during filming, only his voice could be heard throughout the entire video. Of course, he edited out the parts about snagging George Calder's clown sculpture and the Tang sword. Some things are better kept low-key. At the end of the video, Victoria Hayes recorded a segment specifically detailing his appraisal of the 2 swords and the plans for their disposal. Regarding the Kiku Ikemanji Normun sword belonging to Emperor Go-Yuba of Japan, I am offering it for sale at $150 million. Although this may seem a bit high, the price is absolutely within a reasonable range. If a Japanese buyer were to purchase it, the price would be $200 million. This offer is non-negotiable, and I ask for your understanding. If no one buys this sword, I'll take it back to China and toss it into a latrine cesspool. As for the other sword, the field marshal's sword belonging to war criminal Juchi Terachi, I will donate it free of charge to the Nanjing Massacre Memorial Museum in China for display. As soon as the video was released, it immediately caused a huge stir. Holy shit, is that Japanese emperor's sword really worth that much? I'm seriously jealous of Alex's luck. Me too, but I can't be jealous of that. Victoria Hayes has incredible luck. What luck? That skill. Do you get it? $1,200 a sword. If it were you, you'd probably go buy a sword on Taobao for $200 or $300 with free shipping, right? What do you mean $200 or $300 with free shipping? I'd never spend that much. If I were to buy one, it'd be a 99 yuan one with free shipping. You're insulting me. I love how they arranged those 2 samurai swords. Bastard, you're so mean. Your conscience is totally rotten. Jap, get lost. Jap, get lost. Get lost, you little Japs. Get lost, you little Japs. The netizens' wit is undeniable. Reading their comments is absolutely hilarious, but they're also quite united. I bet it won't be long before some Japanese folks reach out to buy a sword from me, right? Honey, wake up. We're going to a warehouse auction today. It's a rare opportunity. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired, Christiana mumbled. Apparently, last night was another incredibly intense battle, and, as expected, she lost again. It seems she lost pretty badly this time. It's already high noon and she still can't get up. Hurry up and get up. The Luoshanji warehouse auctions don't happen very often, usually only once or twice a month. Professional treasure hunters usually have to travel across state lines to find enough warehouses to choose from. If we miss this one, we'll probably have to wait at least another half a month. That would be such a shame. I'm going downstairs to make breakfast. You better get up quickly, Victoria Hayes said gently. With that, she went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Breakfast was simple. She boiled 2 eggs and made a bowl of noodles with shredded beef and greens. It looked great and should taste good. Even after being in America for so long, he still couldn't get used to the local food. It was definitely Drew Rowan's stomach, and that wasn't going to change. What's the hardest hurdle for students studying abroad? It's not lifestyle habits, not language, and not differences in mindset. The number one challenge is food. The differences are just too great. Having Western food once in a while is fine. At first, the novelty might even make it seem tasty, but after a while, it really makes you want to die. What international student hasn't felt the urge to pack their bags and rush back home dozens or even hundreds of times during their studies? Food is one of the main culprits. It's not that there aren't Chinese restaurants abroad, you can certainly find decent ones. But whether they serve authentic hometown flavors is another story. Even people from the north and south of China struggle to adjust to food from other provinces. Plus, unless you come from a wealthy family, the prices can be so high they'll make your heart bleed, and I'm not kidding. Among all the students studying abroad, those in the UK definitely have it the worst, not to mention how ridiculously expensive everything is, from daily necessities to rent. British food is practically dark cuisine, mashed potatoes for every single meal. Just sprinkle some seasoning on top, add some greens and shredded chicken, and that's a meal. Or it's just burgers and hot dogs. It's pure torture. That's why most international students abroad end up cooking for themselves. After spending a few years studying abroad, most of them develop excellent cooking skills. If you find that your partner who has studied abroad can't cook or is a terrible cook, and their family isn't exactly wealthy, then you should break up with them right away. Because either they're lying to get you to do the cooking and don't care about you, or they lived with a partner for a long time while studying abroad and that partner was an excellent cook. Just as Victoria Hayes was about to go upstairs to call for Christiana, she came downstairs. A tall, voluptuous figure with a curvaceous silhouette appeared before him, her long, wavy hair falling naturally down her back. The snow-white, long trench coat clung tightly to her curvaceous body, outlining an incredibly alluring silhouette. Large golden buttons cinched around Christiana's slender waist, making her bust appear even fuller. Beneath the snow-white trench coat was a black, form-fitting lace camisole, making her already exceptionally perky and full bust look even more spectacular. He couldn't help but worry that her clothes might burst at the seams. 2 long, straight legs, clad in sheer stockings, extended from the hem of her snow-white trench coat. They made those already incredibly alluring legs stand out even more. This was practically a weapon designed to slay every leg fetishist. Her beautiful feet were slipped into flip-flops if she were wearing high heels instead. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but swallow hard. It was simply too tempting. She found herself thinking, maybe I shouldn't go to the warehouse auction today after all? Seeing Victoria Hayes staring wide-eyed, on the verge of drooling, Christiana was thoroughly pleased with his reaction. Do you like it? Do you like it, darling? With that, Christiana spread her arms wide and spun around, showcasing her exquisite beauty to the fullest. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You're so stunning I can't even walk, Victoria Hayes stammered. Haha, let us hurry up and eat breakfast. We still have to go to the warehouse auction in a bit, and I don't want to miss it. With that, she sat down at the table and began eating breakfast. With such a beauty before him, he found today's breakfast exceptionally delicious, a feast for the eyes, after all. By the time Victoria Hayes and Christiana drove up to the warehouse company, it was already past 9:30 a.m. The auction was set to officially begin at 10 o'clock. Just as Victoria Hayes had expected, the beautiful and sexy Christiana drew a wave of gasps and lewd whistles the moment she stepped out of the car. A few treasure hunters who recognized him even came over to greet him. Hey Alex, you're one lucky guy. With a net worth of over $1 billion and such a sexy beauty by your side. You're really living the high life. Chapter 32. Someone has their eye on my woman? Exactly. You're such a happy, successful guy, yet you're coming here to compete with us for our livelihoods. That's just too much. Ha ha ha, Victoria Hayes laughed loudly in response to these familiar faces. You guys are something else. Don't envy me, you can do it too. Buy a lottery ticket every now and then, who knows, maybe the next billionaire will be you. Everyone around, recognizing the newcomer as Victoria Hayes, the lucky star, whose fame was rapidly rising in the professional warehouse auction circle, cast envious glances her way. Who wouldn't he be envious? Winning the lottery, having a beautiful woman by his side, and scoring major wins at warehouse auctions one after another. He's definitely a winner in life. Time flew by as the crowd chatted and joked around, and before long, it was 10 o'clock. The auctioneer for the storage auction stepped before the crowd. It was, as always, the familiar Iris Mitchell. "Hello, everyone. I'm Iris Mitchell, the auctioneer for today's event." Old Tom greeted the crowd in his usual manner and began explaining the auction's procedures. This auction was slightly different from the usual ones. The storage company had prepared over 70 storage units for this event. Most of these warehouses were small units under 10 square meters. Most importantly, they were all long-term leases that had expired, warehouses that had been rented continuously for over 10 years. The storage company auctions off these long-term expired leases once a year. This clearly distinguished them from the usual warehouse auctions, making them even more appealing to treasure hunters like Jack Everett. These warehouses were indeed enticing, as it was easy to find high-value items inside. But that's also where the biggest pitfalls lie. One wrong bet can easily lead you down a dark path. After explaining the process and rules, Old Tom led the massive crowd in starting the warehouse auction. After more than 10 warehouses in a row yielded no satisfactory finds, Victoria Hayes merely placed a few token bids. This warehouse has been leased since 1988, that's 30 years ago, and the lease just expired this year. We guarantee that our company has never opened this storage unit during that entire period. Same rules as always, groups of 3 with 10 seconds per group to inspect. No items are allowed to be taken beyond the storage unit's doorway. Inspection begins now. Old Tom quickly went over the details of this storage unit. When it was Victoria Hayes and Christiana's turn to step forward and inspect, they noticed one major difference between this unit and the previous ones. This storage unit had clearly not been opened in a very long time. A thick layer of dust had settled on the floor and the items piled inside. There were no footprints on the floor either. It was evident that no one from the storage company had opened it, let alone gone inside to rummage through the contents. Otherwise, there would have been obvious signs of activity. The unit was about 8 square meters in size, with a metal cabinet positioned directly opposite the door. It blocked most of the view. The cabinet door was open, revealing only a jumble of documents and folders carelessly tossed inside. Looking from the side, a pile of boxes was visible behind the cabinet, likely due to the long period of neglect. The boxes had begun to deteriorate, and those at the bottom had cracked under the weight of the items above. Some old clothes had been squeezed through the cracks in the boxes and were now visible. Then there were dilapidated plastic bins filled with odds and ends within sight. There wasn't a single item they considered valuable. They couldn't understand why this warehouse had been rented for 30 years. A warehouse left unopened for so long must have been paid for in a single lump sum payment for the entire term. Someone capable of paying for such a long period in one go must be well off. But strangely, why were there no valuable items? A professional treasure hunter behind them muttered in puzzlement. He was certainly puzzled in their eyes. This warehouse didn't seem like a very promising gamble. But in Victoria Hayes' eyes, this warehouse held no secrets and was, in fact, extremely valuable. Soon, the group finished their inspection, and Old Tom began the auction. Everyone has already confirmed the condition of the warehouse. It was rented for a flat 30-year term and hasn't been opened in a very long time. If there happen to be any autograph posters or records from over 20 years ago buried in the clutter, you'll hit the jackpot. This happens all the time. These items weren't worth much in the 1990s, but they're extremely rare today. Pay attention, everyone. The auction begins now. The starting bid is $500. Bidding is open. Any bids at $500. That's so greedy. To set a starting bid of $500 for a warehouse like this, they're treating us like fools. One treasure hunter grumbled. Victoria Hayes raised her hand without hesitation to bid. Alex bids $500. The current price is $520. Any bids at $520. Old Tom's words hadn't even finished when someone immediately raised their hand to bid.
$600, Iris Mitchell.
A tall white man shouted loudly, not forgetting to flash a flirtatious glance at Christiana as he did so. He was trying to make his presence known, causing Christiana to roll her eyes and silently curse him as an idiot. Clearly, this tall white guy was smitten with Christiana and resorted to such a stupid ploy to get her attention. Victoria Hayes, of course, saw right through him. Damn it, Uncle could put up with it. But Auntie couldn't take it anymore. Pulling this stunt right in front of me, this bastard had already provoked her several times today. If she didn't put him in his place, she'd be so furious she'd die of anger today. So she immediately signaled to Old Tom. Old Tom, $800. Hearing Victoria Hayes' words, Old Tom immediately updated the information. Alex has bid $800. The current price is $820. Any bids at $820? A large group of professional treasure hunters nearby heard Victoria Hayes' angry voice, and a flood of expletives instantly raced through their minds. What they feared most about attending warehouse auctions was exactly this kind of situation. Once a conflict arose among participants, it was easy for them to get into a bidding war and recklessly drive up the price. As long as one side placed a bid on a warehouse, the other side would inevitably raise the price to stir up trouble. This drives up prices across the entire auction, and when it happens at a major event like this, which only comes around once a year, it really stings. Many of them were silently cursing that big white guy's entire family in their heads. Damn it, so you're the only one with good taste, huh? You're the only idiot who can appreciate a beauty, right? For God's sake. Look at yourself. Do you even deserve a woman of her caliber? Do you think Alex is someone to mess with? He has killed nearly 30 people. You moron. A crowd of people glared at the big guy with murderous looks. But the clueless giant didn't seem to notice the problem. He actually called out another bid. $1,000 for Iris Mitchell. After saying that, he didn't forget to shoot a defiant glance at Victoria Hayes. Chapter 33. Taking over the warehouse. Victoria Hayes' face was completely expressionless as she simply raised her hand to bid. $1,500. Old Tom, the auctioneer, was over the moon. Inside, this was exactly the kind of scene he loved to see. Because once someone starts bidding out of spite at an auction, the price just keeps going up. Just like this, the bidding had already jumped from $200 increments to $500 increments. Alex has bid $1,500. The current price is $1,520. $1,520. Any bids? You there, big, burly gentleman, would you like to raise the bid? Old Tom exclaimed excitedly. Everyone turned to look at this clumsy white giant, but he seemed to think he was quite the heartthrob and immediately shouted, $1,700. Iris Mitchell. $1,700 has been bid. The current price is $1,720. Any bids at $1,720? Alex, do you want to raise the bid? Old Tom said excitedly. Victoria Hayes remained impassive and said coldly, You dare show your face for such a measly amount? I thought you were something special. $3,000. If you're a man, raise it. Don't waste your breath on these petty increments of a few $100s. The big, dumb white guy didn't back down either and immediately responded, For $1,000, Iris Mitchell. Before the auctioneer, Iris Mitchell, could speak, Victoria Hayes cut in, $5,000. As they traded bids back and forth, the price kept climbing. By now, the other treasure hunters had been reduced to mere spectators. None of them uttered a word clearly. They didn't want to get involved and burn their money for nothing. Christiana whispered from the sidelines, Honey, there's no need to get into a spat with an idiot like that. Let us just forget about this warehouse. It's not worth it. Knowing the warehouse's true value, how could he possibly give up? This wasn't just a matter of pride. I understand, dear. I'm not arguing with this idiot out of spite. There's a reason we absolutely have to get this warehouse. You'll see when the time comes. By now, the price had reached $8,000, and it was his turn to bid. $9,000. Big guy, keep going. Seeing the smile on Victoria Hayes' face, the big white guy worried that he might back out at the crucial moment. If he did, it would be all over. He had less than $30,000 in total. Wasting $10,000 on this warehouse would be a huge problem, especially since he was planning to go all out today. Meanwhile, Victoria Hayes kept taunting him. She could see exactly how much money the big guy had on him, a total of just over $28,000. She also knew he couldn't possibly be risking that much on this warehouse, which was why she kept goading him. The more she taunted him, the more suspicious he became and the less likely he was to keep raising the bid. Old Tom shouted excitedly, Alex has bid $9,000. The current price is $9,020. Any bids at $9,020? Big guy, are you going to raise the bid? Just as expected, the tall white man eventually gave up. Okay, sold for $9,000. This warehouse belongs to Alex. Old Tom was incredibly excited. His face flushed bright red. After signing the contract with the storage company staff and paying the fee, Victoria Hayes pulled a key from her bag, locked the warehouse door, and it was now hers. The warehouse auction continued unabated, with several promising-looking units appearing along the way. sparking fierce competition among the treasure hunters. In the blink of an eye, another warehouse was opened. This one was very spacious, about 20 square meters, twice the size of an ordinary warehouse. The first thing that caught her eye was a car covered by a car cover, with a small, pointed protrusion on the front. Anyone in the know would recognize this as a car's hood. Scoop cars with such features are usually quite expensive. A thick layer of dust covered the car cover, clearly indicating that this warehouse hadn't been opened in years. The car's sleek, elongated silhouette was evident just from the way the cover clung tightly to its body. This appeared to be a classic model from the 1970s or 1980s. Seeing a car inside the warehouse, many of the treasure hunters present began cheering. This was exactly the kind of warehouse they loved most. They hoped they might be lucky enough to unearth a nice classic car. If it was still in running condition, that would be a real jackpot. Vintage cars have always been an excellent investment. Many models see a significant increase in value years after production ceases. This is especially true for rare models or those with significant historical significance. Arthur Dawson has fetched extremely high prices at auction, attracting countless investors and car enthusiasts. This is particularly true in Europe and the United States, where the Industrial Revolution originated, giving rise to a rich automotive culture. With the rise of retro trends and classic car culture, more and more people are getting into car collecting. Ranging from vintage classic cars and iconic models to military vehicles, such as various tanks and armored vehicles from the past. The older, more classic and rarer a vehicle is, the more it piques collectors' interest. The range is truly vast. As more people join the collecting scene, this has further driven up the economic value of certain specific models. Some classic models can easily sell for tens of millions of dollars, a value several times higher than that of a new car from the same brand. Due to the booming popularity of vintage car collecting, the restoration and modification of classic cars can also generate substantial financial returns. Owners can enhance the value of their cars through professional restoration and modification services, and can even incorporate them into commercial activities. For example, through classic car rentals or participation in auto shows. These activities typically attract sponsors, spectators, and potential buyers. Classic cars carry a wealth of historical information, representing the automotive design, technology, and socio-cultural aspects of specific eras. They reflect the Industrial Revolution, the evolution of automotive culture, and the craftsmanship traditions of different countries and regions. At the same time, these classic cars often feature unique designs and craftsmanship, showcasing the aesthetic sensibilities and creativity of automotive designers. The exteriors and interiors of many classic cars are regarded as works of art, attracting the admiration of numerous automotive enthusiasts. Furthermore, in Europe and the United States, classic cars often symbolize a particular lifestyle and set of values. They are closely linked to popular culture, including classic films, music, and fashion, and have become symbols of nostalgia and romance. Collectors of classic cars often participate in community events, car clubs, and gatherings, forming a close-knit community. These activities foster interpersonal connections and strengthen the passion for and preservation of automotive culture. In Europe and the United States, where a distinctive automotive culture has taken root, classic cars also serve as educational tools, helping people understand automotive history, technological evolution, and design philosophies. Many museums and auto shows offer related educational programs to spark the younger generation's interest in automotive culture. Chapter 34. The Classic Lincoln Continental. Overall, in Europe and the United States, classic cars not only hold economic investment value but also carry rich historical and social significance. They are a fusion of art and technology, embodying the pinnacle of human creativity, while also fostering community interaction and the preservation of cultural heritage. For collectors and enthusiasts, classic cars are not merely assets, they are a symbol of a lifestyle and cultural identity. Many treasure hunters who stepped forward to take a closer look exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! This place is actually a car warehouse and it even has a logo on it. This car must be a classic model." No doubt about it, it's definitely a classic car warehouse. Modern cars rarely have logos like that, and look at the tires. Tires with this tread pattern and size haven't been produced in ages, and neither have the rims. This is truly incredible. I just don't know exactly what era it's from. Do you even need to ask? It has a badge, and judging by the body length and general silhouette, it's probably a classic model from the 70s or 80s. We're really lucky today. I just wish we knew the make. It would be great if it were a Cadillac or a Lincoln. Luxury classic cars from those two brands are worth a fortune. I'm just afraid it won't run. If it doesn't, we're in trouble. It'd be great if it could be restored, at least it'd be worth something. I'm just worried it's beyond repair. Seeing the scene inside the warehouse, the atmosphere on site grew even more electric. Almost everyone was incredibly excited, their eyes fixed intently on the warehouse, as if it were already theirs for the taking. Their thoughts at that moment were likely all the same. They all wanted to become the owners of that warehouse. Victoria Hayes understood their state of mind all too well. The United States is a nation on wheels, with a population of approximately 330 million. At the same time, the number of registered vehicles exceeds 300 million, and the percentage of people who own cars has reached a staggering 91%. In other words, on average, 91 out of every 100 people own a car. These vintage classic cars are the cherished possessions of the vast majority of car enthusiasts, especially the rare, iconic models. Their appeal to people is certainly no less than that of Ferraris and Lamborghinis. At that moment, Christiana exclaimed excitedly from the side, "Alex, this is a classic car warehouse. What do you think is inside? Are you going to win this warehouse?" "I think it's a Lincoln." Victoria Hayes had already taken a close look at the car, a classic Lincoln Continental. As the flagship model of the luxury brand Lincoln at the time, it was renowned for its spacious, streamlined body contours, exuding an air of elegance and luxury. The overall body was long, with prominent front and rear designs that conveyed a strong sense of luxury. The front end features a large chrome grille bearing Lincoln's iconic L-shaped emblem. The headlights are wide and rounded, accented with chrome trim that enhances the sense of luxury. The rear design also emphasizes streamlining, with taillights that extend horizontally across the tailgate. The abundant use of chrome trim further enhances the vehicle's premium appeal. The interior was renowned for its luxury at the time, featuring high-quality leather, real wood trim, and soft touch materials. The seats are spacious and comfortable, with ample legroom in both the front and rear rows. Although the Lincoln Continental's technological features were relatively basic by the standards of the time, it was still equipped with a high-quality audio system, air conditioning, and power windows, among other features, providing an excellent driving experience. The instrument panel was designed to be simple and easy to read, typically featuring a multifunction gauge cluster. It displayed various vehicle information, and its design embodied the essence of a luxury brand. The vehicle was equipped with a 3-speed automatic transmission, delivering a smooth driving experience. The powertrain was designed to prioritize a comfortable driving experience rather than extreme sportiness. Lincoln Continentals of the 1970s were typically powered by large displacement V8 engines, ranging from 6.6 liters to 7.5 liters. These powerful engines delivered robust power output, befitting the car's status as a luxury sedan. The Lincoln Continental was regarded as a symbol of American luxury in the 1970s and 1980s. Frequently appearing in movies, TV shows, and the lives of celebrities, it became a symbol of success and luxury. Furthermore, the Lincoln Continental was once one of the U.S. President's official vehicles, further enhancing its cultural status and influence. As a classic model from the 1970s and 1980s, it is renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship, luxurious design, and powerful powertrain. It not only holds a prominent place in the automotive industry, but has also left a profound mark on American culture. Today, this model has become a coveted item among classic car collectors, embodying the automotive design and social landscape of that era. Unfortunately, while this car would indeed be worth a fortune if it were in pristine condition, it is now a total write-off. The core components in the front engine compartment, such as the engine and transmission, have already been stripped away. Key interior components like the seats, dashboard, and steering will have also vanished. All that remains is an empty shell, which has lost any practical value. Wait, if someone were interested, this empty shell might still fetch a little money. At this thought, Victoria Hayes' mind raced, and an idea took shape. He then said clearly, "I'm very interested in this warehouse. Judging by the outline visible through the car cover, it's definitely a Lincoln Continental from the 70s or 80s. There's no doubt about it. The warehouse owner even took the trouble to put a car cover on it, so the car's condition probably isn't too bad. I think there's a good chance this car still runs. I believe this warehouse is extremely valuable and worth bidding on." The treasure hunters standing nearby nodded in agreement upon hearing Victoria Hayes' words, clearly endorsing his assessment. Moreover, upon examining the car in light of his analysis, they confirmed it was indeed a Lincoln Continental. Once everyone had finished their inspection, Old Tom, the auctioneer, stepped forward and addressed the crowd excitedly. "Ladies and gentlemen, What you see before you now may very well be the most valuable warehouse lot of the day, a warehouse filled with classic vintage cars. This warehouse is over 20 years old, and as you can clearly see, there are no signs of anyone having entered to inspect it. We can assure you the warehouse has never been opened. If this car still runs, whoever buys it will strike it rich. The highest bidder gets to take it home. The auction begins now with a starting bid of $2,000. Bids must be in increments of at least $100. Any bids at $2,000? Hearing old Tom's rousing words, the treasure hunters eagerly began bidding.
Ok, Lansos bid z $3,000 amerykańskiego.
Is there a higher bid at $3,000? Trump bids $5,000. Is there a higher bid at $5,000? Alex bids $9,000. Is there a higher bid at $9,000? Chapter 35. Settle the score right here, right now. As the atmosphere grew more intense, the bids kept climbing higher and higher, only gradually slowing down once the price broke through the $20,000 mark. By the time the price reached the high mark of $20,000, only Victoria Hayes, the big, clumsy white guy she didn't get along with, and Royce were still in the running. At that moment, Victoria Hayes felt the time was right and shouted to the auctioneer, Iris Mitchell. Iris Mitchell, $22,000. Some people definitely won't dare to match that. After saying this, she shot a defiant glance at the big, clumsy white guy. Hearing such provocative words, auctioneer Iris Mitchell was secretly delighted. How else would the price go up if you guys didn't go head to head? How else would I earn my bonus? Haha. Alex has bid $22,000. Royce, big guy, what about you? Want to raise the bid? Beating a billionaire to win the auction, what a face-saving victory that would be. Old Tom stood there, maliciously stirring the pot. Royce was a seasoned treasure hunter who treated this purely as a business deal. He already thought the price was too high if there were any problems with the car inside. The loss would be massive, so he decided not to get entangled in it any further and shook his head to signal his withdrawal. Oh, Royce has dropped out. That leaves just you, big guy. You've already lost to him once, are you going to lose again? Old Tom kept stoking the flames. Christiana, standing nearby, saw the look on Victoria Hayes' face and knew full well that Victoria Hayes was deliberately setting a trap for him. Being the sharp-witted woman she was, she began her own masterful assist. She stared straight at the tall white guy, smiling with utter disdain, as if to say, I look down on you, you big oaf. At the same time, the people around them all wore mocking expressions, as if they were all waiting to see the show. This was too much for the tall white guy to bear, his face flushed bright red, as if he were determined to prove himself to everyone present. He shouted, $25,000. Iris Mitchell. No one can look down on me. The crowd erupted in cheers, clapping in unison, then turned their gaze toward Victoria Hayes. Old Tom, of course, wouldn't he pass up the chance to fan the flames. This burly guy has bid $25,000. Alex, what about you? How much are you willing to bid? You're a billionaire, you're so rich. I'm sure you won back down, right? Victoria Hayes let out a soft chuckle. This whole bunch was a bunch of bastards, and of them all, Old Tom the auctioneer was the worst of the lot. He was always the one stirring up the most trouble at every auction. The rest were all just watching the show. Weren't they cheering and clapping so wildly just to make sure we both ended up in ruins? But their underhanded scheming right now was exactly what she wanted. Too bad only one of them would end up badly hurt. Even if the scheme failed, it wouldn't affect her at all after all. She was filthy rich, wasn't she? Her mind raced and she quickly came up with a plan. Then he shouted loudly, $27,000. Iris Mitchell. I don't believe he can come up with any more than that. If he can, this warehouse is his. I despise this crude fellow from the bottom of my heart. He's just like a Montana grizzly bear. He's nothing but a big hunk of muscle. If you've got the guts, prove yourself. He continued to taunt him. Before Old Tom could say a word, the big white guy immediately roared, Get lost, you yellow-skinned monkey. I've got the money, I'll pay $28,000. You said it yourself. I can afford even more, this warehouse is mine. Don't you dare go back on your word. Heh. Victoria Hayes certainly wasn't going to back out. He couldn't wait for this dim-witted giant to blow all his money on this warehouse. He had a little over $28,000 to begin with, bought a warehouse partway through, and was now paying another $28,000. He'd probably only have a few dozen dollars left. He'd be crying in a minute. Old Tom, a man's got to keep his word. We agreed that if he could offer more than $27,000, this warehouse would be his. He has already made his offer, so this warehouse belongs to him. Victoria Hayes simply shook her head to signal she was giving up, but she was smiling brightly. Seeing the expression on Victoria Hayes' face, some of the smarter people in the crowd had already figured it out. He dug a massive hole for that big white guy and was planning to bury him alive. This guy is ruthless. Old Tom didn't give the big guy a chance to back out, immediately declaring the deal closed at $28,000. The big guy, who'd been slow on the uptake, finally snapped out of it and roared furiously at Victoria Hayes. "You're fucking screwing me over? Are you screwing me over? You three-way whore. You dog bastard. You're screwing me over." As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat the hell out of Victoria Hayes. But Victoria Hayes wasn't someone to be messed with after all. 28 armed criminals had already met their end at his hands. She unzipped her jacket, placed her hands on her hips, and revealed the brand new Glock G17 holstered at her side. Seeing this, the big white guy wisely stopped in his tracks. Victoria Hayes then said calmly, "That's right, I dug a huge hole for you, but you're the idiot who jumped right into it, aren't you? No one was holding a gun to your head to make you name your price, were they? What do you say, big guy?" The tall white man seemed startled by her actions before he could react. He heard Victoria Hayes speak again. "Never pick a fight with an ethnic Chinese person. As for other white, black, or Latino people, they might be able to fight. You can easily tell by their size and muscle mass. But a lot of Chinese people know kung fu. Don't be fooled by their lack of bulging muscles and big frames. It only takes a split second for them to knock you out. I've personally taken down 28 armed criminals myself. You want to mess with me? Have you picked out your grave yet?" The people around them began to chime in, trying to calm him down. "Come on, Alex. Don't bother with this idiot. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't even think of making a move on your woman. Yeah, Alex, it's beneath you to get into it with a moron like that." "Exactly. There's no need to waste your time on this fool. Let us just focus on the auction." "Enough already. Let us just get on with the auction. It's a rare opportunity, and I'm planning to make a killing." Iris Mitchell couldn't sit idly by any longer. She couldn't let this sudden dispute ruin her work, so she stepped in to stop them. "You two, don't be impulsive. It's just a minor misunderstanding that's perfectly normal. Let us not let our tempers get the best of us. Okay? Big guy, once you win the bid on this warehouse, pay up right away, otherwise, the association will blacklist you. From then on, you'll never be able to participate in any corporate auctions again, and the warehouse company will sue you for breach of contract. Alex, as a billionaire, you really shouldn't be getting into a spat with some poor kid. It's beneath you. I'm really worried you'll pull out your gun in a fit of rage and kill him. That would be such a waste. Enjoy your life and don't act on impulse. Okay?"
Victoria Hayes snorted derisively.
"Don't worry, old Tom. He is not worth trading my freedom for his life. But if he has the guts to make a move, I wouldn't mind sending this idiot to meet the good Lord in self-defense. After all, I've taken out quite a few scumbags, haven't I? I'm more than capable of handling this." Chapter 36. The Warehouse That Bleeds Money. After saying that, she turned to the big white guy and said defiantly, "Want to make a bet? Let us bet on whether this car will start. If it starts, I'll give you $1 million. If it doesn't, you strip naked, and I mean completely naked, not even your underwear, and run 2 laps around the entire warehouse area. How about it? Want to bet?" Realizing he'd been set up, the big guy didn't dare take the bet. He just snorted and said nothing more, obediently signing the contract and paying the staff member standing nearby. With only a few dozen dollars to his name, he didn't stick around to participate in the warehouse auction that followed. Not long after the crowd had left, hysterical roars could be heard coming from the warehouse not far away. "Fucking hell, 3-stripe bitch, thick-legged crab," and other filthy curses kept drifting over, clearly indicating that something had gone terribly wrong with the car. A particularly curious treasure hunter ran over to see what was happening. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw that the car cover that had originally been draped over the vehicle had been tossed aside. It was indeed a Lincoln Continental, a classic model from the 70s or 80s. But the entire engine compartment was empty, and inside the cabin, the seats, dashboard, and steering wheel had all vanished without a trace, leaving nothing but an empty shell. The car's body was in pretty poor condition to begin with, completely devoid of any practical value. A loss so massive it'd make your grandmother cry, the kind of loss that makes you pee blood. When word of the car's condition reached them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness some idiot got caught up in a love triangle and took the fall otherwise. If they D won the bid for this warehouse, they D have been in for a world of trouble. Some of the more savvy treasure hunters looked at Victoria Hayes with concern. This woman's methods were truly ruthless. She played dirty. $28,000, that's a huge sum of money. To just throw that much into the fire like that, it'll sting for a long time. As for what these people were thinking, Victoria Hayes didn't care one bit. He just wanted to see if there was anything of interest in the remaining storage units. The auction was moving quickly, and there were a few storage units he was still interested in, but there were just too many competing treasure hunters. That meant even if he won this warehouse, he wouldn't make much profit, so he decisively chose to pass. But his luck soon turned. This warehouse was packed with odds and ends, and among them was an oil painting. It was truly excellent, exactly the kind of piece he wanted to add to his collection, so he snapped it up without hesitation for $3,200. After the auction ended, he returned to his own warehouse and began preparing to clear it out. He decided to start by clearing out the warehouse with the oil painting. "Honey, you're dressed so nicely, don't come in. Just stay outside the warehouse and watch. It'd be such a shame if you got your clothes dirty. I really love how you're dressed today," Victoria Hayes said to Christiana. Come to think of it, she was right. It would indeed be a shame to get such a nice outfit dirty. But who could have known what naughty things he'd get up to with Christiana, dressed like that, when he got home that night? Hey, those in the know get it, we're all in on it. Victoria Hayes rummaged through the warehouse. There weren't many valuable items, and those that weren't worth much, mostly second-hand tools and the like. Then there were some old, unwanted clothes, which were of no value to him at all. Cleaning them out would be a waste of time. Giving the whole lot away for free to the garbage collectors was a good choice. It saved time and effort. She quickly cleared out the warehouse and retrieved the painting. At that moment, the oil painting was wrapped in a layer of moisture-proof cloth, effectively shielding it from dampness. This oil painting was particularly large, roughly 3 meters wide and 2.3 meters tall. For an oil painting, this truly qualified as a large-scale masterpiece. Victoria Hayes didn't unwrap it there, as it wasn't the right place to do so. It's better to keep a low profile. Especially when it comes to finding a treasure like this, it's better to go home and admire it in private. On the way, Christiana asked, "Alex, aren't you going to open it up and take a look?" He looked at Christiana and smiled. "Honey, what has gotten into you all of a sudden? Weren't you telling me just yesterday that when you find a treasure in the world of antiques and art, it's best to keep a low profile? How could you have forgotten that already? What if we open this painting and it turns out to be a masterpiece by some famous artist? Wouldn't that give everything away? Let us wait until we get home to open it and appreciate it properly. If it really is a treasure, we'll put it away safely. That way no one will know. We'll get rich on the sly, no one will suspect a thing, and we'll avoid having others come to steal it." Only then did Christiana realize what he was thinking, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Do you think paintings by famous masters are like weeds growing by the roadside, something you can just stumble upon in an old warehouse?" Soon, he arrived at the entrance of another warehouse with the oil painting and Christiana. After unlocking the door, Victoria Hayes didn't bother moving the large metal cabinet blocking the warehouse entrance. Before going inside, he made up a casual excuse to end the live stream. It was better not to broadcast what was about to happen. He walked straight in to clear out the clutter, piling all the visible junk from inside the warehouse at the entrance. Victoria Hayes took a deep breath. The most breathtaking moment was about to begin and opened a cardboard box. Inside was a box filled to the brim with US dollars, all in $100 bills. Each stack was worth $10,000. 10 stacks were bundled together and sealed in plastic. Each small box contained 10 bundles, totaling $1 million. He had already used his X-ray vision to check. There were a total of 200 boxes here, amounting to a full $200 million. He casually opened one, picked up a dozen bills, and examined them, all worn and well used. Jack Everett had certainly gone all out. It was truly breathtaking. Although he had a net worth of over $1 billion, that was all in bank accounts, just a long string of numbers to the eye. Unlike now, with a full $200 million in cash spread out before him. Even though it was packed in boxes, it was still breathtaking. $200 million US dollars, roughly 2.5 cubic meters, a full 2.5 metric tons of worn bills. Seeing that Victoria Hayes hadn't made a sound from inside for quite some time, a concerned Christiana walked in. As soon as she entered, she saw him staring blankly at the pile of boxes before him. Upon closer inspection, they were all filled with bright green US dollar bills. She instinctively covered her mouth, afraid that making a loud noise would attract attention. If that happened, they'd be in big trouble. Seeing Christiana enter, Victoria Hayes immediately warned her. "Don't say a word, dear, or things could get out of hand. I know I'm not stupid. Is this real money?" Christiana asked, looking puzzled. She walked over, picked up a stack of bills, and examined them closely, seemingly unable to believe what she was seeing. "It's real. I checked exactly $200 million. We've struck it rich again," he said happily. Behind the metal cabinet was a small safe with a traditional mechanical lock. Taking advantage of the moment when Christiana wasn't paying attention, he quickly opened the safe and took out the notebook inside. Flipping through the notebook, he found the rise to power story of a drug lord. It chronicled his journey from a poor kid to becoming Colombia's biggest drug lord. Chapter 37, Pablo, the Drug Lord of the Century. Hey, this is the notebook of Pablo, the Colombian drug lord. Pablo's full name is Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria, one of the world's biggest drug lords in the 1980s and 1990s. He was also the most brazen drug lord in history at the height of his power. His net worth ranked 7th in the world. However, Pablo's childhood was marked by great hardship. He grew up as a poor kid on the streets of Medellin. At first, he barely scraped by, making a living through petty theft and reselling gravestones. As a teenager, he sold cars, and later he surprisingly switched careers to become a hitman sharing the same background as Victoria Hayes in her past life. He idolized Al Capone, the famous American mob boss. He even bought Capone's former vehicle, a bulletproof sedan. To idolize someone to this extent, Pablo was truly one of a kind. Pablo was the first drug lord to transform drug production and sales into a large-scale export trade. Within 2 years of launching his transnational drug trafficking operations, he rapidly amassed $3 billion. It was precisely through the drug trade that he accumulated immense wealth and provided jobs for 300,000 people. He also built churches, hospitals, and homes for the poor in Medellin. Hailed by the people of Medellin as the Robin Hood of Latin America, he became the true king of the drug empire. He commanded a private army of 40,000 men, and being exceptionally wealthy, he was naturally willing to invest heavily in it. His private army was well equipped, possessing several fighter jets, submarines, armored vehicles, tanks, and a private armed helicopter called the Lark. This armed helicopter had previously belonged to the Colombian Navy, equipped with multiple rocket launchers and Sidewinder missiles. It was dubbed the Flying Tank. Pablo dispatched 3 fighter jets to force the Lark to make an emergency landing at his own airfield, where it eventually became his private aircraft. He was the most brazen drug lord in history. Police officers who arrested him were shot dead on the streets within 3 days. The judge who presided over his trial received his wife's soiled clothing mailed to his office after she was kidnapped. The Colombian Attorney General who issued a warrant for his arrest was, in turn, the target of a $100 million bounty placed by Pablo, and was eventually found dead on the street. In March 1984, under the command of U.S. military advisors, 5,000 Colombian government troops boarded Hercules transport planes and stormed the stronghold of Pablo's Medellin cartel. With air support from dozens of U.S.-made F-16 fighter jets and helicopters, 150 drug traffickers were killed and over 1,000 were captured. However, Pablo's counterattack was exceptionally fierce. Within just 1 month, Attorney General Lara, the head of Colombia's anti-narcotics operations, was shot dead. In May, more than 50 drug traffickers stormed the Colombian Ministry of Justice building. They attempted to kidnap senior officials from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Attorney General's office, and the Anti-Narcotics Police Bureau, who were in a meeting. More than 400 military and police personnel put up fierce resistance, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. Later, over 300 drug traffickers armed with surface-to-surface missiles arrived as reinforcements. The battle raged on until late at night, when the Colombian National Armed Forces joined the fray. Only then did the drug traffickers withdraw, taking 5 judges and a police chief with them, leaving behind the bodies of 34 police officers and 11 judges. In 1987, his brother Ochoa was arrested. The Chief Justice of the Colombian Supreme Court, who was presiding over the trial, resigned, and the Minister of Justice was forced to revoke the arrest warrant. Of course, death was inevitably his fate. On December 2, 1993, Pablo was killed by Colombian military and police forces amid a hail of gunfire. After his death, his wife emigrated to Argentina with their 2 children and later disappeared without a trace. It is said that she later emigrated to the United States, and several of his brothers and sisters also emigrated to the United States one after another. However, all of them subsequently vanished without a trace. The discovery here of $200 million in cash and Pablo's notebook proves at least one thing. Pablo had left his family an escape route in the United States. It's just that his family may have met with an accident before they ever had the chance to use it. This is hardly surprising, though, given that he was one of the world's largest drug lords. According to media reports, at the height of his power, he had assets exceeding 27 billion, most of it in cash. Moreover, as a drug lord, he certainly had no shortage of victims and enemies. While he was alive and at the height of his power, these adversaries and enemies naturally couldn't do anything to him. But after his death, how could they possibly spare his family? Especially given the massive fortune he left behind, whether it's the Colombian military and police, powerful politicians, or various underworld figures. They'd likely be eager to squeeze a share out of his family. That's probably why no one has touched this warehouse all this time. That's Pablo for you. He actually left his family such a solid safety net. Flipping to the last page of the notebook, I found the addresses where Pablo had hidden his assets and the approximate amounts. While he was alive, he stashed money everywhere. Some he bricked into walls, some he buried in the yard. In some cases, he simply piled it up in a cave and then blew up the entrance, a truly simple yet brutal method. After his death, quite a few people searched for his estate, and some of them must have found it. His former servant, for no apparent reason, had enough money to live a life of luxury and even afford a mansion. This was already a ridiculous situation, and it was obvious where the money came from. While Christiana wasn't looking, Victoria Hayes stowed the notebook away in the space inside the jade pendant. Darling, we can't delay any longer. Staying here too long could lead to trouble. Go wait for me outside first. Keep watch for me out there. I'll just make a quick cover-up for this money here. I'll have someone handle it. Hurry up, Victoria Hayes said to Christiana. Christiana obediently went outside, not standing at the doorway but heading to the intersection to keep watch. She was a smart woman and naturally knew what to do in any given situation. Now was not the time to throw a tantrum, and she wasn't the type to act on a whim anyway. A woman with Christiana's personality was very likable, not to mention her good looks and great figure. Most importantly, she was smart and level-headed, never letting anyone down in critical moments. A woman like that was a real relief. If a woman threw a tantrum at a critical moment like this, I bet most people would want to smash a beer bottle over her head, right? After Christiana left, Victoria Hayes quickly stowed all the cash-filled boxes into the space inside the jade pendant. Then she moved the metal cabinet by the door out of the warehouse and locked the warehouse door. She called in the garbage collectors and handed over the valuable second-hand items along with the trash. Then she called a truck to transport the oil painting. There was no other way. The painting was too large to fit in a Cadillac Escalade. After returning home, Christiana didn't ask who he hired to move those $200 million. Nor did she ask what he planned to do with the money. She didn't mention a single word about it. Chapter 38. The Forge of the Fire God. Such a large sum of money from an unknown source was problematic in and of itself. The less she knew, the better for her. Moreover, transporting and managing that money was a massive undertaking. The fact that she knows so many details is a potential risk for Victoria Hayes. If she slips up and lets something slip one day, it could get him into serious trouble. In the US, it doesn't matter much if you find a small amount of cash in a warehouse. Finding a few $100,000 isn't a big deal. Either that money is still yours to keep. But if there are several million or tens of millions of dollars, that's a major problem. That's because this money is almost always tainted, and if you can't prove it's clean, it will be confiscated by government law enforcement agencies. Only by proving the money isn't stolen will it become yours. But the problem is, since you bought the warehouse at auction, you don't even know who the money belongs to, so how can you prove it? Christiana cleverly changed the subject. Honey, let us hurry up and unwrap that painting. Let us see if there's a surprise inside. What do you think? Victoria Hayes, of course, didn't refuse Christiana's thoughtful gesture and accompanied her to the vault. As they carefully unwrapped the moisture-proof cloth covering it, an exquisite oil painting came into view. The painting depicted an ancient scene set inside a blacksmith's shop, illuminated by the glow of a forge. A group of muscular, bare-armed laborers were forging weapons on an anvil. The painter had captured the most common scene of everyday life in a blacksmith's workshop. Every detail reflected the reality of labor at that time. Only the radiance emanating from Apollo's head signaled that this was a mythological scene. It is so full of life, and the figures of the workers are so simple and natural. Particularly moving is the figure of Vulcan, the middle-aged blacksmith, who turns his head and stares blankly at Apollo. The composition of the figures conveys a sense of calm and steady balance. Apollo, wrapped in an orange-red robe, radiates a brilliant glow. This stands in stark contrast to Vulcan and his 4 apprentices. Apollo's sudden intrusion interrupts the blacksmith's work, startling them. The composition is primarily based on vertical lines, with the figures arranged one by one around the furnace at the center. This creates a sense of depth. The arrangement is rich and powerful. The figures are depicted with precision, and their expressions are spot on, while Balira's chiaroscuro technique is also effectively employed. The artist uses chiaroscuro to depict the robust human forms and skillfully arranges the relationships between the figures through the composition. The painter employs a warm color palette, gradually shifting from light vermilion to deep vermilion, which then transitions to brown in the shadows. This brown encompasses variations ranging from chestnut to burnt sienna against this backdrop. The vivid colors of Apollo's cloak and the red-hot metal forgings on the anvil stand out strikingly. Christiana exclaimed, "Darling, this painting is truly breathtaking. I can't quite put my finger on what makes it so good, but I just know it's wonderful. It must be a masterpiece by some great master." "That's right. It's the Forge of Hephaestus by Velázquez, the master of Spanish realism," Victoria Hayes replied. The Forge of Hephaestus is an oil painting created in 1630 by the Spanish painter Diego Rodríguez de Silva y Velázquez. Although the painting was originally intended to adorn the royal palace, Velázquez still immortalized the noble beauty of the common people's physical labor in the painting. The painting masterfully depicts the anger of the master, the god of the forge, and the expressions of shock on the faces of his assistants upon hearing the news brought by Apollo regarding the master's wife's infidelity. The scene of the red-hot iron on the anvil and a worker forging a gleaming breastplate is rendered with precision and detail, greatly enhancing the painting's sense of realism. As a court painter, Velázquez obtained permission from Philip IV to study in Italy. During his 2-year stay in Italy, he studied diligently, first traveling to Venice. There, he studied and copied the vibrant, colorful works of masters of the Venetian school, such as Titian and Tintoretto, who were renowned for their use of color. He then traveled to Rome, where he viewed and copied the frescoes of Michelangelo and Raphael. During this period, he created the Forge of Hephaestus, demonstrating the fruits of his studies under the Italian masters. Velázquez is one of the leading figures of Spanish realist painting. His masterpieces include Bacchus, Venus at her mirror, the Old Water Carrier, Portrait of Pope Innocent X, the Surrender of Breda, the Spinner, the Maids of Honor, Portrait of Philip IV in hunting attire, and Equestrian Portrait of Philip IV, among others. Victoria Hayes skillfully recounted everything she knew about the painting's artist and its creation. Christiana listened quietly by her side, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Victoria Hayes. The two of them quietly admired the painting before them, savoring the lovely moment. "So you're definitely planning to keep this masterpiece for yourself, right?" Christiana asked playfully. "Of course. Why would I sell it? I'm not short on money right now. If I sold something this wonderful, where would I find another one? I'm going to keep it and pass it down to my grandson someday." Christiana looked puzzled. "Grandson? Why a grandson? You don't even have any children yet." Victoria Hayes gave Christiana a sly look. "So we'll have to make a baby first before we can have a grandson, and we'll need to have a few of them." With that, she pounced on Christiana, her 5 legs tangling and rubbing against her sexy body. Christiana was dressed way too seductively today. What man could see her and not raise his arm in salute? It was a miracle Victoria Hayes had managed to hold back for a whole day. After several days of careful study, Victoria Hayes had finally finished going through Pablo's notebook. She had narrowed it down to 2 most likely locations. The rest were unlikely to contain any money. During Pablo's lifetime, it was common knowledge around the world that the walls in his homes had hidden compartments he liked to stash money and flour in them. So after his death, all of Pablo's residences, including those of his relatives, were completely gutted. Many people found large amounts of cash in the hidden compartments within the walls. It's impossible for any of these hiding spots to have been overlooked. Therefore, the only possibilities were locations hidden outside the house, relatively far from the buildings, such as buried in a cave, or a massive underground chamber specifically built outdoors, where the money was hidden and the chamber was then hermetically sealed. And these locations were precisely Victoria Hayes' targets. After meticulous preparation, he decided to set out for Medellin, Colombia, Pablo's former stronghold. At the check-in counter of Rock Mountain International Airport, Christiana bid a reluctant farewell to Victoria Hayes. Chapter 39. Arrival in Medellin. "Alex, can't I come with you? I want to be with you. I'm worried about you, and we might as well go on a trip together." Are you kidding me? Is he going on vacation? Well, he'll certainly get to enjoy some sightseeing along the way, though the journey itself might be particularly thrilling and dangerous. After all, ever since Colombia dismantled Pablo's Medellin drug cartel, new drug cartels have continued to emerge, and the country has never known peace. Although the Colombian government has cracked down hard on various crimes and drug trafficking over the past decade or so, public safety has never seen significant improvement. It's only slightly better than it was in the 1980s and 1990s. What can you expect? They're in South America, after all. This is America's backyard. The massive influx of firearms and ammunition from the United States into South American countries has exacerbated internal conflicts across the region. This has led to increasingly frequent clashes between various gangs and drug traffickers, to the point where even the government has had to rely on Arthur Dawson to negotiate with these gangs to resolve the issues. There's no way around it. Too far from paradise, too close to the United States. Our friends in South America will just have to bear with it for now. Maybe things will be better in the next life. Victoria Hayes flatly refused Christiana. No, that's impossible. You know what the situation is like in Colombia, dear, and I'm not going there on vacation. If anything were to happen to you, I'd never forgive myself. So just stay home and use this time to work on your thesis. We'll be graduating next June. Hearing this, Christiana felt her whole body go numb. Damn it, it's one thing for you to go off seeking thrills without me, but making me stay home and write a thesis? That's just too much. So Christiana glared at Victoria Hayes in a huff. With no other choice, Victoria Hayes had to pull out her secret weapon. The kisses, hugs, and lifting her up high tactic. She pulled Christiana into her arms, gently kissed her on the cheek, and began to soothe her. Sweetheart, don't be mad. It's really too dangerous to go there this time. I don't want to lose you. I'm afraid something like that might happen. I promise I'll come back safely, and it won't be too long. When I get back, I'll take you to see my favorite singer's concert. He's performing in Los Angeles in early December. Shall we go together? Seeing this, Christiana happily agreed to Victoria Hayes' plan. Rational and beautiful women are just great. A simple bit of coaxing and a promise are all it takes. Add a small, achievable promise, and everything's sorted right away. It's just so comfortable to be around them. If I ever ran into someone with a weird temper, holy shit, kisses, hugs, and being lifted high, the moment you try to kiss or hug her, she'll slap you right across the face. If that doesn't vent her anger, she'll swing her other hand and give you another one, guaranteed to be a resounding one. Lifted high, she twist the top of your skull right off and then kick you high into the air. After a few hours on the plane, we landed directly at Pablo's stronghold, Medellin. As soon as she got off the plane, Victoria Hayes headed straight for the restroom, pulled out the items she prepared earlier from her spatial jade pendant, and began disguising herself. He was somewhat of a celebrity now. If anyone recognized him, it would be trouble, and he didn't want to leave any loose ends. Once her disguise was complete, she hailed a taxi at the airport entrance. Take me to downtown Medellin and find me a car rental place. The driver was a South American white man, thin and frail, with a sly gleam in his eyes. He was definitely no honest guy. After about half an hour's drive, just as the taxi was about to enter the city, it turned onto a small side road. Victoria Hayes was just beginning to wonder what was going on when the young driver spoke up. Hey, buddy, don't worry. You're looking for a car rental place, right? I'll take you straight there. Rates are higher in the city because their rent is higher, you get it, right? Victoria Hayes nodded without saying a word. The side streets were lined with trees on both sides and were quite secluded. What legitimate rental agency would set up shop here? A strange smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why is it so hard for me to just be a good person? In my past life, I was constantly dealing with guns and murder, and now that I've come to this life and struck it rich, all kinds of trouble just keeps coming my way. It's really weird. Soon, the taxi pulled into a courtyard. As soon as the car entered, someone immediately came out of the house and locked the courtyard gate, which completely confirmed his suspicions. After the car stopped, the scrawny white driver turned to Victoria Hayes and said menacingly, "Kid, get the hell out of the car. If you play nice, you'll suffer a little less." Victoria Hayes had already stashed her luggage into the jade pendant storage space back in the bathroom. She was carrying only a backpack for show. Seeing this, he grabbed the bag and got out of the car. Several other cars were parked in the courtyard, none of them in very good condition. At that moment, 8 or 9 people emerged from the house, all Caucasians and Latinos, each looking menacing. Their arms and exposed skin were covered in tattoos, and several of them were wielding weapons like steel pipes and wooden sticks. A Caucasian man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward and said to Victoria Hayes, "Kid, hand over everything you've got. That way you won't have to suffer." "Got it." Victoria Hayes was speechless inside. Why do all robbers always tell us victims to hand over our belongings willingly? Does handing them over change the fact that you're robbing us? Or are you afraid we might be hiding something and not give it to you? He retorted, "Does that mean if I hand over my belongings, I can leave safely? And what happens if I don't?" As he spoke, he activated his X-ray vision to scan the surroundings. There was no one left inside the room, everyone was outside now. In the room to the left was a basement where 6 women were being held captive. Judging by their appearance, they likely suffered the same fate as him, dragged here immediately after leaving the airport. However, because they were women and attractive ones at that, they been kept behind to serve as objects of their sexual gratification. At that moment, they were all completely naked. Their hands chained to the wall, it was clear at a glance that they suffered greatly. As for whether they had male companions, that remained unknown. If they did, those men had likely met a tragic end. In the room from which this group had emerged, there was another bedroom, presumably the leader's. Inside was a safe containing several $100,000 and a large pile of Colombian pesos. The Colombian peso is the country's official currency, with an exchange rate against the dollar of roughly 1 to 4,500, an incredibly steep disparity. But that worked out well, it saved him the trouble of exchanging currency. Scattered throughout the other rooms in cabinets or under beds were a few firearms and rounds of ammunition. Behind the right-hand courtyard wall was an open area where the weeds grew particularly thick. Victoria Hayes' pupils suddenly contracted. Beneath those weeds lay the skeletal remains of more than 30 bodies. Chapter 40. Is it that hard to be a good person? No wonder the grass grows so thick here. It turns out the soil is rich in nutrients. These are all scum. The ringleader replied arrogantly. If you hand over everything you're carrying, you can leave here with your remaining luggage and passport, and we'll dump you somewhere. Figure out how to get to the city on your own. You might still have a chance to find your way back. If you don't hand them over, we'll have no choice but to take matters into our own hands. As for whether you'll ever leave here, that's up to luck. Victoria Hayes didn't waste any more words. She pulled an SCAR-L assault rifle fitted with a suppressor straight out of her jade pendant storage space. She scored the SCAR-L assault rifle at a warehouse auction earlier, a whole case of 10 of them. There was also a Chaytak M200 sniper rifle and over 60,000 rounds of ammunition waiting in her jade pendant storage space. Before setting out on this mission, she specifically bought several different models of silencers on the black market and fitted them to all her firearms, the very ones Jack Everett had used to pull the trigger. That's how it's always filmed in movies. The bad guys always die because they talk too much, and this group was no exception. This group couldn't even be called bad guys anymore. They were nothing but scum. At least bad guys are still human. He aimed the muzzle directly at the leader and opened fire. Rat-tat-tat, 3 shots rang out, and 3 bullets pierced his chest and exited through his back. 3 10-centimeter wide holes were left in his back. He was as dead as could be. The powerful penetrating force knocked the ringleader to the ground. Victoria Hayes quickly repositioned her gun, aimed at the others, and began a rhythmic slaughter. Seeing Victoria Hayes pull an assault rifle out of nowhere and kill their boss, the henchmen, showing no loyalty whatsoever, tried to flee. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, nor that they didn't want to avenge their boss. They simply hadn't expected the enemy to be this ferocious. None of them had brought guns when they came out. They were all armed with steel pipes and clubs. How could they possibly stand a chance against this? The faster they ran, the faster they died. No matter how fast you run, can you outrun a bullet? Fugitives were constantly being shot down from behind. Realizing escape was hopeless, the more resourceful ones began kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Weeping bitterly, they bowed their heads and apologized. "Boss, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done those bad things. Please spare me. I have elderly, sick parents who need my care, and several children to raise. My family can't do without me. Please, spare me." Looking at the man before her, sobbing and begging for mercy, Victoria Hayes felt no pity whatsoever and sent him on his way without hesitation. "Are you kidding me? Did you spare those girls in the basement? Did you spare the more than 30 sets of skeletal remains buried under the grass outside the courtyard wall?" Victoria Hayes' aim was precise. Including the taxi driver, there were 10 people in total. 3 bullets for each of them used up the entire magazine. She holstered her weapon, walked into the house, and collected all the firearms and ammunition from every room. Then she went to the safe in the ringleader's bedroom, which still contained several $100,000 and several billion Colombian pesos. Even a fly is meat, it's wrong to waste it. Pulling on a balaclava, Victoria Hayes went down to the basement, where she used the keys she found on the bodies to unlock the handcuffs on the women. She tossed them a few sheets and a couple of cell phones. "I'll be leaving in 5 minutes. Once I'm gone, you can call your families or the embassy, and then you'll be free. Before I leave, you're not allowed to leave the basement, understand? Don't give me any trouble." After saying that, Victoria Hayes left the basement, stored several cars and the corpses of this bunch of trash in the jade pendant's storage space, and then drove out of the courtyard. Why store their bodies? Because without a body, there's no dead person. Without bodies, it's just a disappearance, and it can only be a disappearance. As for the bodies, there's plenty of jungle in Colombia. Just toss them into the jungle, no one will be able to trace them back to her anyway. Victoria Hayes drove all the way to downtown Medellin. The city center was fairly bustling, similar to a second-tier city in China around the turn of the millennium. Medellin is the capital of Antioquia Department and Colombia's second-largest city. It lies 240 kilometers northwest of Bogotá, the Colombian capital, and currently has a population of 2.3 million. It's a truly remarkable place. As early as 1990, Medellin already had a population of 1.64 million. Now, 28 years later, the city's population has grown by only 660,000. It can't be helped, Colombia is simply too poor, and many people here are doing everything they can to make their way to the United States. Those who can't leave are held back by inadequate healthcare and disease, so the population can only grow slowly. Furthermore, due to violent clashes between various gangs and drug traffickers, many young and middle-aged men have lost their lives. Before 2005, it was consistently ranked among the world's most chaotic cities with the highest crime rates. Thanks to vigorous efforts by the Colombian government, public safety here has improved significantly. With the construction of the subway system in the early 21st century and the orderly development of industry and commerce, Medellin's economic recovery has created a large number of jobs. Most residents began to find jobs and secure stable incomes, leading to improvements in the city's overall safety and educational standards. Gradually, the city is shaking off its past chaos and turmoil. Perhaps this is what is meant by, when people's bellies are full, they know propriety. Come to think of it, who would bother with manners when they can't even get enough to eat? It's all because of hunger. Medellin enjoys a wonderful climate. Situated at an elevation of 1,541 meters, with an average annual temperature of 21 degrees, it feels like spring all year round, a truly invigorating place to live. In late 2017, it was named one of the top 10 spring cities of the world, marking it as one of the cities that has undergone a highly successful transformation. However, given its historically poor conditions, the city still experiences some unrest, which is inevitable. But all in all, things are much better than they used to be. After all, the largest drug manufacturing industry has now shifted to Mexico. Since it's right next to the United States, flour and leaves can be transported overland to the US quite easily, just like Jack Everett used to do. He checked into a 5-star hotel and settled in to rest using a fake passport, of course. In his past life as an elite assassin, getting a few sets of fake passports was a breeze. After resting until 6 p.m., Victoria Hayes went out to find something to eat. This city was definitely worth visiting as a tourist, especially with its cool, comfortable climate. He began to regret not bringing Christiana along. If this trip to Medellin hadn't involved the dangerous search for Pablo's legacy, they would surely have had a wonderful time sightseeing here together. He drove to Mondongo's, where he'd already made a reservation. Guided by a server, he took a seat by the window. This restaurant is quite well known in Medellin, famous for its Colombian specialties and grilled meats. Everyone who has been here speaks highly of it, so it's always packed. He ordered the Colombian specialty bandeja paisa, mondongo tripe soup, ajiaco chicken, potato, and corn stew, and a serving of grilled meat, then sat down to savor his meal at his own pace. Chapter 41, The Naples Estate. After dinner, Victoria Hayes drove to Pablo South Naples Estate. By the time she arrived, it was already 10 p.m. The Naples Estate is located 130 kilometers from downtown Medellin. Historically, the major drug lords we've encountered generally fall into two categories. One type is the big-time operator who hides deep in the mountains and forests, living right in the heart of their drug production areas, surrounded by an army of bodyguards. The other type is the regional dealer, who controls a specific area for distributing bulk drugs and lives in the city. Those skilled at hiding and disguising themselves often maintain a legitimate public image, appearing to be respectable citizens who can enjoy the fruits of their earnings. Those less adept at concealment live in the city's slums, earning a fortune yet having little opportunity to enjoy it. Pablo was neither of these types. He truly lived up to his reputation as the most brazen drug lord in history. He openly purchased 5,500 acres of land on the outskirts of the city to build his infamous La Napoli estate, which covered an area of roughly 22 square kilometers. To put that in perspective, his estate spanned an area over 4 kilometers wide and 5 kilometers long. Standing before the main gate, which remains exactly as it was during Pablo's time, you'll see a model airplane perched atop it. There are two theories about this model airplane. One claims it was the aircraft he used for his very first transnational air shipment of drugs to the United States. Later, when he acquired better and more aircraft for transport, he retired this one to preserve it as a memento. He placed it atop the estate's main gate. Another account states that his cousin died in a plane crash while transporting drugs to the United States. To honor his cousin, he had a replica of that plane made and placed it above the gate. Regardless of which version is true, this plane is linked to drug trafficking. The estate was once extremely luxurious and magnificent, featuring natural scenic areas, lakes, for swimming pools, an airfield, and an orchard with tens of thousands of fruit trees. Pablo also kept over 100 species of rare wild animals on the estate, including many not native to South America such as giraffes, hippos, and lions. After his death, the hippos escaped the estate and began to breed freely. Initially, there were only 4 hippos, 1 male and 3 females. Today, the population has grown to over 60, making it the only and largest wild hippo population in South America. However, the place has fallen into disrepair. The once magnificent villa has been reduced to a shambles. It was torn to pieces by various groups who came here in search of money, and only the orchard area remains relatively intact. Later, the Colombian government carried out minor repairs and converted it into a park and tourist attraction. However, Victoria Hayes didn't drive here to sightsee, he came to hunt for treasure. According to the descriptions in Pablo's notebook, there used to be a cave on the mountain 1 kilometer behind the main villa. Inside, he had converted it into a massive vault, where he hid $3 billion in cash and 10 metric tons of gold bars. Forbes had once estimated Pablo's net worth at $27 billion, and that was back in the late 1980s. But at the time, almost everyone believed that figure severely underestimated Pablo's wealth. For Pablo, who controlled the supply and distribution of drugs across most of the Americas and parts of Europe, that figure was indeed a massive underestimate. It should have been at least double, if not more. From 1979 to 1993, a span of 15 years, he remained the primary source of drugs for the United States. Parking the car, Victoria Hayes activated her X-ray vision and night vision, carefully scanning the estate to ensure she wasn't detected. She made her way cautiously to the hillside behind the villa. The hill wasn't very high, just over 200 meters. She carefully circled the hill, trying to locate the vault and the tunnel. After searching for a while, she finally found the tunnel on the side facing away from the villa. Inside the vault at the end of the tunnel lay a massive amount of US dollars and gold, just as the notebook had described. Victoria Hayes was truly lucky. She never expected to find such a massive fortune at the very first location she visited. The forest on the mountain was exceptionally dense. The original entrance had long since been destroyed by Pablo and was now overgrown with lush vegetation. It was thanks to this that the treasure vault had remained hidden from treasure hunters until now. If it weren't for the change in his eyesight and the notebook he obtained from Pablo, he'd never have found it, no matter what. After clearing a small patch of ground on the mountainside, Victoria Hayes pulled an iron pickaxe and shovel from the jade pendant's storage space and began digging. He needed to dig a 5-meter deep entrance to get inside. Pablo had buried the tunnel entrance incredibly deep. He tossed the excavated soil directly into the jade pendant's storage space. He'd have to backfill the area after retrieving the treasure. After all, when striking it rich, it's best to keep a low profile. If the whole world found out and you didn't have enough power to protect that wealth, you'd be asking for trouble. Thanks to the immense strengthening his body had received from absorbing the treasure's energy, Victoria Hayes possessed extraordinary strength and endurance. The digging progressed quickly, and the tunnel was cleared in just over an hour. Looking at the 2-meter-high, half-meter-wide opening before him, he felt a surge of excitement. He knew this enormous fortune was now his. Putting on his gas mask, he approached the vault's security door and skillfully turned the knob. With a click, the door swung open. Once the door was open, the air inside was very dry. Fortunately, at least the US dollar bills inside Wooden Tea become unusable due to moisture or mold. This vault, converted from a cave, was quite large, about 50 square meters, and the entire structure was encased in thick reinforced concrete, making it highly secure. The first thing that caught his eye was the gleaming gold, arranged on 10 large steel trays. Each gold bar weighed 500 ounces, the internationally standard weight for gold bars, which is 14.17 kilograms. Victoria Hayes carefully counted them. There were 71 large gold bars on each tray, totaling a little over 1 metric ton, a full 10 metric tons. She wondered what the price of gold had been when Pablo had amassed this hoard during his heyday, as gold prices fluctuated wildly back then. At its peak in 1980, it reached $850 per ounce. If he had bought it at the low point in 1990, it would have been a different story at that time. Gold was only $180 per ounce. After storing all the gold in the jade pendant as storage space, Victoria Hayes couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The thrill and sense of fulfillment brought by this sudden surge in wealth were indescribable. 10 metric tons of gold piled together, the visual impact was truly indescribable. He planned to keep this batch of gold as the family's private reserve to enrich their legacy. The old Chen family wasn't built in a single generation, it required the accumulation of several generations. Turning his gaze forward, an even more staggering sight lay before him. A full $3 billion. Each large tray was piled high with neatly stacked, bright green US dollar bills. Chapter 42. A headache-inducing amount of cash. Every $200,000 was sealed in a large plastic bag, effectively protecting the bills from damage. In his previous life, the most cash Victoria Hayes had ever seen was a pile of over $2 million spread out before him. And even then, he'd been so stunned he couldn't move. But now it was a full $30 billion. His mouth was watering. After a brief moment of daze, he quickly gathered all the money. This was no time to be spacing out. After leaving the vault, he began dumping soil and gravel from his spatial pocket to backfill the area. And finally, he didn't forget to scatter leaves and dead branches on the ground for camouflage. Back in his hotel room, Victoria Hayes let out a long sigh of relief. It had been so thrilling and satisfying. He'd acquired this astronomical fortune without a single hitch. Amid his joy, however, worry set in, especially when he considered the $200 million he'd originally found in the warehouse. She now had $3.2 billion in cash. When would she ever be able to launder all that money? Moreover, money laundering comes with hefty processing fees and taxes. Money laundering organizations typically charge a fee of 5 to 10% of the total amount. Furthermore, local governments impose targeted taxes based on the method used to launder the money. For smaller amounts, one could launder money through casinos or by buying and selling antiques. The casino will arrange for someone to exchange cash for chips, and that person will then intentionally lose the chips to the actual owner of the cash. The actual owner then returns to the casino to cash out the chips under the guise of winnings and transfers the money into their own account. However, the casino takes a 5% cut, and taxes must be paid according to your country's regulations on gambling winnings. For example, Las Vegas levies federal taxes. Gambling winnings are treated as personal income in the United States, with a maximum tax rate of 37%. In Macau, the rate is lower at 20%. Of course, the lowest rate is in Monaco, which imposes no taxes on gambling winnings. Victoria Hayes, posing as Drew Rowan, wouldn't have to pay local taxes even if she won money in Monaco. However, if she wants to transfer the money into China, she must provide proof that the funds were obtained through legal means. Since the tax rate on gambling winnings in Macau is 20%, she would still have to pay that amount to make up the difference. Of course, if she has already paid the 37% tax in the United States, she won't have to pay any additional taxes when the money enters China, as China only collects the difference. All things considered, walking away with 70% is already a very fair and efficient arrangement, and that's the result of effective tax avoidance strategies. If the tax avoidance measures aren't up to par, walking away with half is the norm. There have even been cases in the United States where the money was laundered, but the tax avoidance measures were inadequate, leading to detection by the IRS for tax evasion and subsequent prosecution. If that actually happened, you might as well just keep the cash and buy donuts with it. After several days of making inquiries from various sources and spending a considerable amount of money, Victoria Hayes finally confirmed the approximate location of Pablo's former drug production base. Drug production in Colombia is quite different from that in other parts of Asia. Here, coca plants have been cultivated continuously from the last century to the present. Coca leaves are harvested to extract cocaine base, which serves as the raw material for producing cocaine. The coca plant is native to the high-altitude regions of South America, and because coca leaves are a very important medicinal plant, they have been introduced and cultivated worldwide. In China, they are grown in places like Yunnan, Hainan, and Taiwan, where they are used as raw materials for medical and pharmaceutical purposes. Coca leaves have anesthetic, analgesic, and pain-relieving properties. They stimulate the central nervous system, relieve fatigue, and suppress appetite. As early as more than 5,000 years ago, indigenous peoples in South America began cultivating coca trees and harvesting their leaves for use. Chewing the leaves helped ward off hunger and fatigue, while stimulating the nervous system and promoting alertness. However, these effects all stem from the cocaine contained in coca leaves yet. Since cocaine is addictive, it was later exploited by drug traffickers to produce illicit drugs. The Golden Triangle region of Asia is different there. Vast tracts of farmland are used to grow opium poppies, which are processed into opium for drug production, a process that requires extensive farmland. Large-scale farmland in deep mountain forests stands out conspicuously, and cultivation sites are virtually impossible to hide from satellite surveillance. Therefore, once neighboring countries resolved to crack down on drugs, the Golden Triangle region was quickly eradicated. However, the coca plant is different. It is a tree that can grow 2 to 4 meters tall. South America is naturally rich in forests, and there are many countries and regions where coca plants are cultivated. Moreover, once fully grown, coca trees are indistinguishable from ordinary forest vegetation. They blend right in, making them virtually impossible for satellites to detect. Unless, by sheer luck, a satellite happens to spot the houses where drug traffickers live amidst the coca groves. Otherwise, it might be impossible to find them even if you tried, and it would waste a tremendous amount of resources. Pablo's coca plantations were located more than 150 kilometers west of the city of Medellin. They were situated in the forests between the towns of Bojaya, Medio Tratado, and Uramita. This area is very close to the small port in Barcelona, just over 100 kilometers away from where Jack Everett handled maritime shipments. Maritime transport was Pablo's primary method of drug trafficking. At the time, he owned several small submarines that continuously shipped drugs to the United States. Each year, he was able to ship hundreds of metric tons of cocaine to the United States by sea. This led the CIA, the FBI, and the DEA to join forces against him, even deploying military forces on multiple occasions. It can be said that Pablo single-handedly dismantled most of the U.S. anti-drug front during the 1980s and 1990s. The roads near the coca plantations were all dirt roads, and especially now, after the rain, they were covered in mud, forcing the car to slow down even further. For a short straight-line distance of just 150 kilometers, Victoria Hayes ended up driving for over 6 hours. Upon reaching the vicinity, he got out of the car, walked on foot, and headed straight into the mountains and forests. It was definitely impossible to drive any further. At the fork ahead, turning right led to a dead-end path that went straight into the coca plantation. If drug traffickers were inside, anyone unfamiliar with the area would surely be questioned or even killed upon entering. He wasn't too sure what the situation was like inside, so to be on the safe side, it was wiser to make his way in stealthily and observe the situation carefully. He pulled a large machete from the jade pendant storage space and laboriously cleared a path ahead. The primeval forest was rugged and difficult to traverse, and the various snakes, insects, rodents, and ants were the biggest headache. Mosquitoes, in particular, swarmed in huge swarms toward Victoria Hayes' face. She had no choice but to put on a gas mask and press on. After several hours of trekking, he finally spotted a vast grove of coca trees. He knew he was nearing the place where the mystery would be unraveled. However, now was not the time. He could clearly see armed men patrolling the dense coca grove, each carrying an AK-47 assault rifle. Chapter 43. The Coca Plantation. These coca plants bore distinct stubs left by harvesting. They must have been picked not long ago. Coca leaves are harvested 3 to 4 times a year, typically in March, June, September, and November. It was now late November, and the 4th harvest had just ended. Whenever harvest season arrives, these drug traffickers hire large numbers of their own relatives to come to the coca groves and harvest the leaves. After each harvest, they gather the coca leaves together, extract the cocaine in bulk, and manufacture heroin. Perhaps that's why there are so many armed guards patrolling the coca groves. The drug traffickers are probably inside right now manufacturing drugs. He cautiously withdrew from the area, made his way to the back of a small hill, took out his military tent, set it up, and rested inside. It seemed the intelligence was correct. After Pablo's death, His coca leaf plantations and drug production facilities had been taken over by other drug cartels and were still in use today. It was unclear how many times ownership had changed hands in the meantime. Late at night, Victoria Hayes changed into a black combat uniform and silently crept toward the plantation-esque camp. It was already the early hours of the morning. Aside from the patrols, most of the others had turned off their lights and gone to sleep. She circled the vast camp, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she meticulously checked every inch of the area. There were a total of 10 hidden sentry posts on the perimeter, plus 5 patrol teams making irregular rounds around the camp, each team consisting of 3 members, all armed with AK-47s. Victoria Hayes drew her dagger and cautiously crept up behind one of the hidden sentries. At that moment, the man was lying face down on the ground with his AK-47 in hand, chewing gum. He was also covered by a camouflage net hard to spot even in daylight, let alone now in the pitch-black darkness of night. If it weren't for her extraordinary eyesight, she would have had a hard time spotting him. Victoria Hayes crept up beside him. The poor guy hadn't noticed anyone approaching from his side and behind. With her left hand, she quickly covered his mouth and nose with her right hand. She swiftly slashed his throat with a knife. Blood spurted from the gash, and she took him out cleanly and efficiently. She then collected his body along with his weapon. She immediately rushed to the next hidden sentry post and repeated the process, clearing out the outer perimeter one by one. Next came the patrol team. This was the most challenging part. He had to take them out cleanly and efficiently, leaving them no chance to resist or send a signal. He pulled out an SCAR-L assault rifle with a suppressor that he'd used before and loaded it with subsonic rounds. Using these rounds with the suppressor would minimize the noise to the absolute minimum. In the dense forest, beyond a dozen meters, not a sound could be heard. Just then, a patrol team was about to pass by. The 3 of them were positioned to the side of Victoria Hayes, a perfect opportunity. From 20 meters away, he raised the muzzle and aimed at the last man's head. At this distance, the enemy wouldn't hear the shot. Moreover, in the darkness, the dense forest concealed his silhouette, so they had no idea where the enemy was. Pop, 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 3 faint gunshots rang out. The person at the rear of the group was shot in the head without uttering a sound. Before the body even hit the ground, Victoria Hayes quickly repositioned her gun and fired at the head of a man in the middle of the group. Pop, 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 3 more faint gunshots rang out, taking down another man. Just then, the sound of the man at the rear of the group hitting the ground reached the ears of the group's leader, who turned around in confusion. Before he could even make out what was happening, 3 bullets pierced his skull with precision, ending his life. Until their very last breath, none of the 3 had any idea what had happened. They simply met their maker. As always, Victoria Hayes carefully collected their weapons and bodies. He had to be cautious. What if someone stumbled upon the bodies by chance? That would blow their cover. He certainly didn't want to end up facing off against a whole bunch of people with a gun. Only the cautious survived the longest. After dealing with everyone on the perimeter, he turned his attention to the camp. The entire camp was enclosed by a tall, sturdy wall overgrown with vines and greenery. Entering through the camp gate led to a path 4 or 5 meters wide. Scattered among the trees lining the path were various wooden houses, their walls and roofs completely covered in vines. At the end of the path stood a 2-story villa with sturdy reinforced concrete exterior walls. Great effort had been expended to camouflage its appearance. Victoria Hayes carefully scanned the underground areas within the compound and, 5 meters below the villa's basement, discovered another massive underground chamber. It was clear that the passageway leading from the basement to the space below had been completely sealed off with concrete. It must have been around 1993, when Pablo was targeted by a joint operation between the US and Colombian governments at that time. For safety's sake, he had completely sealed off this area. He also camouflaged the original entrance, so that those who took over the place later had failed to discover it for all these years. After careful consideration, there were only 2 ways to gain access to that sealed-off underground chamber. Either dig a long tunnel leading directly there, and then use a cutting machine to break through the concrete walls of the basement. That option was definitely out of the question. Time simply wouldn't allow it. He couldn't spend dozens of days digging, and with 25 of the drug traffickers already eliminated tonight, even a fool would know something was amiss here. That left only one option, to take out everyone here. Then he could enter the villa's basement openly and dig straight through the floor to reach the 2nd basement level. Although it would be a bit more difficult, it wasn't impossible after all. His current physical condition was far beyond that of an ordinary Special Forces soldier. Moreover, his greatest advantage lay in his X-ray vision and night vision in the dark. He was unbeatable. At this moment, there were still over 150 people in the camp. Aside from the 60-odd production workers, the remaining 90-plus were all armed militants. If she wanted to do it, she'd do it. Even if she failed, these people wouldn't be able to stop her from escaping. 1 against over 150, the advantage was hers. Having made up her mind, Victoria Hayes immediately sprang into action. She had to deal with the armed personnel first if she were discovered and a firefight broke out. These men were far more skilled in combat. The more she took care of early on, the less pressure she'd face later. Taking advantage of the 2 sentries' inattention, Victoria Hayes quickly shot and killed them both. After disposing of the bodies, she slipped into the camp. She first went to a room occupied by a single person. Anyone given a private room was surely a minor commander. In a firefight, having someone issuing orders is a completely different matter from having no one in command. There's no doubt that taking out these leaders first is the right move. After glancing around once more to make sure no one was lurking nearby, he sprang into action. Victoria Hayes set his sights on the door lock. The door had been locked from the inside. This guy really knew his stuff. He pulled out a metal pick and began fiddling with the lock. With a soft click, the lock sprang open. He had already held his breath, afraid that the sound might wake the person inside. Looking closely, she saw the burly man's chest rising and falling rhythmically. He was fast asleep. Chapter 44. Slaughter in the Dark. After entering the room and gently closing the door behind her, Victoria Hayes tiptoed over to the bed. The big man was still lost in his sweet dreams, even smacking his lips a few times. But his dreams were about to come to an end. With practiced ease, Victoria Hayes pressed her left hand over his mouth and nose while her right hand held a dagger that she slashed across his throat. Blood gushed from the big man's neck, splattering all over Victoria Hayes' chest. After collecting the guns, weapons, and ammunition from the room, she closed the door and went in search of the next leaders staying in single rooms, sending them one by one to their deaths. These unregistered firearms were valuable. They sold for much more than ordinary guns and couldn't be wasted. Besides, buying them on the black market would inevitably leave a trail. After dealing with the guys in the single rooms, the real challenge began, taking care of the minions in the shared rooms. He had to ensure he made no sound or at most, the faintest of noises, otherwise he'd risk waking the others, so his movements had to be clean and precise. We also had to consider the smell of blood. Human blood has a very pungent odor, so we couldn't simply slit their throats like we done with the guy in the single room. Doing that would cause blood to spurt out, and if it splattered on someone else's face, it could easily wake them up. Stabbing them in the heart with a knife was the best option. Air circulation is another factor to consider. It can quickly spread the smell of blood. While it might not reach people in other rooms that quickly, there's a high probability that those in the same room will smell it, so she must start with the person furthest inside. Upon entering the room, to ensure her safety, Victoria Hayes first confiscated all the weapons from these scumbags, then tiptoed over to the bed at the far end. With practiced ease, she first covered the victim's mouth and nose to muffle any sound, while simultaneously thrusting the dagger in her right hand into the heart and twisting it 90 degrees to widen the wound. A person with a ruptured heart typically survives for no more than 2 or 3 minutes. The poor man felt a sharp pain in his chest while he was sleeping. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt completely drained of strength, as if something had completely drained him of his vitality. All he could see was a dark shadow in front of him. It looked like a human silhouette and something covering his mouth and nose. Before he even had a chance to struggle or make a sound, he lost consciousness. Since he'd been stabbed in the heart, blood was draining rapidly, leaving him completely unable to resist. Had he been awake, he might have mustered the strength to make a sound for a few seconds, driven by the conviction that he was going to die. Unfortunately, he was stabbed while asleep, and by the time he woke up, he had already completely lost the ability to fight back. Moreover, from the moment the knife was thrust into his throat while his mouth and nose were covered until his death, even the most robust person would not have lasted more than 20 seconds. It was a highly successful operation. Victoria Hayes followed the same pattern, sending the other militants one by one to meet their maker. No unexpected incidents occurred along the way. Occasionally, someone who got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom was followed and had their throat slit. After 2 hours of mopping up, every member of the drug trafficking organization in the camp had been slaughtered by him. Only the leader remained inside the villa. Victoria Hayes turned his gaze toward the villa. The entire first floor was deserted. The front door was closed but not locked. In the master bedroom on the second floor, an obese Latin American man lay in the center of the large bed, flanked on either side by 2 stunningly beautiful women. All three were fast asleep. Since everyone outside had already been taken care of and she was now in a safe position, Victoria Hayes decided, out of curiosity, to have a good chat with this drug lord. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out, striking the obese man in both arms. Feeling the pain, he let out an agonized howl. The 2 beauties beside him were also awakened by the commotion. They screamed in terror and curled up into a ball. With a click, the room's lights came on. Victoria Hayes, wearing a balaclava and covered in blood, appeared before them, looking utterly terrifying. The 2 naked beauties screamed even louder. Without a moment's hesitation, Victoria Hayes fired again. 2 more bang, bang gunshots rang out as bullets pierced their skulls. This kind of scene was nothing to Victoria Hayes. Her past life as a mercenary and assassin had long since accustomed her to the sight of blood and steel. She said coldly, "If you don't want to suffer too much, shut up right now. If I hear another scream, you'll be in for a world of pain." Hearing Victoria Hayes' words, the drug lord immediately clenched his teeth and shut his mouth, but the pained groans and heavy breathing escaping through his nostrils made it clear just how much his shot arm was hurting. "Don't even think about wasting time. Everyone outside has already been killed. No one's coming to save you. I've got plenty of time to play with you. Tell me all the details about your organization, everything I want to know, and I'll give you a quick death." The drug lord stared at Victoria Hayes for a long moment, confirming that she didn't seem to be lying. With all hope lost, he began to confess. After Pablo's death, the Medellin cartel was completely wiped out under pressure from multiple fronts. The most ruthless of these opponents was the Medellin cartel's arch-rival, the Cali cartel. The Cali cartel took over everything from Pablo's Medellin drug ring, including the former drug cultivation and manufacturing bases, as well as transportation routes and markets across the region. Unlike Pablo, who was brazen and arrogant, the Cali cartel preferred to operate covertly. Furthermore, their drug trafficking operations were decentralized into small cells, making them extremely difficult to crack down on. However, with the defection of the Cali cartel's intelligence chief to the Central Intelligence Agency CIA in 1995, the Cali cartel's days were numbered. All of the cartel's leaders were either arrested or killed. Since then, no large, unified drug cartel has been established in Colombia, a situation that persists to this day. The drug gang currently controlling this area was originally led by a mid-level boss from the Cali cartel who narrowly escaped the crackdowns by the US and Colombia. He gathered a group to start anew, and the gang that took over this area grew rapidly. However, in the early days, the members or the boss would change every year or two. The turnover was very frequent until things stabilized after they established their control here. Their organization has held this territory for a full decade. The heavyset man standing before her is the second in command of this drug cartel. The leader, publicly, is a wealthy businessman from Medellin who also serves as a city councilman. What a prestigious position! Who would have thought that this wealthy businessman and councilman is actually the head of a drug cartel? No wonder this organization has been able to operate so smoothly. And after the lower-ranking members received their share of the profits from drug trafficking, the rest was handed over to the organization's leader. After obtaining all the information she needed, Victoria Hayes shot and killed the fat man. In this line of work, you must never show mercy and leave loose ends, otherwise they'll one day become your own death warrant. Arriving at the basement door, she saw that it had been reinforced to be extremely sturdy. Unfortunately for them, it was no match for her. She opened it with ease and stepped inside. Chapter 45, The Despised Pablo. The first thing that caught her eye was a massive pile of flour, so much of it that Victoria Hayes estimated there might be 7 or 8 metric tons. It must have been freshly made after the November harvest, though some of it might have been unsold stock stored here from earlier. Now he was at a loss, unsure how to handle it. It seemed a shame to destroy it, but selling it wasn't worth the trouble for him. He scratched his head in frustration. Never mind, he'd just stow it away for now. Once he made up his mind, he acted immediately. His decisiveness had always been top-notch. On the other side was a massive pile of US dollars stacked against the wall in the basement, roughly $400 or $500 million. Next to them were massive quantities of gold bars, judging by the 1000 G markings. Each bar weighed 1 kilogram. From the volume of the pile, there must have been 3,000 or 4,000 bars. That came to over 3 metric tons. Having witnessed the colossal wealth in the cave behind the hills at Pablo South Naples estate just a few days earlier, the sight before him failed to excite him in the least. Besides, the real bulk of it was still located 1 level below. That was what Pablo had accumulated over many years. After gathering up all the US dollars and gold, Victoria Hayes made her way to the warehouse on the ground floor. The drug lord's arsenal truly blew her mind. 30 crates of brand new AK-74 rifles and over 1 million rounds of 7.62mm ammunition were piled together, all still sealed in their crates, never even opened. Next to the weapons and ammunition were piles of hundreds of kilograms of C4 plastic explosives, along with supporting detonators and other accessories, as well as 20 crates of hand grenades, a total of 2,000. Upon closer inspection, Victoria Hayes realized they were actually SOHG hand grenades. He couldn't help but chuckle. This type of high-explosive hand grenade had only been developed by the United States in 2015. Unlike the earlier oval-shaped models, these were designed as cylinders. They relied on shock waves and shrapnel to kill enemies, and a single grenade had 4 times the explosive power of a standard oval-shaped grenade. It had only been in development for a little over 3 years, yet drug traffickers deep in the Colombian jungle were already using these high-powered grenades. In addition, there are several types of sniper rifles, such as the Barrett M82A1, the Swiss SSG 3000, the M200, the AWM, the R93 LRS2, the SVD, and the SV99 silenced sniper rifle. This collection essentially encompasses some of the world's finest sniper rifles, all equipped with specialized ammunition and a full set of accessories. Most outrageous of all, there's even an M134 Gatling rapid-fire machine gun here that's just ridiculous. What's a drug trafficking organization doing with a Gatling gun? This gun fires 7.62mm rounds. Thankfully, these drug traffickers aren't stupid enough to buy the 5.56mm version of the Gatling. If they had, their ammunition resupply would be a real headache. This M134 can penetrate any non-heavy armor within 100 meters. It's insanely powerful. When firing while moving the muzzle, the bullets fly out like a fiery line dancing through the air, sweeping away every obstacle. After stowing all the firearms and ammunition in the jade pendant's storage space, Victoria Hayes returned to the basement. She pulled out the handheld rock drill she'd prepared earlier, plugged it in, and began drilling away in the basement with a duong 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 sound. After more than 20 minutes of effort, she finally drilled a hole in the basement floor that was 5 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters deep. Victoria Hayes felt this was far too slow, so she had no choice but to resort to a more forceful method. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, deep in the mountains. Playing around with explosives wouldn't be a big deal, especially since he was inside the basement. So he pulled out a chunk of C4 he'd found earlier in the drug dealer's arsenal, stuffed it into the hole, connected the detonator, then ran out of the basement and set off the charge outside the villa. A massive boom echoed through the air, and the basement floor was blown open, creating a massive crater 1.5 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep. Concrete and dirt were scattered all over the basement floor. The explosion had worked quite well. All he needed to do was dig down another 3 meters and break through the concrete ceiling of the second underground level to retrieve the treasure inside. So he grabbed a shovel and began digging with all his might. In less than an hour, he reached the concrete. There was no way to cut corners this time. He had no choice but to use a rock drill to chisel through it slowly. After all, the area below was filled with stacks of green dollar bills. If he used C4 to blow it up, who knows how many dollars would be destroyed. After 2 hours of hard work, he finally managed to blast a half-meter wide hole leading to the second underground level. Victoria Hayes slid down the rope. The treasure here was a bit less than what they'd found earlier at the Naples estate. There were only $3 billion, no gold, and no antiques or works of art. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but look down on Pablo in her heart. "You're so rich, why keep so much cash lying around?" After all, throughout the 1980s and early 1990s Pablo's heyday, if he'd bought more antiques and artworks back then, their value would have multiplied many times over by now. When she found this wealth, she didn't have to lift a finger. She simply stored the antiques and artworks in the jade pendant's storage space. When her descendants fell on hard times or needed money someday, she could just take a few pieces out and auction them off. Now that he has acquired so much cash, he has to go through the trouble of laundering it. Otherwise, in a few years, money laundering will become even more of a hassle. Before leaving, Victoria Hayes made a point of finding a secluded spot to dispose of the body from the jade pendant's storage space. It was just too unsettling to carry a corpse around with him. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already noon. He grabbed a quick bite at the hotel restaurant and went back to his room to rest. After careful consideration, he decided to take down the mastermind behind the drug trafficking ring. He had a sworn enmity against gambling and drugs. Moreover, people who appear wealthy and well-connected on the surface are the most dangerous when they commit evil deeds. After several days of investigation and surveillance, Victoria Hayes had gained a solid understanding of the drug ring's leader and had largely mapped out his daily routine and travel patterns. This Jonathan, in his early 50s, was the owner of Medellin's largest supermarket and restaurant chains. He started his business by opening supermarkets and restaurants 10 years ago, and in just a few short years, his publicly known net worth had reached roughly $400 to $500 million. Once he made his fortune in business, he began running for city council and entered politics. He had held that position for 8 or 9 years and was considered a seasoned politician. As a result, his network of connections within the government is quite extensive. However, after reviewing his background, Victoria Hayes wasn't the least bit surprised. A net worth of $400 to $500 million? That's likely just the tip of the iceberg. Just from controlling that drug cultivation and manufacturing base alone, he generates several $100 million in revenue each year. The $400 to $500 million is merely what's visible to the public. Moreover, his businesses consist of large supermarket and restaurant chains. Both of these businesses generate massive cash flow. By mixing the cash earned from drug trafficking into the revenue from supermarkets and restaurants, it's easy to launder large amounts of dirty money. For example, if a restaurant serves a few dozen extra tables of food each day, isn't it reasonable for the price per table to be a bit higher? Even though the ingredients are ordinary, this is the work of a master chef after all. Isn't it normal for a few low-cost signature dishes to appear on customers' bills after they've finished their meal? Chapter 46. The Sun Among the Stars. Wouldn't it be normal to have a few extra bottles of expensive wine? The restaurant did indeed purchase these ingredients, and they were indeed used up, but as for how they were used, who could possibly investigate that thoroughly? He's a city councilman, after all. What police officer would be so bored as to go after him for no reason? Do they not want a promotion? As for the wine, the restaurant did indeed stock it, and it was indeed taken out of inventory. But who's going to investigate where it went? As for large supermarkets, that's even easier to pull off. Set up a company overseas. This company purchases a patent for a technology that's supposedly incredibly advanced. Invest in building a factory domestically, dedicated to producing a specific product, one that's completely unknown to the public. Exactly, you've never heard of it. Don't be fooled by the low production costs. It's patented and high-tech, so the price is sky-high. This product is sold exclusively in this brand's supermarkets. Although ordinary citizens never actually buy it, sales figures still skyrocket. What? Do I have to show you the receipt when I buy it? Someone paid for it in cash. Didn't he pay taxes to your city government? Or are his identities as a wealthy businessman and city council member fake? Impressive. To launder money, this Jonathan even faked his way into being a wealthy businessman, and to create a protective shell for himself, he splashed out to become a city council member. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but applaud him. Late at night, Victoria Hayes arrived at Poblado in Medellin's 6th district, where Jonathan's home was located. Poblado is an affluent neighborhood in Medellin, filled with high-end residences. Its wide variety of luxury homes, mansions, architecture, and beautiful surroundings are quite famous throughout Colombia. Poblado is situated west of downtown Medellin, near the provincial government building of Antioquia, and is one of the city's most bustling areas. Since it was the early hours of the morning, only a few scattered vehicles sped past on the streets. When she drove into the Villa district, it was so quiet she could hear dogs barking in the distance. Parking the car out of sight of the security cameras, Victoria Hayes changed into black clothing and put on a balaclava. After evading the numerous security cameras lining the streets of the Villa district, he scaled the wall and sneaked into Jonathan's villa. Passing through the living room, he noticed a family portrait hanging on the wall in the photo. All 5 family members were beaming with happiness. This Jonathan had 2 sons and a daughter, all in their 20s. At that moment, Jonathan was alone in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa yesterday. When Victoria Hayes had been tailing him, he brought a young, hot girl back here to spend the night. It seemed he divorced his wife. Who knows if it was a strategic divorce to protect his family. But as far as Victoria Hayes was concerned, he didn't care at all. With no one else around, it just meant she wouldn't have to take matters into her own hands. But before she did anything, she had to grab the valuable items first. To her surprise, she discovered an incredibly expensive oil painting hanging on the living room wall. It was Titian Vecellio's masterpiece, Venetian Landscape. Victoria Hayes couldn't for the life of her figure out why that bastard Jonathan would hang such an expensive, famous painting here. Tiziano Vecellio was a leading painter of the Venetian school during the late Italian Renaissance. He was born in Cadore, in the Alpine region of northeastern Italy, and moved to Venice with his older brother at the age of 10. He studied painting in the studio of the master Giovanni Bellini and was a classmate and junior of the great painter Giorgione. The two were very close friends. Titian possessed extraordinary artistic talent and excelled in portraiture, landscape painting, and works depicting mythological and religious subjects. After achieving fame, he was hailed as the sun among the stars, a testament to the high regard in which he was held. He was one of Italy's most talented painters. Titian's early works were heavily influenced by his teacher, Giovanni Bellini, and his senior classmate, Giorgione. As his technical skills gradually matured, he was deeply influenced by two of the three great masters of the Renaissance, Raphael and Michelangelo. From that point on, his works placed greater emphasis on the use of color. His paintings feature bold, rich, and vivid colors, with compositions that are both meticulous and daring, exuding a sense of grandeur. His artistic philosophy had a significant influence on later artists such as Rubens and Poussin. His masterpieces include The Assumption of the Virgin, The Festival of Love, Bacchus and Princess Ariadne, Spain's Defense of the Faith, and Philip II presenting his newborn son, Don Fernando, to the goddess of victory. The Venetian landscape before us is one of his representative works in the non-religious and mythological genres. This is a charming and poetic oil painting that takes Venice's unique urban landscape as its theme, showcasing the enchanting character of the city on the water. The composition of this painting revolves around Venice's distinctive scenery, featuring elements such as the famous street Marquess Square, canals, ancient architecture, and boats. Through his skillful integration of the city and the water, Titian conveys the emotions and atmosphere of Venice as a romantic and mysterious place. The beauty of the sunset is incorporated into the upper portion of the painting, and through the interplay of light and color, it enhances the emotional depth of the composition. This oil painting employs a rule of thirds composition, emphasizing the vertical lines of Venice's architecture and the reflections on the water's surface. The iconic central building is positioned as the focal point of the composition, surrounded by flowing canals and small boats, creating a harmonious blend of movement and stillness. The foreground depicts pedestrians and small boats, adding a sense of vitality and movement to the scene. The background features flowing water and distant buildings, creating a profound sense of space. The painting employs a rich palette, particularly blue and gold, to depict the reflections on the water's surface and the sunlight. Titian chose warm tones orange and yellow to depict the sunset sky, creating a contrast with the cool tones of the water's surface. The delicate color gradients and shading lend the painting greater depth and enhance its visual appeal. The oil painting Venetian landscape not only showcases Titian's personal artistic style but also reflects the artistic trends and social context of a specific historical period. In summary, Venetian landscape is an oil painting that combines aesthetic value with cultural depth through its unique concept, exquisite composition, and rich colors. It showcases the enchanting charm of Venice, the city of water. Victoria Hayes carefully examined every corner of the villa. This shouldn't be possible. This Jonathan does indeed collect some antique artworks, but without exception, they're all kept in the vault in the basement. How could he possibly have hung the most valuable piece, Venetian landscape, in the living room where people come and go? This painting could fetch at least $200 million at auction after all. In 2013, another Titian work, Landscape of My Hometown, sold for a record-breaking $237 million. And that view of my hometown is far inferior to the Venetian landscape before us, whether in subject matter, size, or artistic value. Chapter 47. An unexpected series of paintings. Was Jonathan deliberately playing a game of light under the lamp? Or did he have absolutely no idea that the Venetian landscape hanging on the wall was an authentic work painted by Titian Vecellio himself? It's truly baffling. It looks like I'll have to give him a thorough interrogation later. After storing Venetian landscape in the jade pendant's storage space, Victoria Hayes made her way to the basement. To her left was a massive wine cellar, estimated to be nearly 1,000 square meters, housing a collection of various rare and precious wines. For instance, there were many wines from well-known estates such as Chateau Lafite Rothschild, Chateau Latour, Chateau Margaux, Chateau d'Yquem, Chateau Mouton Rothschild, Chateau Petrus, and Chateau Cheval Blanc.
There were also rare bottles from Domaine de la Romanée Conti, Domaine des Yquem, Château Le Haut-Brion, Château Ozone, Château Fleur de Lys, and Château El Épin, à Montheder.
All in all, this wine cellar contained over 1 million bottles of red wine. If you were to ask whether Jonathan knows a thing or two about wine collecting, this cellar certainly houses over 1 million bottles of various wines, all premium offerings from these renowned estates, and all of them particularly well suited for collecting. The finest, most prestigious, and rarest red wine brands are all represented here, with each variety ranging from a few thousand to over 100,000 bottles, all of which are in their original, unopened cases. But if you were to say he doesn't know anything about wine collecting, you wouldn't find a single bottle of vintage red wine from great vintages like 1961, 1970, 1982, 1986, 1989, 1990, 1996, or 2000 in this cellar. They're all from vintages within the last 15 years, though there are relatively more red wines from 2009, 2010, and 2015. But this behavior feels very out of place. Is he using the dirty money he hasn't had time to launder each year to collect red wine and wait for it to appreciate in value? Victoria Hayes smiled as she stored all these wines in her jade pendant storage space. Although he doesn't drink much red wine, that doesn't stop him from collecting it in a few years. These wines will still fetch high prices. Moreover, the older vintages have already appreciated several times over. If he were to buy this 1,000,000 bottles of red wine himself, it wouldn't be a problem with small quantities, but with such a large number, he wouldn't be able to buy them even if he strained his eyes to the point of blindness. These wineries have a fixed annual quota, which has long been monopolized by regional distributors and beverage companies. It's impossible for these brands to allocate their entire quota to private individuals. They also need to sell their wine on the open market to maintain brand recognition. Take Domaine de la Romanie Conti, for example. Its annual production is capped at just 5,000 or 6,000 bottles. After dividing that among familiar friends and business partners, how many bottles would be left to sell on the market? There are over 2,000 bottles here. Without 3 to 5 years, Victoria Hayes would definitely not have been able to gather this many. Then there is Chateau d'Yquem, a super prestigious estate known as the Chateau of Golden Drops, famous for its sauternes and renowned for its unparalleled quality. Although its total annual production ranges from 100,000 to 160,000 bottles, what makes this winery truly remarkable is that the family that owns it has always adhered to the principle of not producing wine in poor vintages. Grapes that don't meet quality standards are resolutely discarded, resulting in extremely unstable yields, which is why it's even more sought after than Romani Conti. There are over 30,000 bottles here. Where else could he possibly find that many? With over 1,000,000 bottles of this precious wine, he'll never have to worry about gifts again in this Western world where people love to throw parties and bring gifts when visiting others' homes. Whenever he needs something, he can just pull a bottle out. Victoria Hayes effortlessly opened the door to the vault, which wasn't very large, only a little over 30 square meters. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the vault were all encased in thick metal, and there wasn't much inside. Several $1,000,000 in cash, an antique wooden box, and 4 oil paintings. Inside the wooden box was a parchment map. Judging by the patina on the parchment, it was over 300 years old. Most importantly, these 4 oil paintings were incredibly valuable. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of European and American art could instantly identify their titles and artists. Paul Cézanne's Boy in a Red Vest. My goodness, how did these 4 paintings end up here? Victoria Hayes scrutinized the 4 paintings before her repeatedly, confirming that they were indeed genuine. Paul Cézanne's Boy in a Red Vest consists of 4 paintings, in total a series of works. Originally, these 4 paintings were housed in 4 different museums. She remembered clearly that the National Gallery of Art in Washington held a watercolor version, while the Museum of Modern Art in New York, the Barnes Foundation in Philadelphia, and the Burl Collection in Zurich, Switzerland each held one. The version held by the Burl Collection in Zurich, Switzerland, had the highest artistic value. It was successfully auctioned off in 2012 for $95 million, with the proceeds used to acquire new works for the collection. For various reasons, these 4 museums had, one after another, either sold their copies of The Boy in the Red Vest or exchanged them for works from private collections. He never expected to see it here. He never expected Jonathan to show such shrewdness. While a single antique has its own value, when a complete set or series of oil paintings is brought together, its value multiplies. The 4 boys in red vests before us are a prime example. If sold individually, these 4 paintings would likely fetch a total of between $250 million and $300 million. However, if sold as a complete series, even $500 million might not be enough. Boys in Red Vests is one of Paul Cézanne's masterpieces. He was a renowned French post-impressionist painter who studied painting from a young age under the Spanish monk Joseph Gilbert. His father was a merchant, and until the age of 20, Paul Cézanne complied with his father's wishes by enrolling in the law school at the College of Aix to study law, in preparation for a future career in politics or to take over the family business. However, what his father did not anticipate was that, once enrolled in law school, Paul would instead devote himself to studying painting. After a long period of conflict and discussion with his father, The latter was eventually forced to concede and agreed to let Paul Cézanne pursue a career in painting. During his formative years, Paul Cézanne spent a long time in Paris, where he studied at the Louvre and copied various paintings there. He became particularly familiar with the works of Poussin, Tintoretto, Rubens, and the masters of the 16th century Venetian school. From their paintings, he mastered a wealth of techniques in conceptualization, composition, and the use of color. Because he studied by copying the works of so many masters, his early painting style was heavily influenced by them. His early works exhibit the romanticism of Delacroix, the natural play of light and shadow characteristic of Impressionism, and the Baroque decorative art of Rubens. He fully recognized the unique status of Impressionism, yet his own style was entirely distinct from that movement. He paid no heed to the beauty or ugliness of the subjects he depicted. He believed that only expressions rich in depth and inner emotion could perfectly and faithfully convey the subject onto the canvas. Chapter 48. Return to Les Montagnes. He would elongate the proportions of his figures, deconstruct them, or contort their limbs to study the variations in light and shadow, visual appeal, and harmony within the composition. He even disregarded the outline contours of objects themselves. This was the artistic spirit that set Cézanne apart from other masters. It was precisely Paul Cézanne's avant-garde thinking which transcended painting itself that had a profound impact on modern painting. These 4 paintings, The Boy in the Red Vest, represent the perfect evolution of his artistic technique from its early stages to maturity. They hold great significance for Paul Cézanne. This series of paintings features an Italian boy named Rosa de Michelangelo as the model. The boy's figure fills nearly the entire canvas, and his body, clad in a red vest, serves as a key element of the composition. These 4 paintings vary in form. In one, he sits at a table by the window. In another, he stands before a massive curtain. In yet another, he stands by the window gazing out, and in the last, he leans against a wall, looking into the distance. Masterpieces, Victoria Hayes marveled as she looked at the paintings. After retrieving the items from the vault, he went to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and subdued Jonathan. Jonathan awoke from his sleep and, upon seeing the situation before him, showed no panic, let alone screamed. He remained completely silent, waiting for the person in front of him to act. "You're very calm. It seems my arrival doesn't surprise you at all?" Victoria Hayes asked. "It wouldn't do any good for me to panic, would it? Shouting would only lead to more suffering and serve no purpose. I wonder what grudge we have against each other." Realizing he had no history of conflict with the man before him, Jonathan readily disclosed everything Victoria Hayes wanted to know, stating that his only request was that his family be left alone. Victoria Hayes chuckled. He enjoyed dealing with smart people like this. It was hassle-free and saved time. Sure enough, as expected, Jonathan had no idea that the Titian Vecellio painting Venetian landscape hanging in the living room downstairs was an authentic masterpiece. It was merely a decorative piece he'd casually bought at an art gallery for over $10,000. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. This was truly the chosen one. After making his fortune through drug trafficking, his legitimate business took off, turning him into a prominent figure with status and prestige. He could casually buy a decorative painting and end up with a masterpiece by a master artist, a treasure worth $200 or $300 million, even though he himself was unaware of it. This guy wanted to completely break away from the drug trade after making his fortune in legitimate business. But while it's easy to get into this line of work, getting out isn't that simple. Can he really get out? So many people both in the underworld and the establishment depend on you for their livelihoods. A whole bunch of people bursting with righteousness want to take you down to get promotions and raises. And there's a whole bunch of competitors eyeing you, eager to take you down. To back out is to die. After dispatching Jonathan cleanly and efficiently, Victoria Hayes slipped away quietly, without alerting a soul. In fact, after returning from the coca plantation, she had hesitated about whether or not to take out Jonathan, the mastermind behind this drug cartel. After all, his operation at the coca plantation had been executed with such precision that he left no loose ends or traces behind. Everyone inside the plantation was wiped out completely. Moreover, the newly discovered underground vault on the 2nd basement level was completely empty. Even if anyone became suspicious, their attention would only be directed toward Pablo's former confidants. After all, nearly 30 years had passed, and so many people had come and gone without ever discovering the secret of this place. Now that it had suddenly been exposed and nearly 180 people at the plantation had been killed without a trace, this was certainly not something an ordinary person could pull off. Only a major power could have done it, and no one would ever suspect him. But Victoria Hayes simply couldn't get past that mental hurdle. An organization's headquarters had been wiped out. It made no sense that the leader of that organization could still be at large. Did it? It was true that in his previous life he had been a mercenary and an assassin, but he had never killed an ordinary person. Everyone who died at his hands was a villain who had brought it upon themselves. As Drew Rowan, a man reborn into a second life, his loathing for drugs ran deep to his very bones. Although these drugs hadn't made their way to China, once they entered society, they would have an incalculable impact on public order. Although the United States is currently led by the blonde Trump as president, and relations with China are currently very poor, with constant friction, but ordinary people don't know a damn thing. They're all trapped in their information silos. They've been blatantly duped by those evil capitalists. Although his national stance is at odds with that of the United States, his inner moral conscience, however hateful it may be, compels him to eliminate the mastermind behind it all. Because he knows full well that if he doesn't take out Jonathan, this coca leaf plantation will be able to seamlessly resume heroin production next year as soon as it's fully staffed. Of course, he also understands that as long as this coca plantation isn't destroyed, someone else will quickly take it over, but that's better than doing nothing at all. He did what he could, and left the rest to God, hoping God would bless these poor Americans. Although these poor Americans consume more than 70% of the world's drugs, over 2,000 metric tons annually. After spending more than 10 days in Medellin, Victoria Hayes finally resolved all the issues. Her trip had been immensely fruitful. Not only did she acquire the $6.4 billion in cash and over 13 metric tons of gold left behind by Pablo, but most importantly, she unexpectedly obtained 5 world-renowned paintings and over 1 million bottles of fine wine from the drug cartel leader, Naxon. Without a moment's hesitation, she bought a ticket and flew straight back to Los Angeles. She didn't tell Christiana she was coming back. She wanted to give her a huge surprise. As soon as he got off the plane, he headed straight to a flower shop, run by a white woman in her late 40s. Her face was slightly plump, but she was very well preserved. Among white women, whose looks and figures tend to take a nosedive after 35, this woman was a rare find. "Hello, young man. What kind of flowers are you looking for?" Seeing a customer enter the shop, the white shop owner greeted him warmly. "I'd like to buy a bouquet of roses." The white woman continued, "Which variety of roses? Is it for your girlfriend? What color does she like? Is today a special occasion?" Victoria Hayes was a bit flustered at that moment. He really didn't know what varieties of roses there were. He'd never given it much thought. The shop owner sensed his awkwardness and began to explain. In terms of color, there are currently 4 main varieties of roses on the market: red, yellow, pink, and white. Red roses represent ardent love and symbolize passion. They are by far the most common color. They are the classic choice for expressing love and everyone's top pick. Especially when confessing your feelings or proposing marriage, presenting a bouquet of fiery red roses expresses love and symbolizes a declaration of love, true love, and passionate romance. White roses represent purity, sincerity, and nobility, symbolizing pure love and innocence. They are generally used more often at important occasions such as weddings and religious ceremonies. Chapter 49. A Sweet Little Surprise. Pink roses symbolize tenderness and romance. Their soft hues evoke a warm and sweet feeling, making them perfect for a sweet first love. Yellow roses signify friendship and joy, making them ideal for friends and colleagues. They're also an excellent choice when given to an ex-partner. In addition, there are orange, purple, green, black, deep pink, champagne, blue, and many other colors. And, of course, there are the rarest of all, the rainbow roses. As for the specific variety of rose, there's really no need to worry too much about it unless you're a true rose connoisseur. Most girls can't tell them apart anyway. So the key is choosing the color and the number. Victoria Hayes immediately caught on to what the florist was emphasizing: the rarest rainbow roses. She asked right away, "Sir, what's the story with these rainbow roses?" This rainbow rose is hailed as the rose of happiness, and is regarded as the ultimate embodiment of emotion. It blends the symbolic meanings of 7 different rose colors, symbolizing a love that is both complex and vibrant. This rainbow rose is cultivated using a white rose as the base during the growth phase. Natural pigments such as anthocyanins, chlorophyll, and carotenoids are introduced into the petals to achieve this effect. It's extremely difficult to cultivate, originally developed in the Netherlands, and the petals feel like fine velvet to the touch. Their plush texture and vibrant, multicolored appearance might seem artificially created, but they're actually entirely natural. Moreover, this flower has a very short blooming period, which drives up its price even further. This is the one. The rarer it is, the more special it seems, and women are visual creatures. He immediately told the shop owner he wanted to buy them a large bouquet, insisting on 18 flowers with one left unwrapped. When paying, he looked at the receipt and saw that a single multicolored rose cost $30. That's really expensive. For $30, you could buy a whole bouquet of ordinary roses. Back home, Victoria Hayes found that Christiana wasn't there, and her car was gone too. It looked like she'd gone out. He went down to the vault in the basement and took out all 5 oil paintings he'd acquired this time. Having obtained such precious treasures, he definitely had to share them with his beloved. That's the only way to double the happiness. Then, beaming with excitement, she headed to the wine cellar. The cellar, which could hold 30,000 bottles, was now completely empty after all. Since she'd just bought the villa, it was only natural that she hadn't had time to stock it yet. But that worked out perfectly. Having acquired over 1 million bottles in one go in Medellin, she'd never have to worry about running out again. She filled the wine cellar to the brim in one go, including a selection of wines from various vineyards across every vintage. After finishing all this, a somewhat exhausted Victoria Hayes lay back on the living room sofa to rest. When Christiana returned home and saw Victoria Hayes lying on the sofa, her face was filled with disbelief. He had come back without a word. Was he trying to surprise her? But it seemed like things hadn't quite gone as planned. Christiana walked over to the sofa and looked at Victoria Hayes, who was fast asleep, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Then she leaned down and kissed him on the lips. In her sleep, Victoria Hayes felt a pair of warm, soft lips cover her own, and something soft yet firm slipped into her mouth. At that moment, a familiar, sweet scent reached her nose. It was definitely Christiana. Still half asleep, Victoria Hayes began to respond, wrapping her arms around Christiana's waist and back, then letting her hands wander restlessly over her back. Suddenly, Victoria Hayes pulled her entire body down onto her own, then rolled over sharply, pinning her beneath her. Now in control, she kissed Christiana passionately. They hadn't seen each other for over 10 days, and their 2 young bodies had long since become like dry kindling and a raging fire uncontrollable. Clothes slid to the floor one by one, and the living room was filled with a series of pleasurable sounds, the rhythmic slapping and pained moans rising and falling in turn. And so, the 2 of them began to wrestle. A very long time later, after several rounds of wrestling, the 2 entered a rare moment of calm. "Honey, I'll show you a magic trick. Just wait a second." With that, he went into a room and came out holding a sheet of white paper. "Watch closely, dear. This is a blank sheet of paper," he said, making a point of demonstrating it to Christiana. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he pulled out a lighter and set the paper ablaze. The paper immediately burst into flames, billowing thick white smoke. It looked very unusual. Christiana shouted anxiously, "Oh, Alex, throw that thing away." Victoria Hayes was secretly delighted. She was getting nervous. Wasn't she? He gently tossed the fiercely burning paper into the air, and the remaining strip burned up completely, turning into a dense cloud of white smoke. His right hand passed through the white smoke, and when the smoke cleared, he was holding a vibrant, multicolored rose just like a spinning rainbow. "Darling, this is for you. I hope you like it," Victoria Hayes said, gazing tenderly at Christiana. Even though she'd been mentally prepared for it, Christiana was still moved by this sweet little surprise. The flower was so beautiful, every petal was a different color. Just by looking at it, she could tell it was a rare variety. Women, after all, are creatures whose minds are ruled by their emotions. Overwhelmed with emotion, Christiana kissed Victoria Hayes. It seemed the little magic trick had worked quite well. He went back into the room and brought out a large bouquet of rainbow roses. "Darling, with this bouquet, that makes 19 in total." In Chinese culture, the number 19 symbolizes lasting forever, eternity, meaning we'll be together forever. What I'm trying to say is, I love you, Christiana. We'll be together forever, Victoria Hayes declared tenderly. Hearing these words, which were almost like a vow, Christiana was already deeply moved. Tears of emotion streamed down her delicate face. Standing on tiptoe, she clung tightly to Victoria Hayes' neck, refusing to let go. It was another sunny day, and Victoria Hayes was lying on a lounge chair in the backyard, blissfully sipping a bottle of Botrytis-affected wine from Egan Winery. The sweet flavor permeated her very soul. Turned out it wasn't that wine wasn't good, it was just that he'd never tasted truly fine wine before. It seemed she'd have to find an opportunity to get her hands on more, especially Chinese baijiu. She'd have to try some of the finest varieties. Just then, the graceful Christiana walked over. Alex, some Japanese guys have come looking for you several times these past few days, but since you weren't here, I sent them away. They want to buy those 2 katana swords you have. They're especially interested in that one supposedly belonging to the emperor. Hearing Christiana's words, Victoria Hayes perked up immediately. The little Japs are finally here. I've been waiting for you guys for ages. Really? Did they leave a phone number? Did they set a time? They just called. Since it looks like you don't have much on your plate today, I told them to come right over. They should be here any minute now. Christiana had already thoughtfully arranged the meeting. Chapter 50, Victoria Hayes' Scheme. Victoria Hayes happily hugged her and gave her a kiss. All right, I'll meet with them in a bit and see what their attitude is like. If they're friendly, I'll have a good chat with them. Soon, the doorbell rang clearly. The Japanese delegation had arrived. A total of 3 people arrived, led by a young man in his 30s. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, he was a prime example of a tall figure in Japan, a country where people are generally on the shorter side. He exuded an air of authority typical of those in positions of power. It was immediately clear that this was no ordinary person. The other 2 appeared to be appraisal experts or something similar. They were both quite elderly, with white hair and beards. The 3 first bowed halfway to Victoria Hayes in greeting. Then the leader stepped forward and extended his hand to her. Hello, Mr. Alex. My name is Hiroki Iwasaki. I apologize for disturbing you. We've come to discuss the imperial sword Kiku Ikemanji Normyun, formerly owned by His Majesty Emperor Yuba. I wonder if you are Jack Everett. That's just how those little Japs are. They're a master at superficial politeness, and no one can find fault with them. But in reality, their moral standards are so rotten they're a sight to behold. They have minor courtesies but lack great principles. They prioritize trivialities while disregarding integrity and honor. They fear authority but hold no respect for virtue. This vividly sums up the level of the Japanese people in every aspect of propriety, righteousness, integrity, honor, and morality. Victoria Hayes also symbolically shook hands with Hiroki Iwasaki. Naturally, he wouldn't be rude, even if he didn't like these people. Please come in. I don't plan to keep this katana. I'm gonna sell it eventually, so it doesn't matter who buys it. After saying that, he led the 3 of them to the back garden and had them take a seat. I was just having a drink before you arrived. Care to join me? It's not a particularly rare vintage, but it tastes quite good, Victoria Hayes asked Hiroki Iwasaki. Guests are guests, though he didn't like them. He didn't want to be rude after all. It would reflect poorly on the Chinese nation. Moreover, this Hiroki Iwasaki before him was no ordinary figure. He was willing to spend $200 million on this sword. The Iwasaki surname alone carried significant prestige in Japan. He wondered if the man before him was a direct descendant of the founding line. The Iwasaki family was the founding family of the Mitsubishi Group, one of Japan's 6 major conglomerates. The family's founder, Yataro Iwasaki, took over the Japanese government's shipping company in 1870, later renaming it the Mitsubishi Trading Company. He began by developing shipping and trade operations, and after many years of growth, the family came to monopolize Japan's maritime transport. Over the nearly 150 years since then, it has evolved into a diversified conglomerate spanning maritime transport, mining, shipbuilding, banking, finance, insurance, warehousing and logistics, and international trade. It also holds significant stakes in companies across key sectors such as metal smelting, electronics manufacturing, machinery manufacturing, heavy industry, and high technology. It owns more than 500 subsidiaries, with business operations spanning the globe. The Mitsubishi conglomerate is not only one of the symbols of Japan's economy, but every major decision it makes has a profound impact on Japanese society and the economy. During World War II, the Mitsubishi conglomerate served as the Japanese military's most important defense contractor, manufacturing vast quantities of fighter planes, warships, aircraft carriers, tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery shells for Japan. It was by far the leading defense contractor in Japan at the time. Hiroki Iwasaki naturally agreed, saying politely, "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Alex." Victoria Hayes went back into the room, retrieved another bottle of the same vintage of Egan Winery's Botrytis affected wine, and 3 crystal wine glasses, then poured a glass for each of them. "Thank you, Mr. Alex. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yoshio Muto, Deputy Director of the Japan Capitol Museum, and this is Mr. Kyo Kudo, Deputy Director of the Osaka Museum." Hiroki Iwasaki introduced the 2 men he had brought with him to Victoria Hayes. The 2 men also stood up and politely shook hands with Victoria Hayes to greet her. "Welcome, Both of you, please wait a moment, I'll go get the katana so you can take a look at it first, and then we can talk at our leisure. With that, she headed straight for the basement and, once inside the vault, retrieved the katana from the jade pendant's storage space. Take a look and see if this is the sword you're looking for, Victoria Hayes said, gesturing for the two Japanese experts to begin their appraisal. While the two Japanese experts were examining the sword, Victoria Hayes struck up a casual conversation with Hiroki Iwasaki. Mr. Iwasaki, are you from the Iwasaki family? I mean, the Iwasaki family of the Mitsubishi Group that I'm familiar with, Victoria Hayes asked. Yes, Mr. Alex. I'm from the Iwasaki family of the Mitsubishi Group. My father is Toshihiko Iwasaki, the head of the Iwasaki family, and I'm his second son. Hiroki Iwasaki answered her question directly, without any attempt to hide the truth, something he hadn't expected. The two began chatting. Although there was an age difference of 8 or 9 years between them, there was absolutely no generation gap in their conversation. However, Hiroki Iwasaki still asked a question that had been puzzling him. Mr. Alex, there's something that's really puzzling me. In a video you posted online, you said the price for selling it to other countries was $150 million, but for selling it to our country it was $200 million. Why is that? You're certainly not short on money right now. You could easily keep such a precious artifact in your own collection. And even if you don't like us Japanese, there's no need to treat us so differently in public. Hearing the question, Victoria Hayes smiled. Of course, he'd done it on purpose, but to avoid any future trouble, he decided to placate the young man standing before him. You should never underestimate a minor figure, because even a minor figure might one day deal you a fatal blow, let alone the second son of the Iwasaki family's main line. So he began explaining his motives to Hiroki Iwasaki. To be honest, I decided to sell this sword precisely because I recognize its value. That's why I made the decision to sell it. Moreover, I'm confident that I can generate even greater returns with the proceeds from the sale. This decision is based purely on the logic of return on investment. As for why I publicly offered different prices online, it's partly due to historical reasons. The events of a century ago cannot be erased. If I were to simply sell your national treasure back to you like this, and my compatriots found out, my reputation would be ruined. There are no secrets in this world. We're in the internet age now, and there will always be some among them who would deliberately smear this matter. Some of them wouldn't see it as me making a profit off you, but rather as me selling your national treasure back to you at a bargain price. What do you think, Mr. Iwasaki? Besides, if I hadn't said that, do you think this video would have gone viral like this? I doubt you would have seen it so quickly either. As for the issue of the different quotes, that was really just a smokescreen. I intended to sell it for $200 million all along. Do you really think those Westerners would be willing to shell out $150 million for this sword? They wouldn't, even if they knew how precious this sword is. So from the very beginning, my target was you and no one else. And by doing this, I can even earn a good reputation here in China. Why wouldn't I do it? Chapter 51. The Dilemma of Happiness. After hearing Victoria Hayes' words, Hiroki Iwasaki had a sudden realization. Mr. Alex, you're truly remarkable. I can understand some of your reasons, but I never imagined that you'd been targeting us all along. That really took me by surprise. First, creating a differentiated approach to rapid market penetration and identifying a precise target audience. Investing the profits from knife sales to earn even more money. That's the second. Earning a good reputation while making money. That's the third. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What a brilliant strategy, Mr. Alex.
I am truly impressed.
Seeing that she had outmaneuvered those little Japanese devils with such precision, Victoria Hayes couldn't help but let a smile spread across her face. Actually, you were just letting your concern cloud your judgment. When you're right in the thick of things, it's naturally hard to view the whole situation from a higher perspective. After all, this sword is truly priceless. This is the ceremonial sword of Japan's Emperor Go-Yuba, forged by Ikemanji Norimune himself. It's been over 800 years, and for it to be preserved in such pristine condition is truly rare. After nearly an hour of appraisal, the two finally confirmed the sword's authenticity. Hiroki Iwasaki didn't haggle over the price at all. He readily agreed to the $200 million deal, and both parties called in their lawyers to sign the contract immediately. Victoria Hayes' bank account was promptly credited with an additional $200 million. Hiroki Iwasaki had originally intended to buy Juchi Terachi's Field Marshal's sword as well, but Victoria Hayes refused, so he had no choice but to give up on that. Looking at the balance on his phone, he realized that after his recent stock and real estate purchases, he still had $120 million left in his account. He hadn't even had time to spend all that money yet, and now another $200 million had been deposited. What a headache. He never imagined there would come a day when he'd have more money than he could spend. What was even more of a headache was that his jade pendant storage space was still packed with stacks of green dollar bills. He previously found $200 million in the warehouse, $3 billion at Pablo's estate in Naples, another $3 billion in the basement of the coca plantation, and $500 million seized from the basement of this group of drug traffickers. Victoria Hayes counted the cash in her hands one bill at a time, and by the time she finished, she was stunned. $6.7 billion in cash. He covered his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, feeling utterly helpless. Just then, Christiana, who had come into the back garden, saw the look on Victoria Hayes' face and asked curiously, "What's wrong, dear? Is something bothering you?" "Nothing, I'm fine." He didn't know how to bring up the subject, nor had he decided whether he should tell Christiana about it. After all, this matter had far-reaching implications, and the money was certainly not clean. Nevertheless, he called his financial advisor, DeSantis, right in front of Christiana. "Good afternoon, Mr. Alex. Is there something you need my help with?" DeSantis' voice came through the phone. "That's right, DeSantis. I just sold an antique and made $200 million. I haven't even spent all the money I won from the lottery yet, and now I've got another huge sum. It's giving me a real headache," said Victoria Hayes de Versailles. DeSantis chuckled upon hearing this. "Is that so, Alex? That's truly a happy problem to have. So you're calling me to help you spend it, right? Don't worry, I guarantee you'll end up spending even more. That's wonderful. I'll transfer $300 million to my investment account right away. Same as always, use it all to buy Nvidia stock for me." "Oh my God. I knew it would be like this. You already own 1.5% of Nvidia's shares. That's more than enough." DeSantis replied with a look of exasperation. Earlier, he bought $1.2 billion worth of Nvidia stock. To prevent the stock price from skyrocketing due to his massive short-term purchase, he spread out the buys over more than half a month to accumulate the full amount, and now here came another $300 million. "All right, DeSantis. You'll definitely get your management fee. I'll send you a few bottles of fine wine when the time comes. I'll transfer the money right away, just make sure to get it done quickly." After hanging up the phone, Victoria Hayes turned to Christiana with a mysterious look on her face. "Darling, do you know what I found on this trip? I'll take you to see it." Then she grabbed her hand and headed straight for the vault. When Christiana saw the 4 paintings of the boy in the red vest before her, she froze in place. She kept exclaiming, "Oh my God! I can't believe my eyes. Is this real? The entire series, all 4 boys in red vests, is right here. My God, this is too good to be true. Aren't they supposed to be scattered across several museums?" Victoria Hayes put her arm around her shoulders. "Of course, it's real, genuine Paul Cézanne originals. If you've been following the news, these paintings were auctioned off or exchanged in private collections by the museums that owned them a few years ago, and I happened to acquire them by chance in Colombia. So they are family heirlooms. Darling, come take a look at this painting. It's the sun among the stars, Titian's masterpiece View of Venice. In terms of the financial value of a single painting, this View of Venice is the most valuable of the 5. With a smug look on her face, Victoria Hayes began explaining the history of the 5 paintings to Christiana, while also fabricating the story of how she had acquired them. The plot was so bizarre yet believable that it could almost be the basis for Indiana Jones 4. Outside, the sun was shining brightly as Victoria Hayes walked alone into his study. The bookshelves in the study were lined with all kinds of books, the vast majority of which were about various antiques and works of art. The rest included books on the lives and creative journeys of major Western artists and painters. There were also books on Western historical figures, as well as many on Eastern history, particularly those on China, which were the most numerous and detailed. After perusing numerous books, his strongest impression was that Western history books were a total rip-off, and when it came to archaeology, the Western approach was simply not worth looking at. If they dared to apply their methods of historical verification in China, they'd surely be surrounded and torn to shreds by a host of scholars. First of all, the style of Western historical records is completely different from that of China. Their so-called historical accounts are steeped in a strong heroic history perspective. They view all outstanding historical figures as heroes, without exception, much like a hurricane. The common people, on the other hand, are like the sea. When a hurricane sweeps across the surface, it stirs up towering waves. Furthermore, their historical records are deeply influenced by religion. Accounts of political events and major historical occurrences are framed primarily around religious deities, with the narrative focusing on how a particular person was guided by a certain deity or god to carry out a specific action. Arthur Dawson can see similar plot devices in Western movies. For example, King Arthur drew the sword in the stone because he was guided by a deity he found the sacred lake, then dived to the bottom and pulled out the sword. In doing so, he overthrew the corrupt dynasty and established a new kingdom. Chapter 52. Western history lacking documentary evidence. Meanwhile, the common people, who had suffered severe oppression throughout this process, had become numb and apathetic, too afraid to resist. It was only after King Arthur dealt a crushing blow to the corrupt kingdom that they, under his leadership, embarked on the path to a new beginning. There you have it. This is what Western history books record. And these can't even be considered history books. Their own scholars dare only call them epics. What does this mean? It means treating works similar to China's Romance of the Three Kingdoms or Strange Tales from a Chinese studio as historical texts for archaeological research, yet they brazenly cite passages from them in academic papers, presenting them as historical facts. It's not that Western historians want it this way. Rather, over the past several thousand years, the West was constrained by its level of productivity and technology and was unable to effectively document historical records. As a result, they are now unable to verify these records effectively. So when they discover a single iron artifact from 2,000 years ago, they can conclude that a certain nation in a certain place had already begun to make mature use of iron tools 2,000 years ago. But what about the iron artifact? There's only this one piece. And what about historical records? There certainly aren't any. Was it actually iron smelted and forged by the people themselves? We don't know, but since they discovered it, it must be. They place particular value on this approach to archaeology, and they have no choice but to accept it, since their ancestors were unreliable and left no proper historical records. So future generations are left with nothing but fiction to go on, making wild guesses. After reading numerous Western archaeological books and papers, Victoria Hayes discovered a whole host of conflicting scholarly views. She didn't know which one to believe. So she had no choice but to buy more books and read them all. But if this were in China, Chinese archaeologists would need to find relevant historical records and documents to verify their findings after excavating iron artifacts. First, they would use the method of tracing sources to verify the reliability of relevant historical materials, selecting the earliest historical texts to ensure accuracy. Next, they would employ the method of refutation to challenge and evaluate the validity of a given viewpoint. Then, they would use the method of corroboration to seek out additional sources as supporting evidence to supplement and verify reliability. Finally, they would apply the method of logical reasoning, using academic principles as the standard for judgment and drawing logical conclusions. Only by forming a complete, closed loop can a fact be established. This constitutes the dual evidence method, which combines historical texts with archaeological artifacts unearthed from the ground, supplemented by the triple mutual verification approach that incorporates legendary accounts. This approach is far more scientific and reasonable. Ever since deciding to pursue a career in the field of antiques and art, Victoria Hayes has purchased numerous relevant books to study. Perhaps due to the nurturing influence of the treasure energy, her mind has become much clearer than before. This is particularly evident in her memory, thinking ability, and learning capacity. She could remember the main points of an article after reading it just once, and after reading it 3 times, she could recite it word for word. As a result, she had a distinct advantage in her studies, and her ability to authenticate antiques using her own eyes improved by leaps and bounds. He had read nearly every book on his bookshelf, greatly enriching his knowledge in the field so that he no longer found himself completely baffled when faced with an antique. He could generally provide a rough explanation by drawing on what he had read and learned. Victoria Hayes pulled a wooden box out of the jade pendant's storage space. He had found this box in the vault of Jonathan's basement. Inside was nothing but a parchment map. He picked up the map and examined it closely, but even after studying it for several hours, he couldn't make head or tail of it. It wasn't that he wasn't paying attention, it was simply that the map was shockingly crude. The entire parchment map consisted of a single large circle representing the island where the treasure was hidden, with wavy lines surrounding it to represent the ocean. And what were those triangles and other symbols inside the circle supposed to mean? The marked routes were understandable, those were simply the paths to follow, accompanied by cryptic text describing the treasure's location as riddles. This could hardly be called a map, it was far too abstract. Bro, you could at least have labeled the island's names. How am I supposed to find the treasure on which island? Unreliable Westerners. Victoria Hayes kept grumbling to herself, but it was only natural. In the 17th century, over 300 years ago, you couldn't expect a bunch of pirates to draw anything very clear, and they were pirates, after all. Their job was robbery and murder. If they could do professional cartography, why would they be pirates? Is a life where your head's on the line really that great? If finding the treasure were really that simple, this map wouldn't still be sitting in Jonathan's safe. And it certainly wouldn't have ended up in Victoria Hayes's hands. Feeling helpless, he looked up at the ceiling, pondering how to unlock the secrets of this treasure map. Just then, Christiana walked over. Alex, before you left for Colombia, didn't you say you'd take me to see your favorite singer's concert when you got back? When is the concert? Don't you dare forget. Christiana fixed her gaze on Victoria Hayes, as if trying to confirm whether his promise still stood. Victoria Hayes immediately snapped to attention. Of course I won't forget. I did promise you, didn't I? I've already bought the tickets. The concert starts in 2 days. Hearing his words, Christiana nodded in satisfaction, a happy smile spreading across her face. No way, how could he possibly admit he'd forgotten? Admitting that now would surely spell trouble. As expected, although tickets for Thomas Holt's concert in Los Angeles were extremely hard to come by, in the United States, where money reigns supreme, the well-connected J.P. Morgan Chase Bank easily took care of the matter. They successfully secured 2 tickets for the very best seats in the front row, center. Thomas Holt's Los Angeles concert was held at the Long Beach Park Arena, and the venue was packed with people on the day of the show. Almost everyone there was either a Drew Rowan fan or of Chinese descent. Of course, there were people from other ethnic backgrounds like Christiana who had come with their partners or friends, but clearly there weren't many of them. Most people were from Greater Downhill and the Nine Gold Mountains Bay Area, though a small number had made the trip all the way from New York on the East Coast. Honey, while you were away, I kept wondering whose concert you'd take me to. I've scoured every concert listing in the Greater Mountain Base area lately, and I really didn't expect you'd take me to see a Huaxia singer. You're being too much, Alex. Christiana was clearly not very happy with his choice. Seeing that Christiana was upset, he immediately explained, "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't fully consider your feelings on this matter. Since I'm a Drew Rowan, she's my favorite singer too. I really just wanted to share my favorite artist with you, so you could learn a little more about Huaxia. But I promise I wasn't ignoring your feelings, really. I promise. Don't you love Taylor Swift's songs? She's also having a concert in Luoshanji after Christmas. I've been keeping an eye on it. I'll go see her concert with you then, and I promise I'll get tickets for the best seats. Fine, I'll forgive you this time, but thank goodness I know Chinese, otherwise this trip would been a total waste," Christina said with a touch of sass. She seemed quite proud of the fact that she knew Chinese. Chapter 53, Thomas Holt's concert. Victoria Hayes instantly grasped what Christiana was getting at and immediately expressed her surprise and admiration. "Oh my gosh, dear, you actually know Chinese? When did you learn it? How come I never knew? You're really amazing." Christiana was very pleased with the look on Victoria Hayes' face and began to explain why she had started learning Chinese. It turned out that after they met, she had developed an interest in Chinese culture and had gradually begun learning the language. It was precisely through her understanding of Chinese culture that she discovered what sets Chinese men apart, which in turn made her feel a little differently about Victoria Hayes. Now her Chinese proficiency was more than sufficient for everyday conversation as long as it wasn't overly complex idioms, vocabulary, or phrases that even native Chinese speakers had to carefully parse. She could generally understand it. This came as a huge surprise to Victoria Hayes. Still, he was being pretty dumb. How could he take a foreign girl to a concert by Chinese singers? If she couldn't understand the lyrics, wouldn't the whole trip be a waste? When taking a girl out on a date, if she doesn't feel engaged, the whole thing is just a waste of time and money. Still, he had his reasons for doing this. Thomas Holt and Lin Junjun were his 2 favorite Mandarin language singers, even in his past life. He just never had the chance to see them perform live, though he knew their songs inside and out. Plus, Victoria Hayes had actually been a pretty good singer in her past life. Past life? How good is this body's singing ability? What's her voice like? I've never tried it. Victoria Hayes realized this was an issue he'd been overlooking all along. They entered through the VIP entrance, sparing them the ordeal of waiting in line to have their tickets checked. Once inside, they went straight to the front row to take their seats. It must be said that Thomas Holt had set quite high standards for the concert's stage production. A massive screen in the center stood 18 meters high and 23 meters wide, with crystal clear visuals. On either side were 2 auxiliary screens, each 6 meters wide and 18 meters high, These three enormous screens ensured that even the audience members in the farthest corners could clearly see the performers on stage. Even people who've never been to a live concert know that those in the distant stands really can't see the singer in person. They can only see the singer on the screens. If it weren't for the stunning sound system and the incredibly lively atmosphere, people in the stands and those sitting far from the stage might as well just go home and watch it on their computer screens. Soon, the concert began. All the lights in the venue went out, and a countdown appeared on the three massive screens. The entire audience counted down the seconds in unison. 10, 9, 8, 7. With each second of the countdown, tens of thousands of audience members shouted in unison, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. 1. As the countdown ended, a burst of fireworks lit up the stadium. Music began to play, an ancient chant rose up, accompanied by the melodious sound of flutes and the strumming of a guqin. The intro had barely begun when Victoria Hayes already recognized the opening track. Sure enough, after about 20 seconds, the drums and guitars joined in, and the rhythm instantly became lively. The Golden Armor as the opener, haha, using the Golden Armor as the opening track for a concert on American soil. Thomas Holt's little touch was quite charming. Banners as vibrant as rainbows, mountains piled high like peaks. This army wins like a dragon, its killing intent as fierce as the wind, blood red as wine. I, the general, am as proud as a god, my expression fierce as a beast. Golden armor symbolizes loyalty. My iron cavalry is fierce, I charge like a thunderous roar, boom, boom. Hearing the familiar lyrics, Victoria Hayes burst out laughing, then immediately joined the audience in cheering, waving her glow stick. Thomas Holt continued to sing his heart out on stage. My armor stained with blood, I fight with tears in my eyes. A city full of chrysanthemums, whose realm is this? Smoke and sand swirl above the palace. Life and death are but a scar from a single blade. He really loved this song. It was the first to blend Chinese-style elements with heavy rock and rap, a completely new experiment. The song was written as the theme song for the movie The Curse of the Golden Flower, in which he had starred. The high energy, passionate, and exuberant rhythm perfectly matched the grand and majestic atmosphere of The Curse of the Golden Flower. The song's Chinese-inspired melodies, combined with rap, capture the film's scenes of massive armies clashing in battle. It's a song brimming with power. Especially hearing it on American soil, where things aren't always smooth sailing, Victoria Hayes felt she made the right choice coming to this concert. That opening song alone was worth the price of admission. As Golden Armor came to a close, Thomas Holt loudly greeted and thanked the entire audience. It must be said that there's a reason he's remained so popular all these years. It's not just because he's written many songs that are still hugely popular today, nor is it because he's pioneered so many musical styles. It's because he treats his fans like human beings and doesn't blindly exploit them or take them for a ride. Hoi Yuanjia, Simple Love, Tornado, Can You Give Me the Time of a Song, Half Orc, Compendium of Materia Medica, East Wind Break, Blue and White Porcelain, the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. One classic song after another filled the venue, and before long, the concert was halfway through. It was time for the familiar intermission segment. Thomas Holt's fan interaction segments usually involve randomly selecting a few audience members to request songs on the spot. Of course, this time was no exception. Thomas Holt began by greeting everyone as usual. Hello, everyone in the audience. Awoo, the crowd responded with enthusiastic cheers. It's intermission again. Same old rule, shall we randomly pick 3 audience members to request songs? What do you think, Thomas Holt? Would your fans ever say no to a request like that? Then rhythmic music began to play, and cylindrical spotlights swept rapidly across the venue, drawing loud cheers from the audience wherever they landed. As Thomas Holt shouted, "Stop!" the beam of light settled on a young woman with delicate features. She was genuinely pretty. If beauty were rated out of 10, she'd easily score a 7 or 8. Seeing that a beauty had been chosen, the men in the audience began cheering in unison. As a staff member handed the microphone to the chosen woman, Thomas Holt asked her what song she'd like to request. Unexpectedly, she didn't play by the usual script. She said, "I'm here at the concert alone today because I found out my boyfriend was cheating on me, and then he dumped me. I know he's here tonight with his mistress, and I'm sure they're right here in the crowd right now. So I'd like to request the song 'What Kind of Man Is That?' and dedicate it to that scumbag." Hearing her words, most of the audience felt sympathy for her plight and responded with cheers, screams, and applause to show their encouragement and support. On stage, Thomas Holt looked momentarily speechless upon hearing this, then broke into a smile. Oh my! That's great. Let us dedicate what kind of man is that? To this girl's jerk of an ex-boyfriend. Honestly, he was definitely impressed by her bold move. Victoria Hayes also burst out laughing. Even Christiana was laughing so hard she collapsed into his arms. Chapter 54. Thomas Holt's public humiliation. This girl is seriously amazing. She just publicly called out that jerk right in front of everyone. So brave, I love it. People all around were talking about this courageous girl, but their comments were all encouraging and supportive. No one thought she'd done anything wrong. As the instrumental for What Kind of Man began to play on stage, the audience below fell silent. It was an ultra-slow love song, a relatively rare type in Thomas Holt's repertoire. The song opened with piano notes, heavy and slow, followed immediately by strings and drums joining the ensemble. It was as if a movie scene were unfolding step by step, leading the live audience into the story of a girl dealing with heartbreak. Thomas Holt's voice rang out, kissing your hand, resting my head against yours. Letting you rest against my chest, that person isn't me anymore. These ordinary gestures now bring me sorrow. Oh sorrow. Life goes on, I'll carry on just fine without you. It won't be too hard, I'll accept it quietly. After all, we both had our happy moments together. And that's enough. With just a few simple descriptions of the scene on stage, interspersed with lyrics of inner monologue, the emotions of someone dealing with heartbreak were vividly portrayed. As Thomas Holt's voice flows gently, it seems to tell the story of this girl and her jerk of a boyfriend. Listening to the melodious vocals and recalling what the girl had just shared, everyone in the audience couldn't help but feel sympathy for this strong young woman. What kind of man are you? What kind of man? Watching her walk away right before your eyes without a word. How naive can you be? Stop putting on a brave face. I hoped you'd win her back, but you just handed her over to someone else. What kind of man are you? What kind of man? You still love her but don't dare ask her to wait any longer. It doesn't matter if you just accept your fate. She'll find a better man. The chorus seemed like an indictment of this jerk who knows if he'll ever regret letting this girl slip away. As the song ended, the entire audience stood up, applauding and cheering for the girl. They encouraged this brave girl with their actions. All right, let us move on and pick the next lucky audience member to request a song. Music began playing again on stage, and the spotlight swept across the venue, finally settling on a white man. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but think to herself, damn lighting guy, couldn't you've picked a Chinese guy? Are you trying to stir up trouble? The microphone was handed to the white man, who rattled off a string of French, completely baffling Thomas Holt. Fortunately, sitting next to him was his wife, a Chinese woman. She took the microphone and briefly introduced her husband, explaining that he spoke Chinese. So far, so good. Thomas Holt asked, "Oh, he speaks Chinese? Then why don't you ask him what song he'd like to request?" But the Chinese woman replied with a completely off-topic remark. "He says he invited me to this concert to make up for missing out on my entire youth." To her surprise, some people in the audience actually cheered. Fine. Victoria Hayes couldn't understand why they were cheering. Were they cheering for this couple's completely off-topic display of affection? Go ahead and show off all you want. On the big screen, the white man kissed the plain-looking woman right in front of the camera, and the audience responded with tolerant encouragement. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the couple, Thomas Holt asked again, "What kind of songs would you like to hear? Something sweet? Or maybe something like Simple Love?" The plain-looking woman replied, "He has a dream, he wants to hear you sing Meow." Screams and cheers erupted, and the people around them joined in the frenzied cheering. The white man also chimed in with a thick Western accent. "Meow like a cat is fine." Thomas Holt on stage looked completely baffled. Make him meow like a cat? What the hell kind of wish is that? Are you trying to mess with me on purpose? What the hell is this? I'm a singer. For God's sake, a singer. You're fucking telling me to meow like a cat. It wasn't until the staff around him explained it that he realized Meow Like a Cat was actually a song. Victoria Hayes saw that Thomas Holt was now at a loss for words on stage. When the hell did Thomas Holt write a song called Meow Like a Cat? Eventually, guided by the staff beside him, the legendary Thomas Holt, completely flustered, sang and danced along to Meow Like a Cat. Watching Thomas Holt's pitiful state on stage, Victoria Hayes really couldn't bear it anymore. What the hell kind of weirdos are these? Can't they just request a normal song at a concert? They have to go and pull all this nonsense. It's like going to a Sichuan restaurant and insisting on ordering gazing at the stars. A classic British dish. It's like running an English language school only to have some crazy person show up insisting on learning Japanese and you can't refuse to teach them. I doubt Thomas Holt ever imagined that after spending half his life creating countless beloved classics, he'd end up having to learn how to meow live on stage with his staff. Even for Thomas Holt, who managed to break through back in the 2000s when the competition was fierce, to take such a massive tumble over this worthless meow song is, you have to admit, incredibly ironic. Still, Victoria Hayes finally understood why there haven't been many decent songs released in recent years. With trash like this flooding the market, who's gonna bother writing songs anymore? As the music on stage came to an end, just as Thomas Holt was about to pick the last lucky fan, Victoria Hayes couldn't sit still anymore. He wanted to go up and give Thomas Holt a hand, so he shouted loudly, "Pick me!" His voice was so loud it carried all the way to the microphone on stage, and the entire stadium heard it. The cameraman on site was quick to zoom in on Victoria Hayes. When Victoria Hayes and Christiana appeared on the big screen, a huge number of audience members immediately recognized him. Damn, it's Victoria Hayes. That son of a bitch isn't streaming his at the concert with a hot chick. Ah, it's that bastard Victoria Hayes. Pick him, pick him. He's slacking off by not streaming, make him make up for the lost broadcast time. Pick him. Thomas Holt heard Victoria Hayes' voice and looked over. Realizing that many people in the audience recognized Victoria Hayes, he asked curiously, "Dude, you seem pretty famous, everyone here knows you." Before he could finish speaking, the audience members who recognized Victoria Hayes immediately began cheering loudly. Pick him, 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 pick him. Victoria Hayes had barely picked up the microphone and hadn't even spoken yet when the audience began chanting in unison to pick him. It seemed as though they were all united in their desire to send him up on stage. He replied, "I'm here to study at Lashanji, and I'm also an online streamer with a decent following, so a lot of people recognize me. There must be some fans following me here too. Hello, fans in the audience." Victoria Hayes greeted the fans loudly. A massive cheer erupted. Yes. Thomas Holt on stage was instantly taken aback. Is this my concert or your fan meet and greet? Why is the crowd louder than mine? Come on. Let us invite this guy up on stage. When Victoria Hayes joined him on stage, Thomas Holt reached out to shake his hand, then asked, "You seem to be quite famous, you must have a huge fan base, right?" Chapter 55. Helping him save face. Are you kidding? Ever since he made the headlines a few times, he'd become a household name, especially after that incident where he took down 24 armed criminals. It's not too bad. My YouTube subscriber count has already surpassed 130 million, and I've got about 50 to 60 million followers on TikTok. Hearing that Victoria Hayes had so many fans both at home and abroad, Thomas Holt was completely stunned. At that moment, a few male audience members sitting close to the stage shouted his nickname loudly. USC Thug. USC Thug. Instantly, the chant USC Thug echoed throughout the arena. He raised his hand to signal the audience to quiet down, and they cooperatively stopped shouting. Seeing this, Thomas Holt remarked with a touch of emotion, "I don't feel like this is my concert, it's more like your fan meet and greet. I senti it? You must be here to ruin my show, right?" Just kidding, how could he possibly go along with that joke and admit it? The haters would tear him apart. Victoria Hayes immediately explained, "No, Jay Cho, I'm your fan. I know every one of your songs by heart. I've always dreamed of singing a duet with you. I wonder if you could give me the third lucky audience spot." Hearing this, Thomas Holt immediately asked the audience, "Is it okay to give him the third spot? Is it okay?" "Absolutely." The audience, always eager for a good show, responded with enthusiastic support. "All right, with the audience's approval, this third spot is yours. Which song would you like to duet with me on?" "I'll choose 1,000 Miles Away. How about I sing the part originally performed by Fei Yuqing?" This is a Chinese-style song where Jay Cho's RB style contrasts sharply with Fei Yuqing's bel canto vocals. Though the two singing styles create a stark contrast, they blend together exceptionally harmoniously within this song. It tells a tragic yet moving love story, and the alternation between the two vocal styles perfectly portrays the past and the present, while also vividly showcasing two distinct emotional states. The accompaniment began. The howling wind and the tinkling of wind chimes created an ethereal atmosphere. Soon, traditional Chinese instruments, the flute and the guzheng, joined the accompaniment, creating a perfect intro. Thomas Holt began his performance. The eaves are like cliffs, the wind chimes are like the vast sea. We await the swallow's return. Time is orchestrated to stage an unexpected turn. You slip away silently. The story unfolds beyond the city walls, the thick fog refuses to lift. The dialogue remains indistinct. You cannot hear it, the sound of the wind does not exist. It is I who am pondering. When the dream ends, who stands at the windowsill, unveiling the ending? That future, as thin as a cicada's wing, cannot withstand anyone tearing it apart. The chorus began, and Thomas Holt made a pleased gesture with his right hand, signaling that it was Victoria Hayes' turn to sing. Victoria Hayes raised the microphone, and a quite standard operatic voice rang out. I send you away 1,000 miles away. You are silent in black and white. In this silent era, perhaps we shouldn't have loved each other from such a distance. I send you away beyond the ends of the earth. Are you still there? Where does the lute's sound come from? Life and death are hard to fathom. I'll spend a lifetime waiting. Thomas Holt looked at Victoria Hayes in astonishment. Today's concert had already thrown enough surprises his way, from a woman tearing a scumbag to shreds to a performance that nearly derailed him. Now a super talented fan had come to save the day. How wonderful! But he had no time to dwell on it. It was his turn. Hearing the sound of tears, I entered the woods seeking white pear blossoms, but found only a trail of moss. The sky lies beyond the mountains, rain falls on the flower-covered terrace, and my temples are now streaked with gray. Hearing the sound of tears, I entered the woods seeking white pear blossoms, but found only a trail of moss. The sky lies beyond the mountains, rain falls on the flower-covered terrace. 1,000 miles away, the sheet music awaits, I'll be here for you. The two performed this classic piece in perfect harmony. As the song ended, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Whoa, man, you're seriously awesome. I never expected to have such an amazing fan. Do you study vocal music? Thomas Holt asked curiously. The audience members familiar with Victoria Hayes burst into laughter. Hee, I study finance at the University of Southern California. In my spare time, I enjoy playing with various firearms and practicing martial arts. As for music, I just sing along casually because I love your songs, Victoria Hayes said with a touch of bragging. I have an idea, could I sing one of your songs on my own? Thomas Holt was taken aback by her words. That's pretty impressive. But why don't you let Jack Everett explain why? I just want to prove one thing to you. You write great songs, and we fans love them all. Plus, we know every one of your songs by heart and we can sing them well. Thomas Holt didn't say anything. Perhaps he was moved by her words. He realized Victoria Hayes was referring to the cat meowing incident from earlier. He simply looked out at the audience, clearly seeking their opinion. There was no way the audience would refuse. After all, almost everyone there was a fan of Thomas Holt. So, which song are you planning to sing? The band members will back you up. Chapter 7 of the night. Hearing the song title Victoria Hayes announced, both the audience and Thomas Holt were stunned. This song was extremely difficult. At first listen, it didn't seem to have particularly high notes, but the control required over breath management was something not just any singer could manage. Although the overall tempo wasn't fast, the transitions between phrases were very tight and rapid, requiring the singer to have exceptional rapid change capabilities and lung capacity to sustain it. It also puts the singer's vocal technique and interpretive skills to the test, otherwise, the performance would be nothing short of a disaster. Whoa, this song is really tough. Are you sure you're up for it? Clearly, Victoria Hayes was confident. She was already very familiar with Thomas Holt's songs, and now that her body had been enhanced by the treasure chi, her physical capabilities were far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. I'll leave the stage to you then. I'm going to take a few minutes to rest and change clothes. With that, Thomas Holt stepped off the stage. The backing track began to play. The music box and string instruments created an air of mystery, while the clatter of a typewriter and the interplay of the cello and violin melodies alternated and blended, heightening the sense of suspense. As the drumbeat kicked in, Victoria Hayes began his performance. A Narrow Alley in 1983, A Clear December Night. Chapter 7 of the night. The typewriter continues to push toward the next line that approaches the truth. The mist from a heather pipe drifts toward withered trees. Silently, it cries out to me. The circular square beside Baker Street. On the armored knight's arm, the iris crest glows faintly. The sound of a horseless carriage, a late night visit, evil under the Victorian moonlight, a blood-red opening. The vanished pistol, the charred cane, the melted wax figure who was absent. On the jewelry box, the illusion of symbols. Contradictions lead to the dead-end alley. He built evidence is perfectly buried that mocking smile curls at the corner of his lips at the Scottish police station. A woman's voice begins to sing. Victoria Hayes continues to rap softly in the background. If evil is a magnificent and cruel symphony, then justice is a deep, helpless melancholy. I'll write its finale with my own hand, then I'll kindle the faint glow amidst the ashes. The light of dawn dries the last line of sorrow, then raindrops will wash away the high walls of darkness. Black ink stains the serenity, the house lights come up, the red curtain falls. The violins of the interlude begin to play, and the live audience erupts in thunderous applause. Today has brought far too many surprises for Thomas Holt. It was the first time he'd ever heard anyone sing his Chapter 7 of the night so well. The key was that the diction was clearer than his own. He hadn't failed to try rapping with clearer enunciation, but no matter how he sang it, it always felt awkward, so he eventually gave up. He never expected this guy to pull off what he hadn't been able to do. Although he hadn't received any professional vocal training, he really did sing quite well. Chapter 56. Thomas Holt's Dinner Invitation. The second verse begins, breaking from the previous calm. The rhythm here is much more intense than before, and the rap delivery is faster than in the previous section. Truth can only penetrate soil untouched by footprints, a subtle, jarring floral scent, deliberately flashy attire. Everyone wears a mask and lies for different reasons. Yet there's only one motive, it's called desire. Far farther, far far. Far farther, far far. Crossing the swamp of human nature, who can truly remain unsullied? We can forget and forgive, but we must know the truth. The last piece of the puzzle finally fits into place on the moved iron bed. As soon as the measure ends, Victoria Hayes immediately and swiftly shifts to a new vocal style. I hear footsteps, the expected soft click of leather heels. He pushes open the door, the evening breeze makes the kerosene lamp flicker for a moment. The typewriter stops at the murderer's name. I turn around. The night sky over Westminster begins to boil. Vivid death blooms in my chest. I savor this final sip of sweet truth, smiling as I recall that justice is merely the quiet unfolding of a violin on the Thames. A perfect transition between vocal styles, without the slightest flaw. I wonder how many people have stumbled on this very transition, turning their performance into a disaster movie. If evil is a magnificent and cruel symphony, I will write its finale with my own hand. The light of dawn will dry the final line, and sorrowful black ink will stain it with serenity. Finally, a perfect falsetto to close it out. Boom! The audience erupted in thunderous applause. By the time this song ended, some of the more level-headed audience members had figured out why Victoria Hayes had come on stage. Victoria Hayes had taken the stage of his own accord because he couldn't stand what had just happened. He'd come up to vent on Thomas Holt's behalf. Come to think of it, here was a man nearing 40 who clearly composed countless beloved classics, yet during the song request segment, he'd been humiliated by some nobody into singing a song he'd never even heard of. It would been one thing if the song had been a decent track, but it just so happened to be as terrible as a pile of dog shit that had been mindlessly hyped to fame on short video platforms, and they insisted on shoving it down his throat. Seeing how humiliated Thomas Holt looked at that moment, how could any die-hard fan not feel heartbroken? Now that someone has stepped in to vent their frustration and humiliate the bully on their behalf, why wouldn't they applaud like crazy? Even if he didn't sing well, they still have to save face for him. After Victoria Hayes finished her song and was ushered off stage, Thomas Holt's assistant stepped forward and asked for her contact information. Thomas Holt had specifically asked for it. Shortly after the concert ended that night, Victoria Hayes received a call from Thomas Holt, who said he'd like to treat him to dinner the following evening to thank him for the huge favor he'd just done for him. Was there any reason he could refuse a dinner invitation from his favorite singer? The answer is no, absolutely not. The following evening, Victoria Hayes got dressed early, a simple, fitted white shirt and jeans paired with a pair of Nike Air Force Ones, giving her a clean and fresh look. However, he couldn't leave just yet, because he still had to wait for Christiana. As everyone knows, a man in a relationship who has plans to go out to dinner must always check with his partner first. Anyone who dares to sneak out on their own without a word is sure to face trouble when they return. This time, Victoria Hayes didn't make the mistake of not asking Christiana's opinion in advance, and to his surprise, she actually agreed to come along, which was quite an unexpected turn of events. Perhaps this is just a difference between Eastern and Western cultures. In the Western world, people generally make an effort to set aside time to accompany their partner to meet important friends or attend social engagements. becoming more involved in their partner's social circle. Here in the East, however, we don't have a similar custom. Whether or not we get involved depends entirely on whether we like the other person's circle of friends. If we get along well, there will be further interactions. If we don't, it's basically over. If you really can't stand them, some might even pressure you to cut ties with that circle. That's why choosing a spouse is so crucial. They're not just a partner. They're your most loyal comrade on life's journey, your best friend, and your strongest support system. For anyone, marriage is like being reborn. It's even more important than one's family of origin. After all, you can't choose your birth, but the choice of a spouse is in your hands. Don't give up that right to choose lightly, otherwise, a failed marriage can easily destroy all the hard work of your first half of life. Victoria Hayes was clearly delighted that Christiana was willing to accompany her to Thomas Holt's dinner party. By then, Christiana had already gotten dressed and come downstairs. A brand new black lace, figure-hugging mermaid-style dress paired with black pointed toe stilettos showcased her perfect, tall figure to the fullest. There was nothing overly revealing, no plunging necklines, open backs, ultra-short hemlines, or high slits. The simple design, combined with high-quality fabric and craftsmanship, complemented her perfect figure, a look that the word beautiful alone could not begin to describe. A delicate diamond necklace adorned her chest, making her neck appear even longer, while purple crystal pendants dangled from her earlobes, adding an extra touch of elegance to her already beautiful and refined appearance. Although they'd been living together for some time, every time Christiana dressed up with such care, she would leave Victoria Hayes completely spellbound. He stepped forward of his own accord, pulled Christiana into his arms, and kissed her on the lips. "Darling, you look absolutely stunning today." Christiana was very pleased with Victoria Hayes' reaction just now. After all, a woman dresses to please the one she loves. When they arrived at the restaurant, Thomas Holt was already there, and the waiter led them straight to their reserved table. Seeing them arrive, Thomas Holt stood up to greet them. "Xiao Yuan, you're here. Your girlfriend is really beautiful, not bad at all. You're doing us Chinese men proud." "Haha, you flatter me. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Christiana Yealy. She was my classmate at USC. She studies film and television acting and is an actress who has appeared in 2 movies. The reception and reviews have been pretty good. She can understand everyday Chinese conversation." "Darling, I don't need to introduce this gentleman, do I? Thomas Holt, my favorite singer. You saw his concert yesterday, too. Hello. I came across you while searching for information about Victoria Hayes online yesterday. You played your role very well. You're very talented, and most importantly, you're absolutely beautiful." Haha. Thomas Holt, he really knows how to sweet-talk a girl. He is talented, too. No wonder he used to go through one gorgeous girlfriend after another back in the day. After the 3 of them took their seats, Thomas Holt didn't let the atmosphere get awkward. He took the initiative to start a conversation. "Xiao Yuan, I've seen the news videos about you. You're pretty intense. Those 2 shootouts were absolutely mind-blowing. It's unbelievable how awesome you were. How did you pull that off?" It wasn't just Thomas Holt. Basically everyone he met for the first time these days was curious about this. How should I put it? It's mostly just a personal hobby. I like playing with guns. They're a man's best toy. During my first 2 years in the US, I'd head to the shooting range to practice whenever I had free time. The more I practiced, the better my aim naturally became. Chapter 57. Let us go see an NBA game. The main reason they lost was that I was prepared while they weren't. The first time, those 4 robbers were taken out in one go by my surprise attack. As for the second group, I had a detailed and meticulous plan. I set up a ton of cameras in advance so I knew their every move. First, I ambushed them, inflicting heavy casualties, and then my girlfriend used the video surveillance to relay their locations to me. It's like playing a shooter game where someone else using a cheat to call out enemy positions for you. Your chances of winning are naturally much higher. The rest was just a matter of luck, but clearly my luck was good, so they all ended up dead. Thomas Holt looked thoroughly impressed, and Victoria Hayes followed up with a question. "Do you know which country's beginners score the highest on their first shooting range session out of all the beginners in the world trying a gun for the first time?" Thomas Holt looked completely baffled. "How would I know? I've never even touched a gun." "Don't tell me it's Drew Rowan." Victoria Hayes burst out laughing. "Congratulations, you got it right. Overall, among all beginners shooting for the first time, Chinese beginners have the best scores, no question about it. Do you think our reputation as the world's strongest light infantry came out of nowhere? That was earned on the battlefield, and even in the early 1990s, militia organizations in many parts of mainland China were still conducting weekly training. That was real training with live ammunition. Although we stopped training later on, after being exposed to it for so many years, even just through movies and TV shows, everyone has picked up at least a little bit. So even our new recruits, though they never trained formally, Haven T completely lost the combat instincts ingrained in their DNA. The three of them enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Jalen, it's still early. Their SA game tonight between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors. Wanna go catch a game? Fans know that Thomas Holt has 4 major hobbies: sports cars, basketball, magic, and poker. As his die-hard fan, Victoria Hayes was well aware that Thomas Holt wouldn't be able to resist this offer. Sure enough, Thomas Holt's eyes lit up when he heard Victoria Hayes' suggestion. However, he hesitated before speaking. It's already past 8, and the game starts at 9. Can we still get tickets at this hour? Both the Lakers and the Warriors are top teams. Tickets are probably hard to come by. Leave it to me. I'll give them a call and see. It shouldn't be a problem, Victoria Hayes said confidently. With that, she pulled out her phone and called her dedicated customer service representative at JP Morgan Chase, requesting 3 tickets to tonight's Lakers game, preferably in the front row. Just as the 3 of them had finished paying and stepped out of the restaurant, Victoria Hayes' phone rang. The representative confirmed that everything was taken care of. She secured 3 tickets in the first row next to the bench. Thomas Holt looked at Victoria Hayes with curiosity, as if he wanted to ask how she managed it. You should know I won a huge lottery jackpot before after taxes. I still have over $1 billion. I handle all my investments through JP Morgan Chase. I'm one of their super VIP clients, the kind with a dedicated account manager. Their VIP program has different tiers. If you have over $10 million in net worth with them, you become a Black Card VIP client. In that tier, one account manager serves 10 clients. The second tier is for those with a net worth of over $50 million at the bank. In this tier, one account manager serves 5 clients. The third tier is for those with a net worth of over $100 million. In this tier, one account manager serves 3 clients. Finally, there's my tier for those with a net worth of over $1 billion at the bank, which offers one-on-one dedicated account management. This is a capitalist country where capital reigns supreme. The major banks, investment banks, and asset management firms here are incredibly powerful. As long as you're one of their major clients, they can arrange anything you want. The prerequisite is that you have enough money. If there's anything I can't handle on my own, I just give them a call, and they'll do everything in their power to make it happen. Though they may charge additional service fees depending on the situation. If I wanted to, I could easily have a plane that's already taken off, turn around, and come back to pick me up, but that's certainly not something that can be done for the price of a single plane ticket. You'd have to pay for disrupting the airline's schedule, the cost of the jet fuel for the round trip, compensation for the passengers on board, and the bank's service fees. The cost of my own plane ticket would actually be a negligible amount. But something like this would be completely impossible back home. Even money wouldn't cut it. You'd have to rely on other means. So America is a paradise for the wealthy. If you're an ordinary person or poor, you'd better stay as far away from here as possible. Taxes here are exceptionally high, and rent, prices, public transportation, communications, utilities, everything is more expensive than back home. Ordinary people's lives here aren't necessarily any better than back home, especially when it comes to safety. Most importantly, we Asians have already hit a glass ceiling here. Thomas Holt couldn't help but cover his eyes and laugh. Damn, this was the first time he'd seen the US portrayed this way. You really see it all in a lifetime. Although he was wealthy, he usually stayed in Taiwan and mainland China. Even when he traveled abroad, it was only for tourism or concerts. He never experienced the lifestyle of the wealthy here in the US. No wonder the rich all flock to the US. Soon, the trio arrived at the Lakers' home arena, the Staples Center, a name that has been in use since 1999. However, prior to that, from 1967 to 1999, the Lakers' home games were held at the Crypto.com arena. In that arena, which served as their home for 32 years, the Lakers won 6 championship trophies, a testament to the team's golden era. However, Victoria Hayes knew that in 2021, the Lakers' home arena would be renamed Crypto.com Arena, a name it would retain for the next 20 years. Tonight, the Lakers were facing the Warriors. Both teams are fan favorites in the NBA, especially the Warriors, who have been in stellar form in recent years and boast several star players in their prime. The team's star player, Stephen Curry, has been in phenomenal form in recent years, excelling on offense and consistently serving as the team's primary scoring threat. Klay Thompson, known for his three-point shooting and defense, has made enormous contributions to the team on both ends of the court as a clutch player. Kevin Durant, one of the league's top scorers, has greatly boosted the Warriors' offensive firepower. Although Victoria Hayes has always thought of him as the guy who wants to drink Scarlett Johansson's bathwater. In addition, the Warriors have defensive anchor Draymond Green, the experienced Andre Iguodala, DeMarcus Cousins who provides crucial support in the paint, and Sean Livingston, who excels at running the offense. The Warriors roster has been insanely strong these past few years. No wonder the whole world is criticizing them for banding together to chase championship rings. It's no comparison to the Lakers roster they're facing tonight. Aside from LeBron James and Rajon Rondo, there aren't any particularly standout players. Most of them are solid veterans or promising young players, so tonight's game should be a foregone conclusion. Even so, fans are still flocking to the arena to watch the game. After all, both the Warriors and the Lakers are incredibly popular teams in the NBA. Chapter 58. A little game at the arena. They quickly entered the arena and took their seats in the front row. The game was about to start. When they sat down, they discovered that Taylor Swift and Scarlett Johansson were sitting right next to them. Holy cow, just yesterday, Victoria Hayes was saying she'd take Christiana to a Taylor Swift concert after Christmas, and today they're bumping into the real deal right here at the game. Is the world really this small? Victoria Hayes wondered to herself. Seeing Swift, Thomas Holt was also thrilled he'd run into a talented fellow artist, and he actually quite liked May's songs. He went over to say hello to them. Swift and Scarlett weren't about to be left out. They immediately stood up to return the greeting. They both recognized Thomas Holt, the outstanding Chinese singer who'd been a huge hit in Asia for 20 years. At the same time, they knew the Chinese international student standing right in front of them, Alex, the USC thug who'd recently gone viral. His 2 stunts had made him a household name worldwide, and on top of that, he'd won the Mega Millions jackpot, making him a billionaire worth over $1 billion. The beautiful woman standing next to Alex must be his girlfriend, Swift and Scarlett thought as they took a closer look at Christiana. She was truly stunning and had an amazing figure, so much so that even the two of them were taken with her. Rumor has it she's a newcomer in the acting world who's already gained some fame. Anyone who can survive long-term in the entertainment industry must possess exceptional emotional and intellectual intelligence. So the two quickly struck up a friendly conversation with Christiana. The game was about to begin, and the players from both teams started taking the court. First, the visiting team, led by Durant. As Durant ran onto the court, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Even though they were playing on the road, the passionate fans welcomed the visiting team's players with enthusiastic applause, hoping they'd deliver an exciting game. Just as Durant entered the court, Victoria Hayes looked at Scarlett Johansson with curiosity, wanting to see what kind of expression she'd have. And the result? No expression at all. What a waste of facial expressions. One by one, the Warriors players took the court as introduced by the announcer. Victoria Hayes really felt for the players who entered first, especially those on teams with many black players. Each player had a different hand gesture to greet the crowd upon entering, and Arthur Dawson's routine consisted of over a dozen moves. Just watching it made her dizzy. How hard must it be to memorize the routine for the first player to enter? 10 minutes later, all the players from both teams had entered the court and were warming up on their respective halves. Victoria Hayes finally asked the question she'd been dying to ask. Scarlett, back when Kevin Durant tweeted that he wanted to drink your bathwater, you said you'd grant his wish if he won the championship. After he won the championship, did you let him drink your bathwater? The moment Victoria Hayes asked the question, 4 pairs of eyes fixed on her. Do you even realize what kind of question you're asking? Perhaps feeling a bit uncomfortable under the gaze of the 4 people, Victoria Hayes gave an awkward smile and promptly shut her mouth. But Scarlett spoke up. You actually believe that? He was just trying to get attention. It was just him talking nonsense. I was married at the time, and that bastard caused me no end of trouble. Do you really think he'd dare drink my bathwater? What a stupid question I just asked. This really makes me look like an idiot, Victoria Hayes thought with a wry, resigned smile. At that moment, the game between the two teams officially began. Right from the start, both sides traded baskets in a relatively even exchange. But after 5 or 6 minutes, the gap in their abilities began to show. Led by the offensive efforts of Curry, Durant, and Thompson, the point differential gradually widened. LeBron James couldn't carry the team on his own. He was repeatedly double-teamed by Draymond Green and DeMarcus Cousins, making it extremely difficult for him to score. Rajon Rondo was also shut down on the playmaking end, and the rest of the players simply couldn't establish effective chemistry with him. By the end of the first quarter, The Los Angeles Lakers trailed the Golden State Warriors by 11 points. An 11-point deficit after just one quarter is no small margin. Although it's possible to make a comeback, given the current gap in raw talent between the two teams, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Unless LeBron James goes on a scoring spree or the Golden State Warriors collectively turn into Iron Men, the deficit will only continue to grow. During the first quarter break, the Staples Center surprisingly skipped the cheerleading routine and instead held a mini-game. Couples caught on camera were asked to kiss in front of the lens. The camera first focused on a middle-aged couple who had come with their 2 children. When the camera caught them, they kissed in good spirits. The audience gave them a warm round of applause, and their children smiled and clapped for their parents. The camera swept past one couple after another, from gray-haired elderly couples to young lovers. These little games during breaks really do liven up the atmosphere. Just then, the camera focused on 2 men and stayed fixed on them. The cameraman was up to something again. The 2 men exchanged a glance, then looked at the camera. With no other choice, they went along with it, cupping each other's heads and locking lips. Clearly, these 2 weren't a couple, and quite a few people in the crowd burst out laughing. Immediately afterward, the camera panned to a couple in their 30s. The man was a bit on the chubby side with a furrowed brow. He was frantically typing on his phone, probably replying to an important message. When the camera focused on them, the woman beside him quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling that it was their turn. But the man, busy replying to his message, didn't he notice? At that moment, the camera panned away, and the next 2 couples cooperated by kissing in front of the camera. Unexpectedly, the camera returned to the couple whose kiss had failed. The woman hurriedly tugged at the man's sleeve, talking to him. The man still ignored her, but this time the camera didn't pan away like before. It stayed fixed on them, filming them the whole time. The woman kept tugging at the man and talking non-stop, but the man was clearly getting impatient. He shook off her hand and went back to replying to his message, ignoring his wife. At that moment, Bailey, the Lakers mascot, couldn't stand it anymore. He was seen walking toward the couple, carrying a bucket of popcorn. He slammed the popcorn down hard on the man's head and shoved him forcefully. Then, he picked up the woman in a princess carry and walked away with her. It was such a satisfying and adorable scene that the audience burst into laughter. Just then, the camera suddenly cut to Victoria Hayes and Christiana. Seeing herself on screen, Victoria Hayes looked at Christiana, completely flustered. Drew Rowan was naturally reserved and shy, so he really wasn't used to kissing in front of so many people. However, Christiana, standing beside him, gave a gentle smile, as if she had long since seen through Victoria Hayes' shyness. She reached out and wrapped an arm around his neck, then kissed him deeply in front of over 20,000 people. Chapter 59, Bullfighting with Thomas Holt. The audience clapped in unison. As the kiss ended, Victoria Hayes, her face flushed, wiped the lipstick off her lips. Swift, Scarlett, and Thomas Holt stood nearby, laughing and egging her on. "Oh my God, what did I just see?" Alex, the cold-blooded killer, actually blushed. "I got to snap a pic and post it online right away." "Who said he was an emotionless killing machine?" "Haha, I've got to snap a pic too, you just embarrassed me." Scarlett chimed in from the side, seemingly eager to get her revenge. Thomas Holt stood nearby, smiling and watching the commotion without saying a word. "Oh, Swift and Scarlett, you can't do this. I've got so many people jealous of me for having such an amazing girlfriend. And if you two keep stirring up hate online, some crazy person is going to come after me." That wasn't the point, though. The real issue was that behind the TV screen, quite a few viewers watching the live broadcast had recognized him and started ranting online. "You bastard, you're out partying with your girlfriend instead of doing a proper live stream. Alex, give me back my goddess. That bastard Alex actually dared to kiss my goddess. I'm going to blow that despicable face of his to smithereens with my Remington." The game continued on the court, with the Lakers fighting hard to close the gap. Led by LeBron James, they managed to narrow the deficit to just 4 points at one point. Who would have thought? James, born in '84, is already 34 this year, yet he is still playing so well. You've got to admire him. But the Warriors weren't going down without a fight either. Relying on the outstanding performances of Curry and Durant, they mounted a strong counterattack, and by halftime, the gap between the two teams was still 6 points. The halftime break was supposed to be 15 minutes, but in reality, it lasted longer. That's because, to allow more time for commercials during the TV broadcast, it's usually extended to 20 minutes. During this time, there are usually sexy cheerleaders dancing and other performances. However, Today's halftime break featured only the cheerleaders. After performing 2 routines, they left the court. The court was now empty. Victoria Hayes glanced at Thomas Holt, who, just like him, was wearing basketball shoes. So he said one word to Thomas Holt. "Let us go." Thomas Holt looked at Victoria Hayes and seemed to understand what he meant. "Let us go." The 3 women beside them stared at the 2 of them in confusion, completely unable to figure out what kind of silent code they were using. That's just how it is between men, they say nothing at all, yet they've said everything. And they can fully understand exactly what the other is trying to convey. This is a tacit understanding unique to men. The 2 stepped onto the court. Victoria Hayes picked up the basketball and tossed it to Thomas Holt. "You go first." 3 shots. Seeing a 1-on-1 matchup on the court, the photographer quickly began snapping photos of them, and the on-site director promptly displayed the footage on the big screen. Thomas Holt drove to the basket, pushing forward with the ball. Victoria Hayes crouched down, spreading her legs and arms slightly, her body forming a big character with her back arched, the most basic defensive stance. Thomas Holt suddenly took a step to the left, but Victoria Hayes' feet and body remained rooted to the spot. It was just a feint by Thomas Holt, but it was seen through at a glance. After his feint failed, Thomas Holt burst forward instantly, driving the ball to the right. Victoria Hayes immediately moved to keep pace with him, but just then, Thomas Holt slammed on the brakes and made a sudden change of direction, driving toward the left once more. Victoria Hayes also quickly adjusted her stance to follow him, and just as she finished adjusting, she found herself face to face with Thomas Holt. However, Thomas Holt, clearly in an offensive position, held the upper hand after all. He was the one initiating the play and had adjusted his body first. At that moment, he spun quickly, using his left hand to hook the ball as he drove past, completing the breakaway. Having beaten Victoria Hayes, Thomas Holt easily made the layup. It was a spectacular play, and some of the spectators in the arena broke into applause. The scoring team continued their offense. Having just scored, Thomas Holt even pulled off a showy between the legs dribble. "I'm truly impressed by this guy." When he dribbled the ball up to Victoria Hayes, he made a few probing moves without success. Then, he brought the ball to both hands, bent his knees, and prepared to jump. He was going to shoot. Victoria Hayes jumped up to block him, spreading her arms wide in preparation for a massive block. Unexpectedly, Thomas Holt simply stood on his tiptoes and raised the ball above his head with both hands, a Buddha fake. After fooling Victoria Hayes into jumping with that fake, Thomas Holt quickly dribbled past him to the basket and made a layup. But Victoria Hayes, who'd been tricked into jumping, hadn't actually jumped all the way. He'd seen through Thomas Holt's fake early on and had only jumped to give him an opening. As soon as Thomas Holt drove past him with the ball, he quickly closed in, and the ball was sent soaring high toward the rim. Only then did Victoria Hayes truly take off. His body soaring toward the backboard, his exceptional athleticism brought his mouth level with the rim. A loud thud echoed through the arena. Victoria Hayes slammed the ball against the backboard with his massive hand, a thunderous block. With a roar, the crowd erupted in cheers. This block was truly a sight to behold. Thomas Holt, who'd just been blocked, was momentarily dazed, unable to fathom how he'd been swatted. Having completed the block, Victoria Hayes had already brought the ball back beyond the three-point line. Thomas Holt immediately closed in to defend, but Victoria Hayes made no move to drive to the basket. He gripped the ball in his right hand and raised it toward the sky, as if preparing to shoot, but unfortunately, Thomas Holt hadn't jumped. She teasingly waved the ball in front of Thomas Holt with one hand, making him grind his teeth in frustration. Then Victoria Hayes raised the ball toward the sky again, and her opponent still didn't jump. It wasn't a problem that Thomas Holt didn't jump, the problem was that Victoria Hayes did. It was a Tracy McGrady-style pull-up jumper. Swish, the ball dropped cleanly through the net. A picture-perfect pull-up three-pointer. Too bad they were keeping score by points. Thomas Holt caught the ball thrown from the sidelines by a spectator and tossed it back to Victoria Hayes, then provocatively hooked a finger at him. Victoria Hayes chuckled and retreated toward center court with the ball, but Thomas Holt couldn't figure out what she was up to, so he stood rooted to the spot. He dribbled the ball to the center logo, turned around, and pointed at the basket, signaling his intention to attempt a logo three-pointer. Thomas Holt shook his head in exasperation. Who does he think he is, trying a logo three-pointer? He stood there with his hands on his hips, watching him, not even bothering to defend. Even waving at him would have been a waste of time. Seeing this, Victoria Hayes didn't hesitate. She clasped the ball with both hands and jumped, flicking her wrist sharply as the ball flew straight toward the hoop. This one is a sure thing. Victoria Hayes thought with absolute certainty. She had to seize the opportunity to show off big time. As soon as she landed, she spun around, spread her arms wide, curled her thumbs, and extended her index, middle, and ring fingers to form the three-point gesture. Chapter 60. When it comes to showboating, no one knows it better than me. With a swish, the basketball once again dropped clean through the net. With a boom, the entire Staples Center erupted in cheers. A logo three-pointer. A logo three. Something you rarely see even once in an entire season. The giant screen inside the arena kept replaying that three-pointer over and over. It showed the full sequence of him spinning around to celebrate after landing, and just as he turned to celebrate, the ball was still flying through the air behind him before finally swishing through the net. The crowd gasped in awe. That shot was pure showmanship. That show-off move was an absolute success. Just before he sank that logo three-pointer, players from both teams had emerged from the locker rooms and caught a glimpse of that incredibly showy shot. Etienne, Durant, James, and others all lit up. As superstars of the league, they understood all too well the value of that shot. If they could make a shot like that during a game, just think of the buzz it would generate. It showcases both his long-range shooting ability and his immense confidence. If he could actually pull off a shot like that and make it on the first try, that would be absolutely incredible. He'd definitely be swamped by major brands, and the endorsement deals would be rolling in non-stop. Thomas Holt was also filled with admiration at that moment. "You're seriously next level, bro. You're bound to be trending on the news tomorrow. That shot just now was absolutely insane, so show offy. Hurry, let us get back to it. No long-range shots, just stick to one-on-one drives," Thomas Holt said with a sour look on his face. After saying that, he called for the ball from the spectators on the sidelines and tossed it to Victoria Hayes. Victoria Hayes caught the ball, dribbled forward a few steps, and made a few small feints. Just as everyone was caught off guard, he suddenly moved. He drove rapidly to the right, his feet slamming against the floor with a thunderous thud. Thomas Holt shifted his body quickly, trying to block him. What incredible acceleration! Even the NBA pros watching from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Victoria Hayes' upper body was very low, almost parallel to the ground. Just as Thomas Holt closed in, he abruptly pulled back, then drove to the right once more. As for Thomas Holt, he stopped in his tracks the moment Victoria Hayes pulled back, and as she continued her drive to the right, he stepped with his left foot in the direction of her drive. Crack! Thomas Holt split his legs right there on the spot. Having successfully driven past him, Victoria Hayes tossed the ball toward the backboard, took 2 steps forward, and then jumped. Catching the ball as it bounced off the backboard, she spun it twice in the air with her right hand before slamming it forcefully into the hoop. A self-alley-oop windmill dunk. Boom! The arena erupted once again. It was absolutely spectacular. Players from both teams on the sidelines cheered along. That play was absolutely brilliant. Her incredible burst of speed and sharp change of direction were reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Thomas Holt, who'd been completely outplayed, waved his hand to signal he was done. He couldn't keep up. He really couldn't. They were in completely different leagues. What kind of godlike plays were these? Seeing such 2 incredible plays, Durant's competitive spirit was piqued. While he was on the court, he noticed Victoria Hayes and a few others chatting animatedly on the sidelines. She must be pretty close with Scarlett. So he walked onto the court and said to Victoria Hayes, "Come on, let us go one-on-one. You attack, I'll defend." Seeing Durant issue the challenge, Victoria Hayes immediately guessed his intentions. "He's trying to use me to catch Scarlett Johansson's eye." Sure enough, Scarlett Johansson on the sidelines was staring intently in their direction. Victoria Hayes was more than happy to play along. Here was her chance to humiliate him and put him in his place. "Sure, I'll go on offense. Just give me a sec, I can't move freely in this outfit." With that, Victoria Hayes walked to the sidelines and took off her shirt, revealing her well-defined muscles to everyone. She then began warming up at the sidelines. Her 8-pack abs and pectoral muscles were clearly visible. As she twisted and stretched her body, a slight contraction of her muscles immediately brought her external obliques into sharp relief. With her arms tucked in and her back engaged, her entire upper body instantly formed a perfect inverted triangle. The muscle striations across her back were distinct, and her well-developed latissimus dorsi were on full display. The spectators on the court were stunned. This was clearly not the kind of dead muscle built by gym-goers who chug protein shakes, lift weights, and pop supplements. This type of muscle usually looks unremarkable at first glance, but it possesses exceptional flexibility and incredible explosive power. After warming up, Victoria Hayes rolled up the legs of her jeans to her knees and returned to the court. It wasn't just the spectators. A large group of players were also eagerly watching their showdown. I'm about to attack. Are you ready? Upon receiving Durant's affirmative response, she launched her attack. She executed a few probing fakes as usual, but the fully focused Durant didn't let his guard down, maintaining a tight defensive stance. However, Victoria Hayes repeated her earlier move, only this time with much greater acceleration, a speed that was in a completely different league compared to her one-on-one matchup with Thomas Holt earlier. She quickly planted her right foot forward and drove toward the right front. Realizing this wasn't a feint, Durant immediately moved to keep up. With her body already nearly parallel to the ground, Victoria Hayes pulled back, then drove to the right again. At this point, her center of gravity was less than half a meter above the ground. Seeing Victoria Hayes pull back, Durant immediately stopped in his tracks and moved left to help defend, only to find that she was driving right again, her center of gravity still incredibly low. This time, there shouldn't be a problem, Durant thought with certainty, shifting full speed to the right to help defend. But to the surprise of everyone in the arena, Victoria Hayes slammed on the brakes once more. What's the most difficult aspect of defending the death change of direction? You think it's a real drive, but it's actually a fake. You think it's a fake drive, but it can be real. Thud, thump, two sounds rang out. One was the sound of Victoria Hayes' foot slamming into the floor as she braked, and the other was the sound of the basketball hitting the floor as she pulled back. Durant, who had been certain Victoria Hayes would drive to the right, saw her pull back again. His feet collided, and his whole body was sent flying. Meanwhile, the players on the sidelines wore a variety of expressions. Haha! Durant actually got faked out and sent flying. Oh, holy shit! My knee, I can feel my knee hurting. Shit! The death change of direction, that S. Iverson's death change of direction. Fuck! Are his knees made of titanium? How did he even come to a stop like that? It's all about his balance. Did you guys notice? Just now, his body was parallel to the ground, with his center of gravity definitely below half a meter, and even like that, he didn't lose his balance. You can't stop him, you really can't. If I went up against him, I'd get sent flying too. Durant did get sent flying, but Victoria Hayes didn't. He dribbled leisurely along the left side of the court, tracing a semicircle from the side of the backboard to the paint. He took off, holding the ball with his right hand, his body soaring through the air. Chapter 61. I'm a pro at dunks. Oh, a mid-air spin. But Victoria Hayes' move wasn't over yet. As his body rotated, the basketball in his right hand traced a graceful arc through the air. A 360-degree spin. By now, Victoria Hayes' body had nearly passed the rim. Still suspended in midair, he swung his outstretched arm with all his might, slamming the ball straight into the basket. Boom! The sound this time was much louder than before. That S. Vince Carter's 360-degree spin, followed by a windmill dunk. Holy shit! That S. Vince Carter's super dunk from the 1999-2000 All-Star Game. Fuck! Someone actually managed to replicate Carter's super dunk, and in a one-on-one matchup, no less. Holy shit! That dunk was even more powerful than Carter's back then. Players from both teams on the sidelines stared in disbelief at the action on the court. The Lakers players were going wild with joy. This was such a massive blow to the Warriors. LeBron James burst into laughter, unable to straighten his back. Young Curry's mouth was wide open. He always envied dunks that delivered such explosive impact. Most of the other Warriors players clutched their heads in disbelief, shouting that it was impossible. Swift, Scarlett, Christiana, and the others on the sidelines also jumped to their feet, cheering. The three beautiful figures formed a stunning sight along the sidelines. Victoria Hayes spread her arms wide, basking in the crowd's cheers. Durant, who had been shaken off his feet, scrambled to his feet and stared in disbelief at Victoria Hayes under the basket. At that moment, he felt as if the sky were falling. He'd been shaken off by a complete unknown amateur player. He was finished. Tomorrow, the headlines would undoubtedly be dominated by tonight's game, and he, Durant, the NBA's superstar, would be nothing more than a pathetic prop. Finally, the Warriors' Klay Thompson stepped up. At the peak of his career, he was one of the top 3 Super 3-and-D players in league history, and his defensive skills consistently ranked among the top 5 in the league. Durant's failure was a massive blow to the Warriors. He had to redeem himself, or the second half would be a tough battle. Hey buddy, let us play a game and see if you can get past my defense, Klay Thompson said to Victoria Hayes. Looking at the fierce-looking Thompson, Victoria Hayes naturally understood his intentions and she fully agreed. Durant had suffered a major setback and lost face as his teammate. It was only right and proper for him to step in and help restore his reputation. Durant's defensive skills were only slightly above average for the league. Victoria Hayes' defensive abilities far surpassed Durant's. He was a true defensive powerhouse. Moreover, Victoria Hayes could tell that Thompson wasn't just coming out to show off after seeing his teammates struggle. Victoria Hayes had always respected people who were responsible and knew how to support their teammates. "All right, then you'd better be careful," Victoria Hayes said solemnly. As soon as the ball was in Victoria Hayes' hands, he immediately launched his attack. The arena fell instantly silent, no one spoke, and even the halftime music stopped playing. It was that familiar, lightning-fast drive to the basket again. Thompson reacted quickly and kept up. Upon seeing Thompson closing in, Victoria Hayes immediately pulled back, but the formidable Thompson instantly adjusted his stance, never losing his position, and firmly secured the optimal defensive spot. It had to be said Thompson's defense was truly top-notch. Seeing this, Victoria Hayes didn't force a drive. Not every player can be shaken off by a death crossover. She immediately turned around and posted up against Thompson. Her back slammed heavily into Thompson's chest, producing a dull yet loud thud. Everyone in the arena winced in pain. Just hearing it made it sound agonizing. And Thompson really did hold his ground. However, Thompson was certainly not feeling well at that moment from that collision. He even felt as if he'd nearly been knocked the wind out of him. Perhaps thinking of Victoria Hayes' shot just moments ago, a remark slipped out of his mouth. "You'd better not try a fadeaway jumper after a post-up move unless you miss. There's absolutely no way to defend that shot in a one-on-one situation." Victoria Hayes said confidently, "Don't worry. I definitely won't take a fadeaway jump shot with my back to the basket. I'll drive to the basket and slam the ball right over your head." The atmosphere in the arena was tense and silent. Just then, Victoria Hayes suddenly drove to the left with the ball. She raised her right arm, blocking Thompson from her core area to protect the ball. Thompson moved quickly sideways, holding her off firmly. Suddenly, Victoria Hayes slammed on the brakes, then spun around with her back pressed against Thompson's core. Thompson lost her position, and Victoria Hayes dribbled rapidly toward the basket, with Thompson hot on her heels. Although she lost her position slightly, it wasn't a complete failure. It was more like she'd only been beaten halfway. For the league's top players, half-beaten might be enough to hold the defense. But for someone with Victoria Hayes' elite physicality, it was more than enough to launch an attack. Dribbling past Thompson while holding him off, she moved to the low post near the backboard and took off. Thompson leaped with all his might, raising his arms high to block her path. Once both players were airborne, the difference became immediately apparent. Standing at just 1.88 meters, Victoria Hayes, once she jumped, was actually half a head taller than the 1.98-meter Thompson. That's a difference of over 20 centimeters. At that moment, Victoria Hayes' entire upper body arched backward, and she slammed the ball down with her right hand. Her arm and the ball sliced through the gap between Thompson's outstretched arms, and Thompson's hands made contact with the ball. But they couldn't withstand Victoria Hayes' immense power. Boom! The ball was slammed into the basket. Thompson was also knocked to the ground by Victoria Hayes. Staples Center erupted in chaos. It was truly amazing and unbelievable. The Warriors' two-star players had both been taken down. The on-site announcer shouted in shock, "Amber River Ba! Oh my God. I actually just saw a complete unknown and Asian guy dunk over Thompson right in his face. Holy shit. Thompson just got dunked on." Jazero is a beast. An Asian guy who is shorter and lighter than Thompson went one-on-one, dunked over him, and knocked him to the ground. I must be dreaming. I must not have woken up fully during halftime. Klay Thompson, one of the top 5 defenders in the league, got dunked on one-on-one by an Asian guy shorter than him? God, just kill me already. Are you kidding me? Is this whole world just one big circus? Now it wasn't just Durant. The entire Warriors team felt like the sky was falling. After Thompson got back on his feet, he looked up at the dome of Staples Center. Oh my God. What on earth just happened? Durant, who had been dejected, suddenly shook off his sadness. Turns out someone else was just as miserable as I was. Chapter 62. Taking Thomas Holt on a treasure hunt in the container. Ah, someone's just as screwed as I am. No. He's even worse off than me. I can at least say I was careless, but he got knocked down right after me. He's got it worse than I do. Plus, this guy who's worse off than me is a better defender than I am. It's not that I'm bad, it's just that the enemy is too strong. Durant was overjoyed inside. It feels so good to have someone sharing the burden. Hey, Someone just blocked a shot for me. You're a true brother. Thompson, Durant thought to himself with a smirk. Over on the Lakers' side, although they were extremely surprised by Victoria Hayes' performance, their mood was the exact opposite of the Warriors at that moment. Their expressions of schadenfreude couldn't have been more obvious. Especially LeBron James, he couldn't even hide the grin spreading across his face, even with both hands covering it. Finally, amid the cheers of the crowd, Victoria Hayes left the court. Thomas Holt said excitedly, "Man, you've been so good to me. You let me take the first shot on purpose, didn't you? You really saved my face." Christiana, standing nearby, gave Victoria Hayes an excited hug. "You're amazing, Alex." In the end, due to the massive blow Victoria Hayes dealt to the Warriors, the entire team was out of sync for the entire second half, ultimately allowing the Lakers to capitalize on the opportunity and win the game. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr was so furious he snapped the playboard in half right there on the court. He pointed his finger at the entire team and yelled, "You bastards!" Early the next morning, Victoria Hayes and Christiana set out early to pick up Thomas Holt at the hotel. They had made plans while watching the game last night. After seeing the video of Victoria Hayes snagging those treasures, weapons, and all sorts of strange items, he'd become interested in warehouse treasure hunts and wanted to give it a try. However, after returning home last night, Victoria Hayes searched for a long time but couldn't find any information about auction warehouses in or around Fall Mountain. Instead, there was a batch of shipping containers scheduled for auction today at the Fall Mountain Cargo Terminal. Once these containers are unloaded from cruise ships at the port, cargo owners typically pick them up quickly within a month. Even the slowest shippers will transport the containers away within 3 months, as storage fees are charged for every day the containers remain at the port. For containers that haven't been picked up for more than half a year, the Port Authority has the right to auction off the warehouse contents to recoup the costs of storing them. Today's terminal is an international port, and all the containers being auctioned here originate from outside the United States. So, unlike warehouse auctions, you won't find large amounts of junk here. These are generally brand new items that can be sold for a profit. Alternatively, they might be high-value personal items shipped to the United States in rented containers. The only difference is how much the contents of each container are worth. Relatively speaking, it's more exciting than a warehouse auction, but precisely because there are so many good items, there will be more competitors, and each container will fetch a high price at auction. Since she'd be bringing Thomas Holt along this time, Victoria Hayes went live. The commotion caused by attending concerts and sports games over the past couple of days had been too much. Her fans were bombarding her with criticism, so she had no choice but to go live. "Hello, everyone. I'm back live again. Today, I'll be bringing a mystery guest with me as we head out to the container treasure hunt. Take a guess who this mystery guest is." Victoria Hayes greeted her viewers in her usual friendly manner, but they weren't exactly pleased. "You lousy streamer. Living the high life every day. Do you even remember how hard we have it? Oh, the billionaire streaming again. What an honor for us commoners. You piece of trash. Count how many streams you've done this month. Not even a donkey on a collective farm would dare to take so much time off. Get the hot girl to stream. You can take a hike. I want to see a hot girl. Bring your girlfriend to the stream." As always, the viewers were being their usual goofy selves, flooding the chat with all sorts of comments. By the time they arrived at the hotel, Thomas Holt was already waiting at the entrance. "Good morning, Jay. Sorry we're late. We made you wait here for us." "Haha. I was watching your stream. As soon as I saw you were almost here, I came downstairs to wait." After saying that, he showed Victoria Hayes his phone screen. It was a live feed of his own stream. When the Douyin viewers saw that the mystery guest was Thomas Holt, they went wild. What kind of god-tier streamer is this? He actually brought Thomas Holt into the stream. That's epic. All I can say is, this streamer is super rich. He's willing to spend the money to have Thomas Holt as a guest co-host. Awesome, awesome, love it, love it. Hope to see more streams like this in the future. After Thomas Holt briefly greeted the viewers, they got in the car and drove toward the port. On the way, Thomas Holt suddenly asked Victoria Hayes a question. "Xiao Yuan, do you think we'll run into an armed highway robbery today? The kind with guns?" Before Victoria Hayes could say a word, Christiana, sitting next to her, burst out laughing. "So real a highway robbery. It wouldn't have happened otherwise, but now it definitely will. It wouldn't be right for this guest if we didn't run into an armed robbery. If you say we'll run into one, we definitely will. You're the one who picked her, idol. There aren't many people left who dare to try to steal Alex away now. Are there?" Glancing at the live comments on her phone, Victoria Hayes replied confidently, "I don't know if anyone is going to try to rob me today, but I can guarantee one thing. Anyone who tries to rob me is definitely going to end up dead. If you don't believe me, just fold down the back seats and take a look." Hearing Victoria Hayes' confident reply, Thomas Holt immediately folded down the back seats. A heavy-duty bulletproof vest reinforced with steel plates suddenly appeared in the trunk, alongside a black gun case. He opened it. Holy shit, and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle equipped with a scope came into view. There was also a Remington shotgun and a gun belt with 10 magazines strapped to it. "Holy shit, are you planning to go into battle or something? You're heading out with all this badass gear," Thomas Holt exclaimed. Victoria Hayes, who was driving, explained, "I've got no choice. I can't go out without a gun. The last two groups caused way too much trouble, and that lame gang hasn't been taken down yet. Safety first, nothing's more important than my life." As they chatted, they arrived at the Los Angeles freight terminal. A large crowd was already gathered there, chatting and milling about. As soon as they saw Victoria Hayes arrive, those who recognized her greeted her. "Haha! Look who's here, the big star's come to snatch containers from us today. Alex, you rich guy, are you here to steal our livelihoods again?" "Exactly. Why don't you go be a superstar in the NBA, rich guy? You don't have to compete with us over this petty cash." "Alex, can't you just leave us poor folks alone? How can you take our livelihoods away? You should go play basketball." "Alex, those shots you made last night were incredible. I've watched the video over and over." A group of treasure hunters teased Victoria Hayes. Victoria Hayes was delighted to have familiar faces greeting him, something he'd never experienced in his previous life. Chapter 63. The Container from the Middle East. "Hey guys, I've only bought a few warehouses. I'm not taking money-making opportunities away from you. Today I'm just bringing a friend along to have some fun and experience the scene. Take a look at the guy next to me. He's the king of pop in Asia. What do you think of the containers up for auction today? Any inside scoop you can share?" Victoria Hayes asked the professional treasure hunters he knew well. "Give it a rest. No one's going to spill any exclusive info. If there were any real inside scoop, the whole world would already know about it. Just like always, we professional treasure hunters know just as much as you do, except this auction has a slightly larger number of containers. Since President Trump raised tariffs, many items that were already hard to sell would result in losses if imported. So some merchants chose to default on their contracts and walk away. But the shippers couldn't find buyers on short notice, and shipping them back would be too expensive, so they just dumped them at the port. There'll be quite a few containers like that this time, about 130 or so. It'll all come down to luck and your eye for a deal." Hearing this, Victoria Hayes instantly felt a pang of disappointment. If it was all just general cargo, she wouldn't find anything she liked. It looked like this trip was likely to end in disappointment. But what's Drew Rowan's motto? He'll never come back empty-handed. "The main thing is, we're already here." Victoria Hayes turned to Thomas Holt and said, "Looks like it'll be hard to find anything good today. These are all containers of imported goods. But since we're already here, let us just take a look first." She was also trying to prepare Thomas Holt in advance, so he wouldn't set his expectations too high and end up disappointed later. The auction began shortly afterward. A port worker stepped forward with a megaphone and gathered the crowd together. "We've prepared a total of 137 containers for this auction, all of which have been overdue for half a year. According to the agreement, we, the management, have the right to confiscate and dispose of them as we see fit. The containers will be sold to the highest bidder, and credit cards are accepted. The winning bidder will have 1 day to clear out the contents and must return the empty container to us by noon tomorrow. Does anyone have any questions?" The dock worker explained the auction rules in detail. Seeing that no one had any objections, he began the auction. The dock management had already gathered all the containers slated for auction in one place beforehand, truly a stroke of luck for this group of treasure hunters. A staff member cut the lock on the first container and opened the door. The auctioneer announced, "This container was shipped from China. Form groups of 3. Each group has 10 seconds to inspect it." A crowd immediately surged forward to take a look. Some treasure hunters pulled out high-powered flashlights to shine inside, hoping to see more clearly. But Victoria Hayes was bound to be disappointed by this first container. It was packed to the brim with boxes. To the average person, the contents were impossible to discern from the outside, but Victoria Hayes could already see clearly that they were all small decorative props. They'd come in handy right away for Christmas, along with some Chinese lanterns and the like. It seemed these were indeed containers shipped from China. The staff's statement was accurate. They hadn't lied. Some of the treasure hunters who had stepped forward to inspect the cargo were displeased. "Fuck. I hate these sealed boxes the most. There aren't even any clear markings on them, no way to inspect them, let alone judge the value of the items inside. It's just a gamble. These mysterious boxes are the worst, they're a total rip-off. You shouldn't bid high on them otherwise. If you're unlucky, you're screwed. Soon, everyone had finished inspecting the cargo, and the auction began. After 5 or 6 minutes of bidding, the container was finally snapped up by a black man for $13,000. Who knows how much of a loss he'll take when he sells the contents. Let us hope he doesn't end up crying too hard. One container after another was quickly auctioned off, but Victoria Hayes hadn't yet come across one that satisfied him. So throughout the process, he mostly just followed along, casually bidding a few rounds. It wasn't until he reached this particular container that Victoria Hayes' eyes lit up. This container was packed full of treasures. He had to go all out to win this one. It was definitely meant to be his. It was a standard 45-foot container, measuring 13.7 meters long, 2.44 meters wide, and 2.59 meters high. Unlike the containers auctioned earlier, this was a private shipment. It wasn't filled with miscellaneous goods, but rather with all kinds of luxury wristwatches, pocket watches, and antique grandfather clocks, roughly several thousand pieces, at a glance. Each timepiece is individually packaged in an exquisitely crafted box. The boxes are all lined with silk and feature shock-absorbing mechanisms to ensure maximum safety and prevent damage to the timepieces during transport. They are then placed into large plastic crates, which are hermetically sealed to effectively block out moisture. There were also 12 oil paintings, and at the very back of the container stood a medium-sized safe, over 1 meter tall and half a meter wide. The safe contained a large number of documents and files. Some of the documents were written in Arabic, suggesting that this container likely originated from an Arab country in the Middle East. This must be the property of some oil tycoon who met with misfortune and didn't have time to retrieve these assets. A windfall for me. Moreover, this Arab oil tycoon must have been a major watch collector. At that moment, the host spoke up. This is a shipping container sent from at Arab. Form groups of 3. Each group gets 10 seconds to inspect. Move quickly. Once the container was opened, the treasure hunters who stepped forward to inspect it, as expected, began to complain again. Oh shit! Another container crammed full of boxes. How are we supposed to inspect this? These boxes are plastic again, there's no information to go on. But the container came from at Arab. That place is awash in oil and full of rich people, so whatever's inside shouldn't be too shabby. But there are plenty of poor people there too. The rich are just the top tier. If this is a poor person's container, we're screwed. But clearly, this wasn't a container from the poor. How could the poor afford moisture-proof boxes? They'd never be able to afford them. That was the biggest giveaway. Some of the sharp-eyed treasure hunters present had already spotted the problem, but none of them were going to say a word. You've got to keep your mouth shut to strike it rich, Victoria Hayes said to Christiana and Thomas Holt. This container looks promising. It's full of plastic crates, so it's highly unlikely to be ordinary cargo. I think we should buy it and open the mystery boxes. Wait for my good news. Once the inspection was over, the auctioneer immediately began the auction. This container from at Arab has a starting bid of $3,000, with minimum bids of $200. The auction is now open. $3,000, any bids? Since this container came from Art Arabia, a place teeming with wealthy individuals, there were a great many treasure hunters interested, and the bidding rose rapidly. This gentleman bids $4,000. $4,000. Any higher bids? This gentleman bids $4,500. Any higher bids? This lady has bid $7,300. Is there anyone willing to go higher? $17,000. This elderly gentleman has bid $17,000. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Chapter 64. A victory for the wealthy. The bids quickly surpassed $17,000, and several big-name treasure hunters joined the bidding one after another. Clint bids $22,000, $22,000. Any higher bids? The price continued to soar until it exceeded $32,000, at which point it gradually slowed down. By then, the treasure hunters still in the bidding were constantly weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Was this container really worth the gamble? If it truly contained something valuable, the wealthy from the Arab world could easily have chartered a private jet to transport it. Losing $32,000 on this bet would be a massive loss. Despite their doubts, the price continued to rise slowly. Victoria Hayes knew it was time to make her move. I'll offer $40,000. I'll take this container. Victoria Hayes raised the bid by several $1,000s in one go, and as soon as her offer was made, the remaining bidders immediately felt a pang of anxiety. It was indeed a daunting price. Since the containers were all sealed plastic boxes and no one knew what was inside, no one was willing to take too great a risk. Meanwhile, those who had long since dropped out began to gloat. Haha! I knew that rich guy wasn't one to sit still sure enough. He is stirring things up at the crucial moment. Man, these damn rich people just have to come and steal our livelihoods. Losing a few 10,000 is no big deal to him, but if we lose that much, it'll cost us half our lives. There's no comparison. Don't compare your livelihood and your lives to those of rich people like that, Chris. You guys should just give up already. That's right, Chris and Alexander. If he loses, he'll just be out a few 10,000, no big deal. But you'll lose half your fortune. Stop gambling. It's enough already. $40,000 is already a huge risk. It's not worth continuing. Many of the treasure hunters who had already dropped out began urging the few still in the competition to give up competing against Alex. They all made a lot of sense. For a wealthy person like Alex, even if he lost everything in that container, it wouldn't faze him at all. It's just a few meals and a few bottles of wine. But for ordinary people, those tens of thousands of dollars might be their entire cash flow, the capital a family relies on to make ends meet, or their only hope for a better life. It's not that ordinary people are truly that much worse off than the wealthy. Rather, a massive gap begins to widen from the moment they're born, shaped by their family upbringing. This holds true in every aspect, whether it's education, hobbies, social media platforms, building professional networks, or initial startup capital. Especially when competing on the same playing field, the wealthy can afford to lose many times. Even if they lose, they still have plenty of chances to start over. But for ordinary people and the poor, after painstakingly accumulating some savings, just one loss, a single loss, can spell their ruin. Even if the only competitors left are a few top-tier professional treasure hunters, their net worth pales in comparison to Victoria Hayes'. It's like night and day. So, after hearing everyone's advice, these treasure hunters who had originally been weighing how much to bid were now debating whether to continue participating at all. Is it worth betting against such a super-rich tycoon? In the end, without exception, these professional treasure hunters chose to back out. Not to mention that the current bid for the warehouse had already reached $40,000, an extremely high price. Most crucially, they knew they'd never be able to outbid her if it came down to a bidding war, and even if they fought tooth and nail to secure the warehouse, there was no guarantee they'd turn a profit. Making money is their primary goal. This is how they make a living. The higher the price they pay for the warehouse, the greater the risk of losing money. They couldn't possibly take on a losing deal. Damn rich people. The professional treasure hunters all cursed Victoria Hayes in their hearts. $40,000, any higher bids? $40,000. Okay, sold for $40,000. The auctioneer declared that the warehouse belonged to Victoria Hayes. She successfully secured the warehouse, and this came as no surprise to her at all, because only he truly understood the value of this container and he had the money. This is the power of capital. When you see a money-making opportunity arise, only if you have sufficient capital can you secure the juiciest piece of the pie. So when you don't see a good opportunity to strike it rich, you must work hard to accumulate your initial capital. That way, when the opportunity comes, you'll be qualified to go all in. Clearly, these professional treasure hunters were among those who hadn't accumulated enough capital, which is why they were completely outmatched by Victoria Hayes. Even if Victoria Hayes didn't know what treasures were inside the container, as long as he was interested in it and wanted to take a gamble, he could bid without hesitation. Because his ample funds gave him the freedom to act on a whim, something these professional treasure hunters could never hope to do. Like ordinary people, these treasure hunters lacked the funds to compete. Even if they were to win by sheer luck, a single loss upon opening the container would leave them with nowhere to be buried. It is precisely for these reasons that these professional treasure hunters did not dare to continue bidding and go head-to-head with Victoria Hayes. From a rational standpoint, they made the right choice. It's not that no one has ever won such a gamble. There have been cases, and in this age of rapid information dissemination, we've seen quite a few. But what we don't see are the countless others who lost and ended up with nowhere to be buried, a number that far exceeds the winners. This is known as the survivor bias. If an ordinary person gambled their entire fortune on a business venture, only to fail, wipe out years of savings, and end up deeply in debt, would you read such a news story? Maybe you would, because someone going bankrupt makes for a good story. Maybe you wouldn't because there are plenty of similar examples right in your own circle, and since they're all pretty much the same, they don't usually attract much attention. Precisely because there are so many examples of failure like this, Most of us would simply think that person blindly started a business, lacked self-awareness, or didn't he have a clear vision for the venture. A complete failure, we might feel a moment of regret, but that's it. But if the same person gambled their entire fortune on a startup and succeeded, how many people would pay attention? The answer is, a lot, at least far more than in the first scenario, and it would attract much more attention. Because everyone craves success and yearns for it. So they want to find a path they can follow by learning from others' success stories. They put this successful person on a pedestal. But after all, successful people are a minority in this world otherwise. Why are there so few wealthy people compared to ordinary folks? Victoria Hayes can imagine what will happen when these treasure hunters in the audience discover just how many treasures are inside the shipping container they've purchased. What awaits them will be endless regret and self-reproach, wondering why they didn't go all out at the time. Perhaps the next time they come across a warehouse or shipping container that piques their interest, some of them might be reckless enough to take a gamble with everything they have only to lose it all when luck isn't on their side. The auction continued, with treasure hunters snapping up large numbers of shipping containers. When this particular container was opened, everyone cheered. Chapter 65. The car container. Everyone discovered that once opened, the container was divided into 2 levels. It was a specially customized container. Not only could the main door open, but the side panels on both sides could also be lifted. They just couldn't be opened because the container was sandwiched between 2 other containers. Once the container's door opened, a layer of black silk caught the eye, completely obscuring the view inside. The flow of air caused the silk to brush against the internal partitions, creating very distinct outlines. Clearly, this was a shipping container designed to hold a car, most likely a sports car or something similar. Since this specially customized container was 3 meters tall, and after accounting for the outer shell and the central partition, each level was only about 1.4 meters high. The height of a standard passenger car typically ranges from 1.45 to 1.52 meters, so ordinary cars simply couldn't fit inside. The treasure hunters on the scene were all excited, jumping for joy, but unfortunately, they were celebrating too soon. Victoria Hayes, that big shot, was still watching from the sidelines. If it came down to a competition, who could possibly beat him? In Victoria Hayes' mind's eye, the scene inside the warehouse was clearly laid out before him. He carefully examined every corner of the warehouse, where 2 sports cars, both extremely rare models, were parked on each of the 2 levels. He also meticulously inspected the condition of each sports car, fearing they might turn out to be nothing more than empty shells, like that old Lincoln Continental he'd encountered before. This time, however, he was in luck. The cars were in excellent condition, in perfect shape. Every inch of the bodywork was original paint, and they were exceptionally well maintained. It was clear the owner had cherished them. These were all treasures. He had to get his hands on them. Victoria Hayes whispered in Chinese to Christiana and Thomas Holt. See that? This shipping container was custom made. Generally, international standard containers come in 3 sizes: 20 feet, 40 feet, and 45 feet. Even the largest 45-foot container is only 13.72 meters long, 2.44 meters wide, and 2.59 meters high. The length and width of this container are fine, but the height far exceeds that of a standard 45-foot container, reaching about 3 meters. Moreover, judging by the outline revealed when the wind blew just now, this container has 2 levels, which means there's a high probability that 4 cars are parked inside. If I'm not mistaken, they're sports cars. Christiana looked at him, struggling to contain her excitement. Really, Alex? Are you sure about that? Would anyone actually ship sports cars in a shipping container? Upon hearing that there might be sports cars inside, Thomas Holt's face lit up with excitement. That's great. If there are sports cars in there, you absolutely have to get them. If they're rare vintage cars, you'll strike it rich. These are once-in-a-lifetime treasures. I'm absolutely certain. This container is evenly divided into 2 levels. Ordinary cars wouldn't fit inside. The only things to worry about are how many cars are inside, what brands they are, what condition they're in, and whether they're valuable. But if it was shipped all the way from overseas to the United States, it certainly wouldn't be cheap, Victoria Hayes said confidently. Just then, the auctioneer spoke up. Viewing is now closed. This container originated from Al Arab and has been in port for over half a year past its scheduled arrival date. Our port company reserves the right to auction it off to recover funds. The starting bid is $2,000. The highest bidder wins. The auction is now open. Any bids? This is a shipping container for vehicles, after all. New cars are usually transported on specialized car carriers. Only for private vehicles, and particularly those that are quite valuable, would the owner be willing to go to the trouble of shipping them in a container. The experienced professional treasure hunters in the room all understood this, and the atmosphere immediately reached a fever pitch. The crowd eagerly began bidding. $5,000. Any higher? This elderly gentleman is bidding $8,000. This lovely lady is bidding $10,000. The price kept climbing, and soon the bid for this single shipping container surpassed the previous record of $40,000, continuing to rise. $42,000. Clint is bidding $42,000. Any higher bids? Trent is bidding $45,000. He has raised the bid by $3,000 in one go. Any higher bids? The bidding slowed considerably compared to before, but the price still steadily climbed to $67,000. Victoria Hayes knew it was her turn to make a move, so she raised her hand. Here, I'll bid $70,000, sir. Shit. I knew this big spender wouldn't let this container slip away. He has made his move, just as I expected. Haha. I knew all along this container wasn't meant for me, so I didn't even bother bidding. Come on, Trent and Alexander. You veteran treasure hunters, don't let this big spender get so cocky. Take him down. The auctioneer shouted excitedly. This gentleman has raised the bid to $70,000. Any higher bids at $70,000? Trent, Clint, Chris, Alexander, it's your turn. Go ahead and bid boldly. You're all seasoned professional treasure hunters. How can you let a newcomer beat you? This is a custom shipping container for transporting cars. A treasure like this is a once-in-a-lifetime find. What are you waiting for? Hearing the crowd egging them on, and with even the auctioneer openly stirring things up, the four veteran treasure hunters looked absolutely livid. But such containers are so rare that they couldn't help but let their trembling hands take over as they embarked on this heart-pounding journey. The first to raise his hand was Chris, who had struck gold many times while treasure hunting in warehouses, his most famous find being a famous painting worth over $1 million in one of them. Financially, he ranked among the very top echelon of professional treasure hunters in California. $71,000. The auctioneer grew excited once more, seemingly convinced that his provocation had worked. Chris bids $71,000. What about you? Any higher bids? $72,000. Clint, not to be outdone, called out his price. Alexander and Trent then joined the fray one after another. This time, they weren't giving up so easily after all. The odds of this container being a major jackpot were much higher than before. $80,000. Victoria Hayes raised the price significantly once more. This gentleman has bid $80,000.
$82,000.
It's your turn, Alexander and Chris. The auctioneer shouted excitedly. Hey, Mr. Auctioneer. Please call me Alex. Okay, Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex has bid $80,000. Does anyone else wish to raise the bid? Clint and the others turned pale with anger. This auctioneer was truly shameless, stopping at nothing to drive up the price. Even so, they were still unwilling to give up easily. $81,000. $82,000. $82,500. Just then, Victoria Hayes made her move again. I bid $90,000. Chapter 66. The Golden Bull. As soon as that price was called out, the auctioneer was practically overjoyed. He almost wanted to hug Victoria Hayes and kiss her, as the bid had jumped by $7,500 in one go. Mr. Alex has bid $90,000. Is there a higher bid? Everyone fell silent, but the auctioneer didn't give them much time to think, addressing them directly. Clint, do you want to raise your bid? The crowd turned to Clint, who shook his head to signal he was withdrawing from the bidding. Alexander, what about you? Do you want to bid higher? The auctioneer continued. After a moment's thought, he ran his right hand across his throat in a slashing motion. Oh, Alexander has passed. Chris, what about you? Do you want to keep bidding? Chris looked torn, but he still called out a new bid, $91,000. As soon as he announced the new price, the treasure hunters around him who had already dropped out began clapping, looking as if they were in for a show. Chris has bid $91,000. Alexander, it's your turn. How much will you offer? Victoria Hayes could clearly see that Chris was running out of steam. This price had obviously exceeded his opponent's expectations. However, she had no intention of giving him much of a chance. She planned to end the battle decisively by crushing him with a higher bid. $95,000. Another wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, seemingly expressing disdain for this wealthy big spender. Alex has bid $95,000. Chris, it's down to you. What's your decision? Chris had already been stretching himself to the limit with that bid at this price. He had absolutely no desire to continue. Although it was a container ready to be loaded onto a ship, who knew what was actually inside? Seeing how Victoria Hayes had bid without a moment's hesitation, it was clear there was still plenty of room to drive the price up. He didn't want to keep driving up the price and making a profit for the port company. If Victoria Hayes were to withdraw her bid outright, he'd be in big trouble, so he decided to fold without hesitation. Seeing this, the auctioneer immediately announced the final result. Congratulations to Mr. Alex on winning this container for $95,000. The container is yours. The auction continued, but he didn't find anything else of interest among the remaining containers. As soon as the auction ended, Thomas Holt said anxiously, "Let us go, man. Let us check out that car container first and see what goodies are inside." Christiana also looked excited, seeming particularly interested in that car shipping container. Victoria Hayes didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm and immediately agreed to their plan. "Let us go. Let us see what kind of nice cars are inside. I'm very interested in this too, but if there's a top-of-the-line sports car in there, then the warehouse I bid on earlier is sure to be full of surprises as well." Hearing this, Christiana and Thomas Holt looked puzzled, not understanding why she had said that. Seeing this, Victoria Hayes immediately explained, "Did you notice where these two shipping containers were shipped from? They're both from Adarab. Barring any surprises, these two containers belong to the same owner, it's just that something happened to the shipper, so they couldn't come to pick them up. So, the better the car in this container, the higher the likelihood that the contents of the container ahead will be top-notch as well." As she spoke, they had already reached the entrance to the container, and Victoria Hayes pulled out her key to unlock the door. Lifting the black silk cover, two cars shrouded in car covers came into view. One on each of the upper and lower decks. Looking far back inside, they could see two more cars. For in total, judging by their low profiles, they were clearly sports cars. There was simply no other possibility. Thomas Holt and Christiana both let out gasps of surprise. "Wow! It really is a sports car warehouse, just like you said. Honey, there's sports cars, 4 of them. Haha! We've hit the jackpot this time." At that moment, the live stream went wild, with comment streams flooding both channels until the screens were blanketed in white. "Holy shit, for sports cars? Holy crap, this doesn't make any sense. That bastard Jesus CK Rue has hit the jackpot again. It doesn't make sense, it really doesn't. I finally figured it out. God is just that messed up. The richer someone is, the more money he shoves into other people's laps. Fuck you, Alex, go to hell. I'm sucking it up. I'm frantically sucking up that dog streamer's luck." Victoria Hayes' screams drew the attention of the other treasure hunters, who were clearing out the container. As soon as they saw it was packed with 4 sports cars, the group let out a barrage of regret-filled curses. "Fuck! Why the hell didn't I fight tooth and nail for this? Holy shit! That's unbeatable luck. Fuck! Why the hell did I give up at the last minute? Shit, even if we fought for it, we wouldn't have stood a chance. That guy is too rich, he was absolutely determined to get it. We really couldn't have beaten him. With Alex showing up here today, as long as he is interested, any container is bound to be his, there is no way around it." Listening to the exclamations around her, Victoria Hayes glanced at her phone. She regretted going live today. Now the whole world knew about it. As Drew Rowan, being too high profile abroad isn't a good thing. Fortunately, she still held Chinese citizenship and hadn't applied for a US green card. If anything were to happen, the great motherland would stand behind her and protect her. As for those who gotten into trouble, the Zhao Changpengs of the world, they long since given up their Chinese citizenship. If you're not even a Chinese citizen anymore, why should the motherland protect you? They make their money in China, get rich by fleecing the chives, then transfer their funds overseas, change their citizenship, and head abroad to enjoy life. They think a wonderful life awaits them, but when other countries are short on cash, these people become the ultimate chive kings. They'll just slap a terrorist label on you and arrest or kill you at will. Hand over all your money, and you might just scrape by with your life. Why? Because you don't have a motherland backing you up. To these countries, you're just a wealthy foreigner here without powerful political or business connections, without massive influence. They swallow you whole like a blood bag, and no one would come to your defense. But none of this is a problem for Victoria Hayes after all. She has a powerful motherland backing her. Ms. Meng, the eldest princess of Hawaii, was just detained by Canada earlier this month, and Huaxia is currently working full steam ahead to resolve the situation. Quick! Pull back the car cover and see what kind of sports car it is. Hurry.
Cristiana urged impatiently.
Okay, don't worry, dear. Let me take a look at the car first. Victoria Hayes stepped forward and lifted the cover off the sports car in front of her, revealing an aggressively styled black carbon fiber front splitter. Judging by the design of the front splitter, it must be a Lamborghini. That aerodynamic front splitter design is unmistakable. As she continued to lift the cover, sure enough, a golden shield emblem appeared, revealing the iconic Golden Bull logo. Chapter 67. The only one in the world. It's a Lamborghini. Oh my God. We're set for life. Can you tell which model it is? If you don't recognize it, that'd be seriously impressive. I can see the front end, but I don't recognize it. It's definitely a limited edition. Damn, Alex is so lucky. Christiana hurried forward and asked, Alex, do you recognize this Lamborghini? Victoria Hayes had no idea what this Lamborghini was. If it were a standard production model like the Aventador or Gallardo, he would recognized it at a glance. But when it came to limited editions like this, he was completely clueless. Lately, he'd been studying antique art, history, and the like, or learning foreign languages such as French, German, Spanish, and Portuguese. He really hadn't put any effort into researching cars or luxury goods. However, Thomas Holt, standing nearby, spoke up. This is the Lamborghini Veneno Roadster, a Dubai-exclusive limited edition, what we in China call the Lamborghini Venom. Only 9 units were produced worldwide. As a seasoned car enthusiast, Thomas Holt recognized the car instantly and began giving everyone a tour of it. The exterior of this Lamborghini Venom has a distinctly futuristic look, with a streamlined body that exudes aggression. The front end features a sharp, angular design, paired with large air intakes and iconic Lamborghini headlights, creating a highly aggressive visual impact. The side profile boasts a unique aerodynamic design, with wide fender flares and sharp lines that exude a strong sense of sportiness. The rear is equipped with a large rear wing and exhaust outlets, further enhancing its sporty performance and visual impact. The vehicle makes extensive use of carbon fiber, which not only reduces weight but also effectively enhances the car's speed. The interior is equally luxurious and high-tech, featuring an abundance of premium materials. These include high-grade moose leather and carbon fiber, creating an atmosphere of ultimate luxury. The seats are designed with ergonomics in mind, providing excellent lateral support and body-hugging comfort, while significantly enhancing safety. Most importantly, great care was taken in crafting the seats, which utilize high-resilience memory foam, resulting in a significant improvement in driving comfort. It's worth noting that due to their low profile and extremely low seating position, sports cars typically offer a rather mediocre driving experience. However, the Lamborghini Venom has made significant improvements in this area. The instrument panel features a digital LCD display that provides a wealth of driving information, while the center console boasts Lamborghini's signature fighter jet cockpit design, giving it a distinctly futuristic look. Every detail inside the cabin has been meticulously refined, showcasing Lamborghini's commitment to quality. The Lamborghini Venom is powered by a 6.5-liter naturally aspirated V12 engine, delivering a maximum output of 750 horsepower and peak torque of 690 Nm. It is paired with a 7-speed ISR automatic transmission, ensuring swift and precise power delivery. The car accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in approximately 2.9 seconds and reaches a top speed of 355 km per hour. This powerful powertrain enables it to deliver exceptional performance both on the track and on the road. The rarity of the Lamborghini Venom is one of its greatest appeals. Only 9 units of this model were produced in 2013, and when sales began in 2014, each car carried a price tag of €3.3 million, making it a coveted object of desire for top collectors and car enthusiasts alike. Its rarity is reflected not only in its limited production run, but also in its unique design and exceptional performance, giving every Lamborghini Venom immense collectible value and investment potential. This particular car has not yet appeared at auction, but I understand that in 2016, a European collector purchased one from another owner for €5.9 million. All in all, the Lamborghini Venom is a supercar that combines extreme performance, a luxurious interior, and a distinctive exterior, and its rarity adds to its boundless appeal. After hearing Thomas Holt's presentation, everyone in the room broke into enthusiastic applause. Holy shit, even back in 2016 this car was already worth €5.9 million. 2 years have passed, which means it's even more expensive now and it's not even guaranteed you could buy one. Oh my God. I just let a massive fortune slip through my fingers. Jesus, I might as well be dead. I feel like I'll live with endless regret for the rest of my life." Victoria Hayes laughed and immediately changed the subject. "Looks like I'm really lucky, but I don't plan on selling this car. I'll keep it in my collection. Let us take a look at the next one." Thomas Holt, "If it's a car we don't recognize, you'll have to step in and explain it to us." Thomas Holt immediately gave an okay gesture, and Victoria Hayes stepped forward to lift the cover off the car above. As soon as the front lip of the sports car was revealed, the crowd around them erupted into loud screams. "Holy shit! It's a Bugatti! Oh my god! Another super expensive sports car! Which model is this? Bugattis all look pretty much the same. I can't tell them apart." Lifting the cover high off the front of the car, Victoria Hayes stepped back. "Well, Thomas Holt, did you recognize which model it is?" Thomas Holt shot Victoria Hayes a complicated look before speaking. "Man, I'm really jealous of you right now. There's only one of these cars in the whole world." Hearing Thomas Holt's words, everyone around them was stunned speechless. The one and only car in the world had just appeared right here. Someone immediately chimed in, urging, "Go on, tell us all about it. Let us learn something new." Thomas Holt then began to describe the car to everyone. The car is called the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, which translates to the black car in French. Upon its debut at the Geneva Motor Show earlier this year, it was hailed as the world's most expensive supercar. It is the only one of its kind in the world, with a price tag of £14 million equivalent to $18 million at current exchange rates. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire is an exceptionally unique and luxurious supercar that embodies the essence of Bugatti's design and top-tier performance. Its design draws inspiration from the famous classic Bugatti Type 57 SC Atlantic. Between 1936 and 1938, Bugatti produced a total of 4 Type 57 SC Atlantic sports cars. Only 2 of these classic models remain in good condition today. The exterior design of La Voiture Noire is highly distinctive. Its streamlined body and elegant contours showcase Bugatti's profound understanding of aerodynamics. Moreover, its overall exterior design breaks away from Bugatti's previous, somewhat bulky image. This La Voiture Noire appears exceptionally sleek and robust. The entire vehicle features a black carbon fiber body, creating an atmosphere of mystery and luxury. At the front, the classic Bugatti Big Mouth grille combines with slender LED diamond-cut headlights to showcase the brand's unique identity. Chapter 68, The Land Fighter. The sleek lines along the vehicle's flanks emphasize its sportiness. At the rear, 6 oval exhaust pipes complement a wide taillight strip, resulting in an overall design that is distinctly futuristic. The interior of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire is equally opulent, crafted from the finest materials, the premium leather and carbon fiber favored by supercars. The interior design details are meticulously executed, with every element emphasizing an atmosphere of refinement and luxury. The seats are upholstered in premium leather, and their semi-bucket design offers excellent comfort and support. Though in terms of comfort, they may not quite match the Lamborghini Venom mentioned earlier. The center console features a digital LCD instrument cluster, and the driver can configure various functions via the touchscreen. The entire interior layout is designed with simplicity and elegance at its core. The interior also incorporates exquisite handcrafted details, such as numerous embroidered logos, which further enhance the sense of luxury. The car is powered by an 8.0-liter W16 quad turbocharged engine, capable of delivering a maximum power output of 1,500 horsepower and peak torque of 1,600 Newton-meters. It is paired with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, ensuring rapid and smooth power delivery. The car accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in approximately 2.5 seconds and has a top speed exceeding 400 km per hour. This powerful powertrain gives the Bugatti La Voiture Noire exceptional performance, allowing it to rival any other top-tier supercar. Everyone, including Victoria Hayes and Christiana, couldn't help but marvel at the luxury and rarity of this Bugatti after hearing Thomas Holt's introduction. This single car alone was worth $18 million, not including registration, taxes, and other fees. It was truly extravagant. Victoria Hayes didn't waste any time. He immediately summoned port staff and arranged for a crane to lift the container holding the sports cars out of the dock. Since the container was sandwiched between 2 others on either side, the side panels couldn't be opened, making it impossible to drive the cars out from inside. At the same time, he arranged for 4 tow trucks to transport the cars back. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the container was hoisted onto the open area outside. The side panels of the container had also been opened, and they could finally see the two cars inside. When the car cover on the lower vehicle was lifted, yet another Lamborghini was revealed to everyone. It was also an extremely rare, limited edition Lamborghini, the Lamborghini Reventon. Victoria Hayes happened to be familiar with this car. She had seen the Reventon-esque promotional video back then, and it was incredibly stylish. It was even featured alongside the American F-22 fighter jet. Although it certainly couldn't match the fighter jet's speed, its sheer style made a huge impression and left a lasting impact. The Lamborghini Reventon takes its name from a bull owned by the Don Rodriguez family. This bull rose to fame in 1943 when it killed the matador Felix Guzman during a bullfight. As a limited edition model produced after the Black Bat, the Reventon-esque body was designed in the style of the F-22 fighter jet. Rather than calling the Lamborghini Reventon a supercar, it would be more accurate to describe it as a fighter jet designed for the road. Externally, the sharp front end features two massive air intakes on either side, while straight lines define numerous sharp angles, giving the Reventon's entire body a muscular and speedy appearance. The roof and rear feature a layered design reminiscent of a fighter jet's flaps, with LED taillights at the rear and an oversized central exhaust pipe, all integrated with the diffuser and rear bumper at the bottom of the rear section. The Reventon seems to be proclaiming to the world just how wild the soul hidden beneath this body is. The LED brake lights at the rear are reminiscent of the signal lights on the underside of an aircraft, and when the transparent engine cover is opened, it creates an overwhelming sense of intensity, much like the canopy of a fighter jet opening. Like other supercars, the Lamborghini Reventon emphasizes body rigidity and lightweight construction, with meticulous attention to materials. Materials such as fluorocarbon compounds, carbon fiber, and steel are extensively used to construct the main body structure, and the wheels are no exception. The body utilizes carbon fiber materials based on cutting-edge aerospace technology, which significantly reduces weight while maintaining structural rigidity. The sharp, beak-like front fascia offers improved aerodynamics, while the wide, square mesh air intakes on either side provide more cool air to the brakes. The headlights, combining xenon and LED technology, give the Reventon-esque front end a more dynamic appearance. Additionally, the Reventon features a new yacht gray paint color that pairs exceptionally well with the glossy black wheels. The interior is extensively upholstered in suede, with decorative accents crafted from carbon fiber. Most striking is the instrument panel, which is almost entirely modeled after a fighter jet's cockpit. Its unique aviation-inspired design is breathtaking and drew countless admirers upon its initial release. Even the seats are fighter jet-style seats upholstered in suede, giving the driver the sensation of piloting a fighter jet. The Reventon is powered by a 6.5-liter V12 engine, delivering 650 horsepower and a peak torque of 660 Nm. The transmission system utilizes the in-house developed E-gear gearbox, and the drivetrain is configured as all-wheel drive, ensuring that all power is efficiently converted into forward speed. Weighing just 1,665 kilograms, the Reventon accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.4 seconds and can easily exceed a top speed of 340 km/h. Although it isn't as fast as the Lamborghini Venom or the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, it's important to remember that this model was produced and launched back in 2007. Only 21 hardtop versions and 16 convertible versions were produced worldwide, and there was a mad scramble for them when they first hit the market. Just as Victoria Hayes was about to check out the last car, Christiana stopped him. "Wait a minute, Alex. Don't reveal the surprise so quickly. Let us play a little game." Victoria Hayes looked at Christiana with interest, waiting to hear what she had to say. "Why don't we film the last car and let Thomas Holt and the live stream viewers guess what it is based on the outline of the car cover? We can pick 10 winners from among those who guess correctly and give them a small gift. How about the wine you brought back?" As soon as Christiana finished speaking, Victoria Hayes understood exactly what she meant and immediately agreed to the proposal. This little game not only boosted the livestream's engagement but also increased her likability among the viewers. It was a win-win situation. He hadn't even thought of that himself. Did he really need that little bit of money? He wasn't short on money. He had plenty right now. Plus, there were over 1 million bottles of wine in the jade pendant's storage space. He'd definitely never be able to drink them all in this lifetime. It was great to have such a smart partner. Not only was she a joy to be with, but she also helped him advance his career. That's why you really have to be selective when choosing a partner. Now I'm going to walk around the last car and take some shots. You can try to guess what kind of car it is. Be sure to specify the exact model. I'll pick 10 viewers each from my YouTube and Douyin live streams who guess correctly and send them a bottle of fine red wine. I guarantee you'll love it. Chapter 69, The Safe. Victoria Hayes explained the rules of the guessing game in detail to the viewers in the live stream. After the other 3 cars drove away, Victoria Hayes began filming the last one. This final sports car had a sleek, elongated body, and with the car cover on, it was actually quite hard to guess. However, since the first 3 cars were all limited edition ultra-luxury supercars, this narrowed down the possibilities for the final guess significantly. Ordinary supercars could be ruled out immediately, as could any cars whose appearance bore too little resemblance to this one's silhouette. Although the number of possible brands and models was limited, it was by no means an easy guess. After all, not everyone follows supercars closely, and the audience had very limited time to search for information and make comparisons. However, with such a large number of viewers in the live stream, it's common for someone to guess correctly by sheer luck, so it's likely that quite a few viewers will get it right. As the guessing period came to a close, Victoria Hayes unveiled the cover of the final supercar. An Aston Martin was revealed to everyone. Wow, it's an Aston Martin. Viewers who didn't even guess the brand correctly definitely have no chance of winning. But I don't recognize this model, Thomas Holt. Could you please introduce it to everyone? Thomas Holt stepped forward with a smile and began introducing the car to everyone. Relatively speaking, this Aston Martin is a bit more well-known. It's the 177 model, which Aston Martin first unveiled at the Paris Motor Show in June 2009, with a global production run limited to 77 units. The price in the United States and North America is $1.8 million, while in the United Kingdom it's £1.3 million. In China, it made its debut at the Shanghai Auto Show in April 2011. The allocation for China was 5 units, with a price tag of 47 million Chinese yuan. Most notably, by the time it went on sale in China, all units had already been sold out even before it was displayed at the Shanghai Auto Show for the public to see. The Aston Martin 177 is powered by a naturally aspirated 7.3 L V12 engine paired with a 6-speed semi-automatic transmission. It delivers a maximum power output of 760 horsepower and peak torque of 750 Nm, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in under 3.5 seconds and reaching a top speed of 354 km/h. In addition to its extraordinary power, the Aston Martin 177 features a monocoque carbon fiber chassis paired with a handcrafted all-aluminum body. The vehicle's curb weight is a mere 1,500 kilograms. Combined with an adjustable suspension system and composite ceramic brake system, every aspect of the car is perfected. Thanks to Thomas Holt's introduction, the correct answer is the Aston Martin 177. Let us see how many people guessed correctly. We'll randomly select 10 lucky viewers from each of the 2 live streams. Each winner will receive a bottle of 2008 Lafite red wine. After the drawing was complete, Victoria Hayes sent private messages to the winners, asked for their shipping addresses, and told them she would mail the prizes as soon as she got back. With that taken care of, Victoria Hayes chose not to open the other shipping container. She knew that opening that one would create an even bigger sensation. It was better to keep a low profile rather than draw too much attention. So she planned to call a moving company to haul the contents of the container back to her place, where she could sort through them privately. She came up with an excuse. Christiana, Jay, don't we have important guests to meet this afternoon? Let us have these 4 sports cars and everything in that container transported back first. We still have preparations to make once we get there. Christiana and Thomas Holt were both smart people, having navigated the cutthroat entertainment industry. Thomas Holt spoke up first. Oh, right, I almost forgot. We need to hurry over there, we can't be late. Okay, we're running a bit tight on time. I'll contact the moving company, Christiana added. After a flurry of activity, all the items from the first container they acquired were loaded onto the trailer, and the 3 of them set off for Beverly Hills with 4 trailers and a large container truck. They left behind a large crowd of envious, jealous, and resentful treasure hunters. The trio arrived safely at their home in Beverly Hills, relieved that they hadn't encountered any highway robberies along the way. Several expensive supercars were carefully unloaded, and the trailer company's employees were sweating nervously. They were terrified of accidentally causing any damage to the cars during the process, otherwise, the insurance company and their boss would be in for a real headache. Meanwhile, Christiana supervised the moving company's staff as they carried all the items into the garage. Once the staff from the towing and moving companies had left, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Christiana spoke up first. Alex, aren't you overthinking this? What if this container and those supercars don't actually belong to the same owner? Yeah, it's probably not that serious, and the contents might not actually be that valuable, Thomas Holt chimed in from the side. Victoria Hayes shook her head solemnly. I think we need to be careful. After all, those cars are incredibly valuable and rare. If these two containers really do belong to the same owner, then the contents of this remaining container certainly won't be cheap either. If it really is something exceptionally valuable, making it public online would be like holding up a diamond for the whole world to see. It could easily lead to some unnecessary trouble. Christiana, you need to understand I'm Drew Rowan. Earlier this month, Ms. Meng, the eldest princess of Hawaii in our Huaxia nation, was detained by Canada. I don't need to tell you who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Huaxia and the United States, as the two most powerful nations in the world, have already erupted into a fierce conflict. Even if hostilities break out one day, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. As Drew Rowan, I have to do my best to keep a low profile and protect myself. And even if my guess is wrong, the worst that could happen is losing a bit of money on moving expenses. Let us figure out how to open the safe and take a look first. Earlier, when the movers were carrying items, I noticed a medium-sized safe. Who knows? There might be a surprise inside. With that, Victoria Hayes led the way toward the safe. However, with Christiana and Thomas Holt still standing nearby, he naturally didn't just go ahead and open the safe like Jack Everett would have. He first pretended to examine the safe in front of him, then stood up and headed toward the basement. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get a tool and be right back. Christiana watched his retreating back and asked Thomas Holt. As a man, based on that unspoken understanding between men, can you guess what he's really up to? Thomas Holt was speechless upon hearing this. Who could possibly guess? He's probably gone to get some tools to break it open. We don't have the combination to this safe, so we'll have to force it open. Chapter 70. The Poor Arab Prince. The problem is, all our toolboxes are in the garage. Christiana was just as baffled as Thomas Holt at that moment. She really couldn't figure out what he was up to. Just as they were talking, Victoria Hayes returned holding a stethoscope. Both of them stared curiously at the object in Victoria Hayes' hand. Honey, are you planning to crack the safe like in the movies? That's something only professionals can do. You'd better just get the cutting torch. Hearing Christiana's slightly skeptical remark, Victoria Hayes replied confidently. Honey, just open those big Kylolan eyes of yours and watch closely. I'm even more of a pro than those professionals in the movies. I'm definitely going to open this. Under their watchful eyes, he put on a stethoscope, pressed the other end against the mechanical combination lock on the safe, and began turning it. The gears of the combination lock turned slowly, and the crisp sound of click, 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 click reached their ears continuously. The three of them involuntarily held their breath, as if worried that the sound of their breathing might hinder his efforts to open the lock. Victoria Hayes kept his eyes fixed on the mechanical lock, and suddenly he stopped. Okay, the first number is out. It's 59. Christiana, could you write that down for me? Although she found it hard to believe, Christiana obediently jotted it down. Before the other two could react, Victoria Hayes continued his demonstration. One after another, the second and third digits came out of Victoria Hayes' mouth. Finally, he reset the combination lock to its starting position and began turning the gears again. Then Victoria Hayes pressed the safe's handle, and a clear click sounded. As Christiana and Thomas Holt stared in astonishment, Victoria Hayes opened the safe door a crack. He turned to Christiana and winked, saying, Well, darling? Surprised? Unexpected? Ha 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 ha. I'm a pro. No one knows how to open mechanical locks better than me. Thomas Holt stood to the side, shaking his head with a wry smile. Today's events were a bit beyond his comprehension. Christiana was also left speechless by his flashy move and immediately urged, Hurry up and open it. Let us see what's inside. Victoria Hayes wasted no more time and obediently opened the safe door to start rummaging through its contents. You should never contradict your partner in front of others, otherwise you're sure to be in for trouble when you're alone together. Soon, among a pile of documents, she found information about the safe's owner. A thick stack of investment agreements, contracts, and other documents lay before the three of them. Flipping to the end of the documents, a clear name stood out.
Mansour bin Muklin.
Victoria Hayes immediately pulled out her phone and Googled the name. A wealth of information about Mansour bin Muklin quickly appeared before them. It turned out that Mansour bin Muklin was the nephew of Salman, the current king of Et Arab. In early 2015, following the death of former King Abdullah, as King Abdullah's youngest brother, Salman, in accordance with Al-Arab's rules of succession, ascended to the throne. After King Salman inherited the throne, he did not follow the traditional rule of succession from brother to brother. Instead, he directly appointed the title and position of crown prince to his half-brother Muqlin, the father of this Mansur bin Muqlin. At the same time, he appointed his nephew, Muhammad bin Nayef, as deputy crown prince. Of course, these were not the only instances in which King Salman broke with convention. He also granted the position of Minister of Defense to his son, Salman Jr. Even more surprising was what happened just a few months later, when King Salman announced publicly. He had stripped his brother Muqrin of the crown prince title, claiming that this was his brother's own personal decision. This move by King Salman sparked widespread speculation. Some suggested it stemmed from political differences between Muqrin and the king. This was because the Arab coalition had sent troops to combat the Houthi rebels in Yemen, while Muqrin's mother was of Yemeni descent. Later, his nephew, Muhammad bin Naif, assumed the position of crown prince, though his tenure was short-lived. Crown Prince Naif was ousted by Deputy Crown Prince Salman Jr. due to drug-related issues. At this point, Salman Jr. held both the positions of Minister of Defense and Crown Prince, while King Salman Sr. was advanced in age. He had effectively seized real power, and a few months later he began implementing reforms and purges. A few months into these reforms, last November, the owner of these two shipping containers, that is, Mansur bin Muqrin and several members of the Al-Arab royal family, was aboard a private jet that crashed. Hey, the timing of this crash is quite curious, especially since everyone on board was a key member of the royal family. The weather was clear, no wind, rain, or lightning, yet the plane simply crashed in the desert. If you were to claim that the private jet of a Saudi royal family member, who certainly isn't short on money, was poorly maintained, I doubt anyone would believe it. In any case, Victoria Hayes certainly doesn't believe it. Moreover, even after all this time, no conclusive explanation has been found. With so many important royal family members dying in a plane crash, the fact that neither the royal family nor the aircraft manufacturer has said a word is truly baffling. Just a few days after the crash, an event occurred in Aid Arab that shocked the entire world. Comrade Little Salman, the crown prince of Aid Arab who held multiple positions of real power, including crown prince and minister of defense, established an anti-corruption commission. He unleashed an anti-corruption storm that stunned the world, publicly announcing his intention to overhaul the national finances and ensure the fair distribution of Aid Arab's resources. The day after the announcement, Little Salman suddenly arrested more than 290 members of the royal family, 27 current ministers, 11 former ministers, and dozens of other high-ranking officials and businesspeople, all within a single day. He detained them all at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in the capital, Riyadh, and placed the hotel under a complete lockdown. Inside the hotel, Salman Jr. subjected them to inhumane torture to extract confessions, forcing them to surrender the majority of their assets. Ultimately, Comrade Salman Jr. announced to the public that approximately $100 billion in assets had been recovered. However, according to unofficial sources, the total value of confiscated assets began at $600 billion. Judging by subsequent events, it is highly likely that Mansur bin Muqlin, the owner of these two shipping containers, met a violent end. Prior to this, Muqlin, perhaps anticipating the major upheaval about to unfold in Aid Arab, had secretly shipped a portion of his assets, held by Jack Everett, out of the country. Although part of his wealth made it abroad, he himself lost his life. Chapter 71. The Watch Collection. So, a year later, it fell into the hands of Victoria Hayes, who happened to be attending the container auction. Perhaps it was precisely because Muqlin died so suddenly that Little Salman was unable to locate this portion of the assets. Perhaps this was fate. The three of them, having pieced together the story, marveled at the capriciousness of fate. So we've stumbled upon the assets of an Arab prince? Christina remarked wistfully. Victoria Hayes quipped, "Darling, there are more princes and princesses in Arab countries than there are wild camels in their deserts. A prince is nothing out of the ordinary." "I'm seriously jealous, buddy," Thomas Holt said sourly from the side. After learning the full story, Victoria Hayes began sorting through the items inside the safe. The thick stack consisted mostly of contracts and investment documents they didn't seem to be worth much. However, neither Christiana nor Thomas Holt noticed that, in the process, Victoria Hayes had secretly stashed a stack of papers into the space inside her jade pendant. This was a fortune far exceeding his official net worth. After going through the contents of the safe, Victoria Hayes said to the two of them, "The documents in the safe are of absolutely no use to us, they're just contracts and investment agreements. Only Muklin's relatives can inherit them, or perhaps they've already been nationalized by little Salman. Let us take a look at what treasures are inside these plastic moisture-proof boxes first. Victoria Hayes brought over a box when she opened it. She found several individual compartments inside. She picked one up at random. The surface was stamped with the Vacheron Constantin logo and named clearly a Vacheron Constantin watch. Upon seeing the logo, Christiana's eyes lit up. Darling, it's a Vacheron Constantin watch. Could these boxes all be filled with luxury watches? If they are, there must be several thousand of them, right? Thomas Holt couldn't contain his excitement either. This is absolutely unbelievable, Victoria Hayes. You're incredibly lucky. It's possible that an Arab princess' entire lifetime collection has just fallen into your hands. After saying that, Christiana and Thomas Holt sprang into action, opening the lids of all the plastic moisture-proof cases. Just as they had expected, they were all filled with small wooden boxes containing watches. Noticing some larger boxes among them, Christiana guessed they must contain antique grandfather clocks. She really was a smart girl. Her guess was spot on. Victoria Hayes carefully examined the watches in the box before her. This box was filled entirely with Vacheron Constantin watches, featuring a comprehensive range of models. Vacheron Constantin is one of the oldest watch brands, founded in Geneva, Switzerland, in 1755. With a history spanning more than 260 years, it is renowned worldwide for its precision watchmaking craftsmanship and exceptional quality. This historic brand has always emphasized the integration of aesthetic design and artistic elements, making every watch it produces a true work of art. Not only are they imbued with artistic flair, but they are also highly functional. Vacheron Constantin uses the Maltese cross as its brand emblem, symbolizing precision and stability, reflecting the brand's pursuit of accurate timekeeping. Over the course of its 260-plus-year history, Vacheron Constantin has launched the Patrimony Collection, the Métiers d'Art Collection, the Traditionnel Collection, the 56 Collection, the Urs Creatives Collection, the Overseas Collection, the Edgery Collection, the Historiques Collection, the Multi Collection, and the Harmony Collection, among others. However, the box before him contained nothing but ordinary Vacheron Constantin watches, albeit high-end models that were extremely valuable. There were even several limited edition timepieces worth millions of dollars. But Victoria Hayes didn't pay them much attention. After all, they were all his now. What interested him more at that moment was finding a few antique watches inside to admire. Soon he spotted a case emitting a reddish glow clearly. It contained an antique watch over a century old. He took out a small box from inside and opened it to reveal a pocket watch. It was a Vacheron Constantin ladies' gold pocket watch with enamel miniatures, produced in 1854. Both the interior and exterior of the case were adorned with enamel paintings. An exquisite design depicting a mother cradling her daughter was painted on the exterior. The pocket watch was equipped with a hand wound movement. After winding the mainspring, the hands immediately began to move, truly a masterpiece of classical craftsmanship. The fact that it still functions perfectly after all these years means this watch is worth at least $5 million. He placed the pocket watch back in its box and picked up another box, opening it. It was a gold diamond-shaped ladies' wristwatch produced in 1919. The diamond-shaped gold case and gold bracelet, paired with a manual winding movement, exuded a unique elegance and refinement. One by one, the boxes opened and closed in Victoria Hayes' hands. A 1931 Art Deco pocket watch, a 1957 cyclotone gold wristwatch, an enameled gold ladies' wristwatch, a gold ladies' pendant watch set with diamonds, a dual time zone gold wristwatch, and a Saltarello gold wristwatch all appeared before her in succession. This entire crate is filled with vintage Vacheron Constantin watches. Victoria Hayes was in high spirits as he went through the vintage timepieces, box by box. Each piece was valued anywhere from several million to over $10 million. He even spotted a wristwatch worth at least $50 million. What a tremendous cost, and how much time it must have taken to collect all these watches. Before he could finish marveling, he heard Christiana calling him. Alex, I've gone through all the dozens of boxes over here. They're all watches from brands like Blancpain, Vacheron Constantin, Breguet, Gerard Perregaux, Jaeger-LeCoultre, A. Langsone, Breitling, and Patek Philippe. These are all modern watches. While most are expensive, they lack historical and cultural significance. I've labeled all of them for you with blue tags on the outside of the boxes. The ones with red tags are all antique watches over 100 years old, mostly pocket watches. The box you've been looking at just now also falls into this category. Although many of them may not have as high an economic value as today's limited edition, complex wristwatches, Their historical and cultural significance is incomparable to those complex models a point Prince Muklin fully took into account. That SYHD already sorted them out very systematically when packing them. As for those large boxes, just as I expected, they're all antique mantle clocks. Although I don't recognize any of them, I guess they're at least 100 or 200 years old. You'll have to take a good look at them later. Watching Christiana bustling back and forth, helping him sort everything, Victoria Hayes was truly touched. Okay, I got it, dear. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of these later. Come take a look at this watch I'm holding. Hearing Victoria Hayes' words, Christiana walked over with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Is there something special about this watch? Chapter 72. The Origins of the Wristwatch. Of course, this watch is worth at least $50 million, and that's a conservative estimate, Victoria Hayes said confidently. Do you know which watch was the world's first wristwatch? Do you know the origins and history of the wristwatch? Both Christiana and Thomas Holt shook their heads. Neither of them knew the origins of the wristwatch, nor even when it first became widespread. There are 5 theories about the origin of the wristwatch. The earliest one involves the Gallic royal family. It is said that in 1806, Napoleon, in an effort to please his wife, Empress Josephine, ordered the royal craftsman to design and create a small timepiece that could be worn on the wrist. However, since no written evidence or illustrations have survived, this theory has not gained widespread acceptance. Most people regard this account as little more than a legend or rumor. The second theory dates back to 1868 and involves Patek Philippe, one of the oldest watch brands. The company created and attached an exquisite gold timepiece to a gold bracelet for Countess Koskevich of Hungary. While there is photographic evidence of this event, for the decades that followed, wristwatches remained merely decorative accessories for aristocratic women. The third account dates back to 1880, when, during wartime, a German naval officer removed the metal chain from a pocket watch and secured it to Jack Everett's wrist with a cloth strap so he could check the time. Military leaders realized this method indeed facilitated quick time checking on the battlefield, so they specially dispatched a group of watchmakers from Gerard Perregaux in Switzerland to custom make a batch of military wristwatches. However, because this occurred so long ago and the military required secrecy, no evidence of this account has survived. Nevertheless, this account is considered the origin of military-grade watches. The fourth account dates back to 1901, during a conversation between Brazilian aviator Santos Dumont and his close friend Cartier. Santos Dumont complained that pulling a pocket watch from his pocket to check the time while flying was both inconvenient and unsafe. Out of concern for his friend, Cartier, which at the time specialized only in jewelry, sought technical support from Jaeger-LeCoultre, a Swiss manufacturer of pocket watches. In 1904, they successfully created the first general-purpose men's wristwatch. Later, as Santos's aviation career became increasingly successful, the wristwatch he wore also gained widespread fame. Finally, in 1911, the jewelry brand Cartier entered the watch industry and began mass-producing and selling this model commercially. They named it the Santos, and this landmark event heralded the widespread adoption of modern wristwatches. The watch I'm holding relates to the fifth theory. Dear, do you know about the B dynasty? Christiana glanced at the watch in Victoria Hayes' hand. Of course I know about it. My father is Gallic, how could I not know about the Merovingian dynasty of the Frankish kingdom? But the Merovingian dynasty existed from 481 AD to 751 AD. There were no such things as watches back then, so I don't think there's any connection between them. Victoria Hayes laughed heartily. The Merovingian dynasty certainly has nothing to do with timepieces. But since you know some of the history of the Merovingian dynasty, you must be familiar with their family emblem, the golden bee, right? More than 1,000 years later, in the Kingdom of Gaul, a short man was crowned emperor and also chose the golden bee as his royal emblem. That short man was Napoleon Bonaparte. The bee has long symbolized practicality, diligence, and order. In the oil paintings of Napoleon's coronation, we can clearly see him wearing a velvet robe embroidered with a bee motif. This was his way of conveying to the world that he had established the French Empire through hard work and practical action. Furthermore, the characteristics of the bee symbolized Napoleon's desire for the empire to be governed in an orderly manner. After all, he had come to power by ending the rule of the First French Republic through a coup d'état. Winning a war is easy for an excellent commander, but building an empire is not as simple as raising a flag. He needed to provide the world with a reasonable and legitimate justification, just as when one nation goes to war against another, you must find a valid reason to convince others that they are in the wrong. Otherwise, on what grounds would the people and army of your own nation support you? Napoleon's coronation as emperor was no different. He chose the golden bee as the emblem of his empire. This was a declaration to the world of his succession to the Merovingian dynasty, as well as a hint to the public of the legitimacy of his royal authority. From then on, the golden bee became the emblem and symbol of the Bonaparte family. The owner of this watch was Napoleon's youngest sister, Caroline Murat. At just 16 years old, she was hailed by high society as the most beautiful woman in Europe due to her striking beauty. At that time, her brother Napoleon, then a lieutenant general and commander of the Paris garrison, had introduced her to dukes and kings as potential husbands, but she rejected them all. Instead, she chose an officer of humble origins, Joachim Murat, and the two overcame countless obstacles to eventually marry. This officer of commoner origin, Joachim Murat, was later repeatedly promoted and entrusted with important roles by Napoleon due to his valor in battle, eventually becoming Governor-General of Italy. 4 years after Napoleon's coronation as emperor in 1808, Caroline Murat's husband, Joachim Murat, was crowned king of Sicily by Napoleon. However, Sicily remained under Bourbon rule, and he controlled only the region of Naples, so he was also known as the King of Naples. Caroline Murat thus officially became the Queen of Naples as recorded in history. She was a remarkable woman whose life was steeped in legend. This Queen of Naples achieved great political success. While her husband, Joachim Murat Arthur Dawson, followed Napoleon on his military campaigns, she served as regent of the Kingdom of Naples. Politically, she placed great emphasis on economic development and the arts, demonstrating particularly refined taste in the arts. She actively brought artisans, painters, theater companies, and even watchmakers from all over Gaul to the Kingdom of Naples, thereby effectively promoting the development of the local arts. She personally had a particular fondness for Breguet timepieces beginning in 1805. She commissioned and collected 34 Breguet timepieces throughout her life. It is said that in 1810, the Queen of Naples wished to own a decorative timepiece she could wear on her wrist. She turned to her favorite brand, Breguet, which spent 2 years designing a wristwatch bearing the reference number NO2639. Although records of this event are limited to Breguet's own written documents with no photographic evidence or corroboration from third parties, these documents have indeed provided inspiration and reference for watch design in subsequent generations. Chapter 73, The World's First Wristwatch. Later, in 2002, Breguet drew inspiration from the original design drawings of this watch to launch a special Queen of Naples high jewelry watch collection in honor of the Queen. The advertising slogan was, "In every woman is a queen." This translates to, "Every woman is a queen." The slogan emphasizes that every woman possesses the strength of independence and elegance. Therefore, this watch not only chronicles a piece of history, but also serves as a symbol of feminine elegance and strength. The one I'm holding right now is the very watch that Queen Caroline Murat of Naples commissioned from Breguet in 1810. Christiana and Thomas Holt were both intrigued at this point. Figures whose names are still remembered centuries later are truly legendary. A legendary artifact left behind by a legendary figure with double the aura, its value skyrockets. Christiana asked doubtfully, "How can you be so certain that this is the very watch the Queen of Naples commissioned from Breguet in 1810? After all, any conclusion requires detailed evidence to support it." Of course there is ample evidence. First, let us look at the watch's design. Compare it with the materials Breguet released back then, and the Queen of Naples collection watches Breguet continues to sell today. The design drawings Breguet claims were commissioned by the Queen of Naples are authentic. This watch features a bracelet-style oval design with a goose egg-shaped case. It is crafted from 18K yellow gold, with a total of 118 diamonds weighing approximately 11.5 carats set along the bezel, the edge of the dial, and the crown. I just counted them, not a single one is missing. The dial features hand-engraved galoche work, paired with a silver-plated gold dial and accented with white mother-of-pearl. Additionally, this watch integrates multiple complications, including the Mia Collins striking mechanism, a moon phase display, a thermometer, and more. The dial features an off-center hour ring with Breguet numerals. So, in terms of appearance, materials, craftsmanship, decoration, and functions, everything matches perfectly. All we'll need to do is perform a carbon-14 dating test to confirm its age. Currently, carbon-14 dating can determine the age with an accuracy of plus or minus 10 years. The accuracy is exceptional. Of course, the evidence doesn't stop there. Take a look at the case back of this watch. At the very top of the case back, there is an engraved bee emblem. For nearly 1,000 years, this bee emblem has been used exclusively by the Bonaparte family. I'm sure I don't need to explain what that means. Caroline Muller's husband's reign as king was far too brief, and since he came from a commoner background, he never had time to establish a family emblem during his reign. That's why Caroline Muller continued to use the Bonaparte family's golden bee emblem. Furthermore, there are 2 lines of Gallic text here. The first line reads, La Reine de Naples, and the second line reads, Caroline Muller, which translates to Queen of Naples and Caroline Muller. Your father is Gallic, so you must know some French, right, Christiana? Take a look and see if that's right. Of course, along the bottom curve of the caseback, there is a ring of numbers for 8/18/10/19 December 1813. Translated, that's August 4th, 1810 December 19th, 1813. The former is likely the date the Queen of Naples placed her order, and the latter is likely the date this watch was completed. From the initial order through design to completion, the entire process took exactly 3 years, 4 months, and 16 days. And most importantly, this watch is still in perfect condition. It's still keeping accurate time to this day. Ha ha ha. Such a tiny watch after 205 years. It's still running. That just shows how much effort Brigade's watchmakers put into crafting it back then. Christiana and Thomas Holt both stared in astonishment at the watch in Victoria Hayes's hand. If what he said was true, this watch would certainly be worth far more than $50 million. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Victoria Hayes felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This is definitely the most expensive piece among the thousands of watches here, but my personal favorite is actually another one. Christiana and Thomas Holt's curiosity was instantly piqued. She reached into a nearby case, took out a box and opened it. Take a look at this watch. It's a Patek Philippe from 1934. Thomas Holt asked in puzzlement, is there something special about it? Or is it another celebrity's personal item? Victoria Hayes laughed heartily. That's right. The owner of this watch is very famous. I'm afraid even if 1,000 years pass, people will never forget him. Christiana immediately caught on. Adolf Hitler, it's Adolf Hitler. Isn't it? It has to be him. You said that even if 1,000 years passed, people would never forget him, and that can only mean him. He once uttered a classic, earth-shattering quote. I will make the world remember me for 1,000 years. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but give Christiana a thumbs up. This woman was truly brilliant. Based solely on the information in his words, she had immediately deduced the watch's owner. This is indeed the personal wristwatch of Adolf Hitler, Führer of the Third Reich during World War II, and I can confirm it without a doubt. Look, this is a Patek Philippe watch produced in 1934, featuring the Valjoux 23 movement. This movement was unquestionably a high-end caliber in the last century and remained in use until the late 1970s. Over 90% of watch brands have used this movement model at some point. The most famous among them is Patek Philippe, which used this movement for over 40 years. Renowned brands such as Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, and Rolex have all used it. Although this is a manual winding movement, automatic movements did not yet exist at the time. The successful implementation of automatic movements did not occur until 1956. We want to go into detail about the functions of this movement here. The reason I can confirm that this watch belonged to Hitler is a clue I found on the caseback. Look, there's a large ring of numbers and letters around the edge of the caseback. These indicate the movement model, the watchmaker who crafted it, and the production date. However, upon closer inspection, we notice 2 dates. One sequence reads February 16, 1935, and the other February 8, 1934. Since this watch already has one production date, why is there a second sequence that appears to be a production date? Since the date February 8, 1934, is listed separately on the inner ring, the sequence August 2, 1934, must hold special significance. After all, it's impossible for a single watch to have 2 production dates. On January 30, 1933, Hitler had already been appointed Chancellor of Germany, but August 2, 1934, was an exceptionally significant day in the history of World War II. On this day, Hitler passed the Enabling Act, transferring the powers of the German president into his own hands. It was from this day forward that Hitler held the powers of both Chancellor and President, becoming Germany's absolute Führer. In the center of the caseback is a swastika emblem, with a line of very small German text above and below it.
The top line reads, Ich bin entschlossen, den Gipfel der Menschheitsgeschichte zu erreichen und meine Vorgänger überblicken zu können.
Translated, this means, I am determined to reach the pinnacle of human history and look down upon my predecessors.
The line below the symbol reads, Ich habe vor, dass die Menschen noch nach 1000 Jahre an mich erinnern können.
Translated, this means, I intend for the world to remember me for 1,000 years. For a very long time, this symbol and these two German phrases were practically taboo in Europe and America. I needn't tell you what would happen to anyone who used this swastika symbol in Europe. Chapter 74. That man's watch. Back in those days, that man really put the countries of Europe through hell. Who in their right mind would go to Patek Philippe to commission a watch with such special significance? Are they tired of living? Only that man or his most loyal subordinate would commission a watch so deeply symbolic to him and present it to him. Thomas Holt took the watch from Victoria Hayes and examined it closely, remarking with emotion, judging by that man's actions, he truly succeeded in ensuring the world would remember him for 1,000 years. I fear that even 10,000 years from now, people will still remember such a terrifying figure. Victoria Hayes also sighed. From the perspective of peace and shared development, that man brought immense warfare, turmoil, and death to Europe and parts of Africa. From an observer's perspective, what that man did back then truly had far-reaching consequences. Before him, there were several great conquerors: Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, and Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte. They all once brought war and death to this world. Only Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar succeeded. One died of illness, the other was assassinated. Napoleon and that man failed. Both were defeated by the land of the White Bear, overcome by its icy landscapes and bitter cold. As for the man whose name cannot be spoken, we modern people have very mixed feelings about him. Although he had some commendable achievements before the war, more people despise and criticize him for the immense harm he inflicted on European nations after launching the war. Moreover, these two groups have engaged in fierce arguments over this man. However, both sides agree that the harm this man caused to the entire world was immense. I don't understand why this was censored. I revised it many times, so I just deleted it. But his true crime lies in the fact that he occupied other countries through war and ruthlessly exploited their resources. That's something I was just mentioning: working hours in Nazi Germany during World War II, and it got censored. Of course, the victims must have hated him with a passion in their eyes. That man was undoubtedly synonymous with the devil. All of this, the positive and negative information, has created an extremely contradictory figure. So, in the eyes of people around the world, that man's image is extremely polarized. Moreover, back in the 1980s and 1990s, the media interviewed people in Germany, primarily those born before 1920. None of the interviewees expressed any hatred or resentment toward that man. They all evaluated his actions objectively, pointing out what should not have been done. No one was deliberately trying to smear that man, and not a single person said, "I hate that man." Everyone condemned war as wrong and harmful and opposed it. This is quite powerful. I just mentioned that after World War I, prices in Germany skyrocketed hundreds of millions of times due to war reparations, but that part was censored. Please bear with this chapter, sorry about that. I've edited it too many times and am just exhausted. Victoria Hayes spoke at length about her understanding of World War II and that man, while Christiana and Thomas Holt remained silent. I imagine their thoughts right now are probably similar to Victoria Hayes'. Haha, never mind. I like this watch, I'll wear it from now on. I also love the two classic quotes engraved on it. I am determined to reach the pinnacle of human history and look down upon those who came before me. I will make this world remember me for 1,000 years. That is so badass. After saying this, Victoria Hayes took the Patek Philippe watch, which had originally belonged to that man, from Thomas Holt's hand and slipped it onto her left wrist. Christiana asked with a worried look on her face, "Darling, you're wearing a watch that originally belonged to that man. Aren't you afraid those human rights organizations or Jewish groups will come after you? Those messy organizations are really shady." Victoria Hayes looked completely unconcerned. What's there to be afraid of? On my wrist, this watch is just an ordinary Patek Philippe. Unless you tell anyone, who's going to know? And who would be so rude as to demand I take it off to check the engraving on the case back? I wouldn't give such people the time of day. If anyone dares to forcibly take my watch, I'll consider it robbery and pull out my gun to shoot him on the spot. That's my right under American law, I sent it? Haha, I'm a man with a concealed carry permit and a permit for fully automatic weapons. Come on, let us go eat. I haven't had lunch and I'm starving, I can't hold out much longer. Christiana was utterly speechless. You call this an ordinary Patek Philippe? Chapter 75. A pair of genius friends. Since it was past mealtime, the three of them grabbed a quick bite to fill their stomachs. Then they dropped Thomas Holt off at his hotel. Back at home, Victoria Hayes and Christiana began examining the 12 oil paintings in the shipping container. "Darling, who do you think painted these?" Christiana asked, bursting with curiosity. Victoria Hayes, however, remained calm. "If I had to guess, I'd hope they're by one of the three great masters of the Renaissance: Da Vinci, Raphael, or Michelangelo. Those would be family heirlooms right off the bat. Haha. You're dreaming. How many paintings have those three left behind in total? Stop daydreaming. I'd say the odds are a bit higher if they're by Picasso, Van Gogh, Monet, or Titian. It's basically impossible to get a painting by one of the three great masters of the Renaissance." "Okay," Victoria Hayes replied non-committally. "Just wait and see. I'm definitely going to find them. Let us make a deal. Once I've collected a few works by the three great masters of the Renaissance, you'll marry me." Hearing Victoria Hayes' words, Christiana happily said to her, "Once you've collected their works, just one painting from each of them will do. I'll definitely marry you."
I am doomed.
"I've accidentally set the bar so high for myself. If I can't pull this off, I never be able to marry you, my beloved Miss Christiana. If you can't pull it off, well, that'll depend on how you handle it, my dear Mr. Alex," Victoria Hayes said to Christiana with a serious expression. "Just you wait and see. I'll definitely marry you, no matter what it takes. All right, let us take a look at these paintings and see what surprises await us." Victoria Hayes carefully opened the large crate containing the oil paintings. The 12 canvases were securely fastened inside. Sponges separated each painting from the next, ensuring no damage would result from bumps or friction. Each painting was individually wrapped in moisture-proof paper. The protective measures were taken to the utmost. She took one painting out of the crate and placed it on the floor. She untied the rope securing the painting, then unwrapped the moisture-proof paper covering the frame. The painting depicted several women washing clothes by the river, with rich colors and a distinctive brushstroke. It immediately caught Victoria Hayes' eye. This painting style possessed a strong personal flair. Indeed, it was a work by Paul Gauguin. "Darling, this painting is by Paul Gauguin, the washerwomen of Arles. He created it in 1888 while living in Arles. His experiences there had a profound influence on his later artistic work. It was also during this period that his path as a professional painter became clearer, and his artistic skills and ideas reached maturity." The painting depicts local working women doing laundry, while also serving as Gauguin's reflection on nature, life, and emotion. The painting's use of color is rich and bold, creating a powerful visual impact. The vivid color contrasts in the composition, particularly the use of yellow, blue, and red, fill the entire canvas with vitality and dynamic energy. The brushstrokes are bold and vigorous. Each stroke exudes a sense of power, and the trajectory of the brushwork is clearly visible. This distinctive painting style is unique to Paul Gauguin. This must be a work by Paul Gauguin. Seeing how happy Victoria Hayes looked, Christiana was delighted as well. "I've heard the name Gauguin. There were reproductions of his works in our high school art textbook. He seems to be quite famous." Victoria Hayes immediately added, "Darling, drop the seams. He is famous. Not just anyone makes it into a country's art textbook. Paul Gauguin is a renowned French post-impressionist painter and sculptor. He started out as a sailor before switching careers to work in the stock market. It wasn't until he was 25 that he began studying painting, and he finally became a professional painter in 1883. Starting in 1883, he participated in impressionist exhibitions for 4 consecutive years and gradually gained fame. Throughout his life, he created many masterpieces that are now collected and exhibited by major museums. His teacher was the famous French impressionist master Camille Pissarro. Christiana seemed to know absolutely nothing about Camille Pissarro. Her face was filled with confusion. "It's okay if you don't know the famous French impressionist master Camille Pissarro, but you must know one of his good friends, the world-renowned Dutch post-impressionist painter Vincent van Gogh." Christiana was surprised by this connection. Is that the Van Gogh who painted the Starry Night, the Self-Portrait series, and the Sunflower series? How did they meet? Seeing Christiana's curiosity piqued and knowing she was being looked at with admiration by the woman she loved, Victoria Hayes felt a deep sense of satisfaction at that moment. Van Gogh's older brother, Theo, was an art dealer in Paris who specialized in oil paintings. Theo and Gauguin had always been close friends, and since Theo represented both Van Gogh's and Gauguin's works, the two men met through him. Gauguin was able to study under the renowned impressionist master Camille Pissarro only because of Theo's recommendation. Otherwise, how could Pissarro, who was already well known at the time, have accepted an ordinary young painter as a student? Through Van Gogh's brother's introduction, Gauguin met Van Gogh, a talented young painter, and the two maintained a long-standing correspondence beginning in 1887. In 1888, Van Gogh invited Gauguin to the small town of Arles in southern France to paint. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? This painting, The Washerwomen of Arles, was created in Arles in 1888. Prior to this, Van Gogh had always regarded Gauguin as his mentor, and by inviting him to Arles, he hoped Gauguin would inspire his own creative ideas and artistic practice. He also hoped to exchange ideas directly with Jack Everett. However, Gauguin's motives were entirely different from Van Gogh's. Gauguin was in dire financial straits at the time, so his primary goal was to make money. He hoped to earn at least 150 francs a month, plus extra income to save up, so he could return to Martinique as soon as possible to continue his artistic work. A major reason for Gauguin's move to Arles was that Van Gogh's brother Theo provided him with 150 francs a month in exchange for Gauguin going to Arles to exchange ideas and collaborate with Van Gogh on their art. For the idealist Van Gogh, Gauguin's pursuit of money was a source of great anger. Van Gogh's ideal artistic community was akin to a monastery, one that sought neither fame, profit, nor wealth, but focused solely on artistic creation. Gauguin, on the other hand, envisioned a club-like structure where all artists would create together, pooling a large body of work to form a stable market, and then sell their pieces at high prices to clients. This would allow all artists to live a comfortable life. Meanwhile, Gauguin was also deeply dissatisfied with Van Gogh's carefree nature. Gauguin was a methodical, slow-paced person with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Chapter 76. Gauguin's Works. Gauguin once wrote in his diary, "In every place and in everything, I have discovered a disease that shocks me. That is sloppiness." Van Gogh's paintbox was always left uncovered, causing the paints to mix together and become unusable. His brushes were always tossed about haphazardly, forcing him to search everywhere for them when he needed them. He also always forgot to wash his brushes after painting. Perhaps it was precisely because both were genius painters, yet their goals at that time differed. At the same time, due to differing artistic philosophies and personalities, their collaboration quickly fell apart. Moreover, a fierce argument erupted over the failure of their collaboration in Arles, shattering the once close friendship between the two men who had once shared everything. This incident ultimately led to Van Gogh cutting off his ear. After Gauguin returned to Paris, the emotionally fragile Van Gogh, who may have already lost his sanity, suddenly cut off the lower part of his left ear one day. He then went to a local brothel in Arles, selected a woman named Rachel, and afterward gave her the handkerchief wrapped around his left ear as a keepsake. And all of this occurred because Gauguin had lived in Arles for only 63 days. Of course, although the two had a heated argument, time proved that their friendship remained strong. They still admired each other. Van Gogh's brother continued to act as an agent for Gauguin's works and actively promoted them on the market. Van Gogh also continued to hope for an opportunity to collaborate with Gauguin again until the very end of his life. After Van Gogh's death, Gauguin remained in contact with his brother Theo until Theo's passing. Gauguin then gifted all the paintings he and Van Gogh had exchanged to Theo's wife, Johanna Van Gogh, along with an additional painting he had created during his first voyage to Tahiti. This occurred during Gauguin's later years, specifically in the year of his death. In his autobiographical memoir Before and After, Gauguin recalled the time he spent creating and living with Van Gogh in Arles in 1888. He could still clearly remember that it was 63 days, a testament to how profoundly that period impacted him. Gauguin wrote in his memoir, "What the public does not know is that the two of us accomplished a great deal of work during that time, and that experience proved invaluable to both of our subsequent artistic careers. Perhaps this is true for others as well. Some things bear fruit." Although those 63 days in Arles amounted to only 9 short weeks, they marked the most productive period for both Van Gogh and Gauguin. During those 63 days, Van Gogh created 36 oil paintings. Among them were timeless masterpieces that have been passed down through the ages, such as Still Life with a vase of 15 sunflowers, Starry Night over the Rhone, and The Yellow House. Gauguin completed 21 paintings, including classic masterpieces such as The Washerwomen of Arles, Landscape near Arles, and the Sanatorium at Arles. Of course, during this time, these two artistic geniuses also painted portraits of one another. Gauguin left behind works such as Portrait of Vincent and The Sunflower Painter. Naturally, there was also competition between these geniuses, even though Gauguin served as a mentor to Van Gogh. However, Gauguin also painted some works on the same themes as Van Gogh. Van Gogh painted Café at Night on Place Martin in Arles, while Gauguin, following Van Gogh's lead, Painted Cafe at Night in Alls, Madame Ginu. Jacob Collins, a renowned American realist painter, believed that Gauguin's approach was a satire of Van Gogh's original work. I, however, simply see this as two geniuses competing with one another. For these two close friends, Gauguin and Van Gogh, the greatest regret was that after Gauguin left Alls in 1888 and parted ways with Van Gogh, as friends who deeply admired one another, they never saw each other again. For just 2 years later, Van Gogh shot himself in Auvers-sur-Oise, France. From then on, Gauguin could only reminisce about Van Gogh. What saddens me most is that both men lived lives of abject poverty, yet both achieved fame only after their deaths. Christiana was feeling quite down at that moment, perhaps moved by the friendship and entanglements between these two great painters. She also seemed to be reflecting on their tragic fates. Victoria Hayes stepped forward and embraced Christiana. "Darling, please don't be sad. Okay? You should be happy for them. Gauguin and Van Gogh were the best of friends. Although fate dealt them a cruel blow, these two exceptionally talented painters ultimately achieved fame. Museums and collectors all over the world are eager to acquire their works. I believe they are happy in their spiritual realm. Right up until the end of their lives, they never forgot each other. And just look at this Patek Philippe in my hand, just like the owner of this watch, even 1,000 years from now, people around the world will still remember them. Because truly great artists and their works will never fade, even after 1,000 years." After hearing Victoria Hayes' words, a beautiful smile finally blossomed on Christiana's face. "That's right, we should be happy. You have to realize that this painting is worth at least $60 million. We've struck it rich again." "Ha ha ha." Christiana playfully tapped Victoria Hayes on the chest. "You call $60 million striking it rich? Oh, you're right, it's not just 60 million. There are also a few thousand high-value watches over here, plus 11 oil paintings that haven't been unwrapped yet. Anyway, those remaining 11 are definitely not cheap," Victoria Hayes said smugly to Christiana. The two then slowly unwrapped the remaining 11 oil paintings, but what they saw next left them speechless with astonishment. Because all 11 of the paintings turned out to be works by Paul Gauguin. On the Eve of Brittany, in Brittany, Breton Girl by the Sea, Amid the Waves, Willows at Avon, Breton Landscape Pastoral by the Sea, Le Port du, Joan of Arc, Spinning, or a Breton Girl, Young Woman by the Window, Brittany and Cows, Landscape at Le Port du, a lonely house landscape with a Breton woman carrying a bag, appeared one after another before their eyes, and the series of exquisite paintings dazzled them both. Christiana murmured in awe, "Darling, are these all works by Paul Gauguin? Are they all genuine? All 12 of them? This is practically a dedicated exhibition of Paul Gauguin's works. How much would it cost to buy all of them?" Victoria Hayes was also stunned at that moment, because truly great works like these aren't something you can simply buy with money. Paul Gauguin's paintings aren't like those modern pieces that speculators and money launderers have artificially inflated in value. These are works by a master that have actually found their way into major national museums. She had carefully verified each of these 12 paintings with her special vision, confirming that they were all authentic without a doubt. Chapter 77, Victoria Hayes' Little Scheme. Just how much does this guy love Paul Gauguin's paintings? I'm absolutely certain these are all works by Paul Gauguin. They're all signed, and the style of these paintings is relatively consistent. The artist's color palette, mixing techniques, and brushstrokes don't lie. Plus, these are all masterpieces by Gauguin, each valued between 40 million and 120 million US dollars. They're truly one of a kind. Christiana was clearly stunned by the prices of the paintings before her and quickly asked, "Are they all that expensive? Could you have misjudged their value?" Victoria Hayes couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could she have misjudged them? The intensity of the treasure glow her eyes detected couldn't be faked. All the relevant knowledge she taught herself wasn't a sham either. "There's no mistake, dear. I've studied them carefully. These 12 paintings before us, among the more than 500 works Gauguin created in his lifetime, belong to the very small fraction of his finest pieces. If they were ordinary paintings, they could be sold for around $10 million. For example, his painting Bethro II sold for $9.5 million at a Sotheby's auction in early 2015. Of course, before the auction house had estimated its value at $4 million to $5 million, but the final hammer price ended up doubling that. The value is primarily determined by the work's period of creation, historical context, quality, and rarity. For example, another of Gauguin's works, When Will You Marry?, fetched a staggering $300 million at the same auction. The pieces right in front of us are only worth between $40 million and $120 million. There is simply no comparison. Besides, there is really no point in discussing how much these paintings are worth right now, because we're not short on money at all, so there is naturally no need to sell them. Unless they're turned into cash, they just remain exquisite works of art, not money. Darling, these paintings right here, just like the treasures we found before, will simply become family heirlooms. What do you think? His last remark struck a chord with Christiana, but she still put on a brave face and retorted, "What do you mean our family? We're just a couple right now, we're not even married yet. If we're going to get married, you'll have to collect all 3 masterpieces by the great masters of the Renaissance first." Victoria Hayes responded with a cheerful laugh. "Isn't that just a matter of time, Mrs. Wong? Ha ha ha." He picked up the watch containing the Queen of Naples and said to Christiana, "Future Mrs. Wong, I have a gift I'd like to give you. We've been together for so long, and I've never officially given you a gift. Today, I've finally found one I'm satisfied with. I hope you'll accept it." Christiana looked at the Queen of Naples wristwatch in Victoria Hayes' hand and was deeply moved, but to everyone's surprise, she chose to refuse it. "Darling, I can't accept this gift. It's the world's first wristwatch, and its first owner was very famous. It's far too precious. You've had it appraised yourself, it's worth at least $50 million. We're dating now, what if we don't end up getting married? Would I have to return this watch to you, or keep it for myself? There are too many variables involved, and neither of us can predict how things will turn out, so I can't accept such a valuable gift. If you really want to give me a present, please choose something less expensive." Victoria Hayes looked intently at Christiana's delicate, beautiful face. Her expression didn't seem to be one of deception, so he simply went along with it. "All right then, Christiana, but dear, you can't refuse the next gift I give you," Victoria Hayes said earnestly. Seeing that Christiana had agreed, Victoria Hayes picked up another box from the case in front of her and opened it. A high-end Brigade Queen of Naples jewelry watch was revealed before her eyes. Clearly, this was a limited edition custom-made piece. The oval dial was paired with a white alligator leather strap. The outer rim of the case was encrusted with a circle of sparkling diamonds. On the inner dial, aside from an oval space left blank where the Brigade logo was located and a ring of blank space marking the 12-hour numbers, the rest of the dial is completely encrusted with sparkling paved diamonds, creating a dazzling effect. The crown used to set the time is set with a 5-carat purple diamond, which is exceptionally vibrant. I never would have imagined that someone would set such a large purple diamond on a wristwatch. Victoria Hayes had already examined it beforehand. It is a 5-carat purple diamond with the highest grade vivid purple color. This clarity reached the FL grade that is flawless. This single purple diamond alone was worth tens of millions of dollars. Paired with this already exorbitantly priced custom-made Brigade watch, the price soared to astronomical heights. Although it couldn't compare to the world's first wristwatch, the piece before her, due to the quality of its materials, was by no means cheap. It was worth at least $15 million. Christiana was at a loss for words. Hadn't she been clear enough when she refused the Queen of Naples watch? Why had he still given her such an extravagant gift? "This is far too expensive. I can't accept it, Alex," Christiana insisted. This time, Victoria Hayes seemed very determined. "You said so when you turned it down earlier, so I picked out a cheaper gift just as you asked. You have to accept it, please don't refuse it again. Okay? I just want to give you the very best." After Victoria Hayes' repeated pleas, Christiana finally accepted the incredibly expensive watch. In fact, Victoria Hayes had long anticipated that Christiana would refuse, because he knew his woman well. Christiana wasn't the kind of gold digger who was only after money, so he wanted to give her the very best. So Victoria Hayes deliberately chose a more expensive gift to give her first, waiting for her to refuse it. Then he would present his real gift, and although it was still extremely valuable, persuading her to accept it would be much easier by then. Sure enough, his strategy ultimately succeeded. The next morning, Victoria Hayes drove straight to JP Morgan Chase. When she got out of the car, she was carrying 2 bottles of red wine and a document folder. The pretty receptionist at the front desk immediately escorted him to DeSantis' office. As soon as Victoria Hayes entered DeSantis' office, DeSantis immediately stood up to greet her. "Good morning, Alex. You look even more handsome than usual. What brings you here so suddenly? Is there something important? Would you like something to drink?" He greeted her warmly while guiding Victoria Hayes to the sofa. "Just a cup of coffee will do." DeSantis turned to the receptionist and said, Please have Shirley grind up 2 cups of coffee for me. It has to be my private reserve geisha coffee. Chapter 78. Geisha Coffee. The pretty receptionist deftly closed the office door. DeSantis, hear us the wine I promised to give you last time I brought it over today. I wasn't sure what kind you'd like, so I brought you 2 bottles from Chateau d'Yquem. 1 bottle of dry red wine and 1 bottle of dry white wine. I hope you'll enjoy them. With that, she handed him the bag containing the 2 bottles. DeSantis took the bag, pulled out 1 bottle, and began to examine it closely. From the way he handled it, it was clear that DeSantis was a seasoned wine connoisseur. Oh my goodness, this is actually a 2005 Chateau d'Yquem dry red that's incredibly rare. Wow, this bottle is also a 2005 Chateau d'Yquem dry white, ha ha ha. It's truly a rarity that was such a great vintage. It's been 13 years top tier. Vintage year flagship wines from prestigious chateaus like this aren't easy to come by. Victoria Hayes didn't care in the slightest. He had over 20,000 bottles of this 2005 Chateau d'Yquem in his jade pendant storage space. He simply didn't care. As long as you like them, don't hesitate to drink them. I have more where those came from if you want some. Just ask me, I've collected quite a lot. Thanks, Alex. I'll take them. I really love these 2 bottles. DeSantis solemnly placed the 2 bottles of red wine in his cabinet. Alex, did you come here specifically to bring me wine? That's just how these foreigners are. They don't understand social graces at all. Shouldn't you exchange pleasantries when you first meet? Building rapport first makes business discussions go much smoother. Doesn't it? However, Victoria Hayes cut straight to the point. Did you take care of the Nvidia stock I mentioned last time? DeSantis replied proudly. Don't worry, I wrapped it up a few days ago. I handled it very discreetly, so the acquisition took some time. But I acquired every share for you at an average price of $3.32 per share, including the previous $1.2 billion. You now own a total of approximately 452 million shares of Nvidia stock, representing 1.84% of the total outstanding shares. With that, he handed Victoria Hayes a tablet, the screen already set to display her private stock account. Just then, DeSantis' secretary walked in carrying a cup of coffee. Alex, try this top-grade Ethiopian geisha coffee. These are genuine geisha beans from Mount Geisha in Ethiopia. I bought them at a coffee bean auction. They cost me over $10,000 a pound. It really broke the bank. DeSantis enthusiastically invited Victoria Hayes to taste this expensive coffee. People like this are always like that when they get something good. They can't wait to share it with others. In a way, it's a form of showing off. However, Victoria Hayes absolutely loved this kind of showing off. Victoria Hayes lifted the coffee cup to her lips, and a faint floral aroma wafted up a very elegant scent, reminiscent of roses and jasmine. It was a pleasant scent, and within this delicate floral aroma was a faint, almost imperceptible hint of fruit upon closer inspection, notes of honey, pomelo, and citrus. The scent was so subtle that it was almost impossible to detect without paying close attention. Even before taking a sip, the aroma alone created a magical sensation. I took a gentle sip, and the rich aroma of the coffee blossomed in my mouth. At first, it was sweet, followed by a slightly bitter aftertaste. This sweetness is definitely not the kind you get from added sugar. It's a purely natural sweetness. It's truly magical that coffee can have its own inherent sweetness. Immediately afterward, my entire nasal passage was filled with the delicate scent of roses. What a masterpiece! Shortly after swallowing the coffee, a sweet aftertaste immediately surged up. Perfect. This geisha coffee is grown in Kenya, Tanzania, and South American countries like Colombia, Panama, Guatemala, and Costa Rica, and the beans produced there are all of the highest quality. However, only the geisha beans from Mount Geisha in Ethiopia are considered the absolute best. Neither of them spoke at that moment. They simply sat in silence, savoring every sip of this top-tier coffee. It really is a top-tier coffee. Looks like I'll have to buy some for myself in the future, Victoria Hayes remarked with admiration. You really should get some top-tier coffee to savor and cigars too, I think. You need to learn to enjoy these fine things. You're a super rich person now. Do you realize that, Alex? You're running around on your own. That's very dangerous. It doesn't fit your status as a wealthy individual. Look at those super rich people. Which one of them goes out without a few professional bodyguards in tow? You need to do things befitting your high society status. That's the only way you'll fit in. Attend more balls and make some donations to put on a good show. It won't hurt you. Just look at yourself. You haven't attended a single ball or charity gala in over a month. Still, I've noticed some positive signs. At least you've learned to appreciate these top-tier wines, and you're even able to get your hands on the best vintages. And you're wearing that vintage Patek Philippe watch that's a good start. DeSantis advised him earnestly. I get it, DeSantis. I've just suddenly become rich and haven't adjusted yet. I'll try my best to make some changes. Victoria Hayes didn't argue with DeSantis, because he could tell that DeSantis' words were at least well-intentioned. DeSantis continued, the most important thing you should do is have a few decent outfits custom-made for yourself, so you'll have something to wear when you attend formal occasions. By decent outfits, I mean formal suits handcrafted, bespoke suits, not those so-called luxury brand items. Men in high society simply look down on so-called luxury brands. They don't need luxury goods to package themselves. They are symbols of their own success. Also, you'd better have some evening gowns custom made for your beautiful girlfriend as well. Having such a world-class beauty by your side is the ultimate luxury. Then there's the matter of cars. Many customs in the West differ from those in your part of the world. In China, over there, picking someone up or attending an important event just requires a luxury car, but in the United States and Europe, it has to be a sedan. Do you understand? Otherwise, it'll look like you don't take it seriously, and you'll end up offending people. Hearing DeSantis' lecture, Victoria Hayes immediately begged for mercy. It seemed that giving him 2 bottles of fine wine had led him to consider her a close friend worthy of his careful guidance. She had no choice but to play along as a close friend after all. He was worth over $1 billion, and she'd given him 2 bottles of wine worth $7,000 or $8,000 each. Okay, I get it. I'll go back and ask my Christina for advice. I actually have another important matter to discuss with you today. Ah, I knew you wouldn't come here without a reason. Go ahead, what's this big deal that made you make a special trip? DeSantis gave her a look that said, I've seen right through you. As soon as Victoria Hayes entered DeSantis' office, she had used her psychic vision to scan the entire room, confirming long ago that there were no bugs or surveillance devices. He said nothing, but simply handed the document folder he brought to DeSantis. DeSantis took the folder with a puzzled look, opened it, and pulled out a thick stack of papers. Chapter 79, Bearer Bonds. The moment his hand reached into the folder, his expression immediately turned serious. After pulling out the documents and reading their contents, he confirmed that they were exactly what he had suspected. Large denomination bearer U.S. Treasury bonds. He couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, where did you get these? And so many of them. As he kept flipping through the bearer bonds, Victoria Hayes whispered, I found a safe while treasure hunting in the warehouse along with some other valuables, of course. But the most important and valuable items are these high-denomination bearer bonds, all U.S. Treasury bonds. I've counted them, there's a total of $3,400 million here. Most are in denominations of $10 million and $20 million, though there are also some in $50 million and $100 million just in smaller quantities. What I want to know is, do you have a way to cash these out? I want the option with the lowest tax rate, and it has to be legal. DeSantis chuckled softly and said, Alex, these are bearer bonds and they're U.S. Treasury bonds, which are the most reliable. They have the best credit standing on the market and are the most liquid. I can easily move them on the trading market for you. What I want is to turn them into clean cash, the kind I can take and use right away, not black money that can only be deposited into a bearer account. Victoria Hayes said uneasily, How much tax will I have to pay on this disposal you're talking about? 1T selling them directly on the trading market turn them into black money. Don't worry. What are bearer bonds? They're bonds that can be bought and sold freely, and their origin can't be traced. Got it? You can trade them directly with complete confidence. As long as you're not dealing in cash, it 1T become black money. You don't need to go through any country, just transfer the funds directly. Plus, cross-border transfer fees for these transactions are at most 0.1% to 0.3% across all countries. You just need to take a few simple precautions. There are 3 ways to trade bearer bonds. The first is through banks, brokers, or financial institutions. For example, if you entrust these bearer bonds to us at JP Morgan Chase, we'll find a buyer for you, negotiate a price, and then transfer the funds, which will be deposited directly into your designated account. The second is to list them for sale directly on a stock exchange. Once a price is agreed upon, the transaction is completed, but the identities of the buyer and seller will be recorded. The third option is to wait until the bearer bond matures and then contact the issuer to redeem the principal and interest. These bearer bonds generally have relatively long maturities, typically ranging from 10, 15, 20 to 30 years. For example, this bearer bond one hold has a face value of $10 million and a 20-year term. 10 years have already passed, and the coupon rate is 3% per annum. So its actual value is now $13 million, do you understand? You can't just look at the face value, you have to factor in the coupon interest. If you were to sell it directly at face value, you'd be a complete fool. Even if you marked it up just a little, people would be clamoring to buy it. Currently, on the international stage, no one is regulating these bearer bonds, and they can't be regulated anyway. Countries around the world have their own agendas. It's impossible for them to be on the same page. After all, if financial capital flows were strictly controlled, how would those financial free ports even function? Furthermore, overly strict controls would result in some countries issuing bonds that nobody would buy. Economically strong countries might not have a problem, but what about economically weak ones? For example, the famous PIIGS Greece, Italy, Spain, Ireland, and Portugal would certainly have very few buyers for their bonds, so someone would need to step in to take them off their hands. However, everyone is willing to buy bearer government bonds because they're safe enough. There's far too much dirty money circulating in the world every day. As long as someone buys these bearer bonds, they can easily cash them out at any time. It's just that these bearer bonds are extremely rare, so many people looking to hide their assets are buying them as well. Take corrupt officials from various countries, for example. Once they buy them, they basically hoard them, making it very difficult for them to re-enter circulation. There are also drug traffickers and gang members. They could get into trouble at any moment, and taking these bonds with them when they flee is the smartest move, so they're buying them too. Bank accounts can be frozen by government agencies using your personal information, but these bearer bonds are absolutely safe as long as you hide them well enough. Furthermore, these bearer bonds are extremely difficult, if not impossible, to trace. Bearer bonds denominated in global currencies like the euro and the US dollar can be easily traded in various countries, especially in financial free ports like New York, London, Hong Kong, and Singapore. Once a bearer bond is traded, it can be transferred immediately. It can circle the globe in just a dozen or so seconds. How are you going to track that? With shell companies in various tax havens nested layer upon layer, and accounts intertwined in endless loops, how are you going to get to the bottom of the actual situation? Even the CIA can't pull this off. Aren't you playing the same game with these nested layers of shell companies? If it were really that easy to investigate, corrupt officials around the world would have been arrested long ago, and even if they were, the money wouldn't be recovered. Rest assured, as long as the proceeds from selling those bearer bonds aren't directly transferred back to your homeland, China, you'll be fine. Because only your homeland will demand that you prove the fund's legitimacy. Once the money reaches other countries, no one else will bother to look into it. As long as you're not a citizen of that country, who's going to care whether the money coming from abroad is clean or not? Besides, you don't have US citizenship or a green card, but you've been studying and living in the US for a while. To avoid an IRS audit, as long as the money isn't directly deposited into your personal US bank account, there's absolutely no problem. And you won't have to pay taxes on it either, because they can't trace it. You can sell bearer bonds to anyone. They'll transfer the money to your overseas account, and after the funds circulate overseas for a while, they can simply be transferred back to the US through a clean account that doesn't reveal your personal name. For example, those offshore corporate accounts you opened earlier in tax havens outside the US would be perfect. They're untraceable, as long as the corporate officers are all local residents. After hearing DeSantis' words, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, because if he had sold this batch of bearer bonds directly and normally in the US, he would certainly have faced the maximum personal income tax rate. He had long since reached the 37% marginal tax rate. Just thinking about it made his heart ache so much he could hardly breathe, but now, all he had to do was route the transaction through a few channels. Moreover, these bearer bonds had been outstanding for 10 years, meaning their original face value of $3.4 billion was now worth $4.42 billion in actual value. And they were very easy to sell. So, sometimes it really pays to consult a professional first. You won't lose out. Seeing Victoria Hayes deep in thought, DeSantis assumed he didn't want to dispose of this batch of bearer bonds and immediately offered a generous deal. Alex, let me handle this batch of bearer bonds for you. I guarantee the safety of your funds. We'll transfer the money from an overseas account to your offshore company account in a tax-free jurisdiction, then route it back there. Won't be a single slip-up. I've reviewed this batch of bearer bonds. They were issued by the US government during the 2008 financial crisis, with a face value annual interest rate of 3%. It's been 10 years now. That means the actual value of these bonds has appreciated by 30%, and I'll settle them with you directly based on that rate. Chapter 80, Christmas. You don't need to worry about any transfer fees or other charges incurred during the transaction. JP Morgan will cover them. Furthermore, we'll waive your management fees for the next 3 years. What do you say? Care to consider it? What's there to think about? Of course I'll agree right away. Although the bank is covering the transaction fees for this batch of bearer bonds as well as this year's management fees, it may seem like a significant outlay. But JP Morgan Chase is actually making a huge profit. These bearer bonds are in high demand on the market. There are just too many people who want them. So, even at a premium of 3 to 5% above their actual value, they can still sell them very easily. So with this single deal alone, JP Morgan Chase could easily make around $200 million off Victoria Hayes. However, Victoria Hayes wouldn't be envious because others have the clout to pull this off. Victoria Hayes asked hesitantly, "Okay, no problem. But DeSantis, your bank won't leak my information, will it? Relations between China and the US are very tense right now, and I'm worried something might go wrong later. Rest assured. Your wealth management account simply involves handing over your account password to our bank to handle transactions on your behalf, as you requested initially. After internal discussions, we set up a special arrangement for you. This is quite common. In fact, in our bank's internal records, people like you are listed under the names of partner offshore companies. So no one will ever know who you are. I took care of this when you first came in. There are no loopholes whatsoever. Furthermore, no one will know about this batch of bearer bonds, because in reality, they will be purchased and processed directly by major clients from overseas, without passing through any US domestic bank accounts. In other words, we act as intermediaries. You complete the transaction without ever meeting in person. As for the buyers of these bonds, they will simply transfer the funds directly after receiving the bearer bonds from us. It's like you and I are locked in a pitch-black room. We can't see each other. I take the money to buy the lollipop from your hand, and once the transaction is complete, we go our separate ways. If the police want to know who has the lollipop and who has the money, they have to catch us both at the same time and then strip us both naked. But no one in the whole world would ever let the police strip two kids naked. Do you understand, Alex? As bank employees, the most we can know is that you're a super VIP at our bank. Aside from me, the teller, no one else knows you're the account holder. Have you thought about how to invest the funds after this batch of bearer bonds is sold? We're talking $4.42 billion here. Victoria Hayes thought it over carefully. NVIDIA's market capitalization would rise from this year's $81.4 billion to a peak of $3.43 trillion by 2024, an increase of more than 42 times. But given the current total market capitalization of $81.4 billion, she'd be wise not to hold more than 5% of the shares, because exceeding that threshold would require her to issue a public announcement for any increase or decrease in her holdings, which would be highly inconvenient for Jack Everett. That meant he could increase his stake by a maximum of 3.15%, roughly $2.564 billion in total. He planned to use the remaining $1.856 billion to buy Tesla stock. This company hadn't yet grown into a colossus, with a current market capitalization of $30 billion. However, he could only purchase $1.5 billion worth of stock before hitting the disclosure threshold. By 2024, at the peak of its market capitalization, Tesla's total market cap would reach $1.23 trillion, a staggering 41-fold increase. It is one of only two publicly traded companies in the world capable of such growth. For other companies, a steady 3 to 5-fold increase would be considered remarkable, but Tesla and NVIDIA's stock prices have soared to such extraordinary heights over the past 6 years. Please prioritize buying NVIDIA and Tesla stocks for me, but don't exceed the 5% disclosure threshold. If there's any remaining funds, use them to buy Apple stock. DeSantis knew Victoria Hayes was a very independent-minded person, so he had no intention of trying to dissuade her. Besides, he was equally bullish on the stocks she had chosen. All right, I'll do as you say. Just leave these bearer bonds with me. The funds will be transferred to your overseas account within 3 days at the latest. As for the stocks, it'll take a little longer to acquire them. You know how it is. After all, you're buying quite a lot, and if I purchase too much too quickly, it could cause major problems. That would lead to a sharp rise in the value of these two companies' stocks and attract unnecessary attention. It'll probably take about 2 months. After DeSantis explained the specifics, Victoria Hayes was satisfied with the entire process and stood up to take her leave. For the time being, Victoria Hayes devoted most of her energy to her studies. She immersed herself in knowledge of antiques, history and culture, the biographies of famous figures, and especially foreign languages. She has now mastered several foreign languages and is proficient in both conversation and reading. It must be said that the changes in his eyes had brought about tremendous physical transformations. He would occasionally attend warehouse or container auctions, but he had yet to come across a warehouse that truly caught his eye. Still, he'd occasionally bid on one just for fun. Otherwise, This pattern of never bidding unless it's a big score would be far too conspicuous. So, a certain degree of disguise was still necessary. Christmas was fast approaching, and Christiana was heading back to New York to spend the holidays with her parents. This presented a headache for Victoria Hayes. His future in-laws were going to meet him. The previous gunfight, the NBA game, and the discovery of the sports car warehouse had caused such a stir that Christiana had also been caught on camera. Once the video went viral, her parents eventually found out she had a boyfriend, so they wanted to meet him this Christmas. Christmas is a Western traditional holiday originally established to commemorate the birth of Jesus. However, the Bible does not actually provide a specific date for Jesus' birth. In 336 AD, the Roman Church began celebrating this holiday on December 25th each year. A major reason for this was that December 25th was originally designated by the Roman Empire as the birthday of the sun god. Another reason was that this date was chosen to counterbalance the contemporary festivals honoring the god of agriculture and the sun god, allowing Jack Everett to spread Christianity more effectively in the future. In ancient Rome, the festival of Saturn was typically held between December 17th and 24th at the end of the year, featuring large-scale rituals presided over personally by the Roman emperor at the Temple of Saturn in the Forum, where sacrifices were made to the Greek god of agriculture, Uranus. In fact, around 313 AD, the Roman Empire began its Christianization. At that time, the Pope sought to spread the doctrine more rapidly and strengthen the Church's influence. Beginning with the first Christmas celebration in 336 AD, many customs from the festival of Saturn were widely adopted. For example, the Christmas tree, a staple of the holiday, traces its origins to the wishing tree of the festival of Saturn. Chapter 81. A pre-Christmas road trip. Christmas originally began as a religious holiday, but as the Catholic Church's influence grew and the number of believers increased, it transformed from a religious observance into a secular holiday. Its form also gradually evolved from religious ceremonies into a day for family gatherings, exchanging well wishes and gifts, and expressing love. In the West, people take extended holidays every year during the Christmas season to celebrate. Christiana's family were devout Catholics, so naturally, the entire family placed immense importance on this holiday. However, for Victoria Hayes, this was at least a good start after all. Being invited to spend the holiday at their home on such an important day meant she had cleared the basic hurdle. With more than 10 days to go before Christmas Eve, neither Victoria Hayes nor Christiana had any pressing matters to attend to, so they decided to drive directly to New York on the East Coast. Setting out from Los Angeles, they head northeast along Highway 15 to Las Vegas, Nevada. Then, following Highway 70, they pass through Utah, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania before arriving in New York City, New York. The total distance is 4,500 kilometers. If they didn't stop even for a moment, it would take an estimated 40 hours to drive. Of course, that's clearly impossible along the way. They need to eat, rest, sleep, take in the scenery, and experience the different local customs and cultures. They plan to set off right away and enjoy a road trip while they're at it. The day before departure, Victoria Hayes made a special trip to Walmart to buy a large supply of bottled water and various foods, which she stored in her jade pendant storage space. She also packed some food, water, and camping gear, including a tent and a grill, into the trunk of the Cadillac Escalade. She was confident these items would come in handy during the long road trip. Of course, the most important items were the guns he brought along: a Glock G17 pistol, and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, a Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, and an Ontario 3 Malawian Quatches naval knife. How could you possibly go on a long road trip in the United States without bringing guns? This is the truth of equality among all people if there is no equality. It would only mean his caliber is larger than yours and your calibers are indeed unequal. As for why he specifically brought these purchased guns, it's because they're registered and can be used legally. The guns he acquired earlier during the warehouse treasure hunt and in Medellin, Colombia, aren't registered in the US, making them ideal tools for shady business. Using these unregistered guns in legitimate self-defense would actually be a problem. You'd be charged with illegal possession of a firearm. Of course, using a registered gun while committing a crime is also a huge problem, because the police can easily trace the gun's owner based on the rifling marks on the bullet. In the US, there have been far too many cases where people have been blamed for shootings caused by lost firearms. Basically, if you can't prove your innocence, you're guilty, so off to jail you go. Unless, of course, you're rich enough to hire a top-notch legal team to drag out the case indefinitely, and the prosecutor doesn't come up with new evidence to nail you. Early the next morning, Victoria Hayes and Christiana set off at 7 a.m. Las Vegas, the gambling capital of Nevada, is 430 kilometers from Lost Mountain. The trip would take about 4 hours. Once they left town, they got on Highway 10 after driving about 40 kilometers east. They turned onto Highway 15, which led straight to Las Vegas. Southern California borders Nevada, and the entire region is arid with little rainfall. In recent years, excessive development and drought conditions have led to frequent wildfires. The land across Southern California is degrading very rapidly. Once you leave the urban area of Los Angeles and head toward Nevada, there are virtually no tall trees along the way, only low-lying shrubs. Moreover, the shrubs aren't very dense, and large swaths of reddish-brown soil and rock lie exposed. It looks quite desolate, but it's a unique landscape in its own way. However, all of this changed dramatically just 3 hours later upon entering Nevada. Las Vegas is located in the southeastern corner of Nevada, surrounded entirely by desert or semi-desert terrain. Originally, this was the only oasis in the nearby desert. With abundant water sources, travelers passing through would stop here to restock, and over time, a small town developed. The first people to settle here were Mexicans, all of whom spoke Spanish. The Spanish had originally established a colony in Mexico. To facilitate Jack Everett's management of the enslaved indigenous Mexicans, the colonial governor at the time forced the indigenous Mexicans to learn Spanish, which is why the name Las Vegas comes from Spanish. It means fertile valley. Later, after Mexico gained independence, the Mexican-American War broke out between the United States and Mexico in 1846. Mexico was defeated in less than 2 years, and this vast tract of land was ceded to the United States beginning in 1848. To better control the land in California, a transit and supply station needed to be established in Las Vegas on May 15, 1905. The city of Las Vegas was officially incorporated. The area became the West's most important railroad hub, and initially, its economy relied entirely on rail transportation. However, in the 1930s, an economic crisis erupted, the infamous Great Depression. Countless businesses went bankrupt, and vast numbers of people lost their jobs and livelihoods, leaving produced goods unsellable. After milking their cows, capitalists would rather dump the milk into the river than continue production and packaging, as continuing would only lead to greater losses. Affected by the economic crisis, the railroad industry on which Las Vegas depended for its survival collapsed overnight. The entire city plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. Originally, the gambling industry here, like in other cities, operated in the shadows. Because it was a major railroad hub, there was a constant flow of people traveling north and south. In such bustling places, the entertainment and commercial sectors are typically highly developed, and Las Vegas was no exception. The underground gambling industry naturally flourished in this environment. However, with the economy in shambles and facing severe financial difficulties, the Nevada state government found itself with no other options. It therefore decided to legalize gambling in order to collect taxes from the state's long-standing gambling industry and alleviate its financial strain. Consequently, in early 1931, the Nevada state government passed the famous Tobin Act. The act stipulated that legal gambling could be fully open to the public, and that opening a casino no longer required applying for a license from the state government. It was sufficient to register with local police departments. Registration required only the payment of a fixed tax, $25 per month per gaming table and $10 per month per slot machine. Of these taxes, the state government received 25%, the county government received 25%, and the city or town government received 50%. With the passage of the Tobin Act by the Nevada state government, Las Vegas' gambling industry received a massive boost, leading to the construction of numerous casinos, hotels, and nightclubs. As visitor numbers grew and spending power increased, this significantly stimulated development in the local economy. Various restaurants, convenience stores, and fruit shops opened for business, and facilities such as amusement parks were also established one after another. Chapter 82, Hoover Dam. Las Vegas gradually entered a phase of healthy development. This desert tourist city continued to thrive, evolving into the place we see today. Continuing along Highway 15, Victoria Hayes and Christiana soon reached downtown Las Vegas. Driving along the Las Vegas Strip, the traffic flowed ceaselessly. This street is Las Vegas' busiest thoroughfare and the very soul and symbol of the city. Lining both sides of the Las Vegas Strip are the world's most famous luxury resorts, each with its own unique theme. Some feature a marine theme, complete with large marine eco-parks and suites. Others adopt a tropical rainforest theme. With lush greenery throughout the property, it's hard to believe you're in the desert. Numerous mega casinos, Renowned restaurants and shopping centers are also situated along both sides of this 6.5-kilometer-long downtown thoroughfare. You can find scaled-down replicas of world-famous landmarks here, such as the Statue of Liberty, the Egyptian pyramids, and the Eiffel Tower. Visitors here can check off a large number of world-famous attractions in one go. At the same time, since this is a gambling city, most of the high-end hotels here have casinos on site, and you can use your room key to claim a certain amount of chips at the casino. Don't for a moment think they're giving you money out of the goodness of their hearts. These chips can't be exchanged for cash, they're only for gambling. But as long as you gamble, they'll make even more money off you. The only thing casinos fear is you not showing up. They're certainly not afraid of you winning. Otherwise, why would casinos hire a whole bunch of math geniuses and actuaries? S&T it precisely to calculate all those odds? Ordinary people are already completely outmaneuvered. If you're thinking of winning money, just give it a thought and then forget about it. To date, there hasn't been a single reported case of a casino going bankrupt because of players' winnings. Even if someone gets lucky and wins money from the casino, don't expect to enjoy it, not because they'll do anything bad to you. If they actually did that, Las Vegas' reputation would have been ruined long ago. Who would come here to gamble then? They'll just pamper you and do everything they can to get you to walk back into their casino. As long as you're willing to step inside and gamble, it's only a matter of time before you lose money. When Victoria Hayes and Christiana arrived at the Bellagio Hotel, it was nearly midnight. Built in 1998, it was the most expensive and luxurious hotel of its time. The main building is one of the most beautiful and magnificent structures in Las Vegas. It is also the recipient of the 3A5 Diamond Award, the highest accolade in the global hospitality industry. The hotel's design was inspired by Lake Como in Bellagio, Italy, and there is a massive artificial lake between the hotel and the Las Vegas Strip. This artificial lake, spanning 32,000 square meters and modeled after Lake Como, hosts numerous musical fountain shows every day. Dancing gracefully to the rhythm of music and lights, the fountains put on a spectacular show. Additionally, every evening, the renowned Cirque du Soleil performs its spectacular circus acts here. This was the direct reason Victoria Hayes and Christiana chose this hotel. After checking in at the front desk, Victoria Hayes, who had booked a Lakeview room in advance, found that these were the hotel's most expensive room type. Even the most basic option cost $3,000 per night. Standing on the room's balcony and looking down at the artificial lake, the musical fountains were dancing wildly to the rhythm of the music, creating a unique and captivating spectacle. It would surely be even more beautiful at night, accompanied by the dazzling lights. At noon, the two of them went downstairs to the hotel restaurant for lunch, then returned to their room to rest. When they went out again, it was already 2 p.m., and they planned to head out to see the famous Hoover Dam. This is a famous American landmark in countless Hollywood blockbusters. The Hoover Dam has been blown up in countless conspiracies. Alternatively, the Hoover Dam appears in movies as a secret U.S. military base. Hoover Dam is located southeast of Las Vegas, about 40 kilometers from downtown. The dam is 221.4 meters high, 200 meters wide at the base, 14 meters wide at the top, and 379.2 meters long at the crest. When the United States built this dam, 3.36 million cubic meters of concrete were used to pour the dam body. The dam is a concrete gravity dam, similar to China's Three Gorges Dam. It directly dams the Colorado River within a deep, narrow canyon, creating a massive reservoir known as Lake Mead. Lake Mead can hold 34.85 billion cubic meters of water. The water resources and electricity generated by the dam are supplied directly to Las Vegas and the surrounding areas. Construction of the Hoover Dam began in April 1931 and was completed in March 1936 after 5 years. It's hard to imagine that the United States of that era could have completed such a magnificent structure. It's just a pity that today's United States has become obsessed with finance, and the infrastructure built and perfected over the past few decades has long since fallen into disrepair. Victoria Hayes and Christiana parked their car on the crest of Hoover Dam and got out. On one side of the dam lay Lake Mead, now filled to the brim with water, which couldn't help but remind him of a line of poetry. But I'm not allowed to write that line here. I don't know why either. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to visit the Three Gorges Dam, that's the world's largest dam, hands down. On the other side of the dam lay the bottom of a deep canyon looking down from above. The view was truly awe-inspiring in a way that's hard to put into words. The base of the dam extended along the cliff bottoms on both sides. The outlets of the many generator units were currently releasing water to generate electricity, and the deafening roar was overwhelming. Amplified by the echoes off the cliff walls on both sides of the gorge, The sound seemed even louder. Christiana couldn't help but shout in his ear, "Honey, isn't this Hoover Dam amazing? It is amazing, but not amazing enough. Someday I'll take you to China to see something even more breathtaking, the world's largest dam. The Three Gorges Dam." Victoria Hayes accompanied Christiana as they toured the area, including a visit to the generator units inside the dam. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but entertain a mischievous thought. Should she blow it up? After all, she still had several hundred kilograms of C4 explosives stored in the space inside her jade pendant. However, that amount wouldn't do much damage to a concrete gravity dam like this, so she decisively abandoned the idea. If it were actually blown up, the United States would never let the people here off the hook, especially someone like him, Drew Rowan. Even if he hadn't done it, he'd definitely be made the scapegoat. Red Rock Canyon, home to Hoover Dam, features Nevada's classic western landscape. Reddish-brown gravel-strewn hills and a desolate wasteland dotted with a few scattered, stunted shrubs. Victoria Hayes had seen these scenes in Western movies Arthur Dawson had watched in the past. If she were to don a pair of jeans, ride a handsome horse, and carry a revolver, it would be the perfect Western movie scene. As Victoria Hayes accompanied Christiana to various spots to take beautiful photos, she finally understood what it meant to feel, as if a goddess were safe and sound.
Chapter 83. Slot Machines.
After returning to the hotel for dinner, Victoria Hayes and Christiana watched a spectacular Cirque du Soleil performance. The high-difficulty stunts and the performers' flexible bodies left the audience in awe, though Victoria Hayes' artistic sensibilities simply couldn't appreciate it. Seeing the female performers strike all sorts of unconventional poses, Victoria Hayes' mind was filled with a single question. Could Christiana pull off those moves and poses? But, mustering up his courage, he finally asked Christiana the question. "Honey, isn't this show amazing? Look how incredible those performers are, they can pull off such difficult poses. How difficult of a pose could you do?" Christiana laughed and replied, "How can you even compare? They've had professional training. Don't try to challenge their livelihood with your amateur skills, only a fool would do that. But I'm pretty flexible too. After all, I'm an actress, we all take physical training classes, so I've had specialized training in that area as well. Basic poses like standing on one leg with the other leg stretched over my head, the human arch, or the splits, I can do those with ease." While she was still talking, Christiana casually glanced over at Victoria Hayes, who was listening to her words while staring at her face with a mischievous grin. Christiana instantly realized something. "You're such a pervert, you big rascal. How come I didn't see it back then? You seemed so innocent before we got together." Victoria Hayes chuckled. "Come on. What guy isn't a little naughty back then? Isn't that normal? Besides, I'm only naughty with you. Honey, I think we could explore some new ways to have fun. Hee. I've already thought of a few, just thinking about them gets me excited. Pfft. Go explore all by yourself." With that, Christiana turned her head away, her face flushed, ignoring Victoria Hayes' playful banter and focusing on the circus performance. After watching the spectacular Cirque du Soleil show, Victoria Hayes took Christiana to the hotel's casino. How could they come to Las Vegas without giving it a try? As long as she kept her desires in check and didn't get addicted to gambling, she'd be fine. The casino was incredibly luxurious, with over 2,000 slot machines of all kinds and 200 gaming tables. Victoria Hayes exchanged $1 million for chips at the casino counter. Planning to play a little after all, with her X-ray vision, it would be hard for her to lose. However, Victoria Hayes didn't head to the gaming tables. She planned to try her hand at the slot machines first. Slot machines are one of the most basic and simplest games in the casino, and their greatest appeal lies in the chance to win big with a small bet. The machines feature many different symbols, and 3 windows on the screen display matching symbols. The more of the same symbol that appear, the greater the payout. All machines are pre-programmed, and the casino secretly sets the payout rate for each slot machine. To attract more visitors, casinos generally don't take too large a cut. The standard payout rate is set at around 10%. Additionally, casinos operate a progressive jackpot system, where a portion of each machine's profits is contributed to a shared jackpot pool. Winning the jackpot clears the pool, allowing the winner to take all the cash inside. Therefore, any machine in the casino labeled progressive slot is part of a network system, and generally a major jackpot is hit every so often. This also helps attract visitors to the casino and encourages them to stay overnight. There's a little trick to playing these slot machines. If someone keeps losing on a particular machine, the probability of that machine paying out increases, because the machine's overall payout rate is fixed. If the person before them keeps losing money, the machine will eventually pay out to stabilize the return rate at a reasonable level. When Victoria Hayes and Christiana saw the person next to them get up and leave, they immediately moved over to that machine. Honey, I just saw that guy lose a lot of money on this machine. I have a feeling it's about to pay out big time. Christiana added, Yes, I saw that too. That guy lost at least 10,000 in chips on this slot machine, and I haven't seen it pay out once. That doesn't make sense given the casino's programming logic. Let us give it a try, honey. You take the reins, pretty women have especially good luck. It's up to you. Christiana inserted her chips into the machine, immediately selected a triple bet, and then pulled the lever. The purpose of tripling the bet was, on the one hand, to win a larger payout if she hit the jackpot, and on the other hand, to prevent a tie for the jackpot. In the event of a tie, the jackpot would go to whoever had placed the higher bet. Victoria Hayes found these old-fashioned machines more interesting. Pulling the lever seemed to have a greater sense of ritual, unlike the new-style buttons that were just a light press and gone. The sound of a clunk signaled a miss. They hadn't won. However, they hadn't expected the good fortune of winning the moment someone else walked away, so they continued feeding in chips and playing. After more than 30 minutes, the two of them had put in over 20,000 yuan in tokens, with no sign of getting any of their money back. Christiana looked at Victoria Hayes in disappointment. Maybe we were getting our hopes up too high. Perhaps that machine up front was already in the red, and we just happened to run into it at the same time as the person before us. How big of a jackpot do you think we can still win? Money was a minor issue. He had plenty of it and didn't care about such a small amount. But if the woman he loved was unhappy, that was what truly pained him. So Victoria Hayes immediately spoke up to comfort him. I think our luck is about to turn. I have a strong hunch that a massive jackpot is coming soon. We'll hit it in 5 spins at most. Darling, if you don't believe me, just keep trying. Hearing Victoria Hayes' reassuring words, Christiana finally broke into a smile. She regained her confidence and started playing again. A few people at the machines nearby laughed when they saw this. It was the first time they'd seen someone so stubborn throwing in over 20,000 chips in a row without recouping any of their losses. Anyone else would have cashed out and moved to a different machine long ago. But this young couple stuck with this money-eating monster for half an hour. Round after round of losses, just the usual kind of losses. Christiana wasn't upset at all. She turned around and kissed Victoria Hayes on the cheek. Honey, one last round. You spin it. If we lose, we'll go play at the tables. Okay, one last round, Victoria Hayes replied, hugging Christiana and kissing her on the cheek before reaching out to pull the lever. 3 windows on the screen flashed rapidly with various symbols, and soon the first window stopped spinning. It was a diamond, a huge diamond, but their expressions remained completely unchanged. A single diamond would only cover the cost of this round. They'd already lost so many chips. They didn't care about that anymore. Chapter 84. Clearing the jackpot. Immediately, the second window stopped spinning as well. It was another huge diamond. Now they could recoup 10 times their stake for this round. Finally, they were breaking even. It hadn't been easy. Since this was the last round Victoria Hayes and her group had agreed to play, several people at nearby machines had also stopped playing to watch their progress. When 2 large diamonds appeared on the screen, someone remarked with admiration, Your luck is finally turning. That's a good sign. Victoria Hayes shook her head. Forget it. We're just playing for fun. There's no need to take it too seriously. Even if our luck turns, we're done playing. The third window also began to spin more slowly. Although they didn't expect to win, Victoria Hayes and Christiana still couldn't help but hold their breath and stare intently at the final result of the third window. Christiana kept muttering under her breath, Big diamond, big diamond, big diamond. It has to be a big diamond. I want a big diamond. That look of intense focus, combined with her pouting and quiet muttering, made her look incredibly cute, especially coming from such a stunning beauty, and a few people nearby couldn't help but chuckle. It really does prove that looks determine the outcome. If someone less attractive had done that, no one would have found it cute. They'd just think it was an ugly person acting up. This must be what they mean by beauty has its privileges. I watched as icons of stars, moons, and the number 7 slowly slid across the third window, and then the big diamond appeared. With a ding, a massive diamond came to rest on the third window. Ah, 3 big diamonds. We've hit the jackpot. Christiana jumped up in excitement. Victoria Hayes beamed at Christiana, clearly overjoyed. Oh my gosh. It's actually the jackpot on a progressive slot machine. You guys have struck it rich. You're so lucky, Chris. It's been over a year since the jackpot was last hit here. and it just happened right next to me. My God. This is truly amazing. They'd been losing for over half an hour without winning a single penny, yet they managed to stick it out and keep playing. Loud celebratory music blared through the casino lobby, and streamers burst into the air, dancing everywhere. Everyone in the casino knew that a jackpot had just been hit on one of the slot machines. The lights on the slot machine in front of Christiana kept flashing, and the machine kept spitting out chips non-stop. The slot machine's payout slot was already completely clogged, and the overflowing chips fell directly onto the floor, piling up. Soon, casino staff arrived and proactively greeted them. "Hello, I'm the manager of this casino. Congratulations on winning our jackpot. Please follow us to the VIP lounge to sign the acceptance agreement and collect your winnings." Victoria Hayes and Christiana followed the casino manager to the VIP lounge, where casino staff and a lawyer were already waiting. Shortly afterward, a man in an expensive suit walked in. He was a representative from the Las Vegas Casino Association. The casino manager introduced everyone present, and under the supervision of the lawyer and the Casino Association representative, they signed the jackpot claim agreement. "Hello, Mr. Alex and Ms. Christiana. You two are the winners of this jackpot, the first since the last one was won. The prize pool has accumulated a total of $73,423,641, and now all of this money belongs to you two. Please follow me to the casino lobby to claim these chips in front of everyone." The group then proceeded to the casino lobby, which was already packed with people. To their surprise, the casino had organized a celebratory ceremony in just over 10 minutes. In front of thousands of witnesses, the casino manager publicly handed over $73,423,641 in chips to Victoria Hayes and Christiana. Throughout the entire process, the casino did not resort to any underhanded tactics or pull any tricks. Casino staff filmed and photographed the entire on-site jackpot handover with their consent. These photos would be made into posters and displayed throughout the casino. This is also a promotional tactic used by the casino to attract more people to come and gamble there. Given how smooth and pleasant the entire prize collection process was, Victoria Hayes, in a rare display of generosity, handed the casino manager a $1 million chip. "Please divide this equally among all the casino staff. Thank you for your hard work." Seeing Victoria Hayes' generosity, the casino staff thanked her in unison. Even including security and housekeeping staff, each person would receive several $1,000s, a substantial sum for these frontline employees. Upon accepting the chip, the casino manager immediately responded, "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Alex. I thank you on behalf of the entire casino staff. All of us will work even harder to provide you with superior service, and we hope both you and Miss Christiana are satisfied. I'm not sure if you have any other requests, but the casino floor features a variety of standard gaming tables, all with a betting limit of 100,000. If you'd like to experience the thrill of higher stakes betting, you're welcome to visit our VIP lounge, where you can participate in private games. I can arrange everything for you." After listening to the casino manager's words, Victoria Hayes paused briefly to think before replying, "I think I'd like to experience one of those private games. Please arrange that for me. Thank you." "Very well, Mr. Alex and Ms. Christiana. Please follow me." With that, the casino manager led them up to the second floor. He opened the door to a VIP lounge, where 5 people were already gathered around a poker table playing Texas Hold'em. A pile of chips sat in the center of the table, and the chips in front of each of the 5 players were stacked into small mountains. Each was accompanied by 1 or 2 attractive female companions. A burly, heavy-set black man and a muscular white hulk, judging by their appearance and aura. These two were clearly no upstanding citizens. Victoria Hayes could tell at a glance that these two were likely members of the underworld, the kind with blood and lives on their hands. No matter how well such people disguise themselves, their eyes cannot lie. That coldness that treats human life as worthless cannot be faked. Arthur Dawson, having killed and been covered in blood, had no warmth in his eyes. There were also 2 Asian men who looked like rich kids, but judging by their demeanor, they certainly weren't Drew Rowan, because Drew Rowan could never possess that deep-seated sense of inferiority. Some people like Drew Rowan are weak-kneed and spineless, always groveling before Westerners. That's perfectly normal. But the truly wealthy would never act that way. Even if some of them harbor an affinity for the West, at the very least, once they've made it abroad with wads of cash in hand, they hold their heads high. They certainly wouldn't be like these 2 Asian men standing before him, whose aura of insecurity radiates from their very bones and can be sensed from a distance. Chapter 85. Private Gambling Session. Even though they appeared calm on the surface, their restless eyes had long given them away. Finally, there was a young white man well-proportioned and refined, exuding an air of nobility at a glance. He was clearly a wealthy second-generation heir. When Victoria Hayes and Christiana entered, the group, seeing newcomers join the gambling session, paid them no mind and continued their game. However, when they spotted Christiana standing beside Victoria Hayes, they all instinctively gave her a few extra glances. After a round ended, the casino manager stepped forward to greet the group and briefly introduce them, then seated Victoria Hayes at the table. As soon as the casino manager left the gaming room, the fat black man immediately spoke up with a sneer. "What kind of day is this? Did we end up in some Asian jungle and stir up a monkey nest? A 6-person game, and 3 of them are yellow-skinned monkeys? This is ridiculous. What do you think, Bonanno?" The burly white man shot the fat black man a glance and said coldly, "What is it to you? If you're here to gamble, just play the game. You're black yourself. What gives you the right to discriminate against others? How many years has it been since you black people gained your freedom? Do you already think you're superior? If you don't want to play, get out." The other 2 Asians were rich second-generation kids from Japan. Although they were furious at being insulted like this by a black nigger, they surprisingly didn't say a word, but that was to be expected. After all, they lived on an American military base. How could they dare to stand up to their American daddy? But Victoria Hayes wasn't one to take things lying down. She immediately fired back, getting right in his face. "Nigger, if you don't want to play, just get the hell out. Don't accidentally blow through all the hard-earned money your mom made planting watermelons and picking cotton. If you do, watch out, your dad's gonna kick your ass when you get home." The rich white kid immediately spit a mouthful of liquor onto the table, and the other burly white guy burst out laughing. "Williams, you see? You've run into a tough one. Not all yellow people are so easygoing." The other 2 Japanese guys didn't laugh out loud, but you could tell they were struggling to hold it in. Their faces were flushed. The fat black man clearly hadn't expected to be mocked so harshly. After a moment of stunned silence, he immediately flew into a rage. "Damn it! I'm going to kill you, you bastard. You're as good as dead. I'll cut you into little pieces and feed you to the dogs." Unfortunately for him, he was stopped by casino staff. Victoria Hayes remained remarkably calm, showing no sign of emotional turmoil. "Fat guy, you should count yourself lucky that the casino staff stopped you. Otherwise, you'd be lying on the floor right now, dead as a doornail. It's clear you've got blood on your hands and have seen plenty of it, but that's no excuse to go around offending people recklessly. Only those low-life thugs think they're invincible. Keep a low profile, little fatso. That's the only way you'll live a little longer. Your friend is clearly much more formidable than you. Compared to him, you're barely fit to tie his shoes." As soon as Victoria Hayes said this, the other 4 people present burst out laughing. Even the 2 rich second-generation Japanese guys were no exception. Clearly, everyone there knew this guy's identity. Bonanno teased with a smile, "Williams, I'll be magnanimous and show you some mercy. I'll let you tie my shoes. Are you in? I'll give you $2,000 a week. How about that? Not bad, right? Haha." The white rich kid also chuckled. "Yeah, Williams, $2,000 a week is already pretty generous. That's about the salary level for a top graduate from an Ivy League school. You should really think it over. Enough already. Cromwell and Bonanno, why are you 2 taking this yellow-skinned guy aside?" Williams turned angrily toward Victoria Hayes and shouted, "You're done for. Just you wait." Victoria Hayes said with a smile, "Williams, right? Saying you're barely good enough to tie Bonanno's shoes is actually a compliment. Because he is so much smarter than you, he knows to observe people carefully and doesn't make snap judgments based on someone's skin color or appearance. And he doesn't spout thoughtless insults like you do. Nor does he go around offending people recklessly like you. You fool. How do you know I'm not someone you can afford to offend? Losing your temper and losing control to the point of wanting to fight just because I mocked you a few times, that's the level of your emotional control. If it weren't for your family's influence, you'd have been dead for who knows how many years. Williams, remember this. Anger is useless. Anger is merely an emotional outlet for an incompetent person when they're powerless to do anything about a situation. People with brains and ability face problems by calmly thinking through how to solve them. Clearly, your behavior has disappointed me." Although the others were still laughing, their eyes now betrayed a clear sense of contemplation. Clearly, they found Victoria Hayes' words very convincing. Even the angry, heavyset man calmed down. "You make a very good point, Alex. I'll remember you. Your words have brought me back to my senses. It seems I've had it too easy in the past, relying on my family's influence, so I've lost sight of myself a bit. Thank you for bringing me back to my senses. You're a worthy opponent, and I'll treat you well. Let us continue the game." With that, he sat back down, a turnaround so swift it left everyone present in disbelief. What the hell? Did I just snap him out of it that easily? And now I've created a formidable enemy for myself? Was it really that careless? Victoria Hayes felt a bit flustered at that moment. Cromwell said to the dealer, "Let us continue the game. Deal the cards." The dealer began dealing cards to everyone, and after receiving their hands, the players all instinctively checked their whole cards. Victoria Hayes had a great starting hand, an ace of spades and a queen of spades. He immediately used his X-ray vision to check the other players' whole cards. Williams had a pair of jacks, Bonanno had a pair of eights, Cromwell had a 10 and a king, and the two Japanese players held a pair of nines and a queen and a jack, respectively. Everyone had good hands this round, especially the fat, black guy Williams, who had the best whole cards. It was Cromwell's turn to speak. He tossed a chip into the main pot. 1 million. Still, everyone could sense that his hand was probably strong, though no one's hand was weak in this round. The two Japanese players both called. There was no way they defold. Victoria Hayes had already seen the 3 community cards about to be dealt: a Q, an A, and a 9, meaning she would immediately have 2 pairs after the first round of community cards was revealed. The next 2 rounds would bring a J and a Q, confirming that her hand was the strongest in this round. So she chose to raise. I raise 5 million, and pushed her chips into the main pot. Generally, players don't make large bets during the blind phase because no community cards have been dealt yet, and the hand is full of uncertainties. Even holding the best possible pair of aces is extremely risky at this stage. Chapter 86. A lucrative first-hand victory. After all, if no more aces were dealt afterward, the player who bet heavily with a pair of aces might end up losing the most. Everyone was confident in their luck and chose to call one after another. When the community cards were revealed, an ace, a queen, and a 9, some rejoiced while others were dismayed. For example, the Japanese kid with a hand full of 9s was surely delighted, as he already made a set so quickly. Then there was Cromwell. Although he didn't have a pair, the board offered the potential for a straight, so his hand was strong enough to bet on. Victoria Hayes seized the opportunity to set a trap for the others, her expression subtly revealing her dissatisfaction with her whole cards. Everyone present was a seasoned casino veteran, and they all picked up on this instinctively. Sure enough, Cromwell bet 3 million outright in the second round. When it came to the Japanese kid holding a pair of 9s, he raised as expected and by a significant amount. "Raise 10 million, the Japanese kid said, tossing his chips into the pot. It was unclear whether he felt his hand wasn't strong enough and was trying to scare off some players with a heavy bet. After careful consideration, the rest of the players ultimately chose to call, as everyone held decent hands. With 2 community cards remaining, each one could be a chance to turn the tables. When the 4th card, a jack, was dealt, Victoria Hayes could clearly sense the chubby black man's heartbeat quicken slightly, though he didn't show it. She was sharp enough to pick up on it. Cromwell was in good spirits at this point, judging by the current community cards. He had already made a straight. However, he kept it to himself and bet 3 million. For some reason, that young Japanese guy kept taking risks and chose to raise another 10 million. Victoria Hayes, of course, called. He was certain to win this hand. Even Williams silently called. Bonanno, however, chose to fold, which was only natural. His pair of 8s wasn't small, but he hadn't managed to make 3 of a kind yet, and every community card on the board was higher than an 8, making it easy for someone to hit 3 of a kind and crush him. Folding at this point was a wise move. When the final river card, a Q, was dealt, everyone nervously calculated the board, assessing the strength of their hands and their chances of winning. The 5 community cards were 9, J, Q, Q, and A. Cromwell let out a sigh of relief, though he felt a bit resigned. His whole cards had formed a straight. 10, J, Q, K, and A. Moreover, the community cards were of mixed suits, so a flush was out of the question. Still, it was only a slight sense of resignation. A straight isn't a small hand. Although there were only 2 queens on the board, along with a 9, J, and A, if anyone held a pair of 9s, JS, or as, he'd be finished. In any other scenario, the best anyone could have was 2 pairs, which his straight would crush. The risk in this hand was relatively high, but his hand was strong enough, so he decided to make a big bet to test the waters. $10 million. But something unexpected happened. Both Japanese players called. It made perfect sense for them to call. They both had full houses. One had a full house with 3 9s and a pair of queens, while the other had 3 queens and a pair of jacks. Not only that, but the player with the 3-9 full house decisively went all in. What drove Cromwell to the brink of despair was that the other Japanese player also chose to call. Needless to say, everyone at the table realized those two had full houses otherwise. They wouldn't have acted so decisively. Those two Japanese players were truly reckless. Weren't they afraid someone might have a full house with a pair of aces or three of a kind with aces? Although the odds were a bit low. Among the players at the table, Victoria Hayes had the fewest chips, the rest all had 200 or 300 million in chips. He had the best hand, how could he just go all in? He couldn't afford to lose out. So he called over a server, handed him his JP Morgan Chase black gold card, and said, "Get me 300 million in chips," although he currently had only a little over 20 million in cash in his account. This black gold card allowed him to spend an amount equal to his net worth. The chips were brought over quickly, and Victoria Hayes pushed them in without hesitation. At that moment, he had the most chips in the side pot. If he won, he would single-handedly sweep up all the chips from both the main pot and the side pot. Throughout the entire process, Christiana remained silent, quietly watching from the sidelines. This threw Williams off balance. He was holding a full house with 3 jacks and a pair of queens. That was no small hand. Why were all 3 players going all in? After careful consideration, he decided to call anyway, since the odds of getting such a rare hand were indeed slim. Seeing this, Cromwell immediately folded. After all that strategizing, it turned out his hand was the weakest in the round and he confidently bet 10 million on it. It looked utterly foolish, and he could only shake his head in resignation. "Sir, please show your cards." The dealer signaled to the first Japanese player. The Japanese player was the first to reveal his whole cards. A pair of 9s. At that moment, the other 3 were probably laughing their heads off inside out of the 4 players at the table. His hand was the weakest, yet he was the first to go all in. The dealer took his whole cards and pushed the 9 from the community cards and the pair of queens to the center. 3 of a kind 9s, a pair of queens. Full house. "Sir, please reveal your cards." The dealer signaled to the second Japanese player. A queen and a jack were revealed. Williams instantly slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. The others at the table knew without even looking that this Japanese player's hand was better than Williams's. The first Japanese player's face was also looking pretty grim. The dealer collected the 2 whole cards and pushed out a jack and a pair of queens from the community cards. 3 of a kind queens. A pair of jacks, full house. "Sir, please reveal your cards." The dealer signaled that it was Victoria Hayes' turn. Victoria Hayes swiftly turned over her 2 cards. An ace and a queen. Now, the 3 players left in the final showdown all looked grim. This newcomer had completely outplayed them in her very first hand. It was downright uncanny. The dealer picked up Victoria Hayes' 2 whole cards and pushed out an ace and a pair of queens from the community cards, announcing, 3 of a kind queens and a pair of aces. Full house. When it was finally Williams' turn, before the dealer could even speak, he simply tossed his 2 whole cards across the table, then stood up and walked away without a moment's hesitation. His African-American female companion hurriedly stood up and ran after him. However, the dealer dutifully continued with his duties. He picked up Williams' 2 whole cards and pushed out a jack from the community cards along with a pair of queens. 3 of a kind jacks and a pair of aces of full house. The final result of this hand. Mr. Alex's 3 of a kind queens and a pair of aces of full house is the highest hand. Mr. Alex wins. The dealer then pushed all the chips toward Victoria Hayes, piling them into a mountain, while a server stood by to help him organize them. Victoria Hayes and Christiana both burst into happy laughter. During the blind phase, the remaining 5 players each had 5 million chips in the first community card round. Each of the 5 had 10 million chips in the second community card round. Bonanno folded, leaving the remaining 4 with 10 million each. On the river of the third round, Cromwell had 10 million in chips, while the 2 Japanese guys and the fat black guy Williams lost a combined total of nearly 1 billion in chips. Winning 1.1 billion in a single hand, that money came way too easily. The fat black guy Williams left, but the 2 Japanese guys hadn't left yet. They cashed in another 300 million in chips to continue playing. Chapter 87. The Fateful Hand. Bonanno, the burly white man, spoke to Victoria Hayes. "Alex, I think you need to be a little more careful lately. That Williams who just left is a key member of the Genovese family, one of New York's 5 major mafia families, and he is known for being bold, aggressive, and ruthless. You just humiliated him and won so much money from him, he won't let you off the hook. You'd better be prepared." Hearing Bonanno's words, Victoria Hayes immediately sensed something was off. Aren't New York's mafia families all made up of white Italians? How could a black man be a key member? That's really strange. Don't Italian mafia families place a lot of emphasis on bloodlines? There's nothing strange about it. In the late 1980s, the federal government cracked down hard on organized crime, so some gangs recruited a lot of black and Latino members to expand their ranks. These people of different races were more willing to do the dirty work that the original core members wouldn't touch. That's how his father joined the Genovese family back then, and he rendered significant service to the family. Later, his father died for the family, and Williams was adopted by the previous Genovese Don. That Williams grew up alongside the current Don and is his most trusted enforcer. Although he isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he is still a smart guy even if he can be a bit impulsive at times. All in all, he is a very useful asset to the family. He has got quite a few men under him, so you'd better be careful. Okay, I get it, Banano. Thanks for the heads up. Unless I'm mistaken, you must be a member of the Banano family, the head of one of New York's 5 major mafia families, right? That surname isn't very common in America. Victoria Hayes thanked Banano after all. He was kindly warning her. Banano shrugged and didn't pursue the topic further with Victoria Hayes. That's right, but it doesn't matter, does it? After all, we don't have any beef. Let us keep playing. Dealer. Deal. The 5-person card game went on for quite a while, with the players taking turns winning and losing throughout. Victoria Hayes folded when she needed to, occasionally losing a big hand or two, a strategic move to build up her stack for later. He was biding his time, waiting for a moment when most of the players were dealt bad hands so he could take them all out in a single round. Winning round by round wasn't slow, but nobody was stupid. They'd drop out immediately if they knew it was a losing battle. It was hard to win big. Only hands like the one in the first round were truly spectacular and profitable. Even so, Victoria Hayes' stack kept growing. Occasionally, new players would join midway through, but because they bet heavily and perhaps had a bit of bad luck, they quickly lost all their chips and left the table. In this hand, Victoria Hayes looked at her whole cards. An ace of hearts and a king of hearts. As far as whole cards go, this was actually an excellent starting hand. The other 4 players' whole cards were also quite good. They didn't seem any worse than hers, and 3 of them had pairs. Cromwell had a pair of queens, Banano had a pair of jacks, one of the Japanese players had a pair of 7s, and the other Japanese player had an 8 of hearts and a 9 of hearts. Victoria Hayes then checked the 5 community cards for this hand. The first 3 community cards were a jack of hearts, a queen of hearts, and a 7. After the first round of community cards, 3 of the other 4 players had the potential to make a set, while 1 had a hand capable of forming a straight flush. In other words, the 3 community cards in the first round were enough to draw all 4 of them in, and they were highly likely to stay in the hand until the end. The second community card was a 7. When it was dealt, one of the little devils would complete 4 of a kind. He'll likely be the most reckless and cocky player, and will almost certainly go all in. The final community card is a 10 of hearts, and another player will complete a straight flush with 8, 9, 10, J, and Q. Meanwhile, Victoria Hayes can also complete a royal flush with 10, J, Q, K, and a, sweeping the entire table. Victoria Hayes could barely contain her excitement with her a K in hand, 2 straight flushes, 1 4 of a kind, and 2 full houses. What an epic showdown of rival hands. This hand is going to pay off big time. Just then, the dealer announced, "Mr. Bonanno, please act from the small blind." Bonanno's whole cards were a pair of jacks, a rare and excellent hand. $5 million, he said, tossing his chips into the main pot. The others naturally called one after another, but since it was the blind stage, no one went crazy raising the bet. As the first 3 community cards, a jack of hearts, a queen of hearts, and a 7 were revealed, everyone's breathing quickened again. Bonanno had immediately made 3 of a kind with jacks, Cromwell had 3 of a kind with queens, and a Japanese player had 3 of a kind with 7s. There was also a player 1 card short of a straight flush. If the next 2 cards brought the 10 of hearts, he'd strike it rich. "Mr. Bonanno, please place your bet." Seeing his 3 of a kind form so quickly, Bonanno didn't hesitate to throw $10 million into the main pot. Everyone called again, but surprisingly, no one raised this round, which was really quite odd. Logically, anyone holding 3 of a kind would choose to bet heavily to scare off less committed players, lest they pull off a last-minute comeback with weak hands using the remaining 2 community cards. This kind of scenario is a common occurrence in Texas Hold'em games. Perhaps it was because the 2 consecutive hearts posed such a threat, the odds of hitting a flush or a straight were simply too high. No one wanted to face the frustrating outcome of betting heavily only to lose to a flush beating their 3 of a kind. As the fourth community card, a 7, was revealed, Victoria Hayes could sense that the little Japanese guy's heart was about to jump out of his throat. He had 4-of-a-kind 7s, which is the second best hand after a royal flush. The rest of the players were also extremely pleased. Cromwell and Banano had each hit a full house with 3 queens and 3 jacks, respectively. Judging by the community cards on the board, unless someone had 4-of-a-kind 7s or a straight flush, they were sure to win. They didn't think such strong hands were easy to come by. That's what every gambler believes when they're holding a good hand. There are no exceptions, not even for the smartest people, because once you're in the game, you're bound to lose your objectivity. However, to further gauge everyone's hand strength, Banano decided to make a massive bet to scare off the waivers. So he tossed 30 million chips into the main pot, a rather intriguing amount. Betting too high would signal to the outside world that his hand was exceptionally strong if everyone else's hands weren't strong enough. They'd all fold, and he wouldn't win much even with a good hand. If the bet were too small, anyone with a decent hand would be willing to call, making it impossible to gauge the strength of everyone's hands. However, everyone at the table was a shrewd player, each an actor, and an Oscar-winning one at that. After careful consideration, Cromwell chose to call rather than raise. He was likely thinking along the same lines as Banano. The Japanese player, who was currently betting on a straight flush, had no reason not to call, especially since he still had a strong chance of hitting it, so he also tossed his chips into the main pot.
Chapter 88, Ulterior motives.
When it was the Japanese player's turn to act holding 4 7s, he did something that surprised Victoria Hayes. Not only did he call, but he also chose to raise. He raised directly to 50 million. Now Victoria Hayes was truly baffled. What was going on? Wasn't he afraid of scaring the others away? Or had he already deduced that everyone else had strong hands and would choose to call? Was this a reverse strategy? However, she didn't bother to overthink it. After a moment of expressionless contemplation, she chose to call. If you're going to put on a show, you have to go all the way, otherwise how will others fall for it? Life is like a play, isn't everyone an excellent actor? The result that pleased Victoria Hayes emerged. No one chose to fold. As the final river card, the 10 of hearts, was revealed, everyone frantically calculated their odds of winning. Cromwell and Banano had a full house, but with the 10 J and Q of hearts on the board, they'd be screwed if they ran into a 8 or 9 of hearts, a K or A of hearts, a 9 and K of hearts, or a pair of 7s. Although they knew full well that the odds of such a board were very low, they also knew that anything could happen at the poker table. How could you be absolutely certain you'd win? After all, the hand you're holding isn't necessarily the strongest possible combination with the community cards. It was a rare occasion for 5 players to make it to the final showdown, and Banano was still very confident in the strength of his hand. The community cards certainly presented many variables, but he wasn't about to just give up such a great hand. He called, putting up $100 million in chips. No matter what, he had to see his whole cards, especially since his chances of winning were pretty good. Cromwell frowned at this kind of situation was a real headache for him, too. No one was folding, and with Banano betting $100 million, he was starting to lose confidence. The community cards were too threatening. He wasn't unaware of Murphy's law, but he simply couldn't bring himself to fold right away. He'd call and see it through. He'd come this far, so he couldn't just give up now. Besides, there were only 4 possible hands better than his, and the odds of that were indeed very low. The Japanese player holding a straight flush almost burst out laughing when he saw the 2 players before him throw away $100 million. But he managed to keep his composure. He called, then immediately went all in. In this single hand, he'd already put over $400 million on the line. The Japanese player behind him, holding 4 7s, was stunned by his partner's move. Was he really that good? He glanced at his whole cards, still unsure. Yep, it was 4 7s. He'd even wondered if someone had swapped his cards. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the gamble with 4 of a kind. Did he really have a reason to fold? All in. If he folded this hand, he might as well quit poker for good. He threw $100 million into the main pot and pushed the rest into the side pot. Victoria Hayes was overjoyed inside, but her facial expression remained perfectly under control. She had to keep up the act. With a blank expression, he thought, hesitated, and agonized before tossing 100 million chips into the main pot and 400 million chips into the side pot. He didn't actually need to go all in. He had the most chips at the table, and the others had averaged just over 400 million chips each at the start of this hand. All he had to do was put enough chips into the side pot to clear it out. When Victoria Hayes called as well, Banano went numb. He finally understood the predicament Cromwell had faced in the first hand. To call or not to call, that is the question. That's quite a philosophical question. If he didn't T-call, he already put 165 million into the pot, the lioness share of which, 100 million, had been added in the final round, and now that the other player had gone all in, he was backed into a corner. On the other side, Cromwell was just as torn. The only hands that could beat him were 4 of a kind or a straight flush, both incredibly rare hands, but the stakes in this hand were indeed too high. He, too, began to feel the tension mounting. All sorts of thoughts swirled through both their minds. While 4 of a kind and a straight flush were rare, they hadn't never encountered them before. But they felt it was more likely that the players in front of them had a full house, just like in the first hand. So the Japanese guy who was the first to raise to $50 million must have been the first to complete his hand. Since the 4th community card turned was a 7, that Japanese guy must have had 3 sevens of full house. But the others were harder to guess, because only a 10 of hearts was turned afterward. Could it be a straight? Wouldn't it be more likely that they have a flush? Or did they have 3 of a kind from the start and are just waiting until now to go all in to scare us off? What a nightmare! This is truly a nightmare hand. The Japanese guy holding the straight flush spoke up. Are you two going to call or not? You've been thinking about it for ages. Another Japanese guy holding for sevens chimed in. Yeah. Make up your minds already. If you're not calling, just fold. We're eager to settle this. With a jolt, that mention of folding became the deciding factor that tipped the scales. Most gambling addicts, when holding a strong hand, actually want to take a chance. It's just that fear of losing or the sheer magnitude of the stakes often prevents them from making a quick decision. So, at moments like this, the more an opponent brings up folding, the more determined the gambler becomes to call. In their eyes, their odds of winning are high, and when an opponent says that, it's just a ploy to make them give up. That's right, they're bluffing, trying to pull a fast one. Banano made his decision immediately. All in. He pushed all of his remaining chips, over 300 million, into the side pot. Cromwell was no exception. He went all in as well. He shoved all his chips into the pot. Just as the dealer was about to signal everyone to reveal their hands, the little Japanese guy with the straight flush spoke up. Hold on. I'm raising. At those words, the others all frowned. What a rule-breaking bastard! Typical of those Japanese bastards. The whole nation is like that. When they're weak, they're as docile as a little puppy. But the moment they gain the slightest advantage, they turn into mad dogs, biting anyone and everyone, not even sparing their own master. Banano and Cromwell, who had already hesitated for ages before finally deciding to call, were immediately annoyed. What are you waiting for? Do you even know the rules? Everyone has called according to the rules. We have to show our hands now. Cromwell chimed in. Is this how you Japanese always break the rules? This isn't within the scope of Texas Hold 'em rules. The Japanese guy holding 4 sevens looked at his compatriot in utter bewilderment, as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. No. Of course I wouldn't break the rules of the game. What I mean is that I want to raise the stakes and find someone else to bet against, so I'd like to delay the showdown a bit. I hope you can understand. As soon as Victoria Hayes heard this, he realized it was aimed at him. Victoria Hayes was the only one at the table with chips left. He had already won over $1 billion tonight. Not counting the bet he'd thrown into the pot for this hand, he still had nearly 1.5 billion in front of him. Chapter 89. The little Japanese guy's side bet. Just spit it out already. Stop beating around the bush. We've all fucking stopped playing anyway. Just tell me who you want to bet against. Don't waste time, hurry up. The little Japanese guy laughed heartily. I'm betting against you. I've roughly calculated that you've got close to $1.5 billion in chips in front of you. I'll round it up to a full $1.5 billion and use that to make a side bet with you. How about it? You up for it? Just as he'd expected. This little Japanese bastard was after him. This damn scumbag didn't dare mess with his American white daddy. But he actually came to pick a fight with him. Damn it, does his gun not kill people when he pulls the trigger? This pisses me off. I'm gonna dig a huge hole and bury both of these pieces of trash in it. Victoria Hayes was thinking about how to outsmart these two Japanese punks, her eyes fixed intently on the one who lured her into the bet, while outwardly appearing furious. You say we'll bet off the books and that's that? Who do you think you are? I don't do anything unless there's something in it for me. If you didn't have good cards, would you be so confident? You think I'm an idiot? And where do you get those chips? If you lose, where am I supposed to collect the debt? Victoria Hayes snapped, all bark and no bite. The little Japanese guy laughed and continued. How about this? I'll add another 400 million US dollars, making it a total of 1.9 billion US dollars against your less than 1.5 billion. You won, lose out. And it's just a matter of whose hand is better. What do you say? I have Toyota Group stock worth nearly $2.1 billion in my name. If you win, it's all yours. If you don't want the stock, I can pledge it directly to the casino for $1.9 billion. They'll pay you in cash. Absolutely no problem. Victoria Hayes quickly ran the young Japanese man's words through her mind. He was incredibly confident. It seemed that straight flush had given him plenty of courage. She thought it over and over again. No, that is not enough. Your hand is definitely strong. It's too risky for me. But I think you could bring that guy next to you into it. If he also puts up $1.9 billion in chips, I'll take the bet. I'll bet against both of you. If I win, the $3.8 billion is mine. If I lose, all the chips in front of me are yours. The Japanese guy holding 4/7s was already brimming with confidence in his hand. And seeing such a golden opportunity to strike it rich, he naturally didn't want to miss it. But his only concern was, what if they had a straight flush? That scenario wasn't impossible. Just as he was hesitating, the Japanese guy holding the straight flush spoke up. Mr. Yanai, are you lacking confidence in your hand? If you're not confident, you can team up with me. You put up $1.9 billion and we'll make an extra bet against him. We'll split the winnings evenly. How about it? With that, the guy named Yanai's reservations vanished completely. All right, I'm in. Mr. Toyota, I'm counting on you. I have $2.4 billion worth of Tokyo Electric Power Company stock in my name. I'll put up $2 billion as collateral for this bet. If you win, they're all yours, or I'll use them as collateral at the casino to exchange for $1.9 billion in chips to participate in the bet. Is everything clear now? Is this three-way bet on? Victoria Hayes sat there silently, staring intently at the two Japanese men. To an outsider, it might have looked as though he was trying to gauge their chances of winning. Then Victoria Hayes turned to look at Bonanno and Cromwell, but before he could speak, Cromwell spoke up first. You guys bet however you want. I'm only concerned with our stake in this round. The rest doesn't matter to me. Do as you please. Bonanno immediately chimed in. I don't have as much money as you guys. I can't afford to bet that high, and besides, that's between the two of you. Just have fun. What a shame. It would been great if I could talked both of them into joining in. Victoria Hayes thought to himself, his mind running wild. A moment later, Victoria Hayes spoke up. No problem. You guys can use the casino as collateral. I want cash chips. The staff immediately went to notify the casino manager. A matter of this magnitude was beyond the manager's authority to decide alone. So he summoned the casino's top executive. The top executive then called in a lawyer and an appraiser to evaluate the shares held by the two Japanese kids. After confirming everything was in order, they signed a collateral agreement and handed each of them chips worth $1.9 billion. This earth-shattering high-stakes gamble drew everyone from the other VIP rooms over. They simply couldn't help but come. The stakes were just too enormous. In this single hand alone, the combined main and side pots contained over $2.5 billion in chips. On top of that, there was a side bet involving $5.3 billion. The $2.5 billion wager in the main hand alone was a sight rarely seen in many years. Witnessed by the casino's big boss, this side bet was officially established. Moreover, the casino's big boss personally served as the dealer to deal the cards. Mr. Bonanno, please deal the cards. Bonanno flipped over his whole cards without any hesitation. It was a pair of jacks. In fact, ever since he went all in and the Japanese guy proposed a side bet worth over $1 billion, he hadn't expected to win. Who would dare place such a high wager without absolute certainty? True to his reputation as a casino boss, he deftly picked up the two jacks from in front of Bonanno and placed them before himself, then pushed a jack and 2/7s from the community cards toward the table. Mr. Bonanno's whole cards are a pair of jacks, forming the highest possible hand. A full house of 3 jacks and a pair of 7s. Now, please reveal your cards, Mr. Cromwell. Cromwell let out a bitter laugh and turned over his whole cards. A pair of queens. He was done for. They dared to play so big because they all had strong hands, after all. The 3 of jacks were indeed on Bonanno's side, and he'd gone all in without fully thinking it through. The casino owner picked up the 2 queens belonging to Cromwell from in front of him and placed them in front of himself, then pushed a queen and 2 7s from the community cards toward the table. Mr. Cromwell's whole cards are a pair of queens, forming the highest possible hand. A full house of 3 queens and a pair of 7s. As of now, Mr. Cromwell holds the best hand. Now, please reveal your cards, Mr. Toyota. The little Japanese guy named Toyota confidently turned over his whole cards. An 8 of hearts and a 9 of hearts. As soon as his cards were revealed, a chorus of gasps filled the room. Oh, his whole cards are actually an 8 of hearts and a 9 of hearts, a straight flush. No wonder he dared to bet so big. If I had a straight flush, I'd bet big too. Haha, you'll never get a straight flush in your whole life. Get lost, you're the one who'll never get a straight flush. Looks like this Japanese guy has this in the bag. Not necessarily. What if Drew Rowan's whole cards are the king and ace of hearts? A royal flush isn't impossible. Forget it. That's too long of a shot. I've never even seen a royal flush in my life. Chapter 90, just like a movie. Amid the crowd's murmurs, the casino owner picked up the Japanese man Toyota's whole cards, an 8 of hearts and a 9 of hearts from in front of him, and placed them in front of himself. Then pushed a 10 of hearts, a jack of hearts, and a queen of hearts from the community cards toward the table. Mr. Toyota's whole cards are the 8 of hearts and the 9 of hearts, forming the highest possible hand. A straight flush of 8, 9, 10, jack, and queen of hearts. As of now, Mr. Toyota holds the best hand. Now, please reveal your cards, Mr. Yanai. The guy named Yanai shook his head in resignation. To run into such a rare straight flush, he really didn't deserve to lose this hand. What a run of bad luck. He lost 2 big hands tonight and $600 million were gone. But it wasn't all bad. As long as Toyota-kun won the side bet on this hand, he could recoup his losses in one go and walk away with an extra $100 million as the spoils of victory. That wasn't a bad outcome. The little Japanese guy named Yanai thought to himself with glee, but he was thinking too much. He turned over his whole cards. A pair of 7s. When everyone saw his hand, the murmurs grew even louder. Oh my God. For 7s against a straight flush, what a nightmare. That's just too unlucky. Kisakori is a real scoundrel. Whether it's 4 of a kind or a straight flush, both are rare, top-tier hands. Who'd have thought they'd meet in the same hand? You don't see that very often. Yeah, you don't see that very often, but when it happens, it's a brutal showdown. Because no one's gonna back down easily, they'll just keep raising the stakes or go all in right away. Didn't they just go all in? There's over $2.5 billion in chips in the pot alone. Wow. Wouldn't it be great if all those chips were mine? Don't even dream about it. If you want all those chips, you'd have to bring at least $400 million to $500 million to the table, and then you'd still have to win the game. The casino owner repeated his earlier actions, picking up Yanai's 2 7s from in front of him and placing them in front of himself, then pushing a Q and 2 7s from the community cards toward him. Mr. Yanai's whole cards are a pair of 7s, forming the highest possible hand, 4 of a kind with a Q. As of now, Mr. Toyota still holds the best hand. Now, please reveal your cards, Mr. Alex. Confident of victory, Victoria Hayes immediately revealed her whole cards. A king of hearts and an ace of hearts. The room erupted in chaos. Oh my God! A royal flush. It's a royal flush. Holy cow. I actually saw 2 full houses. 4 of a kind, a straight flush, and a royal flush all in one hand, all these monster hands at once. My goodness. I'm so lucky to have witnessed such a classic, iconic hand. I don't think my heart can take it. So many monster hands all at once. My goodness, I really feel for those 2 full house brothers. The hands that came after them were way too strong. And on top of that, they already bet hundreds of millions of dollars in chips. I think we should feel sorry for those 2 Japanese guys though. One of them hit a rare 4 of a kind, and the other got an even rarer straight flush. In the end, they lost $1.9 billion more than those 2 Hulu brothers. If that were me, my heart would be breaking. That Chinese kid is so lucky winning such a huge bet and having a world-class beauty as his girlfriend. I really envy him. Some people are just born to be the main character. That guy's name is Alex, a super violent killer who has taken out 20 or 30 people. He is known as the USC Thug. The casino owner struggled to hold back a laugh. With such a classic, iconic moment unfolding in his casino, his establishment was sure to become world-famous thanks to this single bet. Don't underestimate this kind of thing. All gamblers are superstitious. For these guys, everything from the color of their clothes and underwear to their jewelry choices, hairstyles, and even hair color can become an excuse for their wins or losses. As this earth-shattering gambling match continued to take unexpected turns, everyone would come to see this place as a site where miracles happen. What is a gambler's greatest psychological illusion? That a miracle will happen to them in the very next second. Especially with a lucky star like Victoria Hayes, who first hit the jackpot on a progressive slot machine and then won a bet that could set a Guinness World Record, gaining fame and striking it rich right here. His casino is bound to take the world by storm and become the most famous casino on the planet. He had already decided in his heart that tomorrow he would pay to have newspapers and media outlets all over the world cover this story. An event of this magnitude would make them scramble to report on it even without payment. But first, he had to finish his work. He picked up the Ace of Hearts and King of Hearts from Victoria Hayes' side and placed them in front of himself, then pushed a 10, Jack, and Queen of Hearts from the community cards toward him. Mr. Alex's whole cards are the Ace of Hearts and the King of Hearts, forming the highest possible hand. A royal flush of 10, J, Q, K, and A of Hearts. As of now, Mr. Alex holds the highest hand. I now officially declare that the winner of this game is Mr. Alex. All chips from the hand and all chips from the side bets belong entirely to Mr. Alex. Let us congratulate Mr. Alex. As the casino owner spoke, thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. A game this spectacular is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and the fact that they were able to witness it firsthand was a stroke of luck in itself. Cromwell and Bonanno also clapped. They had long since realized they were bound to lose and had mentally prepared themselves well in advance. So when the result was announced, they were able to accept it. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Naturally, they had to maintain their composure. After all, so many people were watching. Not a single person in this room was ordinary. However, the other two Japanese men were a different story. They simply couldn't accept the fact that they lost the bet. They slumped in their chairs, their eyes vacant and lifeless. They kept muttering to themselves. You didn't even need to listen to know. They were repeating phrases like, "It's impossible," over and over. In a casino, people like this are all too common. The casino owner stepped forward to shake hands with Victoria Hayes. Congratulations, Mr. Alex. You've had a very successful night. Would you like us to count and cash out your winnings for you? Victoria Hayes certainly did. Please cash out everything and deposit it into my JP Morgan account. With that, she handed her card to the casino manager standing nearby, then picked up 2 1,000,000 chips from the pile on the table and handed them to the manager. One is for you, the other is to be shared among the staff in this VIP room. The casino manager and the VIP lounge staff immediately broke into smiles they couldn't contain. The casino manager said excitedly, "Thank you so much, Mr. Alex. You're truly generous. I thank you on behalf of my colleagues. We'll count your chips and transfer the cash to your account right away." "Thank you. I'll leave that to you." With that, he took Christiana and left the VIP lounge to return to their room to rest. Chapter 91. The Ruthless IRS. Although the casino manager earned a high salary, several million a year, an opportunity like this to receive a $1 million tip came around only once every few years. At most, a generous customer might give him 100,000. And even then, it had to be a particularly high roller who was in a good mood after winning. As for the VIP lounge dealers and attendants, needless to say, a VIP lounge dealer's base salary was, at most, a little over 100,000 a year, with the rest entirely dependent on tips from guests. The same goes for VIP lounge attendants. Those who make it into the VIP lounge are naturally top tier in looks, but their weekly pay tops out at just over $1,000. Their main source of income is still tips from guests, and it's common for them to be taken advantage of by guests. With 4 or 5 people in a VIP lounge, including the dealers, each person gets at least $100,000. Who wouldn't be happy? Even after they left, the 2 Japanese kids were still sitting there in a daze. No wonder, since the blow was truly devastating. Victoria Hayes made a rough estimate. There was over $2.5 billion in the pot. She won $3.8 billion from the 2 Japanese kids as an outside bettor, and out of her nearly $1.5 billion in chips, $300 million belonged to her. In other words, including the progressive slot jackpot tonight, she won roughly $7.5 billion. Another huge windfall. The only downside was that the IRS in the US was too ruthless. Money legally won at a casino is subject to income tax. You heard that right, income tax. She already hit a 37% marginal tax rate from her lottery winnings. So after winning this gambling money, the federal tax rate is immediately set at the maximum rate. The federal tax rate in Nevada is 24%. And since this is gambling winnings, the Nevada state government also imposes an additional state tax. Gambling winnings in Nevada are not tax exempt. You have to pay taxes on them. As a state of the United States, Nevada levies its own income tax, with a top rate as high as 6.85%. Combined with the federal tax, the total tax rate in Nevada has reached a staggering 30.85%. After working so hard and risking her life to win a little money from gambling, a full third of it was immediately taken by the IRS and the California government. Victoria Hayes instantly started cursing under her breath 1,000,000 times over. After all, in Macau, China, Individuals who win money from gambling only have to pay a 20% tax, and that rate applies to all amounts, regardless of the sum. The US is just that outrageous. Fuck. Damn IRS. Damn California state government. You blood-sucking scum. I curse all of you damn bloodsuckers. May your whole families meet a terrible end. Fuck. Victoria Hayes couldn't help but mutter the curse under her breath. Christiana heard the profanity Victoria Hayes had muttered and couldn't help but ask curiously. What's wrong, dear? Winning this much money should be a happy thing, shouldn't it? Why aren't you happy? Victoria Hayes' face was a picture of exasperation. Wasn't it obvious? It is definitely something to be happy about, but just thinking about how a good half of these $7.5 billion is going to be taken by the damn IRS and the California state government makes my heart ache. Have you done the math? They're taking nearly $2.314 billion. I gambled my heart out to win this money, and those bloodsuckers are taking away a good chunk of it without even breaking a sweat. How am I supposed to be happy about that? Christiana burst out laughing, as if she'd just heard the funniest joke ever. Dear Alex, you're a super rich person now. Do you realize who you are? How many rich people actually pay their taxes to the IRS honestly? You're not that naive, are you? As soon as Victoria Hayes heard Christiana's words, she knew there must be a way around this and quickly asked, You must have a plan, right? How do we pull this off? Come on, dear. Just tell me, don't keep me in the dark. It's actually very simple. Just set up a charitable foundation and donate the money to it. That's all there is to it. You're not a US citizen, and you don't even have a green card right now, so you don't have to worry about estate taxes at all. In the US, personal donations qualify for tax-exempt allowances. Only 25% of the $1.83 billion you won from the lottery was taxed. That rate is so low it's not worth worrying about. But this time, the $7.5 billion you legally won from gambling is completely workable. For example, the $15 million you previously donated to the Rocky Mountain Police Department qualifies for a tax deduction of 60% of the donation amount. That means $9 million of your income this year can be tax-free, and you'll pay taxes on the excess at the applicable rate. Assuming this $7.5 billion would originally be subject to a 30.85% tax rate, which comes to roughly $2.314 billion. If you donate $4 billion directly, you can secure a tax exemption of $2.4 billion. Of your remaining $3.5 billion, only $1.1 billion would be taxable, meaning you'd only have to pay $339.4 million in taxes. Of course, you could donate more money to claim a larger tax exemption, but given your status as Drew Rowan, and the currently strained relations between the United States and China, I suggest you pay a portion of this gambling income to the U.S. Internal Revenue Service and the Nevada state government. That way, you can avoid drawing their attention. It wouldn't be good if the IRS came after you later. Victoria Hayes was at a loss for words. He actually thought that was a good idea. The money I donate is for charity, and besides, it doesn't belong to me anymore. Christiana replied shrewdly, Of course it's for charity, but that doesn't change anything. Besides, the US government doesn't require you to specify which charity to donate to. Why don't you just set up your own charity? Once the foundation is established, you'll be the one calling the shots regarding who serves on its board. People working for the foundation can receive salaries, and you get to decide how much they're paid. Although 5% of the foundation's annual donations must be allocated to charitable activities, your foundation can still make investments. US law doesn't prohibit charitable foundations from investing their funds. In other words, it's perfectly legal for this $4 billion charitable endowment to grow to $10 billion through investments. However, there are two options here. The first is to allocate 5% of the endowment's total value, including investment gains, to charitable causes each year. The advantage of this is that the investment profits are completely tax-exempt. The second option is to pay taxes on the investment profits in accordance with U.S. law, in which case there is no mandatory requirement to allocate those profits to charitable causes. It all depends on the choice made by the head of the charitable foundation. You could also simply allocate 5% of the $4 billion annually to charity, that is, just $200 million per year. 20 years later, the foundation's $4 billion would, in theory, be fully depleted. Chapter 92. The True Face of American Philanthropy. As for the money earned from investments during this period, the head of the charitable foundation can freely manage and use these funds within the foundation, provided that the profits are taxed in accordance with U.S. law. Of course, the vast majority of charitable foundations choose the first option. After all, U.S. taxes are so high. Allocating just 5% of the fund's total assets to charity each year, what's that compared to the tax burden? The only catch is that this money cannot be withdrawn into personal accounts. But given the Foundation's crucial work and immense responsibilities, isn't it reasonable to pay employees higher salaries? The Foundation buys a few luxury cars for employees to drive and a mansion for them to live in. Utility bills, gas, insurance, and property taxes are all covered by the charitable foundation that's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? These are all employee benefits. As for the fact that all the employees are relatives and friends of the donors, so what? Who is going to stop me? Do you have any say in hiring a few regular employees? It's perfectly normal for people to hold part-time jobs on the side. I established this charitable foundation, donated so much money, and did so many good deeds. Don't I have the right to decide who gets hired? Who dares to be so high-handed? Are all those charitable initiatives every year, and all that money spent on charity, just a sham? No one can criticize you, and no one dares to criticize you. Do you understand, Mr. Alex? Even decades from now, when you're no longer with us, you're the one who decides who will take over control of this charitable foundation. At that time, the person you designate will be the one to decide who gets hired. This includes all the rights mentioned above regarding how funds are used and so on. As for how the Charity Foundation's annual budget of $200 million is spent right now, you have the final say on every decision. For example, it's only reasonable to make annual donations to the local police department after all. The officers there need to ensure the safety of your entire family, don't they? Otherwise, why would you donate to that police department? It's also reasonable to make annual donations to your favorite universities to fund underprivileged students or provide scholarships, and in return, it's only natural for those universities to admit your children, isn't it? As for academic performance, does that really matter? After all, this child's parents are highly respected philanthropists. They've contributed so much to society, isn't it only right that their child be admitted? Once there are enough college students who've completed their education thanks to your support, surely a few of them will go on to achieve great things, right? Once they're successful, it's only natural for them to help you and your descendants, isn't it? So it's perfectly reasonable for a charitable foundation to support its own child, right? As for the pretext, a scholarship, this is an outstanding student with excellent character and academic performance. Or just donate the money to the school and let the school award him a scholarship. There are plenty of ways to do it, and they're all completely legal. If you want to contribute to human progress by establishing a biological research institute to develop a cure for a certain disease, that's perfectly fine too. As for the drug, once it's developed, surely no one would be foolish enough to give it away for free to the whole world, right? We all have the utmost respect for that kind of saintly figure. So it's perfectly normal to grant a patent license to a pharmaceutical company so they can produce it and make a profit. The profits aren't going into any private pocket, they're all in the Charity Foundation's account. And this ensures the Charity Foundation's long-term sustainability. If you want, you can avoid paying a single penny in taxes. Even our great president, Mr. Donald Unreliable, is no exception. Before becoming president, he was a real estate developer and a billionaire worth over $1 billion. Yet over the years, he has paid less than $3,000 in taxes, not even as much as a McDonald's worker. Now do you see the world of America's wealthy elite? My dear Mr. Alex. Christiana looked at Victoria Hayes with a smile. After hearing Christiana's words, Victoria Hayes was simply speechless. Although he knew the wealthy in America played all sorts of tricks, he never imagined it would be this outrageous. This is just so shameless it's hard to bear. Your American wealthy elite are out of control. They rake in the vast majority of the wealth yet don't pay a single penny in taxes. Is the entire country really being propped up by the working class and the middle class? Those rich people deserve to die. To his surprise, Christiana responded with a hearty laugh. Darling, you need to realize that you're part of the wealthy elite now and among the very top tier of them at that. If you're criticizing them now, you're essentially criticizing your future self. Did you choose to pay your taxes by the book 30.85%? That's roughly $2.3 billion. Actually, it's a good thing you're not an American citizen since you don't run a business. So US citizenship isn't very useful to you. On the contrary, given your current situation, becoming a US citizen might actually be a bad idea. Your personal income is simply too high, and you won't have to worry about estate taxes in the future. Those ultra-wealthy individuals like Jack Everett became US citizens for business reasons. As they get older and worry about estate taxes, they have no choice but to set up charitable foundations. It's something they'll have to do sooner or later. So you might as well set up a charitable foundation sooner rather than later to save on taxes. Otherwise, who would go out of their way to do good deeds for fun? In your situation, my advice is to donate a smaller amount to a charitable foundation and use that money to grease the wheels with various U.S. government agencies and organizations. Pay taxes on the remaining money. Honestly, after all, China doesn't have an inheritance tax, so keeping the money in your own pocket is the best option. Don't you agree? I forgot to mention my parents have absolutely nothing to do with the working class or the middle class. They may not be tycoons, but they're definitely what people call the wealthy class. Watch out, I might pass your words along to them and see how they'll deal with you. As soon as Victoria Hayes heard this, a chill ran down her spine. Hasn't anyone ever thought about changing all this? How could it be changed? This country was founded by a group of wealthy people in the first place. Do you think they screw themselves over? It's not that there haven't been politicians who wanted to change all this, but they've all failed. You need to know this: 1 in 4 U.S. presidents has been the target of an assassination attempt, and 4 of them were killed in such attacks. Why do you think that is? Anyone who tries to mess with the status quo of this class either ends up dead or plays along. Besides, anyone who makes it to that position is, at the very least, part of the wealthy class. Someone from a truly working class or middle class background. Don't be ridiculous. America has long used education to segregate people. How could someone from the very bottom ever reach that position? That's just a story they make up during campaigns to craft a persona and win votes. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Even if someone were to luckily break into this class through education, business, or other means, would they do anything to destroy their own position? They only choose to protect the interests of this class because they're now part of it. Laws and regulations are nothing more than tools devised by America's elite to keep ordinary people in check. No one can change that unless, like in China last century, we completely shatter the old system and establish new rules and order. Otherwise, it will never change. Christiana said with a sigh of resignation. America is already gravely ill, but no one is stepping forward to change this outcome. Just like the dynasties of ancient China, it's not that people don't know where the problems lie. Everyone knows, but the ones causing the problems are the very people and families in power. Why on earth would they give up their own interests? This contradiction is fundamentally irreconcilable, which is why every dynasty follows the same pattern. It lasts 200 or 300 years, then becomes too entrenched to reform and eventually collapses. Immediately afterward, a new dynasty rises from the ashes of the old and flourishes. This is a pattern that has repeated itself throughout China's history for thousands of years. However, Victoria Hayes is suddenly overjoyed. It's America that's in decline. Not my great China. It's the American people who are out of luck, not the citizens of my great China. Let them deal with it however they want. All he had to do was set up a so-called charitable foundation and donate some money to it. That way, he'd effectively have an additional fixed asset portfolio. As for the money left over from his gambling winnings, he'd only need to pay taxes on a small portion of it, thereby maximizing his profits. As for the money in the foundation, it's just a 5% annual requirement for charitable giving. So what? He could still invest the rest. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that prestigious American universities would treat him like royalty. After all, once the donation was made to American universities, his children and his relatives' children would all reap enormous benefits. Any student holding a letter of recommendation written by him would be guaranteed admission by the universities that received the donation. Otherwise, would Pan Shi and his wife be so foolish as to donate such a large sum all at once? They're shrewd as they come. Chapter 93. A Legend in the Field of Marine Exploration. The next morning, after breakfast, Victoria Hayes and Christiana prepared to set off for the small town of Grand Junction in Colorado. Today's itinerary would take them straight through Utah without stopping, all the way to Colorado. The entire journey was nearly 750 kilometers, about a 7-hour drive, so they didn't get up too early. After all, it would already be afternoon by the time they reached Grand Junction. As soon as they pulled into the hotel parking lot, they spotted an elderly white man dressed in a fine, tailor-made suit, asleep with his back against their car. He was most likely some unlucky soul who gambled away all his money, penniless and with nowhere else to go, so he'd fallen asleep right there. Victoria Hayes had no choice but to go over and wake him up, otherwise she wouldn't be able to drive away. Victoria Hayes crouched down beside the old man and immediately caught a strong whiff of alcohol. It seemed he'd had quite a bit to drink the night before, and gently tapped him on the shoulder. "Sir, wake up. It's morning. I need to drive away, but I can't leave with you here. Could you please move aside?" The white elderly man woke up, still half asleep. After glancing at Victoria Hayes and Christiana, he got up and moved aside, apologizing to them. "I'm sorry, young people. I caused you trouble. I hope you don't mind." The old man was very well-mannered, and his attire made it clear he was no ordinary person. Victoria Hayes immediately replied, "It's okay, sir. I hope you're doing well." Just as they were putting their luggage in the trunk and getting ready to drive away, the white-haired old man unexpectedly returned. With a shy look on his face, he said, "Hello, young man. I have a favor to ask. Could you lend me some money? I'm completely broke right now. I'd like to borrow some money to buy something to eat and find a small hotel to take a shower. Leave me your contact information, and I'll definitely pay you back once I have the money. If you're not willing, that's fine, just pretend I never said anything." Victoria Hayes looked at the old man's flustered demeanor and his elegant, tailored suit, and didn't he think he was some scoundrel trying to scam money to gamble? "Sir, how much do you need from me? Could you tell me a bit about your situation right now?" The white-haired old man hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up. "Just a few dozen dollars would do, but if you could lend me $100, that would be even better. I used to run an underwater salvage and treasure hunting company called Odyssey Marine Exploration. We specialized in marine treasure hunting and had a brilliant track record. But later, the Spanish government screwed me over. I managed to keep it going for a few years, but eventually I couldn't hold on any longer and went bankrupt. I wanted to raise investment to make a comeback, but no one was willing to trust me." Victoria Hayes immediately saw where this was going. He was currently very interested in treasure hunting and exploration. After all, that was his livelihood, dealing in antiques and art. Odyssey Marine Exploration in Florida was a household name in the field of marine exploration and treasure hunting. Now that he had the chance to speak with the head of this legendary company, he wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. "How about this, sir? Let me book you a room first so you can freshen up and have a proper meal. I'd love to hear your story in detail. I'm very interested in your marine exploration company. I wonder if I could learn a thing or two from you." There was no way this penniless white-haired old man could refuse, so Victoria Hayes and Christiana took him back to the hotel. They booked another suite and had some food delivered to the room for the elderly white man. When she saw the elderly white man head into the bedroom to take a shower, Christiana asked, "Honey, are you really that interested in his ocean exploration company? Is there something I don't know about?" Victoria Hayes was in a good mood at that moment and smiled as she replied, "This elderly gentleman is a legend in the field of ocean exploration. I've looked into this company before. They're the pioneers of deep-sea salvage worldwide. This gentleman's name is richest, and he is the owner of Odyssey Marine Exploration. His company has salvaged many shipwrecks and vast amounts of treasure. As far back as 1998, they successfully salvaged an ancient Carthaginian shipwreck and recovered tens of millions of dollars in treasure from it. In 2004, they recovered $180 million worth of treasure from the USS Republic, a U.S. Navy warship that sank in 1865, off the coast of Savannah, Georgia. In 2007, they salvaged hundreds of thousands of silver coins and other vast treasures from the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean between Portugal and Morocco. The wealth recovered from other shipwrecks is beyond count. However, the company ran into major trouble over the hundreds of thousands of silver coins salvaged in 2007. The Spanish government claimed the ship was theirs and sued the company. The lawsuit dragged on from 2009 to 2014, and they ultimately lost the case. The Spanish government seized the $500 million in treasure, and the company received only $2.6 million in compensation. However, their actual salvage costs far exceeded $2.6 million. Expenses for fuel, wages, subsidies, intelligence gathering, and exploration were astronomical. The salvage operation cost at least $100 million. On top of that, after 5 years of litigation, their legal fees were astronomical. Furthermore, during that time, the company had been unlucky and failed to recover any valuable treasures from shipwrecks. So after losing the case, the company found itself in dire straits. "It looks like they can't keep going and are about to go bankrupt," Christiana exclaimed in surprise. "The Spanish government is just shameless. That shipwreck was salvaged from the high seas. If they're so capable, why don't they go salvage it themselves?" Victoria Hayes smiled. "It does sound pretty shameless, but there's a reason they lost the case. The Spanish government did prove that the shipwreck was indeed their warship, the Mercedes. In 1804, the warship Mercedes, loaded with 30 metric tons of gold and silver coins, set sail from Peru bound for Spain, along with 3 other ships filled with gold and silver treasures. As the fleet sailed through Atlantic waters near Portugal, it was sunk by a British warship. According to international maritime salvage law, the original flag state retains permanent salvage rights and ownership of a warship. So, after this treasure was salvaged, the Spanish government compared the records, determined it was likely their sunken ship, and immediately filed a lawsuit. Legally speaking, it does indeed belong to the Spanish government after all. International maritime salvage law applies to all nations and companies, not just any particular party. There's no issue with that. It's just that the Spanish government is truly shameless whenever treasure from a sunken ship is salvaged. They stick their nose in to see if they can get a cut. In short, they come up with all sorts of excuses. That's our warship. This is our warship. We want all of this one. We want half of that one. It seems that whenever a sunken ship is salvaged and they can claim any connection to it, they've filed a lawsuit. What's most despicable is that they never organize their own salvage fleets to conduct marine exploration and salvage operations. They just exploit other companies and individuals. Chapter 94. The Legendary Employee. It just so happens that Spain colonized all over the seas during the Age of Discovery, so they and Portugal have the most shipwrecks. Isn't that infuriating?
Cristiana laughed artili.
She had never imagined a country could be so shameless about this kind of thing. They've completely lost all sense of decency. Don't laugh just yet. Both Spain and Portugal are like this. It's mainly due to the economic crisis. With their national economies in the doldrums, they grab whatever they can wherever they can. You have to remember that Spain and Portugal are both members of the Pigs, two of the Pigs, and they're so broke they've lost all sense of decency. Just as Victoria Hayes and Christiana were bantering, the elderly white man emerged. Victoria Hayes motioned for the old man to finish his meal before they talked in detail. After he finished eating, Victoria Hayes took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Mr. Stummer. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're quite a legend. Hello, Mr. Alex. I'm just a bankrupt old man now. The legend has fallen. Hasn't it? Victoria Hayes laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying the words of this treasure-hunting legend. You've just run into some trouble. The difficulties you face right now are only temporary. Never underestimate a legend on the decline, because that legend once reached heights will never attain and saw vistas we've never seen. And your past experiences are your most precious treasure. I value them highly. Sturmer smiled with relief, with tears welling in his eyes. He probably hadn't expected anyone today to still acknowledge his past achievements so deeply. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for your hospitality. Is there something on your mind? I wonder if there's anything I can do to help. Of course you can help. It's precisely your wealth of experience that Victoria Hayes values. Nothing specific at the moment, but your past experiences are something I lack. I'm still relatively new to the field of treasure hunting and exploration, so I need a seasoned veteran to guide me. I think you'd be an excellent choice. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for us to work together. Sturmer had no other options. His company had gone bankrupt, leaving him deep in debt. The company's assets, including the salvage vessel and all that expensive equipment, had been auctioned off. He couldn't secure any investment, and at his age, having lost his family, it would be difficult for him to even find a job to support himself. I'd certainly be willing to collaborate, but Mr. Alex, how do you envision this partnership? My specialty is marine exploration and salvage. Do you have a salvage vessel? Victoria Hayes had already figured out how they would work together. Although he didn't currently own a salvage vessel, that was a minor issue. I don't currently own a salvage vessel, but given my net worth, purchasing one shouldn't be a problem. I'd like to first hire you privately as my consultant. In the initial phase, you'll help me gather and research information on land-based treasures, and I'll lead an expedition to find them. Your annual salary will be $1.2 million, with an additional bonus if we discover valuable treasures. Once the salvage vessel is in place, I'll establish an ocean exploration and salvage company. I'll give you a 10% stake. You'll contribute your expertise as equity and oversee the operations of the ocean exploration company. What do you think, Mr. Stummer? Stummer fell silent. With such favorable terms, having been backed into a corner, he could find absolutely no reason to refuse. With such excellent terms, of course I'll accept. So should I start calling you boss now, Mr. Alex? Victoria Hayes laughed heartily. With such a legendary figure by his side, he was sure to shine brightly in the treasure hunting field. You can still call me Alex. I'll just call you by your first name too, Stummer. You're the boss, so you call the shots, Alex. So what should I do next? Where will I be working? What kind of information should I gather next, or rather, what information are you most interested in? That way I can focus my efforts in the right direction. Also, I need some money, you know? I'm completely broke right now. Victoria Hayes was very pleased with his efficient and businesslike attitude. I'm interested in anything related to treasure like the hoards of famous historical pirate kings, Nazi treasure from World War II, Yamashita Tamamakai-S treasure from the Asian theater of World War II, the treasure of the Mayan city of gold, and the Knights Templar-S treasure. Of course, you can also gather information on the general locations of shipwreck treasures, though we might not be able to recover them right now. See what useful information you can find once you've uncovered any useful leads. Let me know, and I'll verify them. We'll see if it's worth pursuing further. As for the work location, Rock Mountain would be best since I live there now, but New York would work too. I'm not sure where you'd be most comfortable researching and such, Jack Everett. As long as it benefits the work, you can choose the location yourself. The specific office location isn't that important to me. You can make your own arrangements when the time comes. To an outsider, Victoria Hayes' arrangements might seem a bit hasty, but in Stummer's eyes, she had shown him sufficient respect. She simply set the direction and expected results. Without interfering too much in his work, the project should surely proceed smoothly from here on out. The biggest pitfall in management is having too many rules and regulations. The more talented someone is, the more space they need to perform at their best. Only mediocre people need others to set all sorts of rules to keep them in line. I'll work in New York. There are plenty of museums there, and I'm on good terms with the directors. I'll be able to access a lot of materials that outsiders can't see. Plus, it's close to Washington, D.C., where the Library of Congress and the National Archives are located. That'll make my research a lot easier. Stummer went on to explain his plans and ideas in detail. Victoria Hayes and Christiana listened quietly without interrupting. Finally, Victoria Hayes took a package out of her bag and handed it to Stummer. There's $100,000 in here. Go to New York and get settled first. Since you're the company's only employee right now, just do whatever makes you happy. Let me know if you have any news. Stummer took the package with tears welling up in his eyes. It was the first time in years that someone had trusted him. Ever since the company had gone bankrupt after losing the lawsuit, everyone had turned their backs on him. His former friends and business partners had gone out of their way to avoid him. His ex-wife had passed away from illness years ago. The young wife he demarried later had simply run off, and his only daughter refused to have anything to do with him. Lonely and down on his luck, he felt warmth once again. Victoria Hayes suddenly thought of a question and asked right away, "Sturmer, how much do you still owe the bank after your bankruptcy? Is it a lot?" Sturmer felt a little nervous, unsure if this might affect his job, and replied immediately, "It's not that much, though it might be a bit much for me right now. About $5 million or so. For a company like Ocean Exploration, the only assets we can use as collateral for a loan are our salvage vessels and equipment. The banks conduct rigorous evaluations. They won't lend you a single penny more than that. That $5 million plus was actually borrowed from my friends. I don't owe the banks a single penny." Chapter 95. In the crosshairs again. After hearing Stummer's words, Victoria Hayes smiled. "So that's all it was. Stummer, how can your debt be so small? You've got me so worried. What if you stop working for me once you've paid it all off? Don't worry. Just keep helping me gather information on the treasure. If we find something useful, you'll be able to pay off your debt in no time." After saying goodbye to Stummer, Victoria Hayes left the hotel with Christiana and continued on toward Colorado. As she got into the car, Victoria Hayes used her psychic vision to scan the vehicle and discovered a GPS tracker installed on the undercarriage. After all, she offended someone yesterday and won so much money. It was only natural that someone would have their sights set on her. She had to be careful. What if someone had planted a bomb in the car to blow him to smithereens? After discovering the GPS tracker, she immediately pulled out her phone to check the car's surveillance footage. An expensive car certainly had its perks. The entire vehicle was equipped with hidden pinhole cameras, operating 24/7 for real-time monitoring. Noticing Victoria Hayes' unusual behavior, Christiana immediately asked what was going on. "What's wrong, Alex? Is there a problem?" "Nothing's wrong. Didn't I offend a New York mobster at the gambling session yesterday? Plus, I won so much money from those guys last night that I'm worried one of them might try to harm us, so we need to be careful. Let's check the in-car surveillance footage first. That way, if there's a problem, we can be prepared in advance." Sure enough, in the middle of the night yesterday, a slender black man had sneaked up to his car, crouched down, and installed something under the chassis. Since Christiana had seen it happen, he had no choice but to get out of the car, pretend to crouch down, and take a photo of the GPS tracker attached to the undercarriage. Back in the car, he handed his phone to Christiana. "Honey, it looks like I was right. Someone's planted a tracking device on our car. Someone's got their sights set on us." Christiana looked at the photo on the phone, her face full of confusion. Is this some kind of GPS tracker? Alex, who do you think sent someone to install it? Victoria Hayes had no way of knowing the answer to that question. I'm not sure yet. Could have been any of those guys at the gambling table last night, but Williams is the prime suspect. The others are also strong suspects, but I don't plan on calling the police, nor do I plan on getting rid of this GPS tracker. I'll keep it with me and wait for that rat hiding in the shadows to show his face. Then I'll take care of them. After all, a thief can't stay hidden forever, and you can't guard against them forever. A look of concern flashed across Christiana's face, but she said nothing. She chose to trust Victoria Hayes' decision. After all, she'd seen everything Victoria Hayes had been through. She believed Victoria Hayes must have her reasons for doing this, and so, the two of them set off in the car. As the car cruised along the highway, with moving music playing inside and her lover by her side, everything seemed so perfect. But perhaps this was just the calm before the storm. It wasn't until evening that they arrived in Great Junction, a small town in Colorado with a population of just over 50,000. Although the population was small, it was precisely for this reason that the environment here was exceptionally beautiful, so various animals thrived and multiplied here. One might even say they were running rampant. In the small town of Greater Junction, driving for an hour in any direction would take you to prime hunting grounds. After sampling the local specialty of grilled wild game in town, Victoria Hayes drove with Christiana out into the wilderness. They planned to camp there and hunt elk the following day. Of course, before setting out for the campsite, Victoria Hayes had contacted a local brokerage firm to obtain a hunting license. He had purchased hunting quotas for 2 elk and 1 wild boar. He had already arranged for the permits while still in California. About an hour later, they pulled over beside a small lake. With a water source, flat grassland, and the protection of the forest, it was an ideal camping spot. Judging by the tire tracks on the ground, people must have camped here before. After getting out of the car, Victoria Hayes checked once more to make sure the GPS tracker was still attached to the undercarriage. This GPS tracker was crucial in case that group came looking for them tonight and a firefight broke out, resulting in casualties. The GPS tracker on his car would serve as the most direct evidence proving that the other party acted with malice, providing strong support for his claim of self-defense. After taking the tent out of the car and setting it up, and then laying out a mat on the grass, Victoria Hayes pulled Christiana into his arms, and the two of them quietly admired the beautiful night sky. The countless stars in the night sky sparkled as brilliantly as diamonds, a picturesque, breathtaking scene that was so enchanting it made one forget all worries and unhappiness. You can't see such a beautiful night sky in the city, because there's already severe light pollution there. The city's neon lights are too dazzling, obscuring the most pristine and beautiful starry sky. The two lay there nestled together on the ground, beneath a poetic and picturesque, dazzling starry sky. In that moment, they could both clearly feel each other's heartbeats and breaths, their hearts filled with peace, sweetness, and contentment. Perhaps this is what happiness is, being able to do what you love with the one you love, without a care in the world. And so, Christiana fell asleep in Victoria Hayes' arms. Victoria Hayes didn't wake her, he was savoring the moment, and the two remained embraced like that. After an unknown amount of time, Victoria Hayes sensed, through a haze of sleep, a faint commotion in the distance. He activated his night vision and X-ray vision to take a closer look. 4 off-road vehicles were approaching from the distance, carrying a total of 17 people, all black. Among them was Williams, the man who'd been involved in the altercation at last night's card game. These guys were up to no good, every one of them was armed. Victoria Hayes immediately whispered to wake Christiana. "Wake up, darling. That group of troublemakers is here. We need to hide right away." Upon hearing her quiet yet serious warning, Christiana didn't panic. She calmly asked, "Darling, what should we do? How can I help you?" "Honey, you don't have to do anything. Just sit quietly in the trunk of the car. Our car is a Cadillac Escalade. It's a level 3 bulletproof vehicle. As long as they aren't using heavy weapons like anti-material sniper rifles or RPGs, you'll be fine. I can only face them boldly and confidently if you're safe. Okay?" For once, Christiana didn't listen to him. "That's too dangerous. You're all alone. There must be a lot of them on the other side. I'm worried about you. Let South just drive away. Our car is bulletproof. We'll definitely be able to break through." Chapter 96. It's Williams after all. Victoria Hayes shook her head. "Darling, have you forgotten? Isn't this exactly why I'm here, to put an end to this trouble once and for all? Otherwise, I would thrown away the GPS tracker long ago. I'm only daring to do this because I'm absolutely confident I have weapons and heavy-duty body armor in the car. I'll come back safely, trust me. Okay? If you don't get in the car now, they'll be here any minute and we'll be in even bigger trouble then. Darling, just do as I say. Okay? Be a good girl. After saying that, she kissed Christiana on the forehead. Christiana was a smart girl. She understood that, at this moment, the best way to help Victoria Hayes was to listen to her and hide. So she didn't argue with him any further and obediently went to the back of the car to open the trunk. Victoria Hayes took the heavy-duty body armor out of the trunk and quickly put it on, then swiftly strapped on the ammunition belt loaded with 10 magazines. Next, she secured the Glock G17 pistol and the Ontario 3 Malawian Quatches Navy knife to her thighs. Then she picked up the $416 Hong Kong assault rifle and the Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, and added 3 extra magazines for the sniper rifle to her ammunition belt as a backup. Christiana had already obediently crawled into the trunk. Victoria Hayes kissed her on the cheek again. Stay hidden here and don't make a sound. I'll come back safely. Okay? Trust me. Christiana nodded obediently. I'll wait for you to come back and pick me up. Victoria Hayes immediately closed the trunk and locked the car. Christiana was safe hiding there. He could now go and deal with those malicious scumbags with peace of mind. But before that, he had to gather more incriminating evidence. That way, after killing them, he could wrap things up more quickly in court. Victoria Hayes took out 2 walkie-talkies and tossed one into the tent. Then, clutching his gun, he rushed toward the direction Williams had come from. He planned to lie in wait along their route so he could cut off their retreat and take them all out. Immediately, Victoria Hayes did as she had done before. She opened her phone and logged into her live streams on YouTube and Douyin. The title she chose for the streams was eye-catching. I encountered an armed attack by criminals while camping in the wilderness. Once the streams went live, viewers quickly flooded into both channels. Victoria Hayes already had a massive following, and this title was simply too shocking to ignore. Viewers quickly shared the stream with their friends, family, and in various online groups. As always, netizens loved a good spectacle. After securing her camera, Victoria Hayes remained silent. She lay quietly in the grass, a spot she scouted long ago. The slightly elevated terrain offered a clear view of the campsite by the lake. At a distance of over 200 meters, a sniper rifle could easily control the entire scene. Using subsonic rounds with a silencer on the Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, the gunshot would be completely inaudible at the camp from this distance. Moreover, this spot allowed him to perfectly avoid crossing paths with Williams' group as they approached. Just then, voices drifted over from about 10 meters away. It was that stocky, dark-skinned guy, Williams. Williams' deep voice asked, "How much farther do we have to go?" One of his men replied, "Boss, I checked, it's a little over 200 meters. That bastard Alex and his girlfriend are right there by the lake up ahead. They're probably asleep at this hour." Although their voices weren't loud, the distance wasn't too far. Their conversation came through clearly, loud enough for viewers on both the YouTube and Douyin live streams to hear. The live streams immediately exploded with reactions. "Oh my God. Someone's really attacking Alex and his girlfriend. I thought it was just a clickbait headline, but turns out it's real. Holy shit, is America really this unsafe? Alex has only been here a few months, and this is already his 3rd encounter with criminals. To be precise, it's been within 2 months. The last time was in mid-October, and now it's early December. 3 times in less than 2 months. Free America, shootings every day. Now that's the America I know." Just then, the fat black guy Williams spoke up again. "Keep your voices down for a bit. Once we get there, try not to kill those 2. Especially that Alex, he won a lot of money last night, and I'm gonna squeeze every last cent out of him. His girlfriend is gorgeous and sexy. I'm gonna have my way with that beauty right in front of Alex. Then that beauty will give you guys a good time, and finally we'll finish them off. Under no circumstances should you shoot and kill them, got it?" The gang members responded, but their entire conversation was heard by viewers in the live stream. This is solid evidence. How vicious, ruthless. Scum like this deserves to die. Call the police immediately. Does anyone know where they are? Call the police now. Call the police fast. How can you call the police if you don't even know their location? Looks like Victoria Hayes is in danger. May God protect Alex and his beautiful girlfriend. Victoria Hayes didn't make a move. He just lay quietly on the ground, watching as a group of thugs crept toward the camp. The viewers in the live stream almost died laughing at this ridiculous scene. Because Victoria Hayes was lying in the grass watching a group of bandits sneak up to ambush Victoria Hayes' camp. while Victoria Hayes was lying in wait on the outskirts of the camp to ambush the bandits who were trying to ambush Victoria Hayes's camp. That's pretty mind-bending. When Williams arrived at the camp, one of his henchmen went to unzip the tent, while the rest pointed their guns at the inside. When the tent zipper opened, there was no one inside. The group exchanged bewildered glances and began scanning the area in all directions. Just then, the walkie-talkie inside the tent crackled to life. It turned out to be Victoria Hayes, who had pulled out the walkie-talkie to speak. "Williams, you filthy scum, you're supposed to be an important member of the Genovese crime family in New York. How could you start doing such shameless things? You're ready to kill someone over a minor argument. You lost at cards, so you decided to kidnap me for ransom? Are you also planning to brutally torture my girlfriend right in front of me and then kill me? I know all too well the tactics of scum like you. You're nothing but a complete piece of trash." Hearing Victoria Hayes' voice coming through the walkie-talkie, Williams was livid. "You damn bastard. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You ugly yellow-skinned monkey. I'm gonna flay you alive, then torture your girlfriend to death right in front of you. Then it'll be your turn. I'll make you experience what hell on earth is like. You'll regret ever being born. You're as good as dead, Alex. Just come out like a good boy, hand over all the money, and I'll let you die painlessly." Victoria Hayes calmly replied, "Williams, are you stupid? If I go out there, do I stand any chance of surviving? If I go out there, I'm definitely dead. If I fight back, I might not die. If you were in my shoes, what would you choose? You really are a piece of trash. You really are a complete scumbag resorting to such cruel tactics. Are you a demon? Do you know how many crimes you've committed tonight? Do you want me to count them for you?" Chapter 97, Legitimate Self-Defense. First off, illegal gun possession scum like you definitely didn't buy a legal firearm. You underworld scum who do the dirty work wouldn't dare use a legal gun anyway. Second, there are multiple felonies. Attempted kidnapping, attempted extortion, attempted blackmail, attempted rape of a woman, attempted abuse of others, and attempted murder. Your list of crimes is too long for me to count. Let your lawyer have a nice little chat with you when the time comes. You damn scum. Williams, you chimp-brained moron, you probably don't even realize how many crimes you've committed. Do you? Don't make me break out of here, or you scum will rot in prison until you die. That goes for the scum standing next to you. 2I1T let a single one of you off the hook. I recorded everything you just said. You're finished, Williams." Hearing Victoria Hayes' words, Williams couldn't hold back any longer and immediately started cursing. His henchmen were no different. One of them even fired a shot at the tent in a fit of rage. Hearing the gunshot, Victoria Hayes was over the moon. Wasn't he all that nonsense he'd been spouting to a thug like Williams just to provoke him? As long as someone lost their temper and fired, she could shoot back in legitimate self-defense. She had to take out the heaviest gunner first. That would make things safer later on. With a pop, Victoria Hayes, wielding her Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, fired at the camp. A black bandit holding an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle was hit in the chest and collapsed to the ground. Over at the campsite, Williams and his crew didn't hear a single gunshot. They only saw one of their comrades fall to the ground, a bullet hole in his chest gushing blood. They were actually able to determine Victoria Hayes' approximate location based on the way their comrade had fallen, and immediately opened fire in her direction. Looks like there's a professional among this gang of bandits. That bastard Alex must be over there by the small hill. Hurry up and go around to catch him. Try to take him alive if possible. He's worth a lot of money. Williams immediately ordered his men into action. Even at a time like this, he hadn't forgotten about the money, which just goes to show how greedy this guy is. Alex is in danger. Can the police save him? Alex, run. Why do I feel like the criminals are the ones in danger? I also think the criminals are in for it. Hasn't anyone noticed that Alex's weapon is top-notch? A Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle with a suppressor and subsonic rounds. That's the kind of knowledge only high-level players and professionals would have. You can tell right away that Alex isn't a noob. Give me a break. Have you all forgotten that he took out 24 criminals all by himself last time? There are only 17 this time. Even 17 is impressive enough. Great, just 17. Victoria Hayes certainly wasn't going to sit around and let them surround her. She immediately took aim at the next criminal and fired. With a thud, another criminal wielding an M4A1 fully automatic assault rifle was hit in the chest and fell to the ground. 15 left, Victoria Hayes silently counted in her head. Thud, another gunshot rang out, and yet another criminal fell to the ground. Even in the pitch-black night, Criminals kept getting shot and falling one after another. For Victoria Hayes, with her extraordinary eyesight, night and day were no different. On the contrary, she held a decisive advantage in the darkness. No matter how these criminals tried to dodge or take detours, they could never escape Victoria Hayes' bullets. The agonized cries of their comrades as they were shot reached their ears, filling them with immense fear. Thud, a bandit was shot in the head and fell backward onto the ground. This bandit had just been lying prone to take cover and had just stood up, peeking out to assess the situation ahead. He never expected to be shot in the head. He likely never imagined, even in death, that someone's eyes possessed night vision and X-ray vision. Even while lying prone, his every move was crystal clear to the people across from him. It was a short distance of just over 200 meters. Even taking a detour, it wouldn't exceed 300 meters. Under normal circumstances, a full-out sprint would cover it in less than a minute. But on this pitch-black night, in this desolate wilderness, that distance seemed insurmountable. It was as if an abyss lay between them, an abyss that marked the boundary between life and death. Thud! Another bandit was shot and fell dead. 5 bandits remained, including Williams. I couldn't let them escape. If I shot them while they had their backs to me, it might cause trouble in a lawsuit later. Victoria Hayes kept track of the numbers in her head while figuring out how to take out this group efficiently and without leaving any loose ends. She aimed her gun at Williams and fired a shot at his lower abdomen. Thud! The gunshot rang out. Williams was hit in the lower abdomen, clutching his stomach. He lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Several henchmen nearby rushed to his side. Victoria Hayes seized the opportunity to fire another shot, and a black man wielding a Remington shotgun collapsed to the ground. 3.5 left. The viewers in the live stream were thrilled. They followed Victoria Hayes' line of sight as she moved forward. Wherever the muzzle pointed, a shot rang out and someone fell, either with a bullet rending their chest or a headshot, all dead beyond any doubt. 3 gang members had already reached Williams' side. Time was running out. Victoria Hayes quickly fired a shot in their direction. With a thud, one criminal was hit in the head. The bullet entered through his temple. The massive impact knocked him down instantly. Victoria Hayes quickly reloaded with her last sniper rifle magazine. The only downside to this Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle was its small magazine capacity. It could only hold 5 rounds. 15 rounds, 14 criminals killed, and Williams neutralized under the poor visibility of night. This was a result to be proud of. With 2 criminals remaining and a critically wounded Williams, the 5 rounds in her sniper rifle would be more than enough. It was a relief not to have to risk close quarters combat with them. Thud! Another bandit was hit and fell to the ground. Victoria Hayes quickly pulled the bolt to eject the spent casing and reloaded. Thud! A moment later, another uninjured bandit also collapsed to the ground. However, one of the bandits and Williams hadn't died. They were still lying on the ground, wailing and moaning in agony. However, since they were lying on the ground, they were obscured by the tall grass. In theory, Victoria Hayes couldn't see them. So, to the viewers in the live stream, it looked as though Victoria Hayes had fired 3 consecutive shots toward the grassy area. Of those 3 shots, 1 hit the ground, 2 struck corpses, and 1 struck Williams in the head. Victoria Hayes left 1 criminal alive. All of this was intentional on her part. Victoria Hayes holstered her sniper rifle, switched to an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, and began checking the area one by one. Viewers in the live stream followed Victoria Hayes' perspective as she discovered one body after another. The YouTube live stream continued without issue, but the Douyin live stream was immediately cut off the moment the first body was seen. Live stream has been banned, streaming prohibited for duration. Those classic 12 words again. The viewers on the Douyin live stream were immediately upset. Chapter 98. George comes to rescue me. You damn moderators. Get out here. What do you mean by banning the stream? Are you hiding to watch it yourselves while not letting us see it?